don't miss your chance to get the tickets for Porto, because it's all beginning here as we start to find our way into which teams will make it to that arena. We've been to Portugal many times, but this time we're moving on over to Porto, and I'm sure that energy, that vibe is going to be fantastic, because that is what the Portuguese always bring. I'm your host, James Banks, and we're kicking things off here for the Blast Premier Open Porto 2026 here in Denmark at the beginning. And I got two Danes with me across the desk. Pimp, we know and love you. How you doing, my friend?
Good, good. It's good to be back in Copenhagen. Good to be back in this beautiful studio, James. It's been a while.
It has been a while, but I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to have you alongside of me. And then we've got Raga, the legend, is joining us. You were not just an amazing coach, but also you had to deal with this idiot all the time when he was 15 years old.
Yeah, those were the days.
Those were the days, bro. You guys are giving me the notes. This team was Pimp, Raga, MSL, Cajun B, and Neely. Good memories, Pimp?
A lot of death slams, a lot of yelling, a lot of cancelled practice for various reasons. And I guess, if anything, you know, we didn't kill him in the process. So I think that's a win-win.
He survived, man. He survived and done incredibly
some way,
well.
you know, you grew up being a teacher, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think thanks partly to me.
Was there a lot of education he needed?
Definitely,
yeah?
Definitely. But in the end, it also made me ready for coaching this generation of players.
You're welcome.
Give me a story about good old Raga from your times that's safe for broadcast, please, Pimp.
Oh, I do remember a tournament in Sweden, Thor Open or something like that. We're playing a game, we're like young and up-and-coming team. I think we're maybe in the semi-final or something, and I die in a terrible way, and I hit a massive disc slam in the middle of the round, and I'm sitting next to Raga, and he just looks at me. And I think you said something along the lines of, you're never going to do that ever again or something. And that was like the first time I ever felt like, oh shit, I messed up. You know, I was like becoming a little kid who got yelled off by his dad. So I remember a few times like that. But in all essence, you know, I think with that team, I wasn't even the worst guy, which speaks volume to where we were at, you know. So the fact that he survived that, I have no clue how.
I love the fact that we've got someone on this desk that can control you. I've got some help finally.
Back then.
And also, you've got two dads here, so maybe we can encourage you at one point to start your own family, Pimp.
Nah, I don't possess the quality for that just yet, James.
Do.
No, I don't
think
think
so.
so.
Your genetic quality, you're a beast.
Yeah, you want to give these eyes to someone else? I think that's a stupid move.
We can swap that out these days, right?
Yeah,
we're moving far along with it. But I need to remind everyone what's happening with our teams here and what groups we have. So let's start by looking at Group A. Now, over on Group A, there's a solid amount of teams. I feel like for the opening game that we have here, it's one of the ones where it's a really tight, exciting first game to have. But tell me, what teams do you want to focus on here? What ones are we looking at, starting with you, Pim?
I mean, it goes without saying it's a tough group and a strong group, you know, with Aurora, G2, Spirit, who just come off fresh from a trophy. But for me, you know, NAVI is probably the first team I want to highlight in terms of them coming out of the player break without making a roster change. To me, was a little bit of a surprise. Them then not playing well at EWC as well, Raga.
Yeah.
It doesn't bound too well. You know, Makasa had another tournament off, just like he had at the major. You saw, at least I saw, the body language from the NAVI players not being upbeat, not being enjoyable, not really looking like a team that wanted to play together. And I feel like I've said that before about NAVI a couple of years ago, so I'm a little bit worried on their behalf.
Yeah, I think the other teams figured out like how to deal with NAVI in terms of like the playstyle and stuff. And when that happens, the individuals, they also need to add that few extra % into their own game to get like through these hurdles. So yeah, NAVI is a team to watch because right now it can go both ways, I think.
And another team I want to look at here, Ruggan, we'll start with you, is FURIA, because maybe they should have been destined for another grand final. It didn't quite work out for them. It's a team who's obviously got to go for a lot right now because they're just waiting for Fallen's end of his career and then work out how they're going to pan this out. Even your Kinder's IGLing on some maps right now.
Yeah, I think they're in kind of the weird phase about preparing for something new in the future, and you never really know like what FURIA will attend the gaming day, you know?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of uncertainties around the team. Is Yakinda gonna be the IGL? Is he not? A lot of question marks. And if they start this transition right now, maybe too early before the next major, maybe they will lose their identity. But I hope they continue, you know, to swing upwards and be this team that can actually challenge, you know, for the title.
Do you think they can be?
I think it's a team that needs to be completely honest. You know, they speak about wanting to give Fallen one more trophy before he retires and send him off in a good way. And also with the current situation in the world of Counter-Strike where everything is up for grabs, I think FURIA is one of those teams that should try to capitalize on that. But as Roger said, you know, a little bit of a dicey period with Yakinda being in-game leading on some map, Fallen on others, you know, so not really sure if they're ready to seize that moment. But I hope they will be here here at Blast Porto.
Well, we will find out across the next week. Obviously a very important event for the Brazilians to be in a Portuguese crowd that they'll definitely get some love from. But looking at Group B in here, the big one for me, we just got to start with this. Vitality, no Mezzy, JL's back. There's another kid that's going to be on the way for Mezzy, and that means JL, who's also, by the way, going to have a kid soon, is now stepping in and standing in. Pip, there's so many people they're having kids, and you're just still out of it.
Well, it seems to be a trend these days, you know, so good luck to them, you know, best of luck with the rest of your life. I'm going to stay kid-free for now, but playing with JL, I don't think it's, a lot of people make it as it's impossible for Vitality to do anything. I think this iteration of this stand-in scenario, you know, is doable for them, and not to take away anything from Messi, but I think JL can do the job to a high degree as well, and not too far off what Messi usually delivers. So I still have Vitality as one of the title contenders here, whereas I fear more for them when Apex is the one going out instead of JL. For now, though, I think they should be competitive.
I think so as well. Like the timing of everything, giving like the last couple of results, is probably also the ideal time to bring in a stand-in to kind of reignite some fire and get this like no expectations honeymoon phase going, where everything that happens is just a plus, you know, unless they crash and burn. But I still think Vitality is like good enough for that not to happen. Yeah. So I think it would probably be a little bit more fresh, energetic team this time around to see what JL can do as well.
And you're talking about energy and something being fresh. It's FUT for me. FUT right now, this is one of these teams that play so well off each other. Even with xFloud coming in, it actually seems to have improved this team. And they're just getting back off a grand final where, I'm going to say it, they did have a chance where they could have at least gone to the 5th map, had a chance to win it, you know? I
mean, one of the players even were quoted saying that we could have closed out that game 3-0, which was a bit ballsy to say, but also speaks volume to... Yeah, that's the thing, the confidence, the belief, and also the fact that 2 of the maps were in overtime. And as you said, they had a chance on both of them. I think most people thought that they would maybe take a step back, you know, losing Longs and bringing in xFloud, having to reignite themselves, having to refigure out how they wanted to play, but seemingly they just got better.
Yeah, FUT is a team that I've had a lot of experience with. I think we played them 8 times in the span of 3.5 months back with Astralis. But the reason why they're good is also because they play so unorthodox. They don't care about the names on the other side. Yeah. They bring the duel to you, and if you're not ready, the house just crumbles instantly. And I think a lot of top teams have not been used to a team with this much firepower and this much individual skill that actually does this. Yeah. So I think that's also one of the reasons why like teams have a hard time playing against them, because they're like so sharp individually.
Maybe it's a sign of things to come for the future as well, but we'll keep an eye on all of these teams and look at how it's going. Next up though, we've got to have a look at our Gaming Malta fantasy team. And remember, for you guys at home, you've still got some time before this game's begin to make your own fantasy team. Blast.tv/fantasy. Get on it now, and maybe listen to us if we don't get too wild of this, because who wants to start? You're free to start. Who wants to go for the bronze pick?
Let the new guy. Let the
Rugger,
new
okay. New guy, you're going for the bronze pick. Who do you want to take here? You've probably got the best eyesight out of all 3 of us.
I'm going to pick an old favorite of mine. I'm going to go Alexi.
Alexi. Okay, so he's got some belief in NAVI. You think NAVI will still make it through to Porto then?
I think if there is a tournament where a guy like needs to stand out and control everything, I think Alexi is a very solid pick. And knowing him, that also means throwing himself more into the mix of how rounds develop. So I'm going to pick Alexi.
Silver Pimp, that's you.
Solid pick. Yeah, I'm looking at a few names. You know, for me, Jimfat looked somewhat decent at EWC, and I think he's going to continue to ramp it up here a bit, given the other names in this category. I'm debating Natus as well from G2. You know, we have that head-to-head in the first game, but I think we're going to go with Jimfat. I think he has something to prove in Aurora. I think he looks like a player that wants to prove that he's still good and should be able to frag well here.
Well, I'm going to take gold in this one, and I'm going to say that it has to be JL, because he's going to bring the gold home for Vitality. At least gold in terms of getting them to playoffs. I'm not going to say the trophy just that. That'd be maybe too early to say. But look at this man. Look at the aura he can bring to this team. This is a major MVP. He's going to get the job done.
Got nothing else to add.
Oh, what, you don't want to glaze him anymore?
Nah.
Not a fan of JL Pimp?
Nah, he's all right.
He's all right? Rugger?
I like him. I like the vibes he always brings to the team, and from being inside teams for a very long time in my career, these are the guys that keeps the whole thing together, you know.
Nice boost for Vitality, I would say as well. Well, Rugger, it's time for you to look at the platinum side of things. Where do you want to go with this one?
I think this one is really hard, but again, like considering if we need to have some value for the money, I think a guy like Flames in Vitality, we're playing with a stand-in. He needs to take a lot of responsibility and also frag out his world. So I'm gonna go Flames.
Flamesy, your old man that was on your team all those times ago. You watched him grow for a lot of that as well.
I did.
Crazy individual, always got something to say.
Always got something to say. Always.
How hard was he as a player to coach?
Not that hard, actually.
Okay.
Like, he was a really good student and always like ready to break out of his own way of thinking. And I also think that what secured him the move to Vitality and staying in Vitality and winning with Vitality.
Yeah.
Like he's innovative, he's smart, and yeah, the work ethic is superb.
He's going to watch this back. You know he's going to come talk to you about it. He's going to go, you said all this about me. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Pimp, the final one. What are we doing for our diamond pick? Is it just Donk all the way?
There's a lot of people picking Donk, as you can see, 67%. I don't blame them, to be honest, but let's try something else.
Okay.
I think Monacy, you know, is a part of conversation. Falcons, you know, a bit of a disappointment at EWC dropping out to Legacy. He played well up until that point, Monacy, and he's kind of closed the gap up to Saivu and Donk as well in terms of being in contention for the best player of the year, MVP of the major. So why not come out here, guns blazing, and you know, do the job. So let's go with Monacy and see if we can gain some points on him.
Well, there we have it. There is our team. Rugger, I'll do you the honors. Who's going to be our captain? Who are you going to try and get as many points as possible for us?
Can't be jail.
What you really can't be jail?
Let's go Monacy.
Monacy, okay, so you're going for the lower multiplier, but reliable on the output and the numbers he's going to give you. I like what you're doing with that. There we have it. That is our Gaming Malta Fantasy team. And if you haven't done it yet, now is your chance. Blast.tv/fantasy. Go and make your team. We've given you some insight onto us. Maybe you just think it's terrible and you don't want to follow us. But we've got the schedule coming up next because there is 4 best of 3s coming your way for today. And I'm going to go from the bottom to the top. So to end out the day, we're going to have Furia versus paiN, a Brazilian derby. And, you know, some magic can always happen in moments like that. M80 versus NAVI. Rugger, do my boys on NAVI have a simple chance, or can M80 be maybe the ones that upset them?
I think NAVI will take this one. I think they're just overall better, and M80 will need to cheese their way with some pocket stress and stuff. And if there's one thing the NAVI system is built for, it's these type of things.
And I purposely didn't ask Pimp so that he couldn't make me sad from the beginning part of the day. The other 2 games are coming your way, and next up, it is going to be Aurora taking on G2. A banger of a matchup to kick things off here. But we need to go to a quick break, so we'll see you in a few.
What you laughing at, Donk? Yeah, that's it. Sly.
Name's Death. Yeah, Fly.
I'm a little bit confused on what to do. His scriptwriter is not here, and I'm a little anxious.
Scriptwriter? What do you mean scriptwriter? That's good. You could talk about the barbecue. Why don't you kind of reference that?
The barbecue? What's that?
You know, with the meats, the briskets. Yeah.
Love myself a good meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we can cut that.
He's so intense.
Oh, it's so good. All right, let's go.
He's so intense.
You can't. Why are you laughing?
No time. Dude, I know it's coming. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I'm hearing you on that.
He's so.
Why is this the hardest line?
All right. He needs his axe. All right. Almost.
One shudder to imagine what in human thoughts, yeah, Rage is it. One shudder to imagine what in human.
She said she loves you.
But she.
No, you're good. Recenter.
He's so intense.
Sorry, I've never had to giggle like this, dude.
He's so intense.
It's fine, we'll just keep going. You can't look at me because you break every time you look at me.
If xCloud is the top players in the world, what number would he be?
Let's say.
Let's just find out if that's your boy or not.
It's not. No.
All right, listen up, people. There's a lot the government don't want you to know. The ramen deep state operatives.
It's so bro, like, hang on a sec. I know, dude, it's not him, but it strikes a chord still.
Now, the government don't want you to know this, but you can just put in cold water and wait a little longer.
Fuck, hang on. Okay, wait, let me do it one more time.
He's so intense.
Oh, that's the leader.
Dude, it's not.
It's meant to be funny.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay,
just
so
don't laugh.
stop
I didn't
laughing. So
laugh.
stop laughing.
You did.
He's so intense. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Do you think it's easier to face them as this current version?
I think it's just a full different feeling, you know. Like obviously before, even with me, we didn't have much success against them, but it's a full different feeling. Obviously it's still Aurora, right? And they have some kind of the similar players like Santares, Voxic, but I think it's completely different, like completely different team structure. And of course with Kixan now, so I think it's gonna be full different. Obviously we will go to the same game as before, even if it will be full Turkish team, you know. It doesn't matter that much, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's a bit different feeling for sure. Also with Gymfight joining, so yeah.
I think maybe there's something in that's going to give more confidence, especially for the Turkish players. I don't think it maybe matters as much now, the history there between the teams, because I think lots of things have changed. But we're very confident. We know they're a dangerous team, but I think we're a dangerous team as well. And I think we feel very confident about this game. And we have expectations that we're going to go and we'll try and win this game, of course. So I don't think there's anything too much to be scared of. But when it's a team that if they play well, it's going to be a difficult game.
Game on, that is right, and we are starting strong with a matchup like G2 Aurora to kick things off, right? Both teams have gone through some changes, obviously more on the Aurora side, but when you look at this G2 one with Wrinkle and the type of Warper they want, some of the players and where they're at right now, this is such a banger of a game. For me personally, when I'm looking at it, and I'll start with you, Rugger, I'm looking at this as like maybe a bit of a 50-50 in here.
I think 50-50 is pretty spot on. Like it's two teams trying to change a little bit identity.
Yeah.
And for me, it's a good test to see like who is furthest in that change so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment. Out of all the opening games we have, I think this is the closest on paper, or could be at the very least. Could be a very entertaining game as well. My only worry is that Aurora is not ready yet. You know, I think when you have a guy like Ash coming in, you bring in a new in-game leader, you bring in Gymfat. There's a lot of new moving parts within that lineup that it's going to take a little bit of time, I think, before Wycadia, Santares for that matter as well, can fully build into that lineup. So I think future-wise, I'm not worried on behalf of Aurora, but in isolation to this game right now against G2, I'm not quite sure if I feel they're ready for it. They didn't look ready at EWC. There were moments, but in terms to be ready to beat G2, maybe it takes a little bit more.
Well, let's start by looking at Aurora, right? Because they have gone through the biggest amount of changes. Rugger, tell me from your perspective and what you've been looking at here is how much has actually changed within this, right? Because we used to think of Aurora as the pack team and they would just be fighting out, you know, but has it already started to show a different identity early on?
I think so. Like some maps is still a little bit the old Aurora, like Nuke for instance, is still a lot of the same things where if plan A doesn't work, let's group up and see what happens. Whereas on some of the other maps, it's much more like individual freedom in a system, which also means that the voices like in the team matters a lot more now compared to earlier when it was like, I guess, Santares and Major that was kind of giving the direction what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Whereas here there's like more open endings into play, and obviously when you have these good players, it can be really great, but as you also said, is it too early? I don't know, but at least it's a lot on the individuals, especially Santares, like also considering some of the maps you might go into today, that if I'm G2, I also know that if I take him out of, you know, his map control, the team becomes very different.
Looking at that, for Aurora right now, is this a team that you could see, at least maybe by the end of the year, Pimp, where there could be some title contenders again, or at least like deep playoff runs like before?
I like the build on the paper for sure. You know, bringing in a guy like Ash as a coach first and foremost should give them a direction. You know, a guy that's very hands-on. Bringing in Gymfat, trying to bring him to life again, I think is a good move. Kixan, I think is a great in-game leader as well. To be completely honest, maybe he wasn't the perfect fit for Falcons. Maybe he's not good enough to be an in-game leader for a team that is expected to win every tournament. But in terms of playing in Aurora, I think he has all the qualities needed. So on paper, I like everything they've done, but I said the same thing about Team Liquid for many, many years. You know, on paper, some of those moves they make, it look good from the outside, but as you said as well, and as you know as a coach, it also has to click internally. And whether or not that's going to happen with Wycadia, with Santares, you know, mixing it up with Gymfat and Kixan, time will tell, but I look from the outside and I think, okay, there's some real potential here.
Well, let me get you guys some more information on that. I caught up with Jimmy and Ash earlier, so have a listen to this. Ash, I know you are a realistic man from many times of talking with you, but how long do you think it will take to be in a position where you look at this team being where you want it to be, the right way of playing, and maybe be like title contenders?
Ooh, it's a bit early for that, I think, maybe. But I think we're going in the right step right now. So in terms of timing, maybe more towards the end of the year, I think we're more ready. But I expect us to be competitive pretty soon, really. We have the skill, and we have some good things in place right now, so I'm looking forward to the future.
Looking at what you just said, having good things in place right now, has that come together faster? Because I heard from some of the players that like there's a lot of people, even Zontares, having like input in what it looks like and how they're being used. So can you give me some more insight on that?
I think that it's coming together nicely so far. We've got a lot of voices because we have a lot of experience in this team. We've got major semi-finalists, we've got players as well who win tournaments, so it'd be stupid kind of not to lean on that a little bit and trying to use their experience. So there's like lots of good opinions. It's coming together more, and I think we're getting on the same page with it. It's good, so so far I'm very happy with it.
Okay, so you're very happy with it so far, but what has maybe surprised you most about the Turkish core of this team?
I think they're really easy to work with. I think when you read things online, you don't really get the best view sometimes. Like I've heard a lot of people like Zontares doesn't speak English or he's very angry, and you're like, I'm not seeing this at all. You know, it's easy to have a conversation with. Everyone's great guys. They're nice and easy to talk with, everything, and they've just made a major semi-final, and they don't seem to have like a huge ego on the back of that. So it's pretty humble from them as well. So it's been very welcoming. It's been very nice. I think it's been probably as good as it could have been in terms of integration and everything.
Yimi, you're already on your 4th event with the team. Can you just tell me like how you think you're fitting into the team with new players? Because you obviously spent so much time with kind of the same core on MOUZ for 3 years of your career.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's a little bit weird. At least it was in the beginning, because as you said, I was my whole time in MOUZ, I know the same, like only those people, and now in Aurora it's whole completely like different roster and stuff and everything. So in the beginning, of course, it had some time to get used to in a way, but they were also really welcoming for me and for everyone. So it was really easy to kind of come into the team and just do my stuff, you know. And I think so far it's been like really good. I've been really happy here, even though like so far we didn't win, but still I think we have played really good with the time we have given. So I'm just looking forward for every tournament we go now, and I want to see some like development, you know, and the victories will come then later on.
You're the youngest player of the team. Bukadi is the closest to you, but who do you spend the most time with here? Who are you closest to already?
To be honest, I think it's a little bit of everyone. Like even though, like, let's say Zontares is like 30 years old, I think, something close. I'm not sure. Don't bully me. But like I'm really good with everyone, you know. Yeah. In MOUZ, obviously, we had roster with really young players, and everyone was really young. And here it's like a little bit more experienced and older people who have played for a longer time, you know. Yeah. So for me, it's also like refreshing feeling to get to know around these people and learn from them. Mm-hmm. I think it's an amazing feeling. And besides that, like, I think with everyone, the staff is also, I'm hanging out with them a lot. It's really nice, you know, just spending time with each other, going to eat and doing some small stuff, you know, like this team bonding stuff. It's really good in the beginning for sure, and yeah.
This is a lot of change for young Jimmy in this one, right? He spent his whole time on one team. He's got a completely different environment, and we want to see him, you know, come back at his best.
To me, he could be the talisman for this lineup. I haven't lost faith in Jimfed still being a world-class Counter-Strike player, and there may be big words to say, because a lot of players are great, but in order to enter that field of world-class Counter-Strike players, you need something extraordinary. I feel like he kind of fell out of it a little bit in MOUZ when Spinks came in. His roles changed a little bit, his space changed a little bit, and maybe given his age, you know, wasn't able to adapt. Now he gets another chance of living up to that potential, and to me, it feels like people forgot how good he is. You know, there was a time where he was arguably the best anchor in the world, being 17, 18 years of age, at least in the contention for that. So the potential is still very much there.
Completely agree. Like, whenever you have Jimmy on your team, like, you have the potential to be one of the best CT sides in the world. So I think it's a solid pickup. Also, like, considering you sometimes need a guy where you know what you get. Even though he might not have this like insane game every single time, you know what you get with him. And I think for a new team, a new system, I think it's definitely needed to create that consistency where the performances is to a certain level.
How does he compare, though, to the other side of things against Heavy God, who right now is maybe the very best in his role in the world, but just without the trophies to his name?
Well, that's the cool duel, right?
Yeah.
Because a couple of years ago, you'd argue that Jimfed by far were the better player. Heavy God was on the uprise, but we didn't quite know his capabilities. But I'm not gonna lie, Roger, I'm a massive Heavy God fan. I think he is Mr. Reliable. I think he's a player that gets so much out of his skill set in a team where he's not really set up to be the star player, yet he is anyway. And as you said as well, and as you kind of alluded to, the fact that you as a coach and confident as a player, know what you're going to get from Heavygard in 90% of the games. To me, he's the talisman of G2. If they were to lose him, I'd say G2 wouldn't even be a roster that I would care for in a sense. I think he's really what's keeping them together at the moment at a competitive level.
I'm also a little bit biased since I had the Nikki back in OG, so maybe the wrong guy to find the gaps in the thing. But I agree, like the thing that separates these two, because they play a lot of the same things, but Heavygard is a little bit more team oriented, where he connects more with the group. He does more, you know, in terms of like reacting to what's happening. Where Jimmy he is the classic skill anchor that kills everyone that comes to his crosshair, but doesn't do, you know, all the team aspects that a Heavygard does. That doesn't mean that that what he's doing is bad. It's just different. And I think both of them are like world class. Does he have a flaw in his game, Heavygard? Like, I feel like when I look at him, he's almost flawless. You coached him. What was one of the weaknesses back then, at least, from him? I think one of the things is, and it goes against what I just said, that he sometimes wants to be too much part of what's happening, you know? And for a player of his caliber and what he is really good at, he needs to find a good balance of doing these type of things. So I think that is the only flaw right now. But I also think he put it a little bit to the side the last year, which also meant that his ratings like skyrocketed. Right?
Yeah, that's where we've seen the best of him. Now, looking at what you were saying about coming into the team, connecting with the team, Wrinkle, the newest member of this G2 team. At the beginning, we were slightly worried. People were always comparing and saying, okay, this isn't the right fit. But I would say at least what I saw at EWC, I was pleasantly surprised. I was impressed from what we saw. Are you on the same line of thought, Rugger?
I think it's a much more calm version than what we saw in NIP. I think everyone knows the skill ceiling that he has is like really, really high. And some of the things that the criticism was about was the over-peaking, is staying too far advanced on the map without any escape routes and all these things. And if I know something about G2 is that these things they focus a lot on. And obviously when you come into such an experienced team as G2, I think also the communication will help him find a little bit more balance in the stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I landed that one yet, to be completely honest, because I agree, we know the potential of Wrinkle, but part of me is also like, I look at G2, I look at the project, I look at what players they have available, Heavygard for that matter as well, Nerds, and you're telling me a bench player in NIP is going to come in and be an upgrade for G2. It doesn't really ring well for me. What I did like, though, was Source's explanation as to why, you know, they wanted a more aggressive AWP player. They wanted someone who could take charge of the game a little bit more. And if you make a sidestep, because I think that is a sidestep, Sunpayers is not a worse player than Wrinkle, but he's a different player than Wrinkle. Have different qualities. So if you think your team is going to benefit from having an aggressive AWPer instead of a more passive guy like Sunpayers, but the skill output is the same, then fair enough, go for it. But I'm not sold on him being the guy that is taking G2 to the next level.
I at least certainly trust in Saw, right, and choosing the players and seeing what he can get done. So let's give it some more time and see how it goes. But before we get any further into this, let's take a look at the Veto. All right, so the Veto is here, and let me just go through it, guys. Is there going to be any wild surprises in this one, or can you guess it straight away?
Well, I know he's done his homework over here, Roger, so take it away.
I think the new ban is a little bit to throw a curveball into the mix. I expect G2 to go for Inferno. Aurora pick can go a little bit compared to, you know, like how ballsy they want to be in the Veto, but at least, yeah.
Strong start from you already, Rugger. This is good.
Yeah, but Aurora picked it if the graphic is correct, so maybe I'm completely off.
Okay.
That is interesting that Aurora is picking into Inferno. Leaves a lot of options for G2 here, you know, can take it in a lot of different direction. And I think that's the mantra for this game, you know, Aurora, are they ready? And how deep is the map pool as well? Is the map pool ready to be competitive?
It was G2 that picked this. Slight error on the graphics. Rugger was right. There we go. And then this would then be Aurora's pick, which is going to be Anubis. So Turkish core, they still love Anubis in there. You expecting this?
Yes. I think both the two maps getting picked is kind of comfort zone. Like Aurora is good on Inferno as well, so it's we are better than you on Inferno type of pick from them, and Anubis has always been, you know, the home ground of the Turkish team, so no surprises there. A little sad that we didn't get to see Cash, but
yeah. Would have been nice if Aurora would have let it through, but Mirage is a middle ground for both teams. I agree, you know, it's actually 3 maps where both of them should feel comfortable, which I think is a good thing for Aurora in the sense that they don't really get tested on the map pool. They don't get tested on the depth of the map pool by getting these 3 maps, you know, maps they've already played, maps that we've seen them on, and maps they should be able to remain competitive on.
Looking at this though, right, there was obviously a lot of history across this year, but it was against the full Turkish side, right? It's very different in how this all turns out. But when you have this core of the Turkish side and you're going on to Anubis, it's still your strong point. Is that a worrying sign for the confidence that the Aurora guys have in their current veto and their current map pool, or is it just the best thing to do in this stage?
I mean, if the players like to play the map, and if individually they feel strong on the map, and especially if a guy like Jimfed is coming in and Kixen for that matter, who also played it a lot in Falcons, likes to play the map, then you may as well build upon that when you have the cornerstone of the 3 Turkish players, you know, being super solid on it. So I don't see it as an issue, but naturally that's something that over time can involve, you know, as I said, the map pool is still a question mark for Aurora, and every time we see a veto, every time we see a tournament, we learn a little bit more.
I think both of the teams have some questions to be asked in the map pool, especially since Overpass was a core map for both of the teams. So both of them need to activate cash at one point. That's why I hope we got to see it today. But at least like comfort ground throughout the whole series for both teams. And yeah, I think Inferno is gonna decide it all.
Okay, and how good do we think of Aurora's Inferno at the moment? Because we're going up against, you're looking at G2 picking it, G2 having their full confidence with it. Right now they're on a 100% win rate.
Yeah, it's hard to say. You know, we haven't seen it that much for Aurora, and that's why it's always going to be a learning experience when it's a new team with Ash coming in as a coach, with Kixen as an in-game leader as well. I'm more curious to see the stylistic change of Aurora. You know, if this team is going to look more like the Falcons with Kixen as an in-game leader, or it's going to look more like the old Aurora, you know, with Major as an in-game leader, or a combination of the two. And as said, every time we see them play, every time we see them go deeper and deeper into the map pool, we get a better sense of where they're heading at the moment. But I'm not quite sure. You know, I think it's going to be a tough game for Aurora, because personally, I don't think they're ready just yet to be able to win against G2, but as you said, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to a third map or becomes a close series.
Well, let's see if it does. Let's see what goes down in our opening game here for the Blast Premier Open Porto, and we've got the legendary Anders and Henry G to commentate this one for you.
Oh, you're too kind, James. Thank you very much. What a way to kick things off, Anders. Aurora versus G2. You wouldn't expect this as the opening game of any tournament, to be fair. An absolute banger.
It is quite a treat. I'm excited for this one. Some strong predictions from the desk. And if you want to make predictions yourself, Henry, you could go over to Polymarket and check it out. You should do that.
It's kind of split right down the middle, as you can see here from Polymarket. And I tend to agree. These are new lineups, more so with Aurora, changing from the Turkish core, bringing in 2 new players, but also Wrinkle joining G2 as well. New coaches everywhere. It's quite an exciting prospect, this game.
I really think this Aurora team could do a lot of damage in the future. So I'm super excited for them, but I love to see Wrinkle kind of make his way past NIP. I was so excited when he first joined, and then a little bit later on, it kind of like the excitement faded.
That's exactly right. Like, he was absolutely electrifying. In the first couple of tournaments for them, you thought, wow, this guy is the real deal. He could be the next star of CS, but it kind of tempered out, and we didn't really see him full level to his full expectation there, but it's still early in his career. We're going to see what he can do, and whether G2 is going to be a formidable home for him. Who have you got in this one, Anders? I know we split it right down the middle, but what are you feeling? What are you thinking?
It feels like G2 have a couple of more reps. I feel like they should be off to a hot start here, but I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Aurora come out swinging on this one, but I am going to pick G2 if I'm really forced to it. They're going to be starting on the T side as well. Aurora on the CT side, and already jumping for a bit of information, which I'm not sure how much he got there for Woxic, but it's always a nice little trick early on to see if anyone is making their way up to A early on. They're not moving from B, so maybe he didn't see them.
Dude, kind of a wild setup from the CTs here. 4 of them over towards Banana. Slowly does it, and I'm hearing some chatter. We might not be live.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. That little tick is the kind of always makes you suspicious.
So it looks like no damage has been done. We should be absolutely fine to restart it. I think that's fine. It felt like we were a little bit rushed. We didn't get time to really break it down, Anders.
Yeah, we're finally into it, you know. But we did get started pretty quick.
Interesting to note, though, a 4-man B setup on the CT side, right? So that suggests that's an anti-strap. You don't see that in any pistol round. So it looks
does
like they
feel that way.
They've got something up their sleeve. They've got a read, and it'll be interesting to see whether G2 walk into the Lion's Den there.
The thing is, if you're G2 and you go up second mid like that, you might think, man, what if we did get spotted? You probably heard Woxic jumping over there. If you think that you've got spotted, maybe you don't want to run the same strategy again. So maybe this restart for once actually could make a difference.
That's a good point.
Like, if they know that they weren't spotted, then fine. Nothing's lost. You could just do it again, and it's all going to be fine. But very curious how this one plays out. They got a lot of utility on that G2 side.
So Woxic alone towards top of middle. 4 players over towards B again. Looks like Kicksan presumably has the flashbang towards the coffin area, which he does.
He doesn't see them. It's an exact mirror. They're running that way in the middle of that second mid position intentionally to never give their position away. Some really fine details here early on. Nuts holding back, making sure. I mean, you're right about the anti-strat. If they do come up Banana, then look at what's ready for them.
It's an absolute fortress. The Julies, double Julies at the top of Banana with the flashbang. Jimfat to take the first contact here as well. It will come through, and the Julies holding their nerve, Anders. No one wants to give anything away just yet. There's the flashbang and the swing from the CTs.
This is actually a brilliant play for Nuts. He's lurked out that flashbang, like you said, and now he sees them. He even gets the headshot on Jimmy. And that leaves Woxic here with his trusty P2000. It's going to be Wakadi with the kill on Nuts on the other side, but Woxic's in a lot of trouble. He's honestly keeping his cool, though. He wasn't panicked there, but he still can't land the headshot. And Wrinkle instead will take him down. The bomb is going to be followed up now. And things just got a lot more tricky here for the Aurora side. Looking to retake this one. I don't think they have a kit anywhere on the map.
Very difficult retake indeed. Quite far removed from the bomb site itself. 4-on-3 disadvantage. Zantares will have to go absolutely massive here. Julie's in hand, and a headshot found. It looks like it might be possible after all. Kixan, double headshot with the USP. It's just down to Natus now. I don't think he can hold on, and an incredible retake there. With no kid Anders, they make it work. Or I should say, Kixan makes it work.
Yeah, I'd love to see those couple of kills from his point of view. They made that look so easy that it's almost like a little bit of a letdown, because that's a really tricky retake.
Absolutely.
I mean, the fact that the bomb was planted there meant that last apartments player was always going to have a really tough time stopping the defuse, but take a look at this here. This is the entry from Wrinkle early on, but Zantares with the dualies, follow-up from Kixan, a couple of kills. You're right, headshots right off the bat there. It's Aurora retaking and winning in spite of being stacked on the wrong side of the map.
Absolutely true. It felt like Nerds had done enough there with the kill towards B.
Yeah.
Kept them on that side of the map. They had a bit of open runway in towards A. But still, the retake, too potent, too powerful. As you see the second round force spike come through, it's Wakardia to kick things off, though. He'll find Nerds, the hero of Banana in the previous round. He'll drop his Khalil. Hunter will recover it. Once again, stacking their numbers over towards this B side of the map. Great grenades coming through. Heavy damage. It will be Natus to answer back, but there's another double from Kixan, stepping up once again.
They landed an early grenade at the start of the round, and then the last two here. There's 3 HE grenades on about 4 players trying to make their way up Banana for G2, so getting completely shrapnelled as they try to make their way towards this.
Yeah, this force spy has done nothing for them. We know the Heavy God has got a deadly Desert Eagle, but now detected in towards the apartments. Not much he should be able to do here. Unfortunately, his teammate quite far removed as well. He's towards the boiler room, so just hoping for a cheeky 1-deke here. Maybe they get it, but you've got Jimmy in the pit, who's considered one of the best players in that position, Anders.
Yeah, it is good to see that he's still playing that on this new team. There we go. Heavy God ends up getting dropped, and that force spy doesn't really work out for them. I guess in terms of the acceptable amount of success in a round like this one, you'd love a couple of more kills to keep the economy low, or a bomb plant, or anything really to add to it that you could sort of take away from the round and say, all right, it was kind of worth it, but not this time. Going to be invested into Deagles in this next round. But Aurora, I think their big challenge at the moment is probably the fact that their map pool, I mean, understandably so, is going to be all over the place. But if they could cement Inferno, which is still one of the really popular maps, then that's a great start here early in the tournament. Like you said right at the beginning, the fact that we've got Aurora and G2, this feels like it could be, you know, the semi-final or a quarterfinals in a big tournament. It's absolutely a gift to start with here at Blast Porto. It's Woxic making his way a little bit further back. He doesn't have a lot of incentive to play that far forward because they know that there's not going to be a lot happening on the G2 side here.
Not much at all, I'm afraid. G2 hoping for a bit of a miracle here. The aforementioned Heavy God, Desert Eagle. They're going to crack things open, protected once again. Only takes 10 damage, a lot more now as Zantares will find him. Nice passive hold from him. Woxic not as passive, but should be absolutely fine. Quite capable on the rifles. I think he's underrated in that department, Anders.
Such an essential thing when you're an AWPer in modern-day Counter-Strike. It feels like not a lot are getting away with being just the exclusive AWP players, and some of them don't even really, like Cyro maybe especially, seem to not even really stay on the AWP that much.
Yeah, he's the pure hybrid, huh?
Yeah, it's worth it.
Well, looking to keep it clean, but Wrinkle's got other ideas. He will find Woxic there. That's a nice Desert Eagle shot. Mattis parks himself up in towards the arch side, Anders. He's got a timing here. He has slipped the net somewhat. Freebie, a knife I'd go for.
Ooh.
Take the cash.
Yes, you would, Henry. You're exactly the type.
It's true. Nice little backstab there. And yeah, that's $1,500 extra. That is definitely the way forward. Means they can drop Wrinkle, the AWP, in the first gun round if they so wish. You might not necessarily want it on the T side. They might even win this round, actually. Okay.
There's still a chance. 10 seconds on the clock. That kill is huge, though. They know that Wakadia is there because he is the other B player along with Kixan on this bomb site. So the fact that they knife Kixan towards Arch, they're still going to know that Wakadia is somewhere. But they just ran out of time, ultimately. They couldn't really take a slow fight there. That is still a very impressive round. More successful than the force-up, even. So they're going to be happy with that G2, kind of putting a little bit of respect on their name early on. I do like that. Look at this.
Very scary round. That was Desert Eagle, no Kevlar. No bomb punch, sure, but plenty of money found with the knife. As I mentioned, the AWP might be brought out early here, and they're not going for it. So Wrinkle will stick on the AK-47. They'll have everything they need, though. First gun round here. Just to note, Woxic does have his sniper in hand. He's towards the arch side, working with Jimmy.
Yeah, he is the kind of AWPer as well on a map like Inferno that can really be dangerous. See, like that close range, like he's not afraid to take those fights at all.
He's certainly not. Retake utility from the CTs here. Wakadia working with kicks, and there's the retake itself, confirming that no one's towards the barrels. Utilizing those grenades in towards the Locks position as well, trying to whittle away at the T's, lock them out of this B bomb site. But there's still so much time left on the clock. Nice incendiary. Confirms no one's a half wall, another smoke on top of it. 20 seconds, they're gonna have to sit back and wait.
Really buying as much time as they possibly can at this stage.
So they've got the kicks and pop flash. As soon as that smoke dissipates, he'll flash over, and that's where Wakadia will go for the swing.
It seems like in the meantime, G2 have almost given up on that. They're saying, you know what, that's so much utility. Let's try and go back and put some pressure on top mid. Even if they come back to banana position, it's still probably worth it. Nice grenade around the corner, but a lot of footsteps there as Wakadia makes his way down, up on the other side. That's a huge giveaway. They should know there's only 2 people on A.
That's a really good point, Anders. Man advantage, you know, the orbs on the other side of the map here. You're smoked off towards Moto, though. Gonna wait. They've got 20 seconds, though. Need to be very careful. They'll be boosting over the smoke, and it actually works out quite nicely. Hell of a shot from Hunter. It's down to Zantares.
Yes, it is, and you know that he's good with the headshots, but it was a lot to ask for. He would probably need a triple kill to make this round even viable. Oh, that's a great detail, though. And again, because G2 will know that it's Wakadia and Kixan that are doing for that position, as soon as they see Woxic there, that's so much information for the T side to work with. So a good calling on the G2 side. I expect nothing less really out of them, but it's still nice to see that they pick up the details pretty early on.
Yeah, well called by Hunter, and of course him getting that great shot towards the pit as well. I think that's a very different round. If he goes down in that boost, you're still stuck behind the smoke, and you've got 2 players to get through. I don't think they win the round unless Hunter hits that one shot towards the pit. So excellent work by him. It's his first kill of the map as well. It'll be the first round on the board for G2. 4 players surviving. And as we mentioned, Kixan and Woxic over towards the B side of the map will save the AWP and the M4 and a little bit of util and some defuse kits. Nice round.
I'm really excited to see what Wrinkle's going to be able to bring to this team, because there was a big conversation about what kind of an AWP G2 wanted to pick up. Now, my pitch was Martinez, Spanish player. I think is still super underrated, and I hope he gets a chance to really, you know, do some more work in international Counter-Strike. But Wrinkle, I don't know why, but he wasn't on my radar. Early on NIP, though, like we said, he was all the hype, and I think he's got like a really strong personality for a team like this.
It's just because he had so much flair behind his game, so much confidence. Yeah. He really was one of those impressive kind of AWPers that turned your head. But let's see whether he can fend off Woxic. A little boost here. We used to call this the fallen boost back in the day. On the corner here of the banana area, they've got a smoke down towards the bottom of banana as well. Woxic will dismount. 3 players over towards B once again, putting a lot of resources here at the start. Going to re-establish that boost. Woxic will not be opening things up. They take a lot of damage for their troubles as well. Going to leave Wakadia parked behind the half wall once again. We talked about Kixan having the pop flash for him. There's the flash. No swing off it. It's going to be giving up the control now.
A little bit painful eating that grenade early on, but if they can retreat to these protocols like they were doing earlier, where you're just trying to buy as much time as you can with the utility, maybe that's enough pressure here. Woxic again getting pushed away with the ult. This time it was the Molotov landing at his feet. But it's kind of annoying having an AWP on Inferno like this when you can't really find anywhere to just take a solid fight. He's all the time being maneuvered around the map with the utility. 40 seconds now on the clock, and they are starting to make their way up middle again. It's Heavy God to go down early. Finally, Woxic rewarded for his patience in the round, and with just 30 seconds left, this kill for Centaurus might be enough to just cleanly win the round. That probably needed to be a kill right there. Surprised that Hunter gets to live through this one. Woxic recommitting, and this time he won't take him down, but a couple of headshots might still be a chance here. Wrinkle will find Centaurus, and it's a 1 versus 2. That's a very slim opportunity as he's trying to relocate. That smoke up, though, gives him some room to get down to the pit.
Needs to try and isolate these fights, Anders, make it 2 1v1s if possible. He has no util to work with, but 100 HP and a strong position. The bomb already starting to tick at some pace here as we cross the halfway point. Aurora are segregated as well. It's going to be 2 separate 1v1s. Wrinkle, a real chance to win this, Anders.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably why he's out looking for them. And what a shot it is! Kickstand getting closer with the MP9. He'll hunt him down. That is really close. But I think you're right. Like, he's so active in the pit looking for the kills instead of hiding. And that's probably, like you said, to try and create that scenario where he's fighting them one at a time.
Which he did get. It was unfortunate he doesn't come out on top in the 1v1, but here's Woxic's great efforts there with the AWP. Gets us up a couple of kills. Very influential to this round win and setting them up for a 2v1. Zontaras did enough with his 1 kill, and Wrinkle almost got it over the line. But bested by the close range Kickstand and his MP9. Huge round. Will be Aurora extending their lead here. Wrinkle felt like he had a real chance there. Yet to see his AWP. Yeah. Probably won't see many of them on the T side of Inferno.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does tend to slow down the team quite a bit. Bit of a timeout being called here, so G2 getting a chance to discuss things. Honestly, in totality, this is still a pretty good position that they're in. Like a 2-3 scoreline, or sort of 3-1 scoreline. What am I saying? 4-1.
You got this.
Hard, Henry. I got there eventually.
It's the first game of the day.
It is the first game, yeah.
You're right.
Math is just not my strong suit, so below 10, typically I do all right, Henry.
2-1, 3-1, 4-1, in fact.
There we go. But my point was that they did do a lot of economic damage in the last round. So from G2's point of view, they're probably thinking, well, you know what? At least we've got the money low enough that 1 single win here, and we'll probably bounce up to 3.
Let's have a look. Very important round. Wrinkle, just to note, has got the AWP here for the first time on the T side. Lurk smoke, top of middle as well. Takes a lot of CT vision away. Applies pressure. Speaking of which, a deep CT smoke towards Banana as well. 3 players here once again, bombarding that area with HEs. Nerds and Wrinkle taking massive damage as Ricardia will convert, find that first kill. Really brutal affair here towards Banana. They did not want to give it up to Aurora.
I'm excited for the protocols that they've got set up so early on. Look at the swing back here, but it's Kickstand again. You mentioned this flashbang earlier, and this time it sets up for the kill on Wrinkle, although Hunter got one through the smoke, and I guess that's something to work with here. They're still committed to a G2. They really don't want to give up this position easily. But Centaurus is here now as the 3rd man instead. Ricardia is dead, so you might not expect it. There's Kickstand coming out, and again, also an unlikely position for him to be in. Matt is now realizing he's got the bomb on his back, and his teammate in Heavy God is starting to get there. They do swing for it, and Mattis!
We're back.
Some great headshots.
Okay, it was looking so promising. Everything was going so smoothly, Anders. A bit of over-aggression there, trying to hump some information, and it's a great sequence from Mattis, to be fair to him. Set them up maybe with the advantage here as well. Bomb will be planted, smokes down towards Coffin and Spawn, and it's going to be young Jimmy and Woxic with the retake here. Bear in mind, Woxic on the AWP, Jimmy without a rifle. I would say that G2 have got this round all day long.
Yeah, especially because, like you pointed out, they've got so much time to set up in the afterplant. It's not like they're getting pushed right as the bomb is being planted either. And this setup, there's no incendiary on the other side, so even if you suspect it, checking this deep is going to be very tricky. Smoke up towards the Banana position. That's nice. It means they can only check the bomb site. I guess that's something. The lineup is nearly there. Mattis with another headshot. How has he done that? 3 kills in the round.
Yo.
They did get the sense, but Heavy God is not going to let his team down. And now G2, they'll capitalize on all the damage from that previous round and into this one. Mattis, what a madman.
They call him the Mad Dog.
For good reason.
Well, that is an absolutely massive round. Not only in terms of the finances, the scoreline, but for the morale of Aurora as well. You had that round in the palm of your hand, and I don't want to say you fumbled it, but the over-aggression there towards Banana, trying to get that information, setting Mattis up for a lovely double kill. That one's going to sting. It felt like you had so much control. You were dominating that Banana. You were winning every single duel, flashing them off. They were very uncomfortable. 1 player remaining, and he single-handedly wins the round for the Mattis. Triple kill, and finds a second for G2, and as Anders mentioned earlier, the money will be an absolute shambles here. And we see, you'd think this is the team that wins the round, Anders. They're getting all these kills. Look at the damage done. 4-on-2 situation, and then this happens.
It's the fact that the first player swings that wide against him that makes it so hard for him to get the follow-up headshot, but...
Very, very impressive. So, it has to be the force buy. That turns this game on its head, I'm afraid. Aurora were in the driving seat, looking very comfortable. And it could be a tied game here. It's looking likely to be so. Unlikely they win the round with the 5-7s. One deagle for Xantares. Wicardia does have the Famous, to be fair to him. Has the helmet to welcome as well. Woxic not spending all his cash. Trying to be frugal for the future.
And we're just saying the protocols for Aurora on that CT side, and Banana they were looking really good.
Dude, they love stacking Banana. They've done it every single round. We've got 4 players there once again. Nice grenades, but doesn't quite connect. Flashbang being set up now by Kixan as well. He's going towards the coffins. I don't think they push it, but they're not in a position to push.
I feel like G2 have followed this pattern quite a bit. Like when they get some Banana control, they do go back to clear top mid as well. They want to make sure that there's nothing too obvious happening. I appreciate that. Actually not a bad angle. Puts Wicardia down to 47.
Should be absolutely fine here for G2. They've called it well. They've read the situation. They know there's a lot of B presence here from Aurora. Their execution in towards A, we've seen it a couple of times so far. Smoke down towards Arch and Library. Get that nice Arch control. We can see Rap coming through as well. It's going to be Hunter just pushing the smoke by the looks of things here. Get himself in a prime position as his teammates get ready to go towards quad.
It's just one measly 5-7. That shouldn't be enough to stop G2 with all the weapons that they got here. 20 seconds on the clock.
Impossible.
Jimmy's looking to relocate. Oh, he's within headshot range just to make the corner. It's a good start now. 13 seconds on the clock. They gotta get rid of him. It's another headshot for Jimmy.
Oh.
Almost landing the triple. And with 7 seconds on the clock, they were going to bomb plant here, but that nearly slipped out of their grasp.
Okay, I didn't think Jimmy stood a chance there. Gets himself a double kill. I don't think it helps him win the round. Keeps things exciting, keeps things tense. But bear in mind, they're retaking now with Woxic, no Kevlar, no nades between them, no defuse kit. Maybe a kill of his Xantares. Get out of that Jewel Hunter. And it looks like they're absolutely fine. Well done to Jimmy.
Yeah, Xantares, like you said, exit kills here are going to be fine. Woxic trying to make it expensive if he can. Doubt he's going to be able to steal much of a weapon at this stage. But yeah, you might as well try and see if you can take some extra cash away from them. Xantares, can he get one more? It's actually a great headshot. So AK been picked up as well. It's not a bad round. That should have been a clean bomb plant.
Well, they get a Xantares AK-47. Now, we've said for years, Anders, that his weapon of choice, CT side, AK-47, this is where he does his absolute best work. He might be the GOAT of the CT AK.
It feels like it. I even feel like you can see it in the confidence level in the game for him. He seems like he wants to take more fights. Like he's just that much more confident in getting those kills. I can't really blame him.
Let's see whether he can step up here. Xantares, 7-3. Looking to steal this round away. They've been stacking that B bomb site relentlessly on the Aurora side. This time, however, more focused towards middle. It's going to be Apartments pop here from G2. Trying to utilize the Galils, the MAC-10, put those tip of the spear. Jimmy with his 5-7 caused brutal amount of damage in the previous round. He might be able to get a timing, but no way of knowing. There's a pop flash and the exit out of the apartment. Should be round, I'm afraid, unless Jimmy can get another double here. It's the only way they can really stay in the round.
Xantares never even got a chance to really fire that AK. The flashbang was absolutely perfect. And Wrinkles made sure that no one else is going to be able to pick up that rifle either. So this is the kind of smooth round that G2 were looking for in the previous one. And they'll get it here instead, so that'll tie up the game at 4-4. Let's see if Kixan and Wicardia can find even an exit or two. It all kind of counts towards the end of it. But nice recovery for G2, I feel like, holding strong throughout some of these early rounds where they really weren't having that much success on Banana necessarily. Aurora proving strong with the HEs and the smoke setup over there. Now they're right back in the mix here. All right, should have been an exit kill right then and there, running low on bullets. See if the bomb will find anyone, not even close there. Hunter is going to be able to live, and they don't lose another player.
I'm going to say we need a tactical timeout here, Anders. Ash wants to get stuck in.
It's a good call.
I would say this is the time to bring it out. Time will tell, though. It's been it's apparently not. We're going to go straight back into it. So the orbs out for Woxic here.
Oh, the utility Henry, though.
He has got no Kevlar, just to know. And the utility is low. This is a messy buy. This is like almost arguably like doing like a Furia buy with some MP9s in maybe. You don't have a whole lot. You got the famous bare bones util, 1 defuse kit, Woxic glass cannon. Gonna go for that boost once again. Like we said, the fallen boost. Smoke down towards deep at Banana. That's from the T side, bear in mind. It's down to Woxic. He can just be swung on here. Flashbang is excellent. He has to dismount, leaving Wukardia towards the sandbags.
The fact that his glass cannon is so scary for that position, because if an HE lands on him, it's going to be painful. It was on Kicksan instead, who kind of walked into the HE. Yeah, the low utility here, absolutely going to be an issue for them the deeper we go into the round. We're still at 1 minute and 10 seconds, so we're not that worried. But the flash through at the top Banana position, and Nuts, that's one of the easiest kills you're going to see from him. Wukardia so blind, but Woxic's there on the backup.
Okay.
Never really knew. He's going to get that kill onto Hunter. Does he want to recommit? He does. He almost has to fight this. Again, they don't have the utility, so he kind of has to do something, and he'll pick up Wrinkle just as the smoke went down. That's a great double kill.
Okay, the round is still alive, Anders. Still, G2 have a good shout on this one. Isolating those fights. And what a boost. It's going to actually deny the plant. Thinking on their feet. 3 versus 2. Round not necessarily done, but a lot more pressure now for G2.
Yes, there is. Nuts. He's got the bomb picked up once again, but does he have the safety to actually plant it? Oh, Heavy God. A single click and he deletes Jimvat. Now the question is, can they ping the around back? Nert goes down to an unlikely AWP. That was Kicksan coming in from the church, and Centaurus, it makes it look easy there. Huge round, important round for Aurora. Not taking the timeout, but just kind of marching on.
Considering the buy they had as well, you'd think they'd take the timeout there, but they make it work. Glass cannon, AWP for Woxic, manages to get that double kill, and being quite aggressive with it as well. No fear on that second peek to find the second kill. This is the moment. As soon as that smoke goes down, pre-fire towards the corner, finds Wrinkle, and then the boost as well, Anders, to deny the plant. That's what wins a round. That's the moment where you've got the advantage, and all of a sudden, the round is yours. So that's a huge injection of cash here. Aurora not out of the woods just yet. They will be fully invested, but they do have Kevlar and Woxic now, and his trusty AWP.
Thought Heavy God had that round all day once he got that first headshot. Looked like he was locked in for it. They actually were running down the middle really quickly, but I think Woxic was playing right in front of that smoke, so he kind of saw them early on. Wonder if G2 wanted it, because they've been boosting or stacking, like you've been saying, top Banana so much. So a fast mid play actually does make a lot of sense for G2.
Let's see what they've got in mind. Retake util coming in for Aurora once again. Incendiary deployed. Flashbang might go over. It's going to be Kicksan to investigate that area. Good grenade. Takes Hunter down. Anyone's game right now. We said this one would be a 50-50 coming into it. Both relatively fresh lineups. New coach for Aurora. International squad now. Wrinkle joining G2 as well. And we're pretty much neck and neck. 5-4. Heavy got to open things up though. He'll find Xantares. Oh, that's actually towards the boiler room.
It's a great pickup. But with the damage, the leg shot onto Heavy God, and then the HE onto Hunter, I mean, G2 have to be careful, and maybe even worse so. We're running the clock down low. We're at about 30 seconds. They're putting a little bit of pressure on the B-bomb side. If Nerds can find a kill here, that's going to probably force a rotation, and then they can hit the A-bomb side. But with only 20 seconds left, they're not really selling it any longer. Jimfat's found a kill on the other side. Headshot onto Kicksan in the back, but they are committed to this A-push. They can't really fall back. And Woxic dodges the flashbang, finds the kill, nearly the no-scope too. But there's enough time on the clock here, so somehow they threaded the needle, G2. I can't believe it.
Yeah, very nice work there. Great trade potential. Showing that presence over towards B early on, keeping players that side of the map. Woxic had to hit the no-scope. A lot of close-range activity, unable to deliver the goods this time. It will be 5-5. We set the monies in a precarious spot for Aurora as well. This is not even real, maybe a partial buy. You can get like upgraded pistols, I suppose. Woxic needed this no-scope to connect, and unable to find it. Natus with another double kill. Takes his total up to 9 and 7. It's because Xantares, I think he's crashing out because he got the dink, but not the kill.
Yeah, that's a good reason, to be honest. I can sympathize with that.
Yeah.
I can't believe he didn't hit that no-scope. I can understand why he's frustrated as well, Woxic. That was within range where you feel like you're going to have it. It feels like that would have been it.
He's known for those sort of plays. G2, though, in the flow state now, recovering. a difficult situation. They were 4-1 down, bear in mind. Broke the economy, a couple of heroic clutches.
I hate to ask the question here, but how much of this could be traced back to that one round where they pushed against Natus?
The 4-on-2, well, that's where it all stemmed from. Yeah, they were 4-1 up, and then all of a sudden it was 4-4 out of nowhere, and G2 seemed to have a solid read on the situation. Heavy God certainly does. He had a slow start. He was 0-5, and now climbing up the scoreboard. 5-8 as he opens things up, the final Cardia. The execution, and will be G2 taking the lead here. They've got nothing to say to Aurora. USPs, P250s on the retake here, if you can even call it a retake. That's going to try and get a couple of kills.
Yeah,
here we go.
Charging right to the smoke, and it's a slaughter on the other side. No surprise, really, I suppose. Like you said, no armor or anything else, nothing to flash your way through. So, yeah, G2 back on top now, 6-5 as we go into the last round of the half here. And Aurora, it's such a shame because I really feel like they had Banana on lockdown. They had a great economy going on that CT side, and now at least they're going to have some money for the final round here, but it's a tough position to be in nonetheless. That they must be walking out of this first half no matter what, thinking, man, we could have done a lot more here.
Yeah, a little bit of a demoralizing finish, to be fair. It is the pick of G2, we'll give them that, but Aurora, we're in the driving seat up until that 4-on-2 collapse. Nerds, Mattis all chiming in here. Man advantage once again for G2, looking for that 7-5 scoreline. They might just have it, Anders. One player towards top of middle. It's going to be Jimmy.
Didn't do enough to stop them here. It's a pretty good spray down to begin with. Wants to relocate. Oh, he comes back for the fight against Wrinkle. That's scary. But he's done enough already. 12 bullets, hasn't reloaded yet. The bomb is going to be planted, but maybe Jimmy could find a 6th round for his team here. I think it is actually critical that they pick up another round just for the vibes alone. But it is Nuts and Heavy God. And like you pointed out, Heavy God's been warming up. Some of the shots he's been landing in the last couple of rounds have looked really scary.
Massive clutch scenario. Final round of the half. Heavy God and Nerds working in tandem. Can they fend off Aurora on this retake towards short?
Oh, he's already set up so well for it before they even really get a chance to coordinate. And on the crossfire, Nuts
go on.
They make it look so easy. And Centaurus walking straight into the open. Finds that first one, but time is simply too low. He's going to get that second thing onto Nuts and trying to get this defuse in. It's close, but it is not close enough.
7-5 to G2 at the half. It's day one here at Blast Porto. I hope you're enjoying the show.
Orpas use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun, so it's bound to have high impact. Top Orpas get the credit they do because not anyone can do it. A top AWP is the player you're going to remember because they're going to get the best highlights. They're going to be really, really fast. You need your AWPer to perform if you're going to be putting as much resources into the AWP every single game. I think the role has evolved in a few ways. When you go all the way back to the start of CSGO, we had super combat AWPers. KennyS is the best example because he was so mobile with the AWP. The AWP got nerfed as a result mainly of players like KennyS, who was so aggressive and who were always pushing, always in your face. In the game, that got nerfed and we saw AWPers be more, I think, static for a while. Device is a great example of that. As someone who would pick their spot and stay in it and be like a turret almost. This guy never missed a shot. He was the most reliable AWPer of all time, really. I think AWP gelling is not easy.
You give him space, he'll figure it out every time.
There are very few cases of players who have made that work at like the top level. There's a few factors, I think, that play into this. When you're AWPing, you've got to be focused on your crosshair, as basic as that sounds. I think you have to have a lot more trust for your team in order to actually be capable to AWP. It's interesting to see James still be able to do it, considering the whole narrative around his team is how he has very inexperienced players that he needs to put in the right place. But he's someone who is so passive on the AWP that he's still going to be alive in those late rounds. He's more so playing for the clutch while his team open up the round. You typically just see an in-game leader be the first guy in. I think if you're AWPing, it's hard to be as involved. Feels easier said than done. But then you have also flashy AWPers are a lot of fun to watch. People like Monacy, extremely exciting player, in your face, pushing through utility, and of course, Simple doing the same thing. absolutely able to take over games with high-risk plays. Think about some of the simplest best moments, dropping in from heaven, getting 2 no-scope kills. He did the craziest stuff, and he got away with it time after time. When you're a top AWPer as well, you're getting studied, you're getting game planned for. The fact that I was able to find as much impact as he does is impressive, considering there are whole analyst teams trying to figure out how to not let this guy pop off. A guy that never makes mistakes, a guy that is extremely hard to punish. There's different levels of AWPing, whether they're flashy, whether they're reliable. They have to perform in the highest impact moments, and there is no room for error. If you miss a shot on the AWP, you're going to die. You're always going to take attention because there is no room for error.
Ladies and gentlemen, you join us for the first map between Aurora and G2 here at Blast Porto. It's G2 that brought back the 4-1 deficit, Anders. They looked like they were kind of drowning a little bit in the early stages, but then the Natus situation, winning that 4-on-2 clutch, and then all of a sudden the wheels fell off for Aurora.
It's absolutely a huge round. It could all be traced back to that one moment in time. But let's see if Aurora can bring it back themselves now, starting on the T side of the second half here. And pretty swiftly making their way up Banana to take a bit of a look. They do have a couple of people in second mid, so they might want to see if they can put some pressure on this side of the map. And in case there is a stack on B, you can try to force their hand a little bit on the rotation. In terms of kits, I'm not seeing anyone on the CT side, so it'll be down to the raw battle here with the mechanics. Don't want to be into a post-plant if you're on the G2 side.
They got Zantares towards that half-wall position. They've got Wrinkle to deal with in towards the apartments. Jimfac gets a taste of lead. First casualty. This time, it's G2 in the 5-on-4. Great grenade. Massive damage towards Zantares. So, CT's with the advantage here.
Those arch grenades went from being a novelty to sort of a mainstay on the map really quickly. Here we go. They're going to be speeding it up. Wicardia has to come through the smoke, and he gets found. Wrinkle with another great headshot, and Heavy God
he is
inspired by that. They all want the headshots here. It's Hunter to close it out, but that was a smooth pistol round.
We talked about Jimmy in the first half being one of the iconic pit players. Heavy God's definitely in that conversation as well, if not the best. So you got 2 of the best Inferno players right now on the server. What a way to kick things off. Day 1, game 1, Anders. This is a hell of a matchup.
It is a real treat, isn't it? A nice way to get the tournament started. Of course, we do have Spirit and DENDELE coming in as the second game, and it's going to be a real uphill fight, isn't it?
You got any hot takes for me there? DENDELE, can they step up?
You know, you never know, Henry.
You never know. I guess you're right.
Any given day.
Anything can and will happen in the world of Counter-Strike. Let's see if this force fight will lead Aurora to success. It doesn't look great, admittedly, as the first 2 kills for G2 are clean. Heavy got down to 10 HP, but they've got a 5-on-3 scenario here on the CT side of Inferno. 8-5 currently on their map pick. Anubis up next, which is a bit of a staple for Aurora over the years.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they managed to even get Anubis through the veto to begin with. I would have thought that would have been instantly banned out by G2. I'm kind of happy that it's not. I'm actually taking a bit of a liking to the map recently, so excited to see them play it. Nice grenade. Don't expect really too much out of Aurora in a round like this one. They're going to be trying to do the damage, and they've done quite a bit of it to 3 of the players, I guess. There is a world in which you get the right dink on the right player here, and maybe you can find a bomb plant, but it's highly unlikely. Smoke up in the middle. There's like a burst to take down Woxic.
Oh, it's going to be a rough game now. Lose this round, you're onto an eco next. Double digits pretty much locked in. Maybe I'm speaking too soon though, Anders. You can see 3 players on the CT side. Tantalizingly low. There is a world where this can collapse.
The thing is, Nertz is already at the bottom of T mid. So he's going to be able to rotate in really quickly to try and get there. But yeah, the low health is just a bit of a weird scenario for them.
Should be fine.
Should be, might be, definitely will be with that kill onto Jimmy at the start of it. So yeah, they hold on. It was always going to be unlikely, but you never really know. 9-5.
That was the force buy. No plants, no real kills found there. Sure, he did a lot of damage, but doesn't really mean too much going forward. Has to be the full eco here. Zantares will bring out a Desert Eagle, but that's about it. Solid setup here. Nothing too flashy. Nothing to write home about. Just some nice shots, good crossfires. Getting the job done, and most importantly, denying that bomb. You know you're up against Glocks here. It's going to be a rough one now, Kicksan. Got to call your way out of this. So very passive in the CTs, as you might expect. Dropping the initial util to push them back towards C-steps. Grenades, incendiaries, flashes going over. Hunter looking for that intel. Protects players towards second middle. And this should just be one of those gimme rounds here. Can't imagine there's much activity. Ideally, just bleed out the CT's utility. It's about all you can really hope for. Maybe a couple of deagle kills in the mix.
It's such a shame that they couldn't win the pistol on the second half here, Aurora, because it means we're going to have less of a chance really to see them do anything on the T side, or there's at least a chance that they will never really have the money to do a lot of damage here. So feels like at 10-5, you're going to have almost no runway whatsoever. Again, pushing pretty deep down on Banana, which is interesting to see G2 try and do this. I wonder if they're going to keep it up later on in the half if we go that deep. Wrinkle's going to be traded out, and actually they are pretty deep on the map, but again, the reinforcements are there already. Nertz announcing himself and taking down Kicksand, so they kind of realize they've been locked in. Oh, wait a minute. Hunter not realizing that someone snuck through towards that library position. It'll be Wicardia to go down, though, but at least they're doing a little bit of damage in this round, and 30 seconds, I mean, another headshot. Again, there is an opportunity here, but Heavy God in the pits, like you said, one of the most solid pairs of hands you could find.
One of the GOATs. Good work. Sure, a couple of nice shots there. You expect that, though. This is world-class opposition. And we will take a tactical timeout now. A chance for Ash to get stuck in. New coach for Aurora and their new-look international squad. Leaving the Turkish core behind. Bringing in Jimmy.
Was that a surprise to you that they broke that up? Did it feel like there needed to be a change on Aurora?
I guess they're trying to contend for trophies at this point. Like, they were always a reliable team to get to the playoffs. But you wouldn't expect them to make a grand final too often. They're kind of a one trophy a year kind of team right now. With the new look roster, maybe there's a chance they can maybe go for 3 trophies a year. I think it's an upgrade, it'll just take time.
I kind of respect it. I mean, similarly to Mouse, right? They were always good at making their way in.
I want us to reset and just relax a little bit. It looks so tense. I think we were forgetting things. We were desperate to call things. These Counter-Strike guys, yeah, they need to do things as well. Let's just relax a little bit more. We don't need to just fight them to the death every single round, okay?
I mean, it's good advice there from Ash. Take your time, slow it down. Let the game come to you. Gonna go for some banana control here. Zantares, no stranger to this side of the map. Tucks himself in, waits for the initial bombardment of utility to subside. And so far, so good. No early casualties here, but grenades are coming. Massive grenade to Zantares as well. His round pretty much over, Anders.
It's the life, isn't it, of playing early on that banana position. It was Nertz doing it a lot, and actually to really great effect as well in the first half, but he's playing the mirror position now.
Well, there's the opening kill. It's going to be Wrinkle. 15-9, by the way. Top fragging. As he gets the opening frag in towards the apartments, finds Jimmy, who's currently 7-15.
What are you doing, Nertz? Is he just going to wait inside of the smoke?
You can tuck yourself in by the half wall in front of it. Like this, yeah. Okay. That's exactly what you can do.
They're just not ready. You could see they're having grenades out the door.
No way. Fall back. Get out of there.
He's done so much damage, and we'll even find the last one. HE on Watchstick. What a play from Nertz.
They're enjoying themselves. That felt a bit too easy, I'm afraid. Nertz, I don't know how he survives the round, how he gets 3 kills, but this is the opener from Wrinkle. And then, yeah, they just had no idea that would be a possibility. Bear in mind, Zantares was low.
Yeah.
But I don't think Nertz is worth 3 kills there. Hunter providing the utility to close things out as well. They can buy, but it's a rough one. It's like averaging $4,000 per player. Another timeout has been called.
I'm excited to see Nertz play great Counter-Strike again, because we all know that he could. We knew that he had it in him. But there was a moment there where it felt like he'd kind of lost touch a little bit.
I mean, Liquid will do that to you.
I didn't want to be the one to say it, Henry, but...
I'm just joking. Let's having fun. Everyone relax.
We could do it now. This new Liquid team looks a little bit more interesting.
Absolutely.
So, you know, they can take it.
No, I'm not a hater.
11-5. They must buy whatever they can at this stage here. Aurora, they're kind of running out of rounds to play with. It's not the end of the world in terms of the buy, but obviously they're missing some utility. Wrinkle. Oh,
okay. Weird.
That is weird.
The fact that you only takes that 25 damage there, like, you take that. Like, seemed like you went AFK for a second.
There we go. We got the evidence.
But it's all good. Like we said, the money's going to be in a tight spot. You can't really take the partial here, though, Anders. You can't justify trying to recover a 12-5 scoreline, but they are going to go for the force and get the opening frag here. Heavy God. We keep saying it. One of the absolute goats in the pit. He'll be joined by Hunter.
If they can slow it down, I mean, there is a chance still. And look at this. Yeah, Aurora, they don't want to commit to it. Nertz is again at the bottom of Banana. Now, the question is, do you check this? He's got the AK in the corner, and they're all walking around. It looks like a bit of a lazy clear. Perhaps Kickstand will go down, but it is Woxic on the return.
Thankfully, Nertz is so deep down towards Banana. At least he's given a good early call-off here. Flashbang's coming through. The CT's now scrambling to try and get in towards the ruins, push through the smoke potentially. They're going to be boosting up as well. It's a fantastic idea. They don't see it coming at all. And all of a sudden, it's back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, like you said, the early warning system of having Nertz down there meant they had a little bit of time to set all of that up. Push coming out from Heavy God. Is he going to hear the footsteps? No, they're all walking on this side of the map. But he could be...
Well, he definitely heard something.
To stop, but yeah, now he definitely knows. He doesn't realize the player behind him, but still, he's managed to intercept at least one of them, and that's the fourth round as well. More than enough for Heavy God to pick that up, and with only 15 seconds, Jimmy just has to run up here. Very uncomfortable when you're just stomping onto a bomb site like this. 10 seconds on the clock, and they're already waiting for him. Hunter with a confident peek to take him down.
Anders, I'll reiterate one final time. Aurora were up 4-1.
Oh, I know.
They were looking like they were having a great time. Their CT side, there's Banana stacks. 3 or 4 players there every single round. Everything was going so well. One round falls apart, and they find themselves a map point here. Sure, it's G2's pick, but it felt like there were so many opportunities for this to be a much more competitive game.
It did feel like the plan was working for them on that defense.
It was a very idiosyncratic setup, like the fact they were playing 4 players towards B almost every round. I thought it was kind of interesting. I thought this was a new approach to it.
Yeah.
And which it was. It was looking fantastic, but now finding themselves in the doldrums. Galil's 1 AK and just descended in towards B, I suppose. See if you can buy yourself a life on here. Win this round, at least you get the AKs back out and some util. It's not a great start, though. In-game leader dropped by Nertz. And another 5-on-4. Nertz hits 20 kills here. As Mattis maybe bites off more than he can chew. There have to be a swing here. They need kills. Nertz needs a reload. And gets a smoke down as well. Perfect play.
And then Hunter's showing up just to make it even worse. But yeah, Nertz is on fire for this one. Such a delight to see. 2 versus 4.
Surely it's done.
Feels like it has to be, and it really spiraled out of control quickly here. Started being an exciting game. It was close, but yeah, G2, once they took over, they weren't going to look back. Wrinkle on that side and Nertz, I mean, those two combined, it's too much for Aurora to handle at the moment. And Heavy God now playing this close corner. Always very, very hard to check. 35 seconds.
Good luck, boys. They have chosen the correct area, at least up towards shore, but you've got Heavy God to deal with, and you know he's going to be good for one, Anders.
Yeah, you normally really love to smoke up that library position, but if you throw the smoke, you're definitely going to give it away. I think Jimmy's waiting for somebody to peek. He's thinking someone is going to want the information, and if I get that kill, and it's on, but Heavy God, it's a nice early shot there. 1 versus 3. Okay. A little bit scary, perhaps for Wrinkle.
All right.
Waited for his teammates to get there.
They are far away as well. He has got a real chance of doing something with this. AK-47, smoke down towards Library. Rotations coming through. It's Nertz, the danger man, coming top of middle. Hunter away from to arrive from Library.
I think he saw that there might have been a bit of a gap. Okay, it's only a single point of damage, but just putting him on high alert. Someone is on that side. Now they're actually going to be wrapping around. It's Nertz just taking care of business. Another triple kill for him will land G2 the early map here in the series. A 13-5 victory, Henry.
Yeah, it's a bit of a collapse from Aurora, I'm afraid. Very convincing stuff from G2. They looked very comfortable on their CT side. But with the new additions, a new coach, I wanted to see a bit more from Aurora there. They started off flying at this. 4-1 up. Everything was going so well. Smiles all around, but eventually it did collapse.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see it, and especially because on the back of that Mattis triple kill, it's such a shame. But on the positive side, Nertz playing out of his mind, and I love to see that.
I absolutely love to see it as well. Well, that's Inferno done and dusted. It's Anubis up next, the pick of Aurora.
That is exactly right. Thank you very much, Mr. Anders and Henry G in that one. This was an Aurora that, you know, had a chance in it, but once those gun rounds started coming in, the B hits kept hurting them. G2 were just able to run over them, and obviously Nertz in a prime position to do what he does best and getting the best out of himself.
Yeah, I think it's fair to label this game as a game of two halves, you know. First half was competitive, a little bit back and forth. You think to yourself, okay, Aurora, you have a chance of making this game competitive. You have a chance of realistically going in on G2's map pick and put up a good fight. Unfortunately, we make the switch. G2 wins the pistol, they convert, and T-side Aurora, not really a lot to be cheering for right here, Roger. A couple of rounds in the green room you weren't satisfied with for good reason, and I think if you were to ask the Aurora guys as well, not a T-side they are necessarily proud of.
No, I think we saw glimpses of what they can do on their CT side, but the T side, when you play a team like G2 that has this like set system where like Hunter controls everything on the A side of the map and everything else will be fine, then you need to find some gaps or beat some timings or like hit some individual like good moments, and I think they didn't have that many options for that. I think they only had one chance where they had the free B bomb side, but other than that it was like a little too easy in terms of like the strategic part for G2.
Yeah, and this is where you look at this, right? Okay, it's a map I would expect Aurora to be maybe better on this, but this was kind of lackluster in terms of just how much they were trying to take control of Banana, giving away advantage situations. There was that crazy 2v4 they lost at the top of B when, you know, they get the perfect situation. They just stay too aggressive for no reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, not sure I would call them misplays, but a lot of scenarios you could have played better, or you could have played with a bit more patience. When it was 5-11 as well, Heavy Guard catches off the first guy in middle rotating. There's a guy coming in, Jimfat, I think, who's gonna 100% kill him. You know, it's a guaranteed kill, and then you have a 2v1 scenario going for you, but the second guy in middle decides to take the fight before Jimfat is ready, and all of a sudden it becomes an unwinnable scenario for Aurora, right? So a lot of moments where they could have done better, a lot of moments where you maybe ask yourself afterwards, maybe we should have played this differently, but at the end of the day, they split the gun, or sorry, they split the pistol rounds, they both win one, they both convert, and we're looking at a 13-5. So fair to say that G2 also were significantly the better team. You know, once they got the momentum rolling on the T side, they were in control. The CT side looked great, and regardless of we think Aurora played well or not, G2 showed up and were in control from pretty much start to finish.
And part of that was just because of these opening kills, opening duels that Natus was able to get the whole way through, right? When you got a player doing this for you, this is everything you need to capitalize on it.
We spoke about it a little bit, me and Roger, right? Natus is a player that has, I feel like, forgotten how good he is when things are rolling his way. Very aggressive as well in this game. I think the first 9 rounds he was involved in 7 of the opening duels on the server. Won the vast majority of those, and that's the package you're seeing right here. Aggressive, you know, taking the charts, first man in, naturally being set up by great flashes and so forth. But if he can find that old nerd in him, that old dog, you know, from ENCE, then he's a player that is up there with some of the very best riflers.
Yeah, like he played one hell of a game, and if your Banana player has 22-9, you're in for a good time. Yeah. Yeah, but I think what you also said, like maybe the nerds that we saw previously, like since his ENCE time to this one you see on this like specific map, the setup for him is like really, really good. He get all the flashes, as you point out, and for a player like him to feel that confidence, it also comes from, you know, the support structure around you, knowing I'm going through the smoke and they're actually blind on the other side. It helps, and it also keeps growing the confidence behind it.
I also want to talk about a player we were discussing quite a lot is around Natus, because Roger, I was saying to you, we haven't seen the old Natus come alive for a little bit while. We're seeing some of this sharpness, at least in this game. I know it's a big win for them, right, in terms of scoreline and dominance, but being able to see him do this is a hugely positive sign for what G2 need to have success.
Yeah, like the G2 win condition is the team, but that doesn't mean that the individuals can just, you know, take a break and come back for the major. If they want to be competitive, the players inside the system also needs to deliver a little bit more than what's expected. And maybe we have had like insanely high expectations for him, and then he has a drop-off tournament or 2, and then we are like thinking, where is he? But today he's here, like a lot of like, he gets 11 kills. It's not like insane amount, but he always get like through this game he got these like double kills in the trading groups. He got an entry on the orb a couple of times as well, and that's what makes Natus good, that he can play these like key moments super good, and then contribute to the team.
He kickstarted the T side. Yeah, we spoke about the 4v2 round. It's 4-1 for Aurora. Off to a great start, winning pistol, converting, winning a buy round as well, and then they go up in a 4v2 scenario where Natus gets a double kill on Banana.
So sharp as well.
So sharp as well, you know, and that kind of strung the momentum around, which speaks volumes to his capabilities, but also to how fragile Aurora were, because I feel like that was the breaking point. You know, you get off to a good start, you could have been up 5-1, could have been 6-1 with the economy situation as well, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where you only get one more round for the rest of the game. So if anything, it showed me that Aurora is, as I said, maybe not ready. They're a little bit fragile right now. If paiN A works, great. If paiN B is not even installed yet, then they're going to struggle against some of the better teams.
In terms of that though, right, we were talking a little bit about Heavy God versus Jimfat, you know, and how good they were. Well, this was a huge complete difference. This was Heavy God doing what he does best, and Yimfat still kind of lost it. We didn't really get the lockdown on the CT side either.
No, I think like the game plan was pretty clear from Aurora's side. They wanted to put all their resources on B to kind of contain nerds. Partly success, but not fully. But that also means that the A players are in for more rough time.
Yeah.
And with the late hits, like they were out of util, a couple of nice shots on him as well. And I think the highlight from him is probably the 5-7 on side and the double kill from long, right? That's his whole game. And obviously, Heavy God even started slow, but ends up like almost topping the scoreboard behind the nerds.
That's the difference between the two right now. You always know what you're going to get from Heavy God, whereas for Yimfat, it's a little bit more inconsistent. He has to grow into Aurora. Again, he has to accommodate himself to a new playstyle and maybe a bit more responsibility. But for now, I think it's safe to say that Heavy God is winning out in that duel most of the time.
What are we thinking on how Wrinkle is growing into this G2 right now? Because it's another good game from him, I would say.
Yeah, it was okay, you know, especially with the rifle as well a couple of times in this game. Shows to be maybe also a bit more versatile than some players in that regard. Being able to contribute more in the rounds where he's forced or needed to have a rifle, depending on how you want to play. As said, I'm not sold on Wrinkle being the guy that is elevating G2 to the next level, but by no means do I think he's been a liability so far. I think he's off to a decent start, and if it only gets better from this point, then surely there's some potential, but he's not the difference maker to me just yet.
No, I think on the T sides, I think his rifle game is better than Sunpius's, meaning that they can play a little bit more like the structured way that G2 likes to do. They don't necessarily need to prioritize getting an AWP online as fast as possible, which also means that, you know, he has a lot more action, kind of the Nikodas syndrome, you know, like I'm a rifler, I'm not an AWPer. And when you hit that flow in the game, it also contributes in some of the trading departments where the AWP, at least in the G2 system, is much more control the lines, punish here, punish that, throw some util. So it adds a different layer for Hunter as the in-game leader for sure.
I'm glad you mentioned that he throws some util in that as well, because we saw that actually getting a lot of flash assists for the fact of nerds pushing in and getting some of that success we were seeing early on. But we are going to head to a break before we go into the next map. And also, we got to talk to Wrinkle just a little bit earlier, so have a listen to this. The conversation we had before, Wrinkle, about you being more aggressive. Obviously, we see it massively on the CT side, while on T side, you obviously have to hang back a little bit, you know, throw some more utility. Does that fit you, or do you want to be more aggressive on the T side as well?
I think eventually I will be more aggressive. I think I'm figuring it out right now. Okay. So I will say, like, you can be a lot more aggressive on T set, and it will come for sure.
Nice. Okay, we look forward to that then, right? Slowly but surely we will get you back to the Wrinkle that does his things best, and we have been seeing that. But also, when we spoke a lot about mentality, right? Yep. You said that was really important for you right now. Does a loss like what happened at EWC versus FURIA, does that affect the mentality at all, or you still feel confident?
No, it didn't affect for sure. I think it was like kind of tricky match for us. I think we prepped some different maps, so we wasn't really ready to play, and I wasn't also ready because like there is a lot of stuff like on the paper that I need to know, and like it was a hectic match, I would say, so it doesn't really affect us, and just step by step, you know.
You said there's a lot of things you need to know. So is in G2 compared to maybe other teams, do you have a lot more notes being given to you, a lot more things you need to focus on and do?
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff comparing to other teams, I can say, but yeah, I don't think it's like hard. I think it's just because on every map it's a lot of stuff. I think it just needs time, you know. Not really hard.
And lastly, what do you think, like, in your opinion, is Soar's biggest focus for you? Like, what is he telling you after these games when you're reviewing things?
I think the biggest focus is just to be myself, not really trying to feed the team. I don't know how to say it. Just be myself, do what I like to do, what I'm comfortable with, and just enjoy the game.
So we have a G2 that are 1-0 up, and in all the matches they've had this year, it's been 2-0 in Aurora's favor. Obviously, it's a very different looking Aurora, but this is a positive sign for G2 to take into this Anubis. Though Anubis itself, am I right in saying that maybe it's not the most positive for G2 as of right now? I know they beat FURIA in that weird series on the EWC where they were just dominating each other on maps they don't really play too much, but ultimately, it doesn't look so good for them.
I mean, it's not a bad map per se for G2, but not I guess not in the highest pecking order in terms of the map pool, but they can definitely play it to a high level. I'm more curious to see if Aurora can play Anubis at the level we expect them to play at. You know, one of the massive win conditions all these years, I feel, for Aurora has been Santaris, and the way that he dominates middle, the way that he's constantly looking for fights, the way that he's not willing to give up the space without a fight or without spending a lot of utility. And I think that duel between him and Nerds in middle could be super, super interesting. Whoever comes out on top in that one. And then, again, as I said, I'm curious to learn more from Aurora and the stylistic approach they have, if it's going to look more like a major Aurora team or if it's going to be the Kicks and Falcons way of playing Anubis. Also, I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the fact that Aurora right now, yes, they've played it with this lineup, but I'll give you the teams they've beaten. K27, Echo, Hotu. Sorry, they lost to Hotu and then they beat GG How. None of these are like elite playing teams. Could that then be a problem for Aurora? Could this be where they just struggle individually?
For sure. Like, one of the things about having such a good map and getting new players in is that the style you used to play can sometimes affect, you know, the flow of the game. Like, we had it back in Astralis as well when we got new players to hold certain positions. It does take some time, even though you will win your games along the way. But sometimes you hit these like hurdles about, oh, we didn't get to talk about this. This is why it went wrong here, you know? But at the others, like, I'm pretty sure all the players on that team loves Anubis, so I'm not too scared about them, you know, feeling uncomfortable. I think it's more about like who wins the strategic approach, as you talked about. Like, middle is gonna be a massive key point for both teams. We saw it on Inferno. Again, Santaris against Nerds. This, like, last map it was Nerds, but also knowing Santaris, he probably wants to make a statement on his favorite map.
In terms of that, we were discussing about the fact that Aurora can sometimes still look like a bit of the old Aurora. Is this one of these maps where it's still like that?
From what I saw early, I think they have a little bit of a mix. Like, Nuke is definitely the old Aurora.
Okay.
I think probably also one of the reasons why they tried to swap it aside for now. But at least, like, I think it will have to be a mix, because you don't come into the best Anubis team in the world and start changing everything. Yeah. But you still need to put your, like, flair and being comfortable as an in-game leader on it. So I think they will keep, you know, 75% and then add in some new things, which I also think was needed at the end with the old core, that they refreshed the map a little bit.
What are you thinking in terms of win conditions here for Aurora within this map here?
I mean, it is Santaris, you know, a lot of it comes down to him. He's always involved in a lot of stuff, both T side, but even more so on the CT side, where it's notoriously known to be tough to have a stronghold on a map like Anubis. I'm also looking for G2's sake, you know, I think Hunter and G2 in general are very good at set executes. And if you're good at set executes on a map like Anubis and you get the space to execute them relatively early into the round, you know, where you don't stress yourself too much on the clock, then you have a pretty clear runway. So if I'm Aurora right here, I will do as much as I can to disturb the flow of G2 so they don't get into this execute-heavy T-style that they're very good at actually executing, no pun intended.
Well, let's find out what they do execute within this one. It's time for us to get into Anubis with Henry and Anders.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for setting the table, boys. Shout out to Rugger as well, doing a fantastic job on his debut as Talon.
He's got all the insight.
He really does.
Probably knows more than he even wants to say half the time. That's got to be the real challenge, is like juggling which one of those. Great predictions also, once again, over to Polymarket. If you haven't done that already, then make your predictions there in the future.
So, the boys mentioned it. This is the home map for Aurora, historically. But obviously a new lineup, a new coach. You're going to be bringing new ideas, new methodology going forward as well. I think from what I saw toward the end of Inferno, I'm still going to pick G2 here. They look like a more well-rounded squad who are plugging less holes in Aurora right now.
It does feel that way. That T side unfortunately fell apart a little bit here, but if ever there was a home map for Aurora, then this one is it. We head into Anubis. It'll be Aurora starting on the CT side, and G2, they're on the T side to begin with. Let's go.
Very T-sided map historically. We'll see whether G2 can put their best foot forward here on their opponent's pick and hunt for that 2-0 scoreline.
Well, speaking of hunting, look at how aggressive Aurora are being pushing out of the A-bomb site. Are they going to be flashed in? There's the flashbang to set it up, but they're so deep back, G2, that they don't get immediately caught. So it seemed like they were aware that that could have been an opportunity there. I do like the attempt from Aurora, but once that's been revealed, you kind of have to go back and reconstruct the round from the start here.
I think you're dead on there, Anders. Plenty of time to do so. They got a smoke and a flash here. P250 for Wrinkle. As they make their way back towards middle here to be Woxic challenged. P2000 in hand. 3 players to deal with. Needed that quick headshot. Gets good information though. Doesn't take any damage for his troubles. So it looks like an A split to me, Anders. We've got one player holding towards A main. That's going to be Heavy God. Hunter, actually kind of in 2 different minds. I'd say the A split through middle is very likely. He can smoke off towards the temple side.
It makes sense. Otherwise, they have to leave Heavy God lurking on that side instead. But actually, they've been discovered again here. Nice little peek from Woxic to get some information. Now he's going to know for sure, but he's also in a bit of a weird position. He can't really easily make it out. Trying to fight to the death here. And eventually, they will turn it into that A split like you mentioned. Jimmy in the back. Good headshot. A little bit of a desperate burst, perhaps, but he will pick up another one. Wrinkle to fall next, and the bomb plant is not going to be happening at this stage here. A 1 versus 4. Nice shot for Heavy God, but yeah, this is too much of a fight. Eventually, Santara showing up from the high ground to take him down. Honestly, great work from Jimmy, obviously, but Woxic, even that 1 kill in the middle before he goes down, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, a lot of pressure across the map there as well. Hunter trying to fake the B bomb side with the smoke and flash combo as his teammates get ready for the A splits. Woxic, as you mentioned, did very well, delayed them and got a lot of intel as well. And then, yeah, Jimmy stepping up massively with the USP. He gets himself a nice sort of double here. Really clean with it as well. Headshots across the board. You can see that's raised morale significantly. No plant coming through. That's a big CT pistol win. It guarantees 2-0.
Yeah, really can't overstate that enough. Winning that pistol round here on the CT side is just such a great feeling. I'm sure Aurora are going to be relishing in this at the moment. Very curious how this will play out. It is going to be Jimmy and Kixan anchoring that B bomb site for the most part, and holding B is just generally quite tricky on this map. Like it feels like it should be easy, but it isn't.
It's one of the most frustrating bomb sites to hold as a CT by far. Let's see. If there's anything to be said about round number 2 here. As we mentioned, no bomb plant in the previous, so just as usual, whittle away at that utility on the CT side, bait out some grenades, look for a couple of 1Ds, use this like a bit of a timeout yourself. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 1 of Blast Premier Open, Porto 2026. 16-team tournament. We're trying to find 8 teams to join us in Porto next week, Anders. And we've got some huge names here as well. Considering this is the opening game of the tournament, you might expect we've got the big boys here. Spirit, Falcons, Furia, Vitality, Mouse, Foot, Legacy, NAVI, G2. Just to name a few.
It's going to be real exciting.
This is an S-tier tournament, to say the very least.
And especially with Vitality finally showing some cracks in the armor, and Spirit obviously coming off of a recent victory as well. It's all really exciting. It definitely is.
What do you think about JL playing for Vitality? Do you think they could cause a dent here?
Honestly, I think you shouldn't underestimate them.
I agree.
He's a funny character. I think there could be something going there.
This is a sort of environment he can thrive in.
Yes.
I spoke to him yesterday. I said, dude, you're going to farm. Like, there's no pressure on him. There's no expectation. And he's in good form right now. I know he is. So I feel like he can actually do a lot of serious work at this event. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't underestimate them. The lack of pressure, I mean, yeah, it could be a big deal for them here. 3rd round bye, as we expected. It'll be G2 to try and cause some early damage. Super important for them that they pick this one up. Santara's actually, he's out hunting. He's escaped the middle where he normally plays, and now he's just very aggressive to try and get down here. We'll push back a couple of players and even find the kill on the Heavy God. That's massive.
Yeah, very confident there. This iteration of Anubis gives the CTs a lot more aggressive options. You just saw them right there. Wakadia might have outstayed his welcome. He still wants to stick around towards A main. Smoke down towards the steps once again. He's got players to deal with, but they've actually vacated the Rugs area, so he's playing this to perfection.
Normally, I think the T's will check these corners, but the fact that he's still here is perhaps a bit unusual. Deep smoke to put some pressure on. Santara's actually relocating in front of it. That could turn out to be a genius move, but he's got to be careful because Nerds is right on the other side. I don't know how. Spider senses are tingling there as he does pick up the kill onto Santara's. It's now a 4 versus 4, and with just 40 seconds left, they're starting to get closer, but the bomb is not fully committed yet. They're trying to fight with this bomb side, but they've got to be careful. 35 seconds, the bomb is in the middle. It could be intercepted, but it won't quite be. They're just going to make it around the corner. Nuts finding himself at 6 health, and the bomb will be planted.
Very assertive there from Nuts.
getting that kill through the smoke. They pounce in towards A, and now they have the advantage. Very viable retake, don't get me wrong, but a challenging one, that's for sure. Be the incendiary deployed in towards that fountain position. Good first kill from Jimmy. Pressure being applied now. Wrinkle gonna have to step up here. Only good for one. As we mentioned, Nerds and 6 points of health. Needs to isolate these duels, find 2 1v1s if possible. Has got that, but Woxic with the trade, and they'll continue with their winning ways here on the CT side of Anubis. Their map pick, and they're looking very good. Fantastic retake, Anders.
Yeah, that's super important. Awkward position for Hunter at the start, trying to wedge himself into the corner, and he was found really early on. Although I really admire that attempt at the transfer from Wrinkle. He knew that someone was going to be peeking from the high ground. That would have been so sick if he could have landed this one. But yeah, Hunter, that's unfortunately a little bit too wide on the shoulders there, peeking out. Wrinkle trying, but not succeeding in finding that second kill. Aurora, a monumental victory here to pick up that third round, and they only survived with 1 player. I guess that's a one downside, but it's still pretty good.
3 rounds already on the CT side. You're feeling comfortable, you're feeling confident, and you've pressured enough. The G2 will be down to another partial buy here. Tech-9's a P250. Some utility. It'll be an execution of sorts here, Anders. This thing like a flashbang. So interested to see how they'll try and enter in towards the site here. Smoke down towards Dark, or E-Box.
Yeah, I mean, if they can make their way through, they've got the Molotovs to try and put some pressure on the defense. There are 3 people here, and they know it already. Kickstand moving right into them, looking to catch them as they come through. It's close to a double, but yeah, the rest of the defense holding on really tight. Got to be careful here. Natus sneaking in a kill out of nowhere. It's a little bit, a little bit wobbly on the defense, but in the end, it works out just fine. It'll be a 4th round now for Aurora. And I do want to point out something that's my favorite thing to point out on this map. It's especially true with Aurora.
Yep.
You'll see Santaris when he's playing solo in the middle. He'll throw up that early smoke to make sure that he's not getting rushed down. When he doesn't smoke it, that should be a really clear sign for the T side that Woxic might be playing middle instead. So no CT smoke, you've got to be thinking about where that AWP is playing. And you see that mistake made quite a bit where people peek into the middle, you don't see a smoke, and then boom, you're dead because of the scope on the other side. So it's one of those things to watch for.
Tactical timeout for G2. See if they can work things out here. Bear in mind they were down 4-1 on Inferno as well and brought it back in emphatic style. It was very convincing towards the end, so still a lot of work to be done here, but the idyllic start for Aurora has been found. Bouncing back from the deficit on Inferno. Got the AK in hand of Zantara as he's 6-1. You can't really ask for much more, Anders. This should be a fantastic half from Aurora when you've got all of these variables working in your favor.
Yeah, it's such a brilliant beginning to the round. Or to the half. It will be that early smoke that lands, putting some pressure on. Actually, Woxic's going to be pushing in front. But that forward CT smoke that Woxic is basically staring at has become a mainstay of this map. It was the old Aurora lineup that made it popular to begin with. They started doing this quite a bit for this exact kind of play that Woxic is doing here. But now I feel like every team in the world is going to be doing it.
Woxic, a lot of intel, a lot of control towards the canals. It's down to Heavy God. Can he puncture this A site? Find him anything to work with here. Solo hole towards A main. Smoke goes down. And just a flat default here from G2. Not too much to report here. Some util being thrown in towards middle right now. It's in towards camera. Molotov in towards Beep.
Looked like Heavy God wanted to walk through that smoke. I thought he might have Wrinkle. Patiently waiting for a long time. He's going to find Woxic. That's not necessarily a bad opening. Heavy God's got control outside of A for the longest time. He's just waiting for one slip-up, one mistake. It might be coming soon. Let's see what Cardi is on the corner. He could be flashed in or maybe grenaded in from kicks. Actually doesn't have a flashbang at all, so yeah, he definitely can't be. This is scary, though. 30 seconds, high ground utility coming in. There comes a counter utility, and a deep HE lands right in the mix of them. It's 20 seconds on the clock as they finally start to make their way to the A bomb site. Kickstand's deleted almost instantly, and they don't really get to work together as the defense here. Ricardi and Kickstand kind of dying alone. No crossfire or anything.
I think they wanted to have the crossfire. The flashbangs were so effective, it just dismantled it. As they came through, you could see there was so much pressure being applied. Already had that man advantage, and just really well played there. Nice layered execution in towards the A sites, and it's down to Jimmy to hold on to the AWP. And as we mentioned, Zantara is 7-1 now with his AK-47. Hunter will recover the AWP as well. Bear in mind it was Wrinkle that opened things up towards E-Box with the kill towards Woxic. At that point, had A-main control courtesy of Heavy God. Brute force their way in, fantastic layered flashes. And a great awareness from Nerds, it's a great shot. That's the AK gone. What's the money looking like, Anders? It looks pretty good with saved orb. I think they've got at least one solid buy here. 4-1, same scoreline we saw in Inferno.
That's something we're going to be really thinking about, is the money on that CT side. Once that starts to slip up, it will be a bit of an issue. Heavy God, clean entry. And yeah, you see Hunter and Wrinkle. You mentioned the flashbangs there, the assisted from Wrinkle and Hunter. That probably is what ultimately split up that A defense.
Absolutely.
Pretty good work. I feel like that front of A position, I think the reason why Heavy God is just there holding it for so long, it's such a pivotal part of the map on that side. Like if you can keep it, you're almost got 1 foot in the bomb site.
Denying the CTs that control, that information, the chance to push it. Yeah, that's what it's all about. You'll see him there pretty much every single round. Sometimes aggressive, sometimes sneaking through, or just holding for the CTs, hunting for information as mentioned. So, tactical timeout comes to its conclusion. It's 4-1 in favor of Aurora. Money was a little bit tight, but they've definitely got a nice strong buy here with the Woxic Orb as well.
It feels like sometimes there's like a trading of positions. Like if you can't hold front of A, then you go and take E-Box or that connector instead. But you sort of almost always want one or the other. Like you're trying to swap out. If you lose the connector control, then maybe you try and take front of A instead on the CT side. But you don't want to be losing both, because then you're really, really far back on the map. A lot of Molotovs in the middle there.
You can see they're not utilizing middle at all, the CTs. We saw them stacking that B bomb side on Inferno, like a unique approach, to say the very least, having 0 players towards middle at the start. Focusing our efforts towards B and deep in towards A main as well.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this kind of a setup. I think they still managed to smoke it off, so they'll pretend for a while that Centaurus is in there, and he's going to start to rotate back now. They realize they can't leave it open for the entire round, but I do like the idea of the early 3-man stack at the B bomb site.
Me too. Gives you a lot of options. He shows some mid-presence with the smoke going down, but here's Heavy God. We said he's the master of A main. Gets an equal trade there, 4-4, which does technically favor the T side. Damage done to Wicardia as well, so 1.5 kills for him.
Oh, look at Nuts. He's made his way through the middle somehow, so he's actually about to open up this entire side of the map if he can. Wrinkle does miss just the elbow of a player that's playing the connector, and now they're pushing through the Molotov into Kickstand, who's waiting. Could have been a bit of an issue there.
I'm not sure that was the play, Anders.
I don't think it was, because Nuts, look at how deep he is. If they wait for him, it's on.
They didn't have to commit to that fight. Now the bomb goes down in a really awkward spot with 20 seconds to go. It was looking positive for G2, but Kickstand will steal this round away. Nuts locked out, time running low, and the smoke is an absolute disaster. Running through the incendiary, such a gamble for G2 there. The fact like you're putting all your eggs in the basket that the AK is going to find a double kill when he's running through flames there. You've got the AWP to try and trade, which he did, to be fair, but got taken down eventually. A bit of a scramble from G2, not a pretty finish at all. This is how it opened up in a 4-on-4. Good damage from Heavy God. And you know, there's no real need with Nuts in such a prime position.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
That's someone should have said that on the G2 side.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh, what a shame though, because the construction of that round was brilliant.
It really was. It was looking so promising. Interesting setup. I'd love to hear the analyst's thoughts on that one. No players towards middle at the start, and now aggressive, changing things up completely. Boots him behind the smokes.
He saw that.
He definitely did. Wicardia opening things up. Relentless. This battle continues towards A main. Does Heavy God want to push through the smoke? Is he feeling confident?
They know that Wicardia is anchoring that A side, so they take him down. They're fairly sure there's only going to be one more player here, so they're going to be pushing for it right now. They've actually made it past. Jimmy was in the middle on the other side, but he couldn't intercept the bomb. So it's going to be making its way onto the site. Even as we speak, the bomb is being planted now. And 4-on-4 on the retake, and the money is low enough here on the CT side that you could make a real case for saving. Maybe you find a really early kill, then it's on, and there's a flick from Woxic. I feel like now you're going to be tempted to go for it.
Oh, absolutely. You have got 3 kits, plenty of util as well. You definitely give this one a look at. Fantastic utility once again from Aurora as they engage in the retake here. 4-on-3 advantage for them, but Hunter is fighting back.
Yes, he is, and Natus is alive as well. It's another headshot for Hunter, and now, unfortunately, his rifles are being deleted very, very rapidly. Jimmy wanted to be the late lurk to get in there. Instead, all he gets is the exit kill onto Nerds. And again, I don't blame them for going for the 4-on-3. Like, you feel like you have to, but man, it's cost them a lot of rifles.
It really has. Now they're in financial turmoil. Hunter leading by example. His first 2 frags of Anubis there, Anders.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And it all started like this. Hyper-aggressive round there from Wakadia. It felt like that AWP shot from Woxic, they really were onto something, but it was Hunter that pipped him to the post. Really nice little sequence from him. Wins that round single-handedly. And it is going to be the 4 spy with Jimmy saving the AK-47. Joining him will be the FAMAS, a pistol, and a scout for Woxic.
Still playing these openings with nobody in the middle. I mean, in a round like this one, it makes more sense because you're taking a risk no matter what, but
yeah,
it does seem to be a bit of a feature of their setup, which again is kind of unusual. I love the attempt. But Heavy God, he was more than ready. I believe Heavy God's also going to be anchoring the A-bomb side when they switch to the CT side.
Yeah.
So he's playing that mirror position, so he knows like every angle that he's fighting there.
Exactly. Good point. Well, opening frag, as you might expect for G2 here, considering what they're up against. It's down to Jimmy with his AK. These multiple kills, really nice. Flashbang to take him off the angle. Still alive and kicking though, you can say that again. Gets himself the double. They know the AK's on that side of the map now. They can't exactly pounce. The bomb was by steps. Presumably make their way over towards A as Hunter shuts things down, gives them the advantage once again. It's going to be a 3-on-2. They know Jimmy's in towards A, but you assume he's rotating here. Do you just let the clock run down a bit? Let them assume? It's going to be Heavy God once again, holding towards A main. Looks to be a split on this side of the map once again. Seen it many times from G2.
It's a scout in that bomb site, Henry. It's not the AWE.
I mean, Woxic, oh, we know he's capable if he gets going. There's a tag.
That's actually kind of huge, but he is not realizing there's a player coming in from chemistry. Another body shot. This time it's wrinkled down to 28. That's really not bad. But unfortunately, Jimmy is so far away.
Yeah. Good effort. Good try. But ultimately, will be the 3rd round here for G2. Jimmy, no choice but to save the AK. Heading towards T-spawn. See if anyone's lingering around here. But yeah, now we're in a bit of a dicey spot. That was the 4 spy, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So this is going to be partial buy territory as the loss bonus is accumulating.
Yeah, I guess looking at the macro state of the game, 5 rounds on the CT side is still pretty good. Like you're probably happy with this, but you don't want to be losing every single round from here on out. If this turns into a 5-7 scoreline at the end of it in favor of G2, then no matter what the numbers are, Aurora are going to feel pretty disappointed in that. So keep the AK alive, and yeah, maybe force up a deagle or 2. Woxic, he wants the AWP though, so you got to be careful you don't expend too much cash in some of these rounds.
Got to be careful in general. You've got Jimmy with the AK-47. We know they're comfortable on this map. I'm sure they'll have a gimmicky play, a boost, an idea. And he's got a T-side molly as well. So he's going to drop his util. Let's see if they want to get aggressive here and deploy the cannon fodder for Jimmy to maybe get a couple more kills.
Okay.
It's all down to the young Finn.
They're going into the middle rather early on.
Okay, he's the only one who takes max damage grenade at the start. It's not ideal. No one's saying that.
It's a good utility. Do see that Molotov failed quite a few times. They're so ready for it. Nerds missing the opportunity. He really was the star player on the opening map of Inferno.
He was going through the motions there. His opening moves towards middle, dropping that util, spamming the key positions, this time finding Jimmy. And bear in mind, that's Jimmy with the AK as well. Woxic will pick it up.
Do love the fact that Hunter's got the Mac 10 in a round like this one.
Yeah, you can send him in as the canary, as it were. See what the stack is looking like. The flashbang doesn't quite catch him, so we'll try and find some space now, if possible. It's going to be Zantares caught out as well. There's Natus on the Mac 10. And that should be all she wrote. Woxic better off to saving the rifle here.
Yeah, so much value in having those AKs on the CT side that, yeah, you might as well. So a 4th round now for G2. pretty relaxed and calm, I would say, in how they approach some of these rounds. You can see they're not in a hurry. They don't feel a lot of stress. They're just taking the time to investigate the map. And they all the time have Heavy God who's lurking outside of that A bomb site. So he's listening for footsteps. He's always able to kind of chime in and maybe find an opening. I feel like it's a good dynamic here for G2. Even if they started, you know, maybe on the wrong foot here, losing the pistol round and everything else, I feel like they're making up for it now.
Oh, that's exactly what we saw in Inferno as well. A slow start, but a stunning finish for G2. And they're on track to do the same here. Still a one-round game. Aurora, as you mentioned, 5 rounds on the CT side. Already a pretty impressive half. See if they can find a couple more. Money's okay with the saved AK. Walks can buy his own AK-40, AWP, I should say. Tactical timeout, the second one used by Aurora. Can feel this one slipping out of their grasp somewhat.
I feel like they've been aggressive outside of A and a little bit outside of B. They haven't yet tried to push middle on the CT side.
Well, they haven't really played middle.
Yeah, that's true.
They never have anyone there. Which is,
don't do it.
I'm assuming that they're throwing smokes from spawn to suggest mid presence, but we'll see what setup they bring to the table here. Woxic, his spawn not clear as to where he wants to position at the start, where he wants to go for an opening pick. An aggressive maneuver. Round 10, a couple here to go. Wrinkle, just to note as well, will also have the AWP on the T side. Xantares has the AK once again. We'll get into it.
Okay, making his way towards that mid position. Xantares also now stacking the A bomb site. So again, playing nobody in middle. It's a real theme that's developing here for the defense. Not quite what I'm used to seeing from the old Aurora squad, but...
You can see them actually taking advantage of it now. Nerds has got the read on this. He's got, no one's ever middle, boys. He's already lurked once before and made it towards CT spawn, essentially. So yeah, this is his play now.
That's kind of huge, though.
The fact they're popping that smoke open as well, he knows that mid is open.
Yeah. It's a bit of giveaway. He's actually gone into the smoke for a second there.
He's got a great gap here, Anders. Fantastic work from Nerds.
Yeah, they're not actually looking for it either. I think Xantares now is starting to realize, wait a minute, he could actually be a little bit further up. They might go and check it. You gotta be super careful. If Nerds finds an opening, then it is on. Heavy God's on the other side. Wrinkle's there with the bomb as well, so they could be pretty quick. But instead, it's Xantares finding an opening.
Well, there's the safety net. They are aware of that possibility. It's a scary setup. You're not exactly sure what's going on, but Xantares alleviates a lot of pressure there. Takes down Nerds. One of the MVPs of the previous map.
It feels like now you're just being funneled in towards the B bomb site. I don't know if I love this, although 3 people in this plateau, 1 Molotov could clear out a lot of them. There comes the Molotov around the corner, Hunter with the spray down, and they get the bullets and the fire at the same time.
Beautiful work there, utilizing that little window in towards E-Box. Molotov over, gunning them down. Information on the last as well. 0 chance for Ricardia of converting this one. We go 5-5.
Look at those 3 X's on the minimap. They're all just stacked on top of each other.
On platform, yeah.
I don't love that.
It was the Molotov that flushed them all out as well. They definitely got some unique setups on the Aurora side. Some new ideas. It was looking pretty good there as a 5-on-4 in their favor, but Hunter outcalls them. Reads the situation well. All 3 players defending a B bomb site, isolated towards that platform position. I'm sure we'll see in the replay how uncomfortable that was for them. Molotovs were insane here. Flushing everyone out, all scrambling as Hunter, Heavy God go to town.
Oh, man. You can see how that works. If there is no Molotov, you're never going to be checking for a 3rd player in that position. So without the grenade, it's probably fine. Going into round number 11 here.
Again, aggressive, taking a lot of damage though. Ricardia down to 36 before the round even begins. They have canals somewhat, but 1 bullet. Yeah, I don't think you take that peak with 30 HP, my friend.
He did a lot of damage, but Heavy God keeps it alive on the other side at 21 health. And Xantares, he's still moving on. Might find a free, I was going to say a free kill, but not at all. It's Wrinkle actually on the other side, saving his teammate there. Looked like Hunter was looking in the wrong direction for at least a second. Be picking up the bomb. Son Mattis back in T-spawn. This round looks over and done for here, so...
Yeah, it was just the partial buy, right? They saved that M4.
That's fair.
Trying to get something going. Got to take those risks, I suppose, even the low HP. The round is over unless you find a couple of kills. Ricardia 4 and 8, unable to make it happen. Xantares is starting to slow down as well. Bear in mind, he was, what, 6 and 1? 7 and 1, I believe.
Yeah.
Now 8 and 7, and that is just a very familiar tale
with Xantares the last couple of years, I would say.
Well, especially I think on some of these CT sides that we see him having a little bit of an issue. I mean, he's a beast on the mid portion of this map, but then again, he's not been playing middle, so maybe that's another thing.
Yeah, good point. Hold on, this round is getting a little bit spicy.
Oh, surely not.
Well played from Woxer getting out of there as well. The time is low. They're in trouble here. G2 might have fumbled this round.
Kixan might have actually big-brained it. He's picked up an AK, he's walking back, and they are slipping out of the A bomb site towards B, but somehow Kixan, he's a million miles ahead of them. I don't think they're going to be expecting this at all. Looking for it just briefly, Hunter, but not fully clearing that corner. 6 seconds on the bomb here. They will get the bomb planted, but Kixan, has he done enough to actually open this up? The smoke is there. He can lurk around it, and his teammates started to get a bit closer. To Wrinkle, picking up the first one. Jimmy is dead in the ground, and now Woxer, could he help out here? One missed shot from Wrinkle, and he's surely dead.
They know exactly where Kixan is. Can they find Woxic? Hell of a shot. Wrinkle steps up, secures the round, saves the day as they find 6 on the board there. It looked like a 5-on-3 that was going to be fumbled there by G2. Holding their nerve, though, holding their composure, managed to get over the line.
Beautiful flick from Wrinkle. That really was all or nothing in that moment. And I think if he dies, then it's going to be a defuse coming through.
Good effort from Aurora. 5-on-3 deficit. All of a sudden, the round became very, very uncomfortable for G2. Final round of play here. 6-5. Like we said, 5 is enough on the CT side, but the way you got going, the way it was looking so promising, you'd like to get at least one more, but Natus might be denying that. Opening kill on Jimmy.
He's dead immediately. And for once, they're not actually stacked 3 in the bomb side early on, so be real careful here. Woxic jumping over the bullets to try and dodge early death. Bacardi playing that forward A position, so they'll know that someone is coming. And finally, we got Xantares back in his old mid position, and there's a reason why he's feared here. Taking down Wrinkle, making it look kind of easy. Gotta be careful. Nertz is right there on the other side, and the backpack is showing he knows. He's got him trapped in this one, but wait a minute, Woxic helping out. That was HeavyGod trying to get rid of Xantares. Eventually Nertz will, but he can't get the rifle back out in time. Kixan exploiting that timing difference. 2 versus 3, and make that a 1 versus 3. Hunter now with a giant emission for him. Aurora, a 6th round here could be everything. And look at it easily. 6-6 as they tie up the game in the first half.
Counter-Strike finally came back to London.
So let's go back to check Ivy. Okay, Hunter's still in a strong position. Has his cross to the site. Does lose his teammate in the meantime, but they line up, and Hunter redeems 3.
Worried that they're kind of tunnel visioned on breaking through this A-hold. Okay, that's gonna help. Dude, that's a huge kill. Like, Ultimate, he's not exactly topping the charts. He's not up there alongside Nerds, but that's the 2 top performers, both felled by this Deagle.
2v5 back for Twist and Nav.
Oh, up close in the smoke, Mattis Deagle continues, and he's gonna seal the deal. Huge round from Mattis, what a 4K.
HeavyGod awaiting some kind of an action down ramp. He gets what he was looking for, and he takes minimal damage in return. He doubles back to sight. As they're trying to chase down Shiro, he strikes. But Shiro, that is crazy. Looking to emerge around the side of the smoke as Donk was still a couple steps back. And Donk doesn't get the HeavyGod kill right away. In fact, HeavyGod takes his head off. Man advantage in a clutch.
They're going to double swing the other way.
He makes loud steps. They know they slide right out, and this streak of rounds keeps going.
But look at this cat presence coming out of phase. They are tiptoeing closer to an unexpected gunfight for G2. G2 fully focused here on doors. If Frozen draws their attention, the cat swing comes over top. And the bomb carrier's dead. HeavyGod's got the trades going. 3 kills on the round.
Oh, that's excellent. Now he's low. Has to be a headshot.
And again, they lock horns and HeavyGod rips Rain's head off. Hunter's calling the correct move at 25 seconds. We've got an incendiary down on short side. That's going to make this problematic for Furia.
Has to go.
And then we get this activation out of Sun Pius. Bombs down. Oh, man. Again, it's the multi-frag. Again, it is G2 throwing a wrench into Furia's works.
It's been amazing to be back, London. Thank you for having us. Let's enjoy this 5-map final. This pistol's going to feel like everything.
Oh, okay, never mind. No chance at catching your breath whatsoever. It is immediately out onto this outer yard. Natus continues to tap players out of this round. Oh, what a kill! Hunter and Malbs within this bomb site versus three of 2025's very best.
The old bones of this new lineup.
Hunter waits for the presence. Oh, it's an instant headshot. Seconds. The Kovac blood runs deep. The talent knows no bounds. But with Flamesy from the bottom of the board and a smoke on the bomb, he's gonna just try to stick this. You are denied. And G2 do what no one else could. Not Mouse, not Falcons. G2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Blast Open Porto 2026. It's day one, and we've got Aurora versus G2. Second map is the pick of Aurora-Randers, and we're at 6-6, but to be fair, it's happened again. They were up 5-1 and allowed 5 rounds in a row. Thankfully, they got the final round of the first half, and they're in a prime position here, but still, the game is well and truly on.
Yes, it is. It looks like there could be a bit of a surprise waiting for someone outside. Matus, he's creeping on in. There could have been a flashbang to set it up. I think if he'd run into anybody there in the middle, it's Wrinkle to start us off well on the second half. But Jimmy's quick to react. Matus, he was lurking for a kill out there, but instead he gets his hands caught in the door. And now it's a bit of an awkward position. 4 versus 4. Still plenty of time in the round here. And they've actually put Nuts over on the A bomb side alone for the minute. Very curious if he is going to be able to step it up here. What does he got? Oh, he's just looking for this 1 pixel. That's crazy. So he's going to see them and be able to throw down a smoke if they actually show up that way, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. He's already relocated. 50 seconds now. And look at Hunter out for a bit of a peek as well. They've got so much intel, G2. I love the proactivity in this round for the CT side.
It's intel, but you have no idea they're towards A main right now. We are going to see Nerds challenged. Difficult spot with the P2000, Anders. He'll do well to get more than 1 kill here, if that.
That's a good point. You can see how awkward it is. He needs the backup, and now his teammates, they're really far away. They had some intel, but I feel like they never really reacted to it. They didn't actually commit to the rotation, so you're absolutely right. Nerds going to be going down. The bomb is planted here. Huge for Aurora if they can start well on this side of the map. I'd love to see a third map between these two teams, and I think for Aurora, to get there, they might need this pistol round. Hunter, a shot right above his head, nearly takes him out here.
Yeah, I can't imagine a world now where this retake is possible. Maybe some frags are available. Heavy God certainly seems to think so. Shouldn't make too much of a difference here. CTs were definitely considering a look in after he gets the double kill, but ultimately will be a nice, clean finish from Aurora. Like he said, lots of information garnered for Hunter, but he wasn't sure. It didn't get like confirmed information. He didn't know whether outside B, outside A. All he knew was the canals were clear.
Yeah, they might have thought that they were wrapping through CT spawn.
Exactly.
So I guess that's fair enough. Like they obviously can't see the minimap the way that we can.
And yeah, towards middle through that camera position. And Nerds, like we said, at that P2000, really not an ideal spot for the weapon.
Heavy God looks so smooth.
So they're playing a way where they don't know how to play the map. This is the way they need to beat you guys. This is where teams need to approach a noob, because we're so fucking good at it. They need to do random shit, you know? They don't understand the map as well.
Well, well, well. Huge pistol. Aurora pick it up, but they have to fend off the force spy here as well. Very, very important moment in the game here, and in the series as well. 16 teams here. 8 will make their way towards Porto, currently in Copenhagen.
Yeah, early on in this season of Counter-Strike, and for these teams with new rosters and everything, what a gift it would be to make the playoffs and actually continue on, get that early experience, kind of the best way that you can. They're close now to this connector, and honestly, it might just all be on Matus here. 5-7 on the other side. Oh,
such a good flash.
That's really impressive. You're right, that completely blinded him.
That's a do-or-die moment. You get the smokes coming through, you either reset the round, or you call for that flash, and in you go. They went for the latter, and boy, does it ever work. 4-on-2, nothing Nerds or Wrinkle can do about this one. Very convincing. Nice work from Kixan, getting the boys coordinated, no fear, in towards that E-box room. So, Wrinkle, nothing to do, nothing to say. Should be the full eco coming up next as well. Third map will be Mirage if required, and we're on course to get there.
I'm really curious how Wrinkle's going to be playing once he picks up the AWP, because a lot of AWPers on this map, I feel like, are either playing middle or they're playing the connector, but I feel like Wrinkle, when I've seen, again, it's limited data, but he's playing a lot more towards that A side.
Well, he said in the pre-match interview as well that he likes to play his own game, have his own ideas, and we know he likes to go for aggressive peaks as well. I think that's going to be very important here, as we heard from Ash as well. He's going to be trying to sabotage the offense, shut down their defaults, trying to find those opening picks. They'll be aware of that, but that's what we want to see from Wrinkle going into these gun rounds. Nice work. It's all about that flashbang. Flashbang wins in the round. Good work.
We didn't really get the chance to see Aurora on the T side of Inferno because they either didn't have money or they didn't have enough rounds. They got nothing done, unfortunately.
So like we said, it's the eco here. Maybe a little bit of investment with the upgraded pistols, but shouldn't be too problematic here. Aurora waiting for any sort of aggression. Smoke's being thrown in towards E-Box again. And it's down to Wrinkle, the only player that can really cause a dent here. He's done well to find some space here. Not going to be overlooked. And he actually gets the double. The bomb goes down as well, aware of the prospect of a third player up towards Rugs.
That's huge. Yes, he is. Looking for the headshot. Now the backup started to get there. You've got to be really careful here on this T side.
Let him have the bomb. Fall back if you can. Get the hell out of there.
That was Kixan intentionally jumping to offset the crosshair with the MAC-10, but he died so quickly.
Yes.
That they couldn't even get the refrag. That's wild.
They're going through the smoke.
Oh, hold on. Natus is here, flanking them with a 5-7.
It's okay, it's okay.
It is fine, because Wrinkle's still there, doing more damage. He's found another kill.
Well, who would have thought? The hero FAMAS is the weapon that saves the day here. Triple kill for Wrinkle. We said he had to step up with the AWP, but this is magnificent work. Natus not so much. Nice position. Doesn't land any damage. The round is back on here. Wrinkle is on for the ace. 100 HP. Got a T-side Molotov as well, but he just wants headshots, and he's on for the ace, Anders.
Yes, he is. A couple of health there. Oh, and he gets it. The hero, FAMAS ace.
You don't see many of those, let me tell ya. An absolute gut punch for Aurora. You're up against 4 5-7s and 1 FAMAS, which was safe in the previous round.
Yes.
He finds his space, he finds his timing. Like I said, they did check it, but weren't expecting the double kill to come through, and there was moments where it felt like they could bring the round back to life here, but an ace from Wrinkle. Perfectly played. Huge cash injection. Get that man an AWP. Right now.
Well, that's exactly what they have done. Oh, the frustration on Aurora. I can't fault them for it.
Dude, it's such a classic Aurora sort of thing to happen, though, isn't it? Like, get yourself in prime position for map, one disastrous round, then they normally end up losing the map. Unfortunately, that's the script for Aurora.
It has been for a long time. You're right about that. Obviously, that's something that they're going to want to change with this current setup, especially with Ash now being behind them as well. Wrinkle hoping towards that cam position. It's not done yet. This round can still be won. Natus is actually thinking about going a bit aggressive. He saw where the grenade was coming from, so he's got a bit of an idea of what could be going on. But they've picked up the bomb in the middle. You've got to be careful now. 1 minute and 8 seconds. And look at Natus. He's so far forward on the map that they have such advanced warning that nobody is immediately coming through A. And when the smokes in the middle fade and they start to realize no one's pushing middle as well, you gotta wonder if G2 can put the pieces together and realize this is gonna be a B hit eventually.
It really is. It will be a B retake, though, by the looks of things here from the CT side.
Okay.
Temple position for both players. Allowing them to have that B bomb site, which is fine. You've got the man advantage here.
Well, wait a minute. Heavy got utility. He's got the incendiary. I think he's got an HE as well.
Oh, you're right, Anders.
There's the HE around the corner. That's a lot of damage. I think the incendiary didn't quite hit the way that you would have wanted to, but there's still a lot of damage before the bomb is really even planted. Good smoke, though, from the T side.
Okay, round back on. They were hoping to get a bit more out of that util set.
Oh,
flashbang in towards dark.
Yeah, straight through, but Natus, he is checked immediately. Kixan takes his head off. This is such an important round here for Aurora. They do need this one, and it's Kixan, the captain of the team. He steps up with another headshot. Yeah, it's running way too low already. It's a good flick onto Kixan, but with no kit on that CT side, it just can't be done.
Well, we didn't think that round was going to fall apart, and it will be Aurora recovering the disaster of the prior. 9-7. That was a man advantage as well, and that open B bomb site
you could see the idea there. Like you said, the retake util, they're trying to deny the plant. If the incendiary lands on the mark, they probably get that kill with the HE, and it's a very different round. Unfortunately, didn't quite hit the mark, and now G2, they'll save quite a lot here. 3 weapons in total. Iconic napkin there for Xantares.
Well, I think Pimp was saying right at the start, he probably is the X factor. He's the deciding difference for this team. He has to step it up.
Well, Xantares was 7-1, now 12-11. Certainly cooled off, but plenty of Counter-Strike still yet to be played. 2-round lead here on the T side for Aurora. Aggressive, of course, is Nerds. Full control of A main, popping up in the smoke towards E-Box. Wrinkle spots one, unable to find a shot, though.
I think they failed one of the aggressive smokes they wanted to throw for Wrinkle here, but it might not make a difference. That CT spawn smoke from G2, I think, ultimately landed in middle somewhere.
I think he's in trouble here. Kixan might be able to get the jump on him. That's going to be flashed in. He's in a committed position.
Yeah, he doesn't realize, already scoped up. I mean, we've seen Wrinkle hit some really fast shots, but this would be out of this world. A missed opportunity there.
There it is.
Almost gets the scope up, but you are absolutely on it. Kixan takes one. They get rid of Natus as the follow-up here in Heavy God. Rotated in front of the smoke. You got to be careful. If anyone could, it might be him. Kixan gets the bullet, but it's going to be a close double there. That could have landed for Heavy God, and that would have brought them back in the round.
I think you got to save again. Can't even consider going for this one. The money's going to be in tatters going forward. You're in a 4-on-2. Nerds and Hunter have no choice but to look for some exits. That's towards that A side of the map. So yeah, third map. Getting more and more likely as time goes by. Wakardia is on the hunt as well, and he's in a prime position to find at least one here. Nerds though, well, speaking of prime positions, that certainly counts. Don't see that too often. Wakardia will go down, hoping to get that AK at the end of this round. But it looks like you absolutely will. I don't think the T's will be hunting much further. Money's not great for them either. Just want to grab that AK, does Nerds.
Third map, I believe, as well as Mirage.
It is indeed.
So that could be very interesting. Again, I would love to. I just want to see more of these new teams. I feel like the more data we can scrape together, the more we know about them.
So calls for the tactical timeout. Can feel this one slipping away. After they had that 5-7/famous victory, it felt like they were going to tie things up. They're going to run away with it. They give up the 4-on-3 man advantage. And all of a sudden, the floodgates open. Aurora now on double digits, 10-7. It's G2 that call the tactical timeout. Ash more than happy to oblige. Looking for that knockout blow. He knows if he can win this round, it's probably GG. Don't do that.
Oh, that's a throwback, though. That's a deep reference.
Gonna channel 2015 Sponge.
You know what? He had his moments.
He definitely did. He's the GOAT.
Many say that. Hard to disagree.
Well, well, well. Important round here. Tactical timeout. G2 desperately need this round. They've got a reasonable buy with the saved AK. Wrinkles on the AWP as well, but you can see a distinct lack of util on some players.
No, it's still wanting to be a little bit in front with that A bomb site. 3 people in B at the moment, which I guess is not so bad, but it does make you feel like you should probably go and find a little bit of information just to be able to rotate around. Wrinkle's going to be playing this position still. That's a deep Molotov on the other side. Really well done. Trying to put some pressure on this mid position. Bomb is still not committed anywhere, so right now all they're trying to find is the extra real estate to really set up an attack. It feels like it's going to be another B hit here. And we've already discussed how tricky it is to hold this position. They're going to be tested once again, Aurora and Wrinkle. See if he's up for it this time.
40 seconds. He's tried this maneuver too many times. They're aware of it, but a gap has been found. Back to a 4-on-4. Definitely favors the T side in this sort of scenario. Xantares is not known to be an AWP-Randers. I think that's fair to say. He'll be wielding the sniper, considering his low HP. It's down to Hunter, who has had a pretty decent showing, especially on that first map. We'll see if he can step up here.
Interested to see Hunter at this stage. I thought it would have been Heavy God playing more of this position, but not right now. Hunter, pretty good flick to take down Woxic.
Did what he could.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect more than that. What do you do here?
Yeah, begs the question, are we going with this one, boys?
They do have a kit on Natus, so I suppose you could justify getting close enough to maybe find a kill. You do that, and then you can start to construct the retake around it. See them moving closer already. Natus flashed into the corner. They've got to be pretty swift on their feet here, and that's just being held perfectly. Centaurus, not often you see him with the AWP, but it'll do the job this time on 18 health. And I think now they're just sticking around for the potential exits. There's Heavy God getting one. They're not going to be able to win the round any longer, but at least they can make it expensive. Cardia also trying to escape that blast zone. They'll go down. So, you know what? You knew that round was not going to be working out. You get to save the AWP on Wrinkle. You get an AK on Heavy God. It's not the worst way to exit the round.
It's not the best, though.
Definitely not.
But you're right. There will be a fighting chance here. Down, but not out. But like we said, give up that round. It's very unlikely that you're going to pull this map back. 11-7 here on the T side of Anubis. Like we said, Hunter couldn't do much more than that. Like, such a compromised position. You're alone in towards A. 4 players coming at you. Got 1.5. About what he was worth in that sort of spot. Last chance saloon here for G2. Orb still available on Wrinkle here. Popping open the smoke towards E-Box. No swing on it.
Kickstand as well with the MAC-10, fully embracing that, you know, in-game leader MAC-10 combination.
Well, you know they're going to be scrambling for cash right now, trying to get rifles where they can. The first compromise would always be the helmet. See whether he can thread the needle here. It will be the E-Box attack. I'm assuming he'll go in first, courtesy of that good flashbang we know they have.
And Natus is one of the players without a helmet on the other side, and he's playing right on the other side of that smoke, so there is definitely a chance here for the MAC-10 to do a little bit of work. There's the flashbang coming through, and there's the headshot to follow. Both of the two unhelmeted players, but wait a minute, a Heavy God, he's nearly got the fourth! That would have been it. Woxic, though, catching nuts again.
Wow.
Pushing out aggressively. That would have been a brilliant potential round victory, but instead now it's all on Wrinkle. And do you try and go for this retake in a 1 versus 2?
I think a player like Wrinkle would definitely put the rod in the water and just give it a look in. Like I said, he loses round, but it's pretty much over anyway. He's committed now. He's taken 70 damage for his troubles. There's surely no way here.
That burned so much deeper on his side than I thought it would, and maybe that he thought as well. Maybe now he's committed to it, you're right. Oh, gets the first flick, but Jimmy's there to back it up. It's 12 on the side of Aurora as they push us a step closer towards Mirage. That's the deciding map here. Great effort for Heavy God. You got to give him credit for that one, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Wasn't quite enough indeed. Overlooked, triple kill again, couldn't really do much more with it. We talked about the flashbang, Anders. Woxic, historically not known for his util, but that is a different time now. Like, he is actually very good with the grenades. The flashbang, absolutely spectacular. Double kill found, triple for Heavy God, but still nowhere near enough to win the round. Could be the final one of play here on Anubis. Mirage looking incredibly likely, unless we find 5 rounds in a row starting right here, right now. Nuts, aggressive again. This guy is relentless. Hasn't worked again.
But he had the opportunity every time. You could see Bacardi wasn't quite ready for it. Wrinkle, though, he'll make up for it. We need 5 in a row for G2 to finish one of the OT.
To be clear, I don't mind the aggressive maneuvers, but there's nothing else to it. He's got no one backing him up. There's no util down. No one's molotoving or nading towards rugs. He's just, it's a real gamble of a play, and it has not been working out for him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's mad. The Jimmy hits that.
You'd thought it'd be a big disadvantage being the one actually doing the jumping there. Oh, they are locked in to win this one. Look at how deep they are in the middle as well. They've already made their way past Cam. I think Natus is aware that it could be happening, but still he's got the worst weapon for it. A nice burst. Takes down Centaurus. Not ready for the second, but Hunter is. He's tracked him down, and somehow they've turned this round into a favorable position. They've still got Wrinkle towards Connector, and with 45 seconds, it's matters to find an early death in the round here. Wrinkle's going to get Jimmy, leaving just Wacardia. A 1 versus 2 with 35 seconds, and he's already tagged up, trying to fake the plant here. He could go away.
Do it.
What a scary moment getting out of that smoke. If someone's holding on the other side, that's it, it's over.
He's found a Molotov, he's found a flash en route as well. Sowing the seeds of doubt into the minds of G2 here. Sure, it's a 2v1, but you've lost track of him. You have to go and check A now.
It's going to be down to Hunter. Coming in from CT Spawn. He's actually pretty quick in towards Heaven, Anders, but does he want to commit to this until his teammates arrive?
Really scary if you do. Oh, he's already out on the high ground here. Wakadia.
Timing.
And he's looking at twice. He cannot. Hunter takes him down. I thought there was an opportunity for him to maybe sneak in a kill on Hunter, and that would have made it really interesting.
Great effort, has to be said. Wakadia hasn't done a whole lot here on Anubis, 7 and 15, but had a chance to close things out there. Well played, gets the bomb planted. Looks like he had a timing there as well, but oh, you can see the frustration for Nerds. You're doing that every round, kid. Let's reel it in.
He knows that that could have been his kill. That maybe should have been his kill.
Yeah, he had all the advantages you could ask for. So, even with the bomb planted, there is no loss bonus available, Anders. So a lifeline here for G2. Admittedly, they need a bit of a life raft, but we'll see whether this is where they can start to establish themselves financially, at least. It's going to be heavy god on the MP9, which is fine. You're up against a full eco here. So it should be 12-9. Unless Jimmy and Wakadia can connect with their Desert Eagles, which is certainly possible.
Wakadia.
Close.
Seen that before. Gotta be real careful. But with Heavy God playing this close position on the MP9, gotta expect that they're gonna be able to do everything that they want here. Wait a minute. He's flashed into that fight and still somehow goes down to the Deagle. I don't know how Wakadia turns for the flash and gets back in time to get down Heavy God. That's really good. Far from enough to win the round, but certainly frustrating for Heavy God.
Call has been made back towards A. No weapon recovered, but the man advantage found. In terms of map presence, we have Jimmy holding towards middle. Teammates will slowly but surely make their way through the rugs here. Is there a world where they could even get a bomb plant down, let alone a round win here? But I mean, one missed shot could spell disaster.
I think you're right. And even if not, they're going to hunt him down. He knows it. Wrinkle, very smart. It is an intelligent play for him to not just keep running. They're going to keep coming for him, so stops to take another shot. Absolutely what you want to be seeing here.
Well, Wrinkle's up to 25 kills on the wave. Sure, a bit of an eco bash this round, but he was bashing with his Famous as well. So, fair play to him. Looking for 30 kills here.
Could be an ace. Oh, counter-terrorist. Denied, but he did get the leg shots. We already had one ace with the FAMAS. Would have been fun to see Wrinkle pick up a second one with combination of USP and AWP there.
So, it will be Ash to look for that knockout blow. The money's still not amazing. You're talking 4K on Xantares, 3,900 to be exact, 44 for Jim. You can justify a partial buy here. I don't think they will, but time will tell. It's getting a bit tense now for Aurora. Don't think it's slipping away just yet, but 2 rounds in a row. As we mentioned, the finances for G2 are now established. They're going to have everything they need in terms of util and rifles. I think there's a couple of saved AKs in the mix as well. Let's see if they can do it. Aurora looking to take us to Mirage here. Here's the sequence from Wrinkle. Very calm, very composed. Never felt like he was going to die in this one. Didn't quite get the ace, but single-handedly wins the round. Picking a round into number 22 here. So there is going to be the buy. As we said, concessions will have to be made. Khalil for Xantares really has cooled off here.
Wrinkle again with the aggression. You said it early on. He's probably going to want to create his own opportunities.
Absolutely.
And he's done it right there. Wakadia is an early casualty.
This is the dream now. For Hunter, you've got a AWP player who's feeling confident, hitting absolutely everything, calling his own game as well, getting those opening picks. And an opening 5-on-4 here. Wakadia goes down. Where does Wrinkle position himself next? Running towards that window for now. You can see them trying to potentially take some territory here towards the canals of a deeper smoke. Nerds, this time, reeling it in. We really wanted to see this, Anders. Like, play the bomb side. Let them come to you. Let's have some crossfires here. Let's stop pushing A main at the start. 3 rounds to go for overtime, and this one's looking promising. 50 seconds here. Playing for the smoke, spotted. Should be dropping the smoke now, but you've got the CT ready and waiting. Hunter.
Great work.
Gonna be a 4-on-2 here, Anders, and it should be the round with 40 seconds and the bomb down.
Once you got the man advantage, logically, if you just keep trading for the rest of the round, you're going to end up in a nice 2v1 position, and that's probably pretty good. You'll take that. Sub 30 seconds, and G2 not making any mistakes in this moment here. They're not giving an opportunity for anyone to go for a bit of a peek and die. paiN needs a miracle entry, or maybe Jimmy on the other side. A bit of a Molotov here. It's a classic by now already. Switches out for the AK, but they haven't managed to put anyone out in the open. Natus with a good headshot. Heavy guard on the follow spray. It's 12 to 10 now. We're getting close to that OT.
So they'll get $2,900 into the next round. We talked about the financial struggles here. A bit of a gamble, fully investing in the previous round. He didn't have everything he needed. Wrinkle certainly did. Continues with this stunning form. So I think it has to be a partial buy here. 12 to 10, a couple of rounds to go. It'll come down to that final gun round in round number 24. That's if they can't steal this one away. I don't think they'll invest too much into it, though. I'm not seeing any Kevlar, so it is more of an eco than the partial buy. They will have something behind it. They've got a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. Ideally get the bomb down, but Mattis, they'll open things up. Great shots towards Wicardia and towards those canals position.
Oh, that's a nice grenade.
There we go, Nuts. Got the bomb. Bit of confidence there.
He's been loving this fight. He really has been jiving for it all along. So 3 versus 5 here, and like you said, it's not really even a half buy, so don't expect too much out of them. Another grenade that lands. First one was monumental on paiN and Woxic. And just a slow end to the round here. Hunter would love to find a kill, put a quick end to it instead. But like you said, the bomb has been dropped all along, so there's not even any mystery. It's not like you're worried that someone's sneaking in the bomb plant anywhere, and you're just going to be in a great position here. What a return for G2, being so far behind in the game, and was it like a 12-7 scoreline at some point?
Yeah, it was.
Down to the wire now.
It comes down to that final round of play. Aurora felt like they were putting this one to bed early, but no, it's now finding some form. It's a scary prospect. He was struggling on that A side of the map. But a one-round game. Looking for overtime. They're going to upgrade to 3 AKs now on that CT side. The AWP for Wrinkle, which seems to be providing everything they need at the start of each and every round. So what have we got? paiN, MAC-10, and AKs otherwise.
Okay, so not that bad, I guess, on the T side. Something that you could play with here. Something that you can make work.
That suggests we're picking up the pace, though. Whether they'll call something out of spawn quickly and try and get some space, time will tell. But again, concessions to be made. A MAC-10, bare bones util for a couple of players. paiN, full send towards middle. We are picking up the pace indeed.
You are on it, Henry. Oh, and they very nearly
massive nade.
Yeah, it is a great grenade. Hunter, though, he could have been dead as well.
Dude,
Wrinkle,
we called this at the start of the map. That's the kind of player you want.
Yes.
Different position every single round, finding those openers, looking super confident, calling his own game. That's what makes a great AWPer.
I mean, if Wrinkle's going to keep playing like this on G2, they are going to be a really, really scary team for the future. That much is evident.
Yeah, you love to see that.
They left Santaris in the middle, and now they're going to try to rotate around him to hit this B bomb site. I guess it could work, but a lot is going to be down to chance here, and they're not going to wait around. They'll actually push for the information. Santaris, he wanted to get that quick flick onto Hunter, but he can't do it. And now the rest are pushing, trying to see if they can close this out in regulation. Otherwise, it'll be overtime here. Matters with the spray. It's nearly a double. Another HE that actually doesn't go as deep as he wanted there, Hunter. Maybe a little bit of a mistake, but he knows someone's there. He's going to track that Molotov easily, leaving it all up to paiN.
Okay.
I don't know if this is going to be
Don't fumble this now, boys.
Yeah,
it's a 3-on-1.
Disastrous for G2 if they were to lose this one and not get into the OT.
You've got all the smokes, the Molotovs. There should be zero chance paiN can win this round, Anders. But the bomb is ticking at some pace. Maybe a miracle could happen now.
Well, it's
Molotov,
Wrinkle,
where is it?
Walking in right behind him. He's going to shut him down. No issue. It would have been sick if he could have at least had a chance there, paiN. But instead, it's G2 finding their way into overtime.
Oh, that is the nightmare scenario. Aurora will give up 5 rounds in a row on that T side to close out regulation here. They were high-flying. They were looking very comfortable. And again, Anders, they were looking so good at the start of this. They were up 5-1. The first half ended 6-6. You're like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's whatever. But then G2 happened towards the end of that second half. 12-7 down, 5 rounds in a row.
I think I know I've mentioned it a few times. I think Xantares has cooled off massively after going up 7-1. I can't recall anything too impactful from him since.
No, I think that's true. And that was one of the win conditions that Pimp outlined. I think the other thing that you mentioned was Wrinkle on that aggressive AWPing. You mentioned it right at the start of the game here on Anubis, and that's turned out to be a great prediction, so to speak, because he's really been finding those openings for them.
It's so disruptive. That's the word I'd use for it. Like, they can't run their defaults right now because you don't know where he's going to be. He's either window, B, A main, jumping down towards canals. He seems to be everywhere. So, a real thorn in their side, but it's all reset now as we go into overtime. 12-12, first to 16 here. Aggressively pushing through those smokes towards the steps. It's going to be Woxer with decent line here. 4 players on the A side of the map for Aurora.
A small thing to notice, but obviously Nut's not pushing in this round.
I think now
he's had enough.
He's realized, okay, if I just could get 1 kill each round, play with my team, it's probably be better for everyone.
It's a good life.
Nice little setup here as well. Wrinkle probably feeling that pressure towards the A side of the map, but we're backing up more and more at this stage. He's got the orb towards the fountain. Nerd's ready to swing if required. Smoke goes down towards the mid area. Plenty of time here. Looks to be an A execution, in my opinion. But towards the canals we go. Smoke down towards A main as well. We're kind of trying to find the space towards A main, but I think they're heading towards B. We can see Jimmy outside B main. Comes down to that flashbang again, Anders. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Woxig normally provides it. He's got 2 of them available. It's going to be the Molotov first.
They're bringing the bomb back. They're actually walking away from the B bomb side all of a sudden here. I think they've managed to smoke away Hunters, oh sorry, Nut, so he's kind of walked all the way back now, but he's got a utility of his own here that he could put down. Nice. Incendiary to buy more time. This is huge, 24 seconds. They need to find a strong entry. Now, Heavy God's been great at that, but Nuts on the defense, and it's Wakardi who tried to get through. They needed their own kind of Heavy God here on the T side to get into this round, I think, and they're not able to do it. Wox6 the last to go down. G2, great combination of playing more passively and buying time with the utility.
A little underwhelming, though, from Aurora to close things out. Yeah, I agree, Ash. This is not the team that looks like they'll be winning this map right now. That's quite an ugly round. Just getting locked out by Util. And you can see the way they enter the A site, they already know the round's over. The way they're entering that site, they know there's no chance of actually hitting these shots. We've been Molotoved off, we have no time, we have no flashes going in, and Nerds just gets 2 freebies. They'd already given up before they entered the A side.
I kind of agree, right? It's not like you put a lot of pressure on the B bomb side, so you know that the defense on that A side is going to be ready. And they absolutely were.
Yeah, rough round. And after being up 12-7, it's now 1-0 for G2 in overtime.
Nuts.
He's back.
He's feeling that itch again.
Get ready for him. They've boosted for this exact play. Nerds, don't do it again. It was looking so good.
The thing is, he's got a teammate. Natus is there, and I think Hunter is almost able to push down as well. So they've got a lot of aggression. But look at this advanced boost. Okay. Oh, at least they see him.
That's something.
He could have been dead. Maybe he should have been dead.
He will die another day. Reset of the round. This T side's looking a little bit off now from Aurora.
Oh. Heavy God has got a AK in that position.
I think all we can do is a BX queue here. You've got no control towards E-Box. We're doing 5 players in towards B main. CT is going to try and get some intel here as well. Spotting a lot of play. They line up. Okay, it's getting a bit messy.
But again, it does feel very telegraphed here coming out from the T sides. Honestly, even if they get that kill... Oh, wait. Nerds pushing in the middle. They're all retreating from the B-bombs, and then they line up for a double.
What were they doing? They like trying to juggle grenades and sort up a line out?
I guess, but...
Ash is going to be fuming after this one. It's another disastrous round on the T side.
And what's even weirder is Wakardius, I think, almost confirming there's nobody at the A-bomb side, but it doesn't matter. The bomb is on the other side. They can't really rotate back. This is such a messy round. Nice shot from Wakardia onto Nerds. At least they open that up, but it doesn't change the round that much. 12 seconds on the clock as they try to make their way on here. Aurora, they need some of these rounds here on the T side in OT, otherwise it doesn't feel that good, even though he's flashed. It just doesn't matter. Hunter and Heavy God with a kill each, and it'll be Hunter to close out the round for a good double. G2 pick up another one.
It's really nice work from G2, don't get me wrong, where they are looking like they are floundering on the Aurora side. They made their call. They were going in towards B execution, but as you said, it was just so telegraphed. There's no pressure elsewhere on the map, and they even get the opening pick here. It's fine, but the fact is, you can see they're scrambling. They're trying to sort grenades out, find a lineup. I don't know why both of them have their backs exposed like that, and it's a nice finish from Heavy God. Finds that bomb, and we go 2-0. Aurora plummeting now. That's 7 rounds in a row they've given up on their T side.
You brought up the word disruptive when describing Wrinkle's play, but I mean, you add Nuts into that.
Yeah.
What a frustrating experience for Aurora on the T side, constantly being pushed and aggressed upon.
The thing is as well, when you do that boost towards Rugg at the start, you know there's 2 players up there and you've got the AWP.
That's true.
You have to go back through T spawn. It's kind of the only safe travel you can make back into the round. So they have to go through T spawn, try and set up a B execute. It was just a really compromised round from the get-go. Oh, another Wrinkle. Gambit's here.
Yeah, speaking of boosts, looking deep on over. Hoping to catch Wakadia, who's somewhere on the other side. Wait a minute, they got Centaurus in the middle. We've been mentioning him and trying to bring up his name into the conversation a little bit. And honestly, if he could find just one opening here, then it's on. I think if he could find Nuts, then this round is over and done with almost immediately. Wrinkle flashed out. He does get back around the corner, but now that sandwich effect should be coming in. Nice smoke to counter it. They know that there could be someone in the middle. That's actually a pretty heads-up play for Nuts to make sure that they can't easily get this full sandwich effect going. 40 seconds on the clock, and Wrinkle, he finds the shot onto Centaurus. Can't get the flick. He's well aware that someone can be coming. That's so heads up. He is playing a high IQ game of Counter-Strike in a half wallbang to take down Wakadia 2. He's on a triple and 32 kills. A disgusting round so far for Wrinkle. Kixan and Woxic shivering in their boots inside of the A-bomb side. Yes, they've got the bomb planted, but they're once again locked in a box here, and Kixan knows it. Out in the open, looking to take this first fight. It's a very clean headshot. Taking down Natus, but now the rest of the backup is going to be there. They're rushing him down. Wrinkle finally is dead, but so is Woxic, and it's 3 in a row here in OT for G2. They're making this look very, very good.
8 rounds in a row now on the CT side.
Oh, you're right.
You
That's
hate to
even
see
worse.
that. Yeah, there's a complete collapse here, I'm afraid.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. We play to win now. Come on.
Yeah, I guess that's all you can say.
I hope that was always the plan.
Play to win at this point, because God, yeah, there's some of those T sides, they looked like they were out of their depth. Couldn't handle the active gameplay from the CT side of G2.
You brought up something interesting, Henry, in regulation when Aurora were playing on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
And it was this effect that they weren't playing the middle all that much. And there was at least one round where it seemed like G2 realized that Nuts was pushing in. I wonder if that's a conversation that G2 will bring up again here and say, you know what? That middle portion was pretty empty.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I forgot that was even a thing in this map. It's been a long journey here, and Nuts will be at least finding the opener. Had a bit of a rough CT side, but he is alive and well now, 18 and 20.
And this round was following that pattern that I briefly mentioned, right? There's no CT smoke in middle, and Woxic is AWPing there.
Did Nerds just blast him from top of middle towards the window? Yeah, he did, huh? Okay, that's a crazy shot to make. Like straight up pre-fire. You take down the sniper, and it could be enough. They just need one round here. They've got a 5-on-4 on the T side. It should be a done deal right here, right now. CTs have 0 intel. They've got 2 in towards E-box, 2 on the A side. Middle is open again, Anders.
It's looking really, really good at the moment. It desperately rough position to be in here for Aurora, unfortunately. They've got Kixan and Jimmy on this side.
Not 9 rounds in a row, boys. After being up 12-7, you can't give up 9 in a row.
They might. They don't want to. They might not have a choice here.
They might, yes, indeed, they might. Looking likely at this stage.
It is. Oh, and they're locked inside of the connector. They're so trapped here. One good Molotov, and it is over for this defense. Around the corner we go. Kixan, though, he's been very steady on the spray downs. They still got Nuts somewhere in the middle, but about 25 seconds as they make their way in with the bomb onto the B bomb site now. They're calling it through. They know that it's coming. There's Jimmy gone, and Nuts, he's jiggling around that corner, easily taking out Kixan, throwing the bomb over. A little detail, and they catch Centaurus out in the open. This has been a brilliant comeback here for G2. They did it on Inferno, but even more so on this particular map. It's all up to Wakadia in a 1 versus 4, and nobody thinks he's going to be able to do this. Trying to get closer to the site now. He's got the kit. That might be one little bit of an advantage, but Natus puts a quick end to it, 16-12. What a comeback for G2. 9 rounds in a row, Henry.
Never back down, never surrender. 12-7 and 9 rounds in a row. You're dead on. Shout out to Natus, a great recovery of his game. That aggression towards A, it felt like his game was done, but he managed to resuscitate himself, and indeed G2. It's a huge collapse from Aurora, and it will be G2 taking the series 2-0.
Dominant performances from individuals to carry yourselves back into this game of a map that you thought was in Aurora's hands. They looked like they were just going to take this one, would be swiftly moving over, then these rounds keep coming their way. This phenomenal performance from Wrinkle. This was a G2 that was willing to fight for every single round.
Yeah, I feel like there's two main stories for this game on Anubis. Naturally, very disappointing for Aurora not being able to win the map when you're up 12-8, when you're in the lead for the vast majority of the game, and when you look in control. And then I guess the counterpoint to that would be Wrinkle. His individual performance on that CT side, spearheading the comeback. I believe he went 18-2 heading into overtime on the CT side and continued even in overtime. Won a couple of rounds by himself with the AWPing. So as much as it is disappointing for Aurora, we got to tip our hat for Wrinkle, who had a breakthrough game here for G2.
Yeah, it was a really breakthrough game, and from 12-7 to 16-12 to the win for G2, this is one which is just something to be completely proud of and confident about in your own gameplay, especially to be able to do this against Aurora, Rugger.
Yeah, like he went off the cliff, like really solid performance throughout the series, and a lot of the stuff we talked about coming into the game, like what is an aggressive element, and on a map like Anubis, if you don't bring it to the T's, they're gonna have too easy of a time. So yeah, I also called it. Inferno takes it all, so.
There you go, yeah. The deciding factor of it all. But I know we've got the highlights on the screen right now. I'm going to introduce Mr. Heavy Gold down here with us. How are you doing, my man, after that win?
I'm good, I'm happy. It wasn't easy, but it was good that we came back. We were fighting every round, and we didn't give up.
Yeah, tell me about that, right? Because you're facing them on an Anubis, which you know what they're going to like to do with like the core of that team. But does it feel different compared to, obviously, in the past this year, you faced them twice. They're always going for Anubis. Does it feel like a different Aurora you go up against?
I think in that map they kind of stick to what they had before with the Turkish core, but of course they implemented some new stuff that you can see in the server. Kind of like additions, some gimmicks, some plays.
Yeah.
But I think the basics are kind of similar to what they had before.
Now, naturally, Wrinkle had a massive game here on Anubis, a big part of the reason why you guys came back. Speak a little to us about what he brings to the team, because we heard from Saw that you wanted a more aggressive element, and dare I say he was very aggressive on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, indeed. He was searching a lot. I think he was even repicking with confidence. That's something that is really good, and I liked about this map. We needed like more aggressiveness in Anubis, especially. Yeah, I don't know, he brought a lot of good highlights. I think he was really composure as well and chill. I think this is why he played good as well. If he trusts in his skill and he just stays like calm in a lot of chaotic situations, that's where I think he can shine.
Like we headed into the game and we looked on paper and we thought it could be a 50-50 game. Aurora on paper looks like a team moving the right direction. Did you feel as the favorites coming into this one, or do you also look at Aurora thinking that's a tough team to beat?
To be honest, I don't even know who is favorite, who is not. I'm not really looking into it. I think it was like kind of 50-50 match, as you said, or someone said, I don't know. We all know it's not going to be an easy match because probably they will pick Anubis, and we weren't the best on it, but yeah, we beat them in the end, so this is what matters the most.
Yeah, like I just wanted to ask, you're like trailing like on the CT side, and then all of a sudden you make some adjustments. From the outside, it looked like you started like pushing more in the mid rounds, and that kind of gave you like Wrinkle the space to move around on the map. But what was actually the change? Because definitely something changed when you started the comeback.
I think we just connected more dots as a team, and like the reactions we did together as a team and not kinda individually. So I think it was the key what happened, because also Wrinkle called that he wants to do some stuff. Like for example, we call a reaction that he wants to do something on top of it. I think that's what helped him as well to like kinda be in the right place in the moment.
Zooming out this tournament, Heavy got off to a strong start naturally after EWC as well, where you made the playoff but didn't go too far. What's the expectation? What's the goal for G2? Another playoff performance, or do you want to go further?
I mean, obviously we always want to go further, you know. It sucks to lose on the first game of playoffs, but I don't think we even discussed what our expectations are. As I always say, as I always like to say, we want to show a good CS, we want to show a good united team, we want to show that what we are capable of in and out the server, and yeah, just show G2CS. That's what the most important thing for us.
Looking at that G2CS you're talking about, how much of that has changed in identity of what G2 has with Wrinkle coming in? Is it much of the same, just adding his flair, or have you had to make some adjustments?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the same system. Obviously we are 4 players, the same for the last, since they joined, it's what, 5-6 months, I think, something like that. Obviously we are implementing him in our system, adding him and his plays, because his style is way different than what Sampaio said. So obviously we're adjusting stuff for him, but also he needs to adjust to us, because obviously this is the team, everyone is adjusting to everyone. I think he's doing great. It's a slow process, obviously. Nothing comes in one day. You cannot go from A to Z, and this is the most important thing.
And is it helpful that you two have a common language you can speak at times if you need some extra help, or to understand some things going in there when you're going through all these strats and stuff?
I mean, obviously, if you need some help, we can speak, obviously, in the same common language. It's native, obviously, for me as well. It's really good to have, you know, like I have nerds that speak with one language.
On all sides, bro.
Yeah, I have nerds, then I have Wrinkle, then we share the same languages, then I have English, obviously. So it's nice, you know, but sometimes in clutches it's a bit confusing when you have 3 languages.
Well, who am I going to speak to? What language? Which teammate have I got left alive? And I want to ask you to do this as well. This obviously used to be your coach not so long ago, but your career's changed so much from them. You got a nice story about Rugger from your times together. You got something you can share with us, just to put you on the spot here and put him on the spot.
But to be honest, I remember only positive things from Raga. He was one of the first ones, I think, that taught me a lot of stuff about CS. So this was really important for me, you know, as a player and as a person. Also outside of the server, he like treated me well and also explained me stuff that I was doing maybe wrong or something like that. So for me, he's one of my journey, and yeah, I will always remember him, and he's with me, you know, like you cannot forget people who are with you in the journey, that are like helping you in your way and like addressing your mistakes and trying to fix them. So for me, he's like really important in my journey.
You never forget the first one, James.
That's on many levels that could be.
Yeah.
Rugger, I want to ask you, with the development that he's had since when you first met him, like how much growth has he had since the first player you saw?
It's actually quite crazy, because looking back, I still see the same like player from where you came. You just became way more consistent than when you were like back in the day in OG. And I also do want to say, I think a lot of it is also what we talked about like backstage. It's the work ethic, it's the being humble, having the motivation even in the dark hours to do the dirty job about actually learning your grenades, remembering your strats. As I asked you about this morning, like, are you the new Rain going without game plans going into games? And it's like, yeah, I remember most of it, and it just shows that professionalism combined with talent, you can go really far.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to the guys. This is quite a funny one. That sometimes people ask me, they're like, "Oh, what player is like the nicest to talk to and be around?" And I said, "Oh, Heavy God's always so positive, always so nice and friendly." One of the guys was like, "But he looks so angry all the time." I'm like, "No, that's just when he's playing. You know, when he's cheering and shouting." But you are one of the good guys. Heavy God, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in a couple of days' time, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Always the best having Heavy God on here, and thank you very much to him for joining us and giving us some insight on all of this. Obviously, things moved along very nicely here for G2. It's really crazy. It feels like I saw almost 2 levels of Anubis in here, because we thought it was done. We thought it was over. We thought, okay, we're going to a third map, and then Wrinkle happens, and then, like you were mentioning, Rugger, the pushes happen, the control happens, and that switch, we don't often see it that clear. Like, normally you drop a round or so, but instead, all the way through, even into overtime, they dominate.
Yeah, but I'm glad we did see that switch, you know. Not to show any shade on Sun Payers, but I'm pretty certain that wouldn't have happened with him as an AWP player. He's a little bit more reserved, a little bit more defensive, and Wrinkle took charge of the game, you know, as Heavy God said. He started searching, he started going for repeaks. At times even, you know, repeaking where it wasn't necessarily the smartest thing to do, but if you do it with confidence and if you deliver, and if that gives you even more confidence to then find more impact in the game of Counter-Strike. Speaking of big impact, the ace coming in with the FMS, you know, who at the end of the day turned out to be vital for them. He had a fantastic game and definitely a breakthrough performance here for G2. And I guess it speaks volumes to what Saw was talking about. We needed a more aggressive element on the AWP, and you got a more aggressive element in Wrinkle.
Are you now sold on him, Pimp? Because I'm a Wrinkle believer from when we saw him in the NIP days. I just feel like your time on NIP doesn't count. And this already now is improvement event to event, almost game by game.
Damn, you just stole my next tweet right there. To be completely honest, it doesn't change what I feel about Wrinkle. I see the potential as well. I think he's a good player. I think he can progress into becoming maybe a great player at some point. Do I believe he's the player that's going to elevate G2 to be fighting against the likes of Spirit, Falcons, you name it, for trophies? Not quite certain yet, you know, but I'm not ruling it out. So he has to prove it. He has to put up performances like this, I guess, more consistently. But he's definitely shown that the capabilities, especially on the CT side, is available.
Yeah, it was one of the things, like we talked about coming into the game, that the T-side role, as he also was asked about in the interview, is still, you know, Sunpay's role, let's be honest. It's still that. But every time we go to the CT side, he takes the initiative. He starts, like, putting, you know, his way on the server. And that just makes a big of a difference because, as the casters was also talking about, you don't know where he is going to be next round.
And do you know what's really good about this, right? We heard it from him in the interview that on T-sides for now, he understands he needs to throw some of that utility and play this, but he wants to add some of that aggressive element. So give him some more time, give him some more confidence. Do you think that could open him up to be the more complete player that you said you might be looking for?
You'd hope so, you know, and I think to some degree it's needed as well, but they also have aggressive elements in a guy like Nerds, you know. Heavy Guard from time to time as well has the ability to take over, and you know Hunter to be an in-game leader who wants to be at the center of the attention. So it's also one of those things where you have to find a balance, you know. Yes, you can unleash Wrinkle as much as you want, but if there's nobody to throw the flash for Nerds or some of the other players to take map control, then you lose a bit of that. So it's a constant way in of balance I get, but I guess with performances like this, he's making a case that maybe a little more responsibility down the line would be nice.
I do also want to look at the ace that Wrinkle pulled off, because it's not often you would get an ace with a FAMAS, let alone sometimes getting 2 kills with a FAMAS, and also doing it in multiple positions across the map. He literally saved this whole round single-handedly.
He even saved the whole game single-handedly for G2. Look at the round, look at the buy right here. They have nothing to work with outside of this FAMAS, and I'll be honest, Roger, yeah, sure, saving a FAMAS sometimes can be great, but getting this much out of it, that's low-key crazy.
Like, I've watched so many FAMAS POVs in my life, and I've come to the conclusion that it's random. some of these players, they have good Steam accounts connected to it, I don't know. But yeah, like, it's also what we talked about on the first map, right? Like, when you get a player in that like lifts your bottom level with the core rifles, sometimes you can win some of these rounds, and you don't feel like it's an obstacle that guy is the only one that, you know, has to play with the weapon. So it just goes to show that if you invest into him, he puts it back in all types of aspects, both with the AWP, both with the rifles. And I think for G2 in general, not only was it a good win, but it's also a statement win for their map pool. Because looking at it, I think they're going to be tested more on some of the other maps, but putting Anubis in there all of a sudden, now you can start talking about having a good map pool.
Are we worried, though, then about Aurora's map pool? Because I know we were critical on Yimfat in the first map. It looked better here, but it was the Turkish core that didn't live up to expectations on this map that they're supposed to know and love. Like, where do we put ourselves with this?
I mean, naturally, it's not a great look to lose 2-0 and lose a map where you're up 12-8, but I'm not really worried yet on behalf of Aurora. As I said, I don't think they're ready yet, so I'm not going to make any rational or irrational conclusions just yet. I see signs of life. I see glimpses of what they want to do, and sure, Wycadia had a rough run. Sure, Centeris had a rough run, but I've also seen them be consistently delivering in the old iteration of Aurora for a long, long time. So I think they have a bit of goodwill. Naturally, they can continue to lose games. As Jimfat also says, he wants to show progress. He wants to start to win games, but give them a little more time before we make the judgment. I'm not sold either way just yet. You know, there's still potential win in this lineup.
Well, we can have a nice little listen in on our team speak moment here with Jimfat.
Guys, important fucking
very
round.
important, very important.
I think
Damien.
I fucked
nice
up my
kills,
flash
bro.
a little bit.
Yes, you flashed my face, but it's okay. He smoked me, it's
Let's
fine.
go in the smoke and be ready to go through.
Yep.
With pistol, if he taps. Let's go 3, 2, 1, go out.
Nice, man!
I'll take the op.
Good plan, Jimmy. And good flash, Osgur, man. I don't know why they're 3k fucking bots, man, all of them.
That's the last you wrote. Unlucky.
Oh man, I do love that sometimes, like, yeah, you flashed my face as well to Jimfat when that's going on. But, you know, some of these things will happen, some of these things will have to go through, and just an unfortunate way it would end after that moment. But just to highlight in it, how much do you think communication is also going to be a factor in hurting the Aurora as they're coming? Because we can hear that. Communication sounds good across the board. No one seems to be struggling. Ash mentioned in the interview as well. Zantares has good English. It's all going well in that sense. So that's not an excuse we can give them?
I don't think so. You know, I think they bought into this international project, and I said, you know, give it a bit of time. But just from the few listens in we had so far, it doesn't seem to be an issue.
No, for me, it's always that They're up 11-7, have a 2v1. It's the easy time to pull off these like 3-2-1s, let's connect with each other. It's when you're at the opposite scoreline, it's 7-11, and you are in a 2v3, that these ping pongs, they tend to be less creative, less sharp and stuff. So it's in these moments we need to judge them, if we get to listen in at least, like later in the tournament. But at least like communication is easy when you're winning. It's always when you need to, you know, find the extra things, like ping pong a little bit more, that you separate the best from the rest.
Well, in terms of that, we have separated the best from the rest in this series, but we've got to do that in one more coming your way for the opening 2 games here. Next up is Spirit taking on DENDELE, but before that, we're going to a quick break.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2 so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts, but what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 long A like the pros.
The teams are getting set up and ready for the next match. But before that, we've got some time to kill, and we're going to have ourselves some fun. There's no Maui on the desk, but we are going to go and make ourselves a tier list looking at the teams we have here and the current form they are in. And you know who we get to start with? One of the favorites. They are major champions. It's Falcons. In terms of that, right? They were major champions. Oh, it was all so good and so positive. Then Bounty, they failed online, but a lot of teams did that. And then EWC, which should have been very important for them, didn't also go their way. They lost out to Legacy. How far did they drop down because of that, boys?
I'm not sure they dropped from where I would have placed them before, to be completely honest. And naturally, winning the major was great. That was a sick comeback for Kerrigan into tier 1 Counter-Strike coming from FaZe, which at that point didn't even qualify. But I'd put them as A tier. I don't consider them to be S tier just yet. Need to show me a little more consistency with Kerrigan on the lineup. And I'll be honest, I'll throw you a little bit of a bomb right here. I'll fight both of you if you put any team as S tier right now. I don't think we have one.
Oh, no teams at S tier, Roger? Could you agree with that?
No.
Well, you're going to be fighting your old
then.
coach. There we go. You'd have to run. He definitely looks like he'd be stronger than you.
We'll see about that.
But I won't catch him.
No, that's what I always say to him as well. All right, Vitality next. It's a weird one. Vitality for me, yes, stand-in Vitality. That's right now. That's what we're looking at. An old Vitality. They still have their chance to save their era. They just now got a stopgap break. That's how I'm seeing it. Would
That's
you give
your
them a break?
S tier, I assume?
No, it's not S tier. I would put them in A.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think like form matters a lot in CS2, and I think they need to get their groove back a little bit, and that's also why I said in the morning segment that I think they need that like fresh air that JL brings in to kickstart the engine, not necessarily winning the whole tournament, but get that confidence back in some of the matchups, right? So for me right now, form-wise, where they are, like A.
Okay, A ahead of Falcons or underneath Falcons?
I would put them at the exact same. I think
Exact
they're
same? Oh,
like
nice.
they all both have their struggles at the moment, but both of them are still like dangerous for any team in the world. So
FURIA, obviously major finalists. They're making top 4 at EWC, failing in the third place decider, but they said themselves, at least Yukinda did, that he wasn't so motivated for that. Do they also get granted this A? Are they still title contenders here? Pimp's got a face on already.
I feel they're tough to place, to be completely honest, because results-wise, you'd have to place them as A tier. I also do think they're title contenders still, but they're closer to B than they are to Falcons and Vitality in A. But I think it'll be disingenuous of me to put them as a B tier. So I guess in the lack of a letter between A and B, we have to put them as A.
We can't be making up letters in the middle of this.
I guess not.
An SA, an AB, and go that way. But looking at G2 next, maybe that was a team we put straight into the B tier as trying to prove themselves. Yeah, you're both nodding along with that, so that one quite simple. But if Wrinkle continues to perform like he does, you know, I'm going to keep overhyping this situation.
If we need to see it.
Yeah, that's it, right? That's where it has to go with it all. How far do you think G2 are away from being title contenders, though? Because even when they had the old lineup, they won London, and then they just didn't match up. They didn't do well to getting forward to playoffs of majors up until Cologne. Either they were having their struggles, so
they're still a bit far away, I'd say. You know, it's a team that I expect to make the playoff, but whenever they head into a quarterfinal, or if they were to make it into a semifinal against any of the teams we're going to play, either S or A, I consider them to be the small dog in that relationship. So I'm not sold on it just yet. You know, they're stable, they're good, but not quite up there yet.
They need 2 elite maps, and right now I think Inferno is good. But the thing about Inferno is, on the given day, it can be hard against like almost any team. Like we have M80 in the tournament, who historically has been playing really good on Inferno, right? Not that they play each other, but just to tell the story. But I would say like 2 elite maps, and they need to fix their ancient, and it has to be rather sooner than later. Okay.
Now looking, could this be our first S tier? Because they are finalists of 2 events, 1 trophy to their name at EWC, already to kick off this year. Does Spirit automatically go into S?
Yes.
Yes, that's his S tier. Yes. Pimp?
I would place them at A tier still. And it may sound a bit weak, because I agree.
But in current form, we're talking about today, right now.
Yeah, but they lost to Mouse in a grand final at the Blast Bounty 3-0, and Mouse is not a good team at the moment. Still working out their issues and trying to get up to speed. I also did see them. I saw every single game at EWC, covered every single one of them. They were disjointed in the group stage. They lost to GG How. That's fair enough. It's a best of 1, whatever. Yep. They should have lost to Big. A best of 3 against Big. They should have lost that game. Had it not been for Donk single-handedly carrying the team into the playoff, they wouldn't have been in the playoff in the first place. And then they step up in the playoff, and then they end up winning, and they do better than everyone else, which obviously speaks that they're above them. So I'm conflicted.
Donk is S tier.
Donk is S tier, but that's the thing: is Team Spirit S tier or is Donk S tier?
He's S tier enough that he pushes them into S tier, even if it's the very lowest end and they're the only team there. You're getting outnumbered here 2-1, so you're gonna have to take L just on this one. You can't fight us, because that would be bad for your career and for your health. So Spirit are going up in the S tier. And next, we're moving on to Aurora. They just lost to G2. So you'd obviously put them below G2 or next to G2. Where are you putting them at right now?
Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I feel if we made this tier list in a month or in 2 months from now, I'd probably put them next to G2, B tier. As of right now, they haven't really shown us anything, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
So I guess we have to put them as C tier.
Yeah, it's a little unfair that there's not, you know, another letter in the bottom saying E, because then it would be more justified putting them in the C tier, because they're definitely better than probably what we put of other teams into C, but they're not far off G2. And also, so like margins today matters a lot, right?
Yeah,
exactly right. Just that one round, one kill could have changed it all. We could have been in a third map right now. We wouldn't even be doing this tier list. So let's put Aurora in C as of now, and they have gone through a lot of changes. It's not just 2 players, right? It's 2 players, a coach, a whole system, and identity. Now this one, 9Z. I'm a big fan of these guys because I say they are the most exciting South American team right now. They won that XPL event. There wasn't too many top teams there, right? It should have been in the bag for them anyway. They didn't make playoffs of EWC, which did confuse me a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, they probably should have been there in terms of how well they're playing, but they also made playoffs of a major, which is impressive for a team with as little experience at the top for them. So, Rugger, what do you make of the Argentinian organization and mix of South American players?
Really, really good on Nuke, I remember. No, but I think they're one of the teams combined with Foot that has that, you know, we don't care who you are type of mentality. And obviously, having also to match that playstyle, like with a playstyle in game, it is hard to be super consistent, because like if you run the same tricks against Saibu, he just kills you, right? So I would put them in between B and C, because they are like they're like 2026 has been really, really good for them. I think they're exciting. I like to watch them, like how they play, and they have also taken some big scalps.
So do we put them in C above Aurora? We need to go a bit faster with this.
Yeah, let's put them in B tier for now. I think what they did at the major and what they did by winning a trophy, you know, in China was enough for me to put them B tier. But they're on the cusp.
Mao's top of B tier, or do they slip into A tier? Because they did lift the trophy in Malta.
I'd say B tier, to be completely honest. Yeah, it's rough, man.
I would probably say A, just because like they are still like super consistent. Like if you compare G2 and Mouse, everyone
that doesn't sit right with me, to be completely honest. I see what you're saying, and they won the trophy, you know, but the way they played, even in that group stage, they could have lost the game against the 3D Max, and I'm kind of like valuing that on what I see eye test wise. EWC, they didn't look good at all, you know, struggling a little bit. I think, again, if we made this list in a month or 2 months from now, I'd be more willing to place them A. I think it's going to get better for them, but for now, for me, they're a B tier team. I don't expect them to do better than G2 and 9C at the current state.
Well, the next one is an easy choice. Navi, straight to S tier. Above Spirit, above everyone else. They have Blade, the greatest coach of all time.
The question is, Rugger, have they fallen from A tier to B tier?
In my opinion, right here, right now, yes.
Okay. Oh. So a B tier team, James.
Above G2 or below G2 and 9Z?
I think they can hold each other's hands, all of them.
Okay, so they're just in a line. We'll put Navi in the middle. Bet boom.
Straight up D tier.
Yeah, D tier.
Straight up D tier.
They didn't sign Flammus, and I still think like it's just a problem. It's
when your team is better with a standing consistently than they are with the full team, and when they played as they have after the summer break, it has to be a D tier.
Inner Circle, we don't know too much about them. Impressive in terms of this tier 2 space and trying to build themselves back up as a Ukrainian lineup. Still put them above Bet Boom, because Bet Boom can't even field the team to come to the event.
We can't put them next to Aurora, can we?
Like, from potential, from playing practices against them, knowing how they play, I would... No, I think they're D tier.
Above Bet Boom, because Bet Boom can't even field the main team. Let's go with that. Legacy. Legacy is exciting. Legacy have just made top 3. Legacy continue to win CAC events in China.
Yeah, still to me, like between B and C. I think they really do well. You know, signing Try as well, interesting. Look great at EWC, some more potential, getting an AWPer. I'd still put them C tier, to be honest. I want that confirmed one more time that they can play at that level consistently.
That's respectful, I get that. Lin Vision.
D tier.
E tier.
The end of D tier.
And there's nothing against, you know, Chinese teams. I just think every time they try to play Western style, they become worse.
Yeah, it's true. They don't stick to their guns with it. But I do wish they would spend more time in Europe, which is what Lin Vision have done. So maybe they will start to show some improvement, because it worked for the Mongols. They need to start working for some of these Chinese teams to be doing it so often. M80. Back to America, then sometime in Europe, then back to America. We don't really know what we're going to get with them. Where do they fit in this?
They were C tier. They were for some time interesting to me. For me now, D tier, without a doubt. They've failed to impress as of late.
Top of D tier?
Nah.
Whoa.
Yeah, maybe compared to some of those.
Yeah,
They're better than Invision for sure. Better than Bedboom, but yeah, a solid D tier, maybe trending slightly upwards.
Yeah, I would also put them in the top of D, just because like they have some nice threats and cool takes on maps, and it's always nice watching them.
We can't move it. There we go. And last but not least, they're playing in just a few moments. DENDELE. They did beat FURIA online. They are trying to grind their way out of this. They've spent 40 days in Europe without taking a break.
And won the qualifier against paiN in the final as well.
There you go.
A for effort, D for where they're at right now.
I think they're better than the teams in D.
Yeah, so put them end of C.
I would put them in C.
Yes, end of C.
Well, that's not my list, you know, but fair enough.
Hey, you took part in it. It's all on our list. It is a group effort. Thank you very much, guys. There we have it as of right now. There is the tier list. And I'm pretty happy with what we did there, even though I don't agree with where you put NAVI. But let's get into our matchup of what we've got coming right now. As I said, the players are getting themselves ready for it. Spirit versus DENDELE. This is tough because Spirit is not a team that loses to teams lower in the ranks than them in a best of 3. Don't try and hit me with the GG How best of 1. I don't really count too much in that. In a best of 3, Spirit can lose a map, but they always fight back. They always come into it, and they do stay pretty focused in these kind of games.
I can't make the case as to why they should lose this game, but I will say if you were watching EWC, if you look at the results, how they won the final and the playoff run for Spirit, you'd say, yeah, maybe S tier, maybe the best team in the world right now. Definitely can be, you know, with Donk in form, with tennere showing up a little bit more in the playoff together with Shiro, but I was not content or happy with the way they played in the group stage. There was a team not necessarily falling apart, but there was a team that by Big got tested to the full amount, and they should have lost to Big. Had it not been for Donk in the group stage, who single-handedly, if you watch the game, put your eyes to the test, single-handedly kept Spirit alive, they wouldn't even have made the playoff. And for a team to be that irregular and unstable to group stage to a playoff, it's a dangerous game to play. You could argue the same for Vitality. In the period where they had the error, they were in group stage beatable at times, so you could talk to them, and then in the playoff, they wouldn't lose a single map. So we've seen that trend before, but I'm not too content on Spirit doing that. You know, at some point it's going to bite them in the ass, and I would like to see them just be consistently playing the same style of Counter-Strike in group stage as they do in playoff.
But what you're describing to me, you're a sports fan yourself, right? Like we always talk about these like teams coming into a tournament and then dusting off the rust as the game, like as the tournament prolongs, right? And I think that's also what shows the class teams that a lot of other teams would probably have lost the game to Big or some of the other ones, right? And yeah, I think they just have so much talent in the team, and I know Donk is the headliner. He is insanely good. But the supporting cast and setting him up, I think they have a good recipe. The question is how long until the others catch up to it, because it is one of the easier teams to actually prepare for. The X factor is always you also need to shoot them, right? And we've played them a lot of times in Astralis in the beginning. It was not so good. Then we've had, you know, an idea about how to approach them. What do we do? How do we handle Donk? Then all of a sudden it becomes, you know, something that you have a chance against. You still need to win your duels. You still need to convert and stuff. But I think that's the only thing, if you make your S tier argument, that is holding them a little bit back, that they need maybe a little bit more, you know, extra in the strategic department.
And to me, that's the whole tipping point, because I think tennere was supposed to come in and be that secondary star, third star next to Shiro, and he does that occasionally. He does that at times. In the playoff against Foot in the grand final, played exceptionally well, but he has too many games where he's a non-factor, and before he figures out just a little bit of consistency, it's hard for me to expect Spirit to be up there. But once he does, then I very much agree with you. You know, the support cast in Shiro, a tennere that is consistent, and then Donk being the best player in the world, that's scary for any team out there.
But don't you think, right, that what you were talking about here, and I agree a bit with what Raga was saying, is the beginning of the season was sloppy even from the online part, right? And then they were just kind of getting officials under their belt, growing, and everyone was starting to level up as a team and get back into the form of things. For me, if they now dominate in this group stage and move on forward, and tennere can keep that form, not that it's just being like stuck in playoffs, then I can see them being in the good spot where they do have what they need to know. Because it's now straight on from EWC into this. They should be warmed up and ready.
Yeah, 100%, you know, and we're speaking of where the bar is set for Team Spirit. We're speaking about them as if, are they the best team in the world right now? Because that's up for debate, you know, and naturally, you know, it may sound like I'm a bit critical of Team Spirit. I'm just not sure if they are the clear determined favorite to be the best team in the world right now. I still see some flaws in the game. I still see things, as you said, that can get up to speed, that can make them better, but we also set the bar extremely high because they've been in 2 grand finals in a row. They won one of those, and you have Donk on your lineup, so you're supposed to do that. So it's not that I don't think Spirit is going to be a top 3 team for the rest of the year. I very much do, but I'm not certain they're going to be the best team.
Well, when we're looking at tennere as a player right now, he's had moments of individual brilliance. I don't need to look at his numbers so much. I can see some rounds in even the games where his numbers may not look so great, that he has high amounts of impact and he's doing what he needs to do. So doesn't it just matter that they're getting the wins even with that, you know? Do we need to see him up there all the way?
I think a lot of, at least our generation, has been blinded a little bit about the Astralis era, right? That everyone had sick ratings, everyone had these like insane numbers, everyone had, you know, these like big impact moments. And I think the modern version of, you know, Counter-Strike, there will be guys that stands out, and then there will be the guys doing the dirty job. And at least for now, tennea is still doing the dirty job, but I still see, you know, the player, the tendency that he could do it, but we've also, like, I have not, but you guys have been talking about it for a long time now, that it's also about to be here and now, you know? But obviously if you're winning, I think if you're like in 4 finals out of the last 5 events, then obviously you're doing something right. But here we're talking about the icing on the cake.
Well, let's see if he's got that icing on the cake ahead of today's game, because I caught up with tennea a little bit earlier. What happened with the trophy lift? You nearly eliminated Hallie.
It's not my bad. Why AWC not keep it this inside this, I don't know how it's calling on English, I don't know. But when we go into trophy, I just ask, we should take for the lift trophy? Yeah. He said, no, for this, okay.
Who told you that?
Because we think he will lock it inside, and when he lifted the trophy, he just go into him and okay.
Thank you for clearing that up. So it's Hallie, it's he made this happen. We'll just blame Hallie.
We just don't communicate him because I'm just take Insta trophy, but I see he take this holder, and okay, I take also holder, and we just lift it.
It was a good moment, but at least no one was hurt. That is a good thing. Now, joking aside, serious questions. It is the second trophy of your career, right? So comparing to your individual performance we saw back at Rio, Astana, you're maybe not playing as the level you want or the level you would need to be playing at, but you guys are still winning. What do you think of these performances?
It's really too hard comparing these tournaments because, for example, if we will take Rio or Astana, it looks like I'm really have good individual performance during all tournament. But for example, if we will take last tournament AWC, for us it was really start was too hard, and by step we just going up. And the group stage for me was not so good. And also probably in playoff, I only have bad game against Legacy. But I don't care about stats, how we're always talking about that, because if I won trophy, I'm really happy, and I understood we did all correctly. That's enough for lift trophy. But for example, if you want to create something more, we should going up about performance, about as a team or something like that, and we are working about that.
So they are working about it. They're getting the trophy at least in the last time around, and they are showing their improvements with it. But let's quickly just turn the conversation over to this DENDELE. DENDELE right now is just an up-and-coming team trying to prove themselves. I was talking to Kochi backstage about some things, and he was saying how at the moment, like moving away from Sharks, having this is giving them the resources where they can stay in Europe a bit longer, they can improve as a team more, right? And not worry about players being taken from that team to other Brazilian teams. That must be nice, right? To know you've got a team you can work with for the foreseeable future.
Always respect when a team is willing to relocate in order to chase their dream, in order to chase becoming a better team, becoming better players, finding themselves in a better practice environment. So yeah, we've seen glimpses of what they can do in online qualifiers, beating paiN, beating FURIA. So, you know, beating Spirit would be something on top of that, especially in a LAN setting, but they're definitely moving in the right direction.
How likely is that, Rugger? What is it that makes this DENDELE team so special at the moment? Because what's interesting for me is they have some names where you look at the stats is great for certain players, but it is multiple individuals at any given time that can pop off.
I think time. Like, if you look at their team, I think 4 of them have been together for a very long time, and the last one joined 7 months ago. So it's a team that has been given time, that has started to gel, like build up this synergy that we've seen from a lot of the other teams coming from South America.
Yeah.
That they come in as a unit, everyone starts shining, then all of a sudden a guy pops off we've never heard of before. This time he won't get sold. So, but yeah, I think that's the #1 thing they have going. That they're like a national team coming in, believing in the same plan, committing to something, and that can move a lot of things in Counter-Strike.
In terms of that, right, Doc is the one we want to highlight a little bit here, right, Pim? What makes this guy the standout player within this lineup?
He's been the one standing out in some of those big wins against paiN and FURIA, and consistently also delivering the highest output on the server. Again, a player that is and will be interesting to follow. Again, one thing is doing it online, another thing is doing it domestically. Doing it against a team like Spirit, that's going to be another big test, but that's also where you get to see if he's the real deal. You know, a lot of players throughout history of time perform well against top 30, top 40, top 50 teams, but some players also have the habit of dropping off when they play some of the better ones out there. So far, I like what I've seen from Doc, but it's also a relatively new team for me to follow. It's not a long time they've been playing at this level, so if anything, it's going to be a learning experience, not only for them, but also for us when we watch them unfold.
Do you know what's crazy, right, when I was looking at this as well? You mentioned about the time the whole team's been together, but Coachy now has been doing this for like 8 or 9 years with the same team, same organization, just grinding out forwards, right, and trying to make this happen. There were times where we did see them at big events, but then they would just drop off, they would lose players up into it. This is finally a time where they can strive to be a team that could break through into the elite Counter-Strike, right? Do you see them having some of them fundamentals that might make that possible?
I think having the fundamentals now is easy. It's going into a game against Spirit where it will get tested a lot, because you won't get the same, you know, perfect sound cues as you would be home. You play with pressure all of a sudden. You can hear the opponent. You can see the whole studio, everything. Like, it is a different type of game. But knowing a lot of the teams coming from South America, it's normally some of these things they don't care too much about.
Yeah, that's what they can normally thrive in. But let's see what maps we're going to play. It's time, once again, for the veto. Now, Rugger, I'm going to come to you on this before we get into any of the picks happening. I know we were talking in the green room. You said you want to see them not play like the normal. You want to see them maybe lean into the cash and try and punish Spirit. Is that something that you see being on the cards? Is it like really something they would risk?
100%. Like, I think they need to, and also because it's the one map that Spirit has shown they're like mortals on, right?
Okay.
So I think going into a map where you can play in your face from the beginning if you want to, I think that suits this matchup really good to set up, you know, at least an excited first game. And I'm pretty sure it's not Ancient, right?
Yeah, that's interesting to me as well. I think Cash should be picked here, and there we go. Cash will be picked by DENDELE. They have to, you know, and as you said, Spirit have shown weakness on the map. They lost to Big in a game that wasn't close up until the point where Dunk, funnily enough, went nuclear. They also struggle against Foot on the very specific map. So if anything, Spirit have shown, again, small sample size, but Cash hasn't been dialed in just yet. So a bit of a weakness in the pool, and if you're DENDELE, you have to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I also think like Spirit showing the respect of a good Cash from the opponent, willing to start the veto out so they start on their map instead of going, you know, semi-cold into Cash where a lot of things can happen, a lot of unknown quantities. So they want to pick Ancient, meaning probably starting T, right? That they will come out and set the pace themselves, which a lot of the CIS teams are known for doing.
And then looking down, is this Anubis Decider in there? Obviously, it is a map that DENDELE can play, but against this level of competition, this is just going to be more, hopefully, to get there and then try and show up in some way with some confidence.
Yeah, I think all we can hope for is that DENDELE can make 1 or 2 maps competitive in this series to be thinking that we need Anubis, to be thinking that we go into a 3rd map. That in itself would be a bit of a shock to me and also a bit disappointing for Team Spirit. Again, we're talking about the team that right now, I guess, as per the odds, are the favorite to win the entire tournament against one of the weaker teams on paper. So if anything, I just hope the first 2 maps have competitive elements to them, but to see Anubis being played in this series would be a bit of a shock to me.
Well, let's discover how competitive it will be. Let's get ourselves into the game. Anders and Henry, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. Not quite as tantalizing the matchup compared to the first game, Anders. It feels like a David versus Goliath situation, but like the points made, DENDELE, a team on an upward trajectory, hopefully can cause a bit of a dent today. Yeah, it would be some shocking predictions over on Polymarket if somebody got this right. If somehow DENDELE were able to upset, I can't imagine it's going to be a lot of viewers that are believing in that. I mean, but you never know. You never know. With Cash in the mix as well,
that's exciting.
It's one of those maps where I keep saying it on most broadcasts. Like the tier 2, tier 3 teams should be focusing on this as their main pick now.
I like that.
Catch the players off guard. The top teams that are going to every single tier 1 event, they don't get a lot of reps on Cash. It's not played too much. So a real chance to go to 3 maps with that in mind. But for now, we focus on Ancient, ladies and gentlemen. Second game of the day is DENDELE versus Spirits. And as the analyst desk mentioned, it'll be a T-side spot for Spirit here. We'll see whether they can kick things off well. Definitely the favorites. I think that goes without saying.
Yes. But we'll mention it anyway, just in case someone brand new to Counter-Strike has been wrapped up into the mix. Spirits, they are one of the teams to beat for this tournament. There's no question about it here. Shiro with the P250 in middle to try and equalize the difference between the Glock and the USP. Hoping to take a bit of a fight there, but not really being given much of a chance. Classic Molotov towards that donut position, and it is Donk to find the opening, and he's hungry for more. He's got no fear. It's actually Tania to get this one, and a bit of a backstab as Max Core comes in. Could have put some more pressure on Donk perhaps, but he's managed to reset himself. Some really clean kills coming out. There's not a lot in the way of Donk there to stop him. Doc trying to see if he could salvage the round in a 1 versus 4, but they're coming for him. They could have walked away. It's Donk again.
You're going to see a lot of that. Donk fast out middle and killing absolutely everyone en route. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot. Doc versus Donk should be an interesting battle, but a very clean pistol here from Spirit. It begs the question whether we'll see the 4 spy coming into round number 2. Let's have a look at the replay from Donk here. Very clean, as you might expect. Very composed. Clean kill on the last as well. So we do have the 4 spy. Max 7, Anders. And a couple of MP9s here, a couple of pistols, and they're going to be leaning towards B.
Yeah, might as well try and see if you could stack it up in the bomb site. Get a little bit fortunate at the start of it. I do like the Max 7, it's always fun to see. But for now, it's Magic's taking a look here. They will jump up on him, and that's actually going to work out. A double peek with the MP9. Not bad. Wait a minute. Inside of the smoke as well. Gafolo's managed to find his way through, and he catches Donk looking the wrong way. That's a great pickup.
Yeah, getting caught with the trousers around the ankles here a couple of times. Spirits now trading in a 4-on-3. Zontic's finding a lot of space over towards A. He's got Koala to deal with. Hanging out with that Max 7, as we mentioned. He's actually tucked away right now, and he spots one. And, well, I don't think he was spotted at all. Makes noise.
So Sontic's going to be able to call that in. I guess you could have made an argument, but the problem with the Max 7 is, like, at that medium range, you never really know if you're actually going to be able to do enough damage with it. A peek comes out again, and they're able to trade out Sontic. There's the Max 7, and it's nearly a kill. Well, the pellets could have got Shiro.
Shiro at EWC was the clutch master.
That's true.
On Ancient, especially. A 2 versus 1. They've got an AK, though, for Max Core. Currently, A is relatively open.
It's also hard to control every angle here for Shiro. Unfortunately, if he had some more utility, it would be, I think, easier to clear this one out. But yeah, he's going to have to just hope that he could find an early kill. Plants the bomb with his back turned and Max Core, the easiest kill of his life. Bomb goes down, but it doesn't really matter. What a gift to DENDELE.
Well, there we have it. It was the B ramp swing with the 5-7 to call Magic's off guard. Chaos ensued, and then pushing through smokes, getting that second kill. They had a 5 versus 3, and Shiro unable to hold on in the 2-on-1 there. It's a huge round for DENDELE. They do manage to find success here in the second round 4 spy. That's an opening frag, and then the sneak through the smoke. Shiro not able to clutch. Zontic's felt like he needed a double kill there. There's the Max 7 as well. Almost got that double. And as you mentioned, very easy finish there, but still a lot of work to be done now. Sure. Huge injection of cash. Got a couple of AKs in the mix now as well. But you're up against a Donk Deagle. See what can be done here. Smoke down towards elbow. Plenty of util towards mid, but no one pushing through that smoke. Oh, RDN certainly is.
Yeah, he's not afraid here. Might find Magic's lurking on this side. He's certainly going to be spotting him out, so no surprises there. But the rest of it is headed towards the A-bomb site. And you got to be careful, like you pointed out. Donk does have the Deagle. Backup is starting to get there. Max Core letting go of a couple of rounds. It's Tania to get the opening kill. Koala, he's dead already. And there's the sneak in. Tania keeps it going. It's kind of crumbling a little bit here for the DENDELE side, which is a real shame because they put so much work into that last round.
I gotta say, they're gonna fall back here. What's the plan? Because they've got Magic's all the way over towards B. They definitely could.
Yeah,
I think they will.
Oh, they might just wait for Magix to actually shoot them in the back. That's the other side of it, I suppose, is if he walks in here to find a kill in the middle. Okay, they are starting to get back now. Bomb slowly but surely. 50 seconds still on the clock here.
That's the final play. Magix really is the linchpin of this one. Will they suspect him on the other side? I think they will.
Actually, really heads-up play. DENDELE realizing something is wrong, that they haven't shown up for the A-bomb side yet, so they got to find the information. It's risky, but it's actually worked out brilliantly for them. Gafolo is going to be taking down Shiro. And now Tania, the guy to start the round. He got 2 kills with the Tech-9 to kind of set it up, and it looked like that was going to be it. Spirit were going to be able to walk away with an early win here, but with the amount of health left, you have to assume that there's no way he could win this one. A 1 versus 3, and he will turn around at the wrong time.
Feels like they overcooked that a little bit, Team Spirit. Like, it was a nice idea, but like you said, there's great awareness from the CT side. I think with that 5-on-3 advantage, just continuing when you had the smoke down as well, in towards A, trying to trade out the jewels, that would have been the better approach in hindsight, but it was an interesting idea from Magix. Once he found that space, like I said, 5-on-3, you'd think they'd at least get a follow-up kill. But well held, DENDELE will fend them off once again.
It's so well played that they check all those corners going back to the B-bomb side. I mean, that's the kind of heads-up play you love to see out of an underdog team. They kind of read the situation well. A couple of upgraded pistols, but not much else here. So, yeah, very well done. For Spirit, if they could do any more damage, I mean, that would be nice. Winning this round is definitely something they're going to have to fight pretty hard to get even close to doing. Oh. Interesting wrinkle at the start of this game that, you know, once Spirit win the pistol round, you assume that's going to be the beginning of the avalanche in their favor, but...
That's what we were assuming, but it's not the case at all. DENDELE, impressive start here on Ancient after losing the pistol. Should be 3 in a row here. Bear in mind, there's not much to speak of. No Kevlar on the T side right now. Hoping for another deagle pick if possible. Tania not ready for the peak. Should be enough now to close this round out. I don't see any potential threats. No grenades. There's one flash. Have to be one hell of a flashbang to get a bomb down here. We'll see what they can come up with.
Yeah, it's doubtful. And maybe not the most exciting round so far, but that's partly because DENDELE are doing the smart thing by staying far back. You could even, in theory, allow them the bomb plant on the B-bomb side, which is why they're playing this sort of retake style where they're really, really far away. They don't want to be falling early on, and Spirit are really testing the limits of the time here. They are hoping that somehow DENDELE will make a mistake and peek a little bit early into a deagle or something, anything to get them a man-up situation in the round.
Okay. Interesting. They've got the bomb planted in a 5-on-5. I don't think they'll be winning this round, but maybe a couple of kills are available.
Yeah, I like it from the CT side, though. I like the fact that they're saying, yeah, who cares about the bomb plant? We just want to make sure we win the round. Don't give anything away. Donk with the first kill of the Eagle. Re-peeks straight into RDN. It does take him down, and Magix, he's been found, and he's been eliminated as well. 3-1. I respect giving up the bomb plant in this kind of round. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I agree. Not a big deal. I think both teams relatively happy with that outcome. Bomb planted, couple of kills for Spirit, and just getting that 3rd round on the board for DENDELE. 3-1 now. Money in a much more promising position. The first gun round is upon us. AWP for Max Corp.
Yes. Not one of those AWPers that's usually high on people's list, but I've definitely seen him hit some really, really great shots in the past, so he's going to have to do a lot in this one, but the fact that he's got this early AWP, and obviously Shiro won't have his, and maybe on the T side isn't too pressed to try and pick it up anyway.
Now, normally, the Team Spirit game plan is to set up Donk towards middle. Donk go kill, and you can see it's a very effective strategy as he opens things up there. Doc does well while blind, though, to take him down. Back to a 4-on-4. Get that information. There's a lot of presence towards middle. Tania trying to find that space in response, but Koala gets a freebie. Great shot from the donut room. And they've got the man advantage again. They have got Spirit sweating here a bit, Anders.
Look at the aggressive push that's coming out as well over on the A hallway.
Yeah,
that
true.
is great. What a great reaction to finding that kill.
Should be enough to win this round, but plenty of time on the clock. Round 5. Team Spirit looking down the barrel of a 4-1 deficit here.
This is so sick. He found the kill and then he decided, I'm going to go and just simply push them. And again, they're playing this retake on the B bomb side. They don't care about the bomb being planted. I think this is great news. The Des did say that, you know, this is a team that's put a lot of work into getting to a high level. Slow peak from Sontix, probably the slowest you've ever seen. And Max Core will be able to find the kill against him. Bomb, it might be planted, but again, that's not really a big deal in this round. And actually, even that might be interrupted here. Koala with a brilliant round for himself.
Okay. Quite a convincing round, all things considered. It was a donk opening frag, but the trade came in very quickly. Like I said, most of their rounds are built around donk finding that space, getting a couple of kills, pushing the CTs back. No dice this time. Opening frag, no problem, but the follow-up trade was there. And that's where taneer tried to take that space in towards A, but very aware of that prospect. Great shot from Donuts, and then, yeah, nothing really to be said towards B. Didn't even get a look in as Koala gets a nice double to close things out. They are starting to spiral a little bit here. These rounds have been very convincing for DENDELE. Money broken once more. Now they're hoping they can just break through. They've got a Donk AK-47 here. Like I said, he'll be doing this almost every round. Work towards middle. And flashed off, actually. It's very effective. This is looking promising.
Yeah, did they time the flashbang with the smoke being blown open?
Yeah.
There's some high-tech stuff that we're watching here coming up from the mainly Brazilian lineup.
All right. Should be a guaranteed round here. Say that with bated breath, though. You never know, Team Spirit. It's Magic's now. He's got the AK-47. Has got Kevlar, but unable to find that gap in towards Donut. That'll be smoked off. Same story towards Red as well. So what's the final play? Bomb and taneer towards middle. Once again, parking up Magic's in a choke point, hoping he can find something to work with here. Teammates will come join him towards mid.
But again, look at the discipline here on the CT side. They know they've got the advantage. They keep on falling back. Spirit would love nothing more than a straight-up honest fight anywhere on the map at the moment, but the clock is running down low. And they make their way through Donuts. Max Core finds one, but he can't really escape behind the box. Koala quick to take on over the guard duties on the bomb site, and all right, it's going to be RDN to take him down, but it could have been Koala as well. He's been playing a great game. He's 7-4 Koala right now, and overall, DENDELE at a 5-1 lead, denying the bomb plant the last couple of rounds. A lot of things are shaping up well, Henry. So you know, if you're a Spirit fan right now, how worried should you be? Are we one round away from Spirit getting activated? What's going on here?
I'm looking back to EWC. Their opening game, I think, was against GG How. They lost that game.
They did lose that game.
They went on to win the entire tournament. I think they're slow burners. I think this map will be fine. I think the series will be fine. I am very impressed with DENDELE. They are playing a great game. They are stepping up. They are winning most of their duels. Their fundamentals seem great. The teamwork's locked in. But I feel like Spirit, probably from this point onwards, will start to wake up. Let's see. Look at that. Synergy. The flashbang. The breaking of the smoke, 2 players peeking, no chance of Spirit there. And a compromised buy as well as we go into the next one. Magic's only has a Galil, focusing on that util, which could be a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, right. 3 AKs as well on the CT side, so really starting to accumulate a little bit. And again, they're pushing aggressively in the A hallways. I don't think Donk heard them just yet, but he is thinking about it. He is aiming this direction, so it might just be a timing kind of thing.
Here we go. I like the pressure. Oh, and they trade him out, but it's Zontix with the rebuttal. Finally, a man advantage here for Spirit. It's been some time. Good grenade in towards the cheetah room.
I mean, even though that trade goes in favor of Spirit.
Potential double kill?
Yeah, you could see. You almost wish that that Max Core could have been able to help out, but obviously he's got the AWP, so he's going to be holding the corner. Oh man. Donk starting to make his way in towards the middle. Spray not quite connecting. Again, if you push them into the AWP, there is a chance, there is a way to kind of get, you know, stack kills upon kills in here. He doesn't want to scope because then he has to rescope, and that's going to be awkward. 40 seconds now. Bomb picked up, and they are all coming for him. It's unlikely Max Core's going to be able to do much of anything here. A kill would be nice.
I don't know.
Double would be quite something. They are close, but Magic's is right behind him, and instead of fighting, they've just smoked him off for the minute here. Bomb being planted on the other side, and it's a quick scope. Sontix going down. Hold the phone. 2 versus 2 now. And now Doc has started to get there in the back line. Shiro is aware that he could be coming from this direction, but it's all a question of timing right here. Bomb ticking away.
No
Doc
way.
finding it. It's a 2-on-4 now. Converted into a 1 versus 2. Shiro, he's found a good angle. They're not aware of him yet. They're going to find out the hard way. As Doc goes down, tapping the bomb is Max Core. And he knows Shiro has to peek him. And it's a great peek. You talked about the clutch potential. It's Shiro in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, a round. Well, they'll be happy just to pick up the W. There was a 4-on-2 in favor of Spirit, but then the Max Core AWP sequence in towards Cave really made things uncomfortable there. Actually, a 2-on-1 advantage. It all started here with Don getting the opening frag. It was looking great.
This is such a great kill, though, for Koala, to be honest. I was going to say, the fact that they are even stopping Donk from getting a bunch of multi-kills at the beginning, like, that's already pretty good.
They seem to be shutting him down, and thankfully, once again, Shiro does deliver the goods, and yet another clutch here on Ancients. Donk, set up towards middle, we talked about this. Same setup in the CTs, though, popping that smoke open time and time again, double peeking Donk, making sure he can't get multiple kills here. Shiro, noting that A-main aggression, it's being presented once again, Anders.
It's been a real feature of the map for them so far. He's going to be able to see it out of the corner of his eyes, but do you get the multi-kill here? Sontix crouching in. Oh, he's seen that before. He's so hidden in that corner, but yeah, they've definitely been studying a little bit.
Very, very important round here. Spirit feels like they need it. Max Core looking to shut them down once again. He's in the right position. Can he nail the shots, though? Will be presented with multiple targets momentarily. It's a great first. Needs a quick scope on the second. Doesn't quite connect, but we do have a 3-on-3.
Oh, I wanted to believe that he could have found that second one. It almost worked out for him. That's an admirable attempt there for Max Core. Shiro to go down. No bomb plan yet. They lose Magix as well. Now it's Donk in a 1 versus 2. And he makes it look so easy.
Okay.
There's the multi-kill that we know him for.
That was too clean.
Yeah.
Way too clean from Donk. But that's back-to-back 2v1 clutches Spirit have had to win now. It's not like they're dominating with team play. DENDELE, arguably, looking at the better team right now. But nice awareness there from Zontix. Max Core felt like he was on for the double there. Beautiful first shot. Felt like there was a world where the second was possible, but Donk steals the show. Of course he does. Takes his total up to 9 and 6 right now. Beautiful play in the 2 versus 1. Excellent shot on the second. Tactical timeout. This time called by DENDELE. Money's okay. Certainly not ideal. It looks like we do have a buy being presented here. 5-3 in the opening Mac. It's going to be picked by Team Spirit. Move on to cash next, Sanders. That is where things really do get interesting.
That's almost like the background kind of theme for this one is if somehow DENDELE stole this map away, then that cash map just becomes so much more potentially curious for the side of Spirit. Who knows?
True. Bear in mind, winner of this goes on to play G2. Loser will play Aurora.
Strong looking G2 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, then back to old middle. Donk, as you might expect, finding his form now, Anders.
Yeah.
Anywhere he points his cross at, there's this pure domination. 4 HP, double kill. Picked up, and then surely the round as well. 2 players remaining.
It's a crazy luxury to have, to be able to throw someone like Dong into the middle and just kind of open the round like that. And so much of the economic advantage that DENDELE had built up, it's finally disappearing. And to be fair, they held on to it for quite a while there. Playing the rounds reasonably, not overcommitting to early, trying to defend the bomb or anything. They were doing a lot of retakes, and they kept a lot of rifles alive. But yeah, finally getting a little bit low on that front. A lot of grenades around the corner. Magic's going down, but Gafolo is isolated and trapped in here. It's Tanir to pick up a couple of kills.
Okay. They're certainly starting to cook now.
Yeah, it's getting there. And well, you reasonably said it's early on, even though it's really cool for DENDELE. I'm happy that they've brought this here. Like, they're clearly really well prepped. But they are playing a team spirit that's very hard to bring down at the moment.
Very true. Surely the eco. 5.7s, P250s, Deagle for RDN. And a 4-man stack towards the B-bomb side. Donk really starting to feel himself now. 11 and 6. We speculated at the start of the map as to how much impact he could have towards middle, but turns out quite a lot. Saved him a couple of times. Relied on some of the bigger names for clutches as well, mainly Shiro. Let's see if they can get through this one unscathed and take us to 5-5. But bear in mind, they lost against the 5-7s in the second round, which opened the floodgates for DENDELE, but it's going to be Donk answering back quickly, 4-4. Doc with the 5-7. Next frag will be very, very influential. Doc seems to be in a spot to bob up. Oh my goodness. Okay, known for his body shots usually. Didn't expect that.
That looked almost choreographed, didn't it? It's pretty cool. But you're right, yeah, SCEST, that's kind of what we became like a big meme at one point, I feel like.
Yeah.
Not that I think there's anything wrong with that. Like, as long as you're getting the kills, then it's not like they're lacking in firepower really on the Spirit side.
No, definitely not. So, Koala, don't think you'll be doing much about this one, I'm afraid. 5-7. Kevlar, that's about it. Other side of the map so far removed. Nice and patient there.
Don't even know if there's a weapon anywhere nearby that he could reasonably pick up, so...
I guess he'll just look for an exit towards the double doors.
Yeah. Well, I don't hate it. That would be Spirit tying up the game, though, at a 5-5 scoreline, so... Yeah, whatever worries you might have had about Spirit, I think quickly people are probably taking a deep breath here and then realizing, yeah, Spirit, they're pretty hard to put away. Those mid flashes to set up Donk are really, really efficient. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to try and counter it, but I mean, when he's coming through the, through the smoke, you put out the incendiaries, and then he's just being flashed on through. It is kind of hard to stop him.
Nice round from Zontix. Good space bound by Donk again. Got to have a second look at this. 2 1-taps.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Extra crispy. And we are all tied up. Penultimate round of this first half. The picker of Team Spirit, of course, sitting on this T side. On the pistol. Second round force buy wasn't as successful. DENDELE ran away with that opportunity, but can they find maybe one more round to close out this half?
Well, they're being flashed in from middle. This kind of a push here is definitely powerful, but at the same time, Donk is opening up the B-bomb site, looking for another one. Gafolo takes him down. So once again, trading out Donks. A big success for the CT side if they could keep it up. Bomb is a little bit further back, but RDN, he was lurking around out there for a while. And they can't really find the kills that they need in this one. Finally one in return, but they've lost Koala. He was again pushing a little bit aggressively. Found by Shiro. It's all on Gafolo. That is the bomb, though. Yeah, you're right about that. 35 health, though. Oh, he's just wall banged down. Zontix not even giving him much of a chance there, so 6-5.
Well handled in the end. Should equate to a half victory here. 6-5 right now, final round of the first half. You're going to have to buy, of course, but it'll be a mixed bag. I'm assuming a couple of SMGs and pistols will be in the mix. Should be able to get a couple of rifles. Zontix, clean finish once again.
Oh, yeah. All right, setting up for some grenades towards the middle here. So I think a total of 4 flashbangs to try and get into this one, but Magix burns alive. I think he got dinked as well through the smoke. So that's an interesting way to start the round. So RDN looking to take a fight. Tanias, very, very nice crosshair placement. Will be taking down Gafolo. The trade is in, though. And Donk looking to avenge his fallen teammate, but hasn't really found anyone to fight in there.
All right, Zontix. Found the space again. This fight can decide the round. Holds his nerve, but undetected. It's Max Corp. Maintains that man advantage. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Donk and Shiro to work in tandem here in the final round. Bomb on the back of Shiro. And A is wide open, at least for now.
Yeah. Max Corp relocating to pick up an AK, which I think makes a lot of sense. And again, who cares about the bomb plant? It is the final round of the half, so somebody going to make a big difference here. Donk posturing aggressively towards CT spawn while Shiro is planting the bomb at the same time. He's not afraid. If anyone wants to step it up here, he's more than ready to fight. Look at how his confidence is so high. And why wouldn't it be? Follow-up headshot. It almost looked like Doc ran into the stray bullets, and now it's all on Max Core. He's put up a smoke to put a little bit of pressure on, but it's not that much. Sure will take him down, and it's 7-5 at the end of the half.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With a new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Welcome back to Team Spirit versus DENDELE, and the surprise package there, at least at the start of the half there, Anders. 5-1 up were the underdogs, but Donk arrived and he ends up getting 15 kills in the half, and they get 6 in a row. It was looking good for the first 6 rounds.
It's happened to better teams than DENDELE, but you got to give them some credit for the kind of homework that they clearly had prepped for it. Now we're going into the second half here, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a fight early on in middle. RDN, he's already at the corner. He's waiting for somebody to peek him, but the flash around the corner sets it up nicely for Spirit, and there's Donk starting off with a good headshot. The counter flash, though, actually does get rid of him. Tenier, he sneaks in a kill before they escape.
And they're going to retreat with the man advantage here. Long range, ambitious attempt there from Kafolo, but overall, CT's alive and well. Shiro hunting for intel here, and it's going to be Magix from the red room.
Yeah.
To solidify their chances. That should be it. Right now, objective to get the bomb planted, if possible. Probably can't win the round at this stage. Shiro behind enemy lines. Spots one. Should be the round with this kill. That's the bomb he spotted toward the double doors. And yeah, just smoke him off. Wait for those rotations. Don't give anything away.
Yeah, and on the other side, Gafolo's going to have a really hard time, I think, as well, finding Magix, who he's kind of almost close to. But yeah, the gun barrel's not going to be showing. Timing is kind of ridiculous there, as Tenier's just made his way in towards the red room. And they are bringing the bomb back. There is a world in which Gafolo finds this one, and at least then they've got an isolated fight against the Magix. So it's not completely over yet.
Certainly not. They've definitely got that bomb planted. Nice smoke down towards Donut as well.
Yeah, that's actually huge. The fact that they even still had the smoke there is kind of wild, although very close to going down through the smoke. That would have been such a painful way to potentially lose the round here. Gafolo, no fear in him at all. Wanted to take the fight to Sontix.
Should be absolutely fine here for Spirit, but as we mentioned, getting that bomb planted, a couple of kills. It's about all they were worth. Koala's hoping they play themselves at this point.
Yeah, if they're so slow that he can wrap around, maybe he could line up for something. They're not going to have a kit, so it will be 10 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be able to get here. There might be a chance for it. No one's really thinking about this. Finally, it's actually a great running headshot, but the bomb is going to be defused here. So Spirits, they pick it up nicely at the start of the second round, or half. Wow.
That really could have gone either way. It felt like there for a moment, DENDELE were in the driving seat, recovering the 4-on-2. But as we mentioned, they got the bomb planted. Enables a strong force buy here in the second round. It all kicked off in middle. Donks you might expect to open things up, but good flashbangs in response. Leaf gave them a fighting chance. Nice shot from Magic though. Felt like the round was done at that point, but admirable attempt from DENDELE. They will bring out the Galils, Mac 10s, and a Tech 9 here.
Donk let loose in the middle with the M4 this time. Again, plenty of flashbangs to assist him.
Yeah, that's Shiro from Donut providing that flashbang. And a good little boost. Didn't see that coming. All of a sudden, blink and you miss it. It's man advantage to the Brazilian corp. Rotations coming through. CTs with no intel towards A. They actually get a retreat from that bomb side. Shiro rotating in towards B. So Zontex, you are going to have to go above and beyond with the MP9 no util combo.
When he's actually pushing into them here, and that means he can't really escape from the fight. He's locked in for this one. Has to be a very fast double kill. He catches one of them boosted and make it
good effort.
A triple. That is actually, you're right, a great effort in the middle of it. Now, the bomb is on one side, but the two Ts are split up right now. So, I don't even know. 40 seconds. Can he wait long enough here, Max Core, for his teammate to get in there? He's going to have to jump up to even pick up the bomb, I think.
That's so awkward, but well done to actually getting it. Smoke down and spawn.
They're doing what Spirit did, right? They're not going B. They're instead turning this lurk into a bit of a dagger in the back, potentially, although it looks like Tenir is already thinking about it. His teammate, though, is not fully covered, so it's an awkward setup. Tenir was guarding him, except he kind of wasn't, but he was looking in the right direction. Max Core coming in, trying to land a shot, but he was...
They can breathe. What?
Wait a minute.
Tenir?
I was going to say, there is...
There's one guy left. You knew he was there.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think it's fine, but...
I mean, I don't know why in the beginning Tenir is holding the angle, but in a way so that his teammate could get shot in the back.
It was messy, but as we always say, and there's no harm, no foul. You know what? You win the round. The thing, if they got the bomb down there, they might be tempted to force buy again. It comes down to a 1v1 essentially, right? So we'll see whether they want to invest at all into this one. Argument to be made, he still could. But yeah, that was sloppy, I will say, post-Spirit. Comms seemed a bit off, but nice. On-the-fly play. I didn't think they saw that boost coming in whatsoever. Fair play to Zontex, though. Did very, very well. Alone against 4, essentially, there. Against 2.5. So do we see a buy? We've got a tactical timeout for DENDELE. So if you were going to buy, like, you've kind of telegraphed it now.
That's a good point. Although, part of me sort of respects it. I feel like if you're going to shock and upset this team now at a 9-5 scoreline, it almost has to start with something really mad, like, you know, winning this kind of round. Like,
well, let's see what they've got. Oh. If they've taken the timeout, we're assuming they've gone all in.
It does make sense.
So, a couple of Galils, a couple of Tech 9s, and a Deagle. Lose this round, Anders. I would say the map's over, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't see them recovering it. They were 5-1 up, and now 9-5 down.
Well, Tenir is a little bit late to get here. Magic hasn't thrown out any incendiary. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit late, but in theory, they could just go really hard on this B-bomb side. The fact that they slowed it down now means Shiro is starting to get there on the defense as well, but here comes the full-on execute. Molotovs are everywhere on that back line. Doc needed an entry. He's not going to be able to get it. Magic's just threading the needle on the MP9. It's Shiro to get one on Gafolo, and finally the first kill that goes the way of DENDELE here.
Could still work in their favor. Low HP players.
Okay, well, let's see. The Eagle not connecting. Donk wheeling himself onto the bomb site. And the bomb plant is now also eluding them. Bomb down in front there. Easy enough trade on Koala. Even if he gets a couple of kills there, not going to make a big difference.
Yeah, that force spy again needed the plant to come through. Full on execution. Nice idea, but more than ready for it. Magix and Donk open things up. Shut it down as well in the 3 versus 1. And it will be Spirit with 10 rounds on the board. Like I said, you win that one, I'm pretty sure they'll be cruising into the second map of Cash, no problem.
They've got 3 HEs on the T side.
Yeah, they'll be nading middle, I suppose. Bouncing off the back wall.
Okay.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, you're right.
No one home.
I guess it's worth the effort, but yeah, Spirit in a position where they don't really have to play very hard here on the CT side now. They can afford to fall back and wait out the round. It's 10-5. You're right. 11-5 looking exceedingly likely at the moment.
Oof, yeah, you can see a couple of players operating with no Kevlar there. Juicy grenade softens them up. Donk looking to find his 20th kill. You feel like he's getting it all day long. It's getting a little uncomfortable right now. Deagles finding a kill each. Another dink comes in towards Zontix as well. Okay, Donk. All of a sudden, the round turns on his head. 2v1. Magic's thrown into a clutch now.
Yeah, they know where he's normally playing, so they're going to be able to have a pretty good read. Are they hearing the footsteps? I think they know now, but a good running shot. Magic's not the guy we're looking for all of the firepower in the team here. And Doc is hoping that Magic's makes some mistakes and just kind of charges him down. It's not going to be the case. Yeah, you're right. He's only just realized, Henry, that it wasn't a B bomb plant.
Yeah, he was assuming he'd push that CT smoke around the world, but now advantage Doc. Sure, not in HP necessarily, but he has got a prime position and time on his side.
And importantly, right, there's no smoke at the moment on Magic's either. I don't think there's one he could pick up either, so he can't really block out the bomb in that way. There is an incendiary. I don't think that's what he's looking for. The smoke would have put a lot of pressure on Doc, but yeah, Magic's, he spent half the bomb time already just kind of looking to get onto the site itself. Taps it once, and now comes the peak here for Doc. It's going to be a very, very close one here. Magic's, has he done enough to clutch it in the 1v2? Oh, God, he barely gets it across the line.
Well, well, well. Another clutch landing in favor of Team Spirit. Looked like Magic's was out of time, out of space, out of position. But somehow makes it work with, I think, about 10 milliseconds to spare there on that defuse. Looking so promising there for Spirit, but then a couple of pistol kills come through. Some over extensions from the CT side, but it does not matter. He gets away with it. 11 on the board. Money's low. If they can just win one of these rounds, Anders, the money's busted. The thing is, they're losing every single clutch right now. Dong makes a jump up towards middle, looking to inflict more and more damage. Spots a couple, so blind though. How is they keep pumping those flashes over?
They just never run out. Like, it's a constant fireworks in the sky above. Bouncing into each other inside of the smoke. It's Koala to find the other kill onto Magic's.
Okay, like we said, win one of these rounds.
Yeah.
They are financially ruined. Made all the right moves so far. 5 on 3. Tanir posted up in towards the cave.
Yeah, he's the last and only line of defense at the B bomb site.
If he finds a timing, there's potential backstab ideas. But I think he just holds his position here. They're going to contact in towards B, use their man advantage.
DENDELE know that they could be getting flanked, so they do go and check T-spawn before they kind of re-engage onto the B bomb side. I do like the little details
I think
here.
You have to save. For reasons I stated here, unless we somehow deny the plant here on the spam. Good try, not going to happen. Save the guns now.
Yeah, that's got to be the call. Not worth it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Donk. Nails the jump while blind, by the way. Gets up towards the heaven position. Spots 2, but those flashes were just relentless. Couldn't catch even a millisecond to reposition the crosshair.
I think it was only one player throwing flashes on T-spawn, but we've seen it in the past where they do have 2 and it's just 4 flashbangs coming up.
Yeah.
But I guess in theory, one guy could just be throwing all 4.
And I guess, yeah, you're just layering them in.
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose pretty much everyone here, but Zontin's got other ideas. maybe dissuades him from going for the full-on hunt here. Shiro needs that AWP. We talked about their finances. They'll be getting $1,400 per player into this following round. And all the rounds being so tantalizingly close for DENDELE, this is a huge one. Because you're going to have to force into this with the save, AWP, and the rifle. You give this one up, the floodgates well and truly open.
Mad starts the round, yeah. I mean, that's how Donk enters the middle himself with all those flashbangs, so he knows what it's all about, but this time it's used against him. A lot of utility again as the T side fights for mid-control. Donk hoping to blow open the smoke there, catching somebody on the other side, but not immediately available. It's another grenade. I think he did spot them out. They're very patient on the other side, and so far they've been dodging him quite successfully so. They do push 2 people to this red room, so it's one of my favorite things when the T side tries to get that red room control of the map. I think it makes it so much more interesting.
Well, they are posted up. 2 players there, one watching Donut, AWP, hoping the CTs get a little bit inquisitive. Speaking of CTs, working together, Donk and Zontix, both patrolling toward that Donut room. Using the buddy system here, they're going to be split on from red and A main. Can see Tanir aware of that, trying to look towards red.
Yeah, but he's got a deagle, right? So all he could do is give the information. Surely he can't land a kill at that range, you got to assume. 40 seconds. You're right about the split. It's just taken a really long time to unfold. It's RDN leading it here with the AK in hand. Now Tanir's a lot closer, so the deagle shot definitely doable here. But he's not going to get a chance. Nice reaction from RDN. Now they know that it's coming. Deep Molotov to force both of them out. That is an absolutely massive grenade. Donk now, the last line of defense at the A bomb side. He's gotten the first one, 15 seconds, and great stop for MaxCore. He heard someone running on the other side. Donk is dead next. Oh, they're so confident in this slow play from DENDELE. I absolutely love it.
You thought for a second there with Donk being alive.
Of course.
Anything can and will happen, but they did very well. Didn't panic, even with 10 seconds on the clock, holding their positions, denying any backstabs there, and making sure they still had plenty of time to get the bomb planted and guarantee the round. We talked about the financial implications of giving this one up. It's going to go a few more rounds now. I have to take the full eco here of your Spirit. Slow, methodical round from DENDELE. A splits after applying middle with a lot of pressure. Should be nothing to report here in round number 19.
It's great to see that DENDELE aren't pressured by the Donk aura, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sometimes that'll happen. Like, it'll get in your head. You kind of know, oh God, I'm up against Donk. You know, I've got to be careful. He gets, you know, an extra 10-15% benefit just from that fact alone. But DENDELE don't seem to be that impressed at the moment. And that's a great mentality to have. Koala is here.
Should be a foregone conclusion. Can't imagine a world where we see more than a couple of kills. There's the couple. AK's recovered. To be fair to them. Donk fighting in the flames, of course he is. 19 HP. They should be hightailing it towards A with that information. And it's up to the CTs now. Do you give this one a look in? Do you try and make it work? I would say save the AKs, but...
surely yes. If they had a lot of health and armor on both these players, maybe it's more worth it. But I feel like at this stage, probably not. It's an unexpectedly exciting game because, you know, the headline of the day at the start of it was obviously Aurora and G2. We knew that was going to be interesting, if nothing else, just to kind of the test to see where Aurora is at the moment. But this one, a lot of people thought, this might be, you know, a little bit more of a one-sided kind of game. And maybe it still will be. But the fact that they've even managed to step it up to this level, DENDELE, I mean, that's such a cool gift to us early on in the day here. It's long all day Counter-Strike as well, Henry. Got, you know, a whole another 2 best-of-3s after this.
We've got plenty of Counter-Strike action coming down the pipeline. It will be Natus Vincere taking on M80, and then FURIA versus paiN. What a derby that is to close out the day.
Oh, yes.
Should be a great game.
Yeah, I think both of them will be really interesting. I really like watching M80 play. They're a fun underdog team to root for, in my opinion.
Yeah, when they're on, and they're feeling it, and they're enjoying themselves in the server, they are a very fun team to watch. Yeah, plenty of Counter-Strike action coming to you this week. Right now we're in Copenhagen, 16 teams, world-class teams I should say. Number 1 team in the world right now, Spirit taking on DENDELE. We're trying to find 8 teams to go to Porto next week.
You ever been to Porto, Henry? It's your first time?
I've been to Lisbon, not Porto.
Yeah, so we're all...
I've been told it's a beautiful part of the world.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. So are the teams, no question there. Scoreline is right now 8-11 in favor of Team Spirit, and that's off the back of a pretty successful first half for them. And it is a bit of a slow start for them, to be fair, when they were on the T side, but now on the CT side, they've been slowed down once again. DENDELE coming up with great strategies. They're showing really great utility use to shut down Donk.
They've got themselves in plenty of winning scenarios.
That's true.
There's been like, what, 3, I would say, 2v1s that Spirit have had to pick up.
You're right.
So whatever happens here, DENDELE, this is a huge statement, I would say, in terms of them being able to ruffle some feathers here. I'd say absolutely. They've got the skill, the preparation. Can they breach the B bomb side, though? That's the question here, round number 20. It's going to be sure to open things up. Finally, the finance is back online with those saved AK-47s.
Oh, the flash that was set up for Koala wasn't deep enough, so Shiro just wasn't flashed at all. I don't know what happened to it, but it needed to go a little bit deeper onto the bomb side, unfortunately. That might get him in trouble. They are pushing back here with the bomb. I feel like if you're going to plant the bomb, then you might as well try and do it a little bit early on. Yeah, Gafolo back on it now. They do still have RDN back here behind the smoke and T-spawn. So Spirit, they're setting up for a bit of a retake, and already Donk has spotted out the AWP inside of the site here. Shiro's really far back towards CT spawn. This is a man advantage for Spirit, but it's an awkward start to the retake. MaxCore gets one, and then he's shot at the back. Tania, well aware. That is some great awareness from him, leaving Gafolo alone, battling at every angle, and it's just too much at the end of it. Sontics there on the defuse. Spirit getting up to 12 rounds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Feels like we might be done here, but still... Great awareness from Tania, has to be said, to take that player behind the double doors, gets himself the double. That pretty much secures the round there. There was nothing left to be said. 4 opportunities to get this one over the line. This is the moment right here. Smoke goes down. Great precision. Job done.
Strange career path that Tania has taken, right? Because she was basically a temp in Heroic when they were waiting for Nilo.
But he was also the star player.
But then he played like better than anyone could have ever dreamed of.
Exactly.
Like he played so well that he played himself into a career at Spirit. It's so mad.
It's going pretty well. He doesn't look like the star player anymore, but I think on Desi said he's doing the dirty roles and they're winning trophies. So yeah, he's going to be happy to be in this position.
Also can't imagine a world in which Tania thinks that he's going to outstar Donk anyway, so what is the point of trying to compete for that role? Like, if you can set up Donk to do his work, then you're going to be doing that. Like,
well, they certainly accomplished that. This map, 23 and 15 for Donk right now. A sensational showing on the T side after a 5-1 deficit. Looked like they were drowning a little bit there in the first half after losing to that second round force buy. But it's been pretty smooth since then. Can they close it out? Take us to cash. Everyone's ready for cash. I've commentated it once, Sander, so I want to get some more reps.
It's in an interesting state. It's in a really interesting state right now. So so much still to be learned on the map, but yeah, we'll get to it. I'm excited that we've got it as well. It looks like it'll be a faster play for once. They've been very slow here, DENDELE on the T side. Now they are trying to speed it up. Hope for one last swing at the bomb site. RDN, he's good for the first one. Traded out Donk again. But now Suntic's looking to chime on in, and he just racks up the kills. 2 for him. Tania on MaxCore, leaving only Koala, who's been playing lights out. He's got 21 kills. Him and MaxCore, they've really put in the work on this one, but unfortunately, it's still a very tough clutch. No bomb planted. And Shiro, he's got 100% health. Tania, though, a little bit worse for wear. Unfortunately for only for Koala, he's walking back into the AWP. Shiro's waiting for him in CT spawn, even as we speak, so this might be a bit of a sad end to the game, or at least the map. Shiro will find Koala. No clutch available this time, but it's 13-8 in favor of Spirit.
I really like that from DENDELE. Sure, they didn't win the map, but they had a great showing in the first half. Like I said, plenty of winning positions. Unfortunately for them, Donk happened. He finishes with 24 kills, and that's the way it goes sometimes. We've got cash around the corner. We'll throw it to the desk for now.
Thank you very much, Henry and Anders. So Spirit get the job done, but there was some signs of life coming out from DENDELE, some positives to have there, especially considering this was Spirit's map pick overall. What did you make of this attempt, at least from DENDELE, when they're fighting an uphill battle against one of the best teams?
Yeah, I very much agree. You know, they played better than I thought they would, to be completely honest. Especially the good start naturally helped them to stay in the game for longer. Spirit winning the pistol, not being able to convert, got a bit messy in the beginning, and then DENDELE go up 5-1, and you think to yourself, okay, maybe there's a chance here of, if not a surprise, then at least a competitive map, and that's kind of what we got. Unfortunately as well, you know, Spirit took over, winning 9 rounds in a row. At that point, you feel like, okay, it's back to normality, and then DENDELE, as Henry said during the cast, had a lot of winning positions, and that's where they fell short, you know, not being able to convert on some of the good 4v4 scenarios, 3v3 scenarios, even rounds, you know, where they get the bomb down and can't hold off against the retake. So you saw a bit of both sides, a team that definitely has some potential, but also still some work to do.
Yeah, like, I think they played their chance. Like, we talked about, like, how are they gonna beat Spirit, right? And I think they gave everything that I wanted, at least. Like, they played opportunistic. They were daring to take chances when other teams might, you know, fall back a little bit and just wait everyone across the map. Like, they were taking initiative and combining the big picture a lot. And I also want to say, like, it was a donk fool me once, shame on me, right? And then he adapted and started taking fights on his terms, like running to the box instead of staying in the open.
Yep.
Like isolating the fights a little bit more, and from that point on, I felt like Spirit was in control.
One of the moments I want to look at here, Pimp, is round 5 that you picked out as well, because this was a solid performance coming out from DENDELE where we can see positives inside of it.
Yeah, and everything Rocker spoke about, you know, how do you beat Spirit if you're DENDELE? You're the massive underdog. It's a 3-1 right here. You have a buy round coming in. You think at this point, okay, Spirit is about to take over the game. They're getting the job done. Donk goes out middle, finds the first kill, gets a refrag right here. tenier tries to search for some position right here and gets shot down by the player, who then decides to push and get all the information, which basically puts Team Spirit in a scenario where they're completely known where they're at. You know, again, a Spirit playing on the back foot, good rotations coming in from DENDELE, taking the risk necessary, I guess, in order to gain that information, and then they're actually delivering from this winning position. So in terms of how they attacked the game, how they played and how they conducted themselves on the CT side, especially in the beginning, this was some of the good stuff we saw from them. A lot of players would have killed tenier right here, and then you just hold the position. You're a little bit afraid that there's a second guy coming in, or you're making a crucial mistake giving up a 4v3, but went for the info play and basically secured the round for DENDELE.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect example of what you need to do. And I think, obviously, understanding in the prep, you know, okay, if tenier takes this chance, he's normally, you know, alone, you can paint the picture, but also doing it under pressure against what is, in my opinion, the best team in the world right now is 2 different things. And they continued to do it throughout the whole game, and hopefully it also transfers to cash, because then we're in for a hell of a game, I think.
Yeah, and you know, if they can make it this close and they can start to come alive at the end of Ancient, going into their pick, it could get quite exciting. But when we're talking about a Spirit win, we have to talk about Donk. I think it's 9 times out of 10 you're probably going to talk about Donk in this kind of a situation. He was dominating, he was doing his thing, and even in some of the moments where he was getting shut down a bit, like you mentioned, Rugger, he's able to adjust. You know, he's not just crazy at adjusting his mouse to be perfectly on the enemy he's going to kill. He'll adjust his own gameplay around the team that's fighting him.
What I love the most about him is that it's, at least I get the sense that he's playing the same way regardless of who he's going up against. He's giving them the same amount of respect he's giving to DENDELE, he's giving to Vitality when he's playing Saivu. Like, he just does his thing, you know, and most of the time, Rocket, it works out. He's a freak of nature when it comes to Counter-Strike.
Like, he is so good, and I also think, like, one of the reasons why they're so good on Ancient right now is because he always makes these, like, small adjustments to his own game compared to, like, what the opponents throw at him. But he never, you know, just says, okay, I 100% think they're gonna do this, so I'm gonna do this. Like, he always micro-adjusts a little bit before going in, and I think that's what separates him and probably the 3-4 best mid players in the world on the C side, is that they can do this and not just, you know, swing, you know, and hope for the best, that they actually know what they're doing, because as the caster is also saying, like, it's a lot of flashbangs, it's a lot of chaos, but once you know how to master it and do the small outplays, it becomes easy.
Yeah, a lot of avoiding all that utility coming your way, trying to fight for your little bit of space within that mid area. We were talking about Doc, right? We were also talking about the fact that there's so many players on DENDELE that can pop up at any given time. Koala was the one to be able to be praised quite highly within this series.
Yeah, had a great game. Also the guy who killed Tene and pushed forward, you know, and got the job done in round 5 as we showcased earlier. So good to see a new name, so to speak. Again, I'm not going to pretend that I've watched a million of their games, right? So you're learning every time you watch them play, but I think the mentality aspect in this game as well, they're well aware of what's needed to be done in order to stand a chance of winning. And regardless of them not winning, again, let's not forget that it's team spirit, as you said, could very well be argued they're the best team in the world right now. It's their map pick as well, and yet you made the game competitive by, at the very least, losing on your own terms. So I think he deserves a bit of credit, but also the entirety of the team. They seem to play their brand of Counter-Strike, which I can always respect from an underdog.
We were talking about this as well, Rugger, right? In terms of how DENDELE can't play like some normal Counter-Strike against a team like Spirit. Did you see a bit of that element that they were trying to change things up? It wasn't so just sticking to what they normally do?
I think so. Like if you like look at a lot of their matches, it's with a lot of speed and intent, and then we see the perfect example of the round where they slows everything down until the last 25 seconds, and Spirit just falls like a card house, right? So I think some of these things where you know your own style is not going to work, that you adjust not much, but a little bit, which is enough sometimes to actually make the opponent guess what's happening. Because I think Spirit is preparing a lot for regardless of who the opponent is. And if they don't see this, obviously it's going to be new. Because like a lot of teams, they play from their prep, they know what they're playing against, what gaps there will be. And if you don't give them those options, they will have to guess in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to do, especially when everything's coming at you and going so fast. But also, we've got to talk about Cash that's coming up, right? Because Cash, you wanted it picked from the lads of DENDELE. They managed to get the job done here and say, okay, we are going to actually take it. But also, we've got Refrag's bootcamp for Cash, so people can get their skills warmed up and ready on it. Pimp, is this you? This looks lightning.
It's not me, you know. Okay. It wouldn't be that smooth and that clean if it was me. But you're right, you know, new map coming into the pool. We have the mode called Bootcamp, which essentially puts you through a lot of different exercises on Refrag in order to get familiar with the map. You know, that is from a standpoint of shooting, creating angles, you know, having players rusted you, but also from a utility perspective. Once you have a new map coming in, you know, Bootcamps takes you through a few different exercises. Once you complete your exercise, you move on to the next automatically. So it's basically made for you, James. It's made so you don't have to think about how you want to get better. You just have to sit down, play the game, and it does the rest for you. So I guess the less brain capacity you have available, the better Refrag will work for you.
So that means the Spirit also need it because their win rate is so bad on Cash?
I mean, you can make that argument. Maybe a little bit shot over the moon, but if anything, it's a good thing of getting familiar with the map, you know, both from a utility standpoint, but also from all the new angles that you have to train.
Well, there you go. Plenty of people can take the advantage of Refrag and head onto the bootcamp and improve their skills at CS. And maybe you'll be on this desk one day yourselves and doing the job, talking to Pimp and saying you're better than him. He's just shaking his head. He's not happy with that one. But anyway, we're going over to Cash next. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll see you in just a few. In your personal opinion, what do you think makes a great in-game leader and captain of a team?
Well, the first definitely is an ability to lead the people, because you can't be always winning by having the best decision available, and you can't always like have info or anything for that. And even if you're leading people to some mid decision, and if you're doing it good, you are capable of realizing the idea, which might be not the super anti-strat or super smart. If you put your faith into it and you're capable of leading people to do something, they will do it like with more will, and it's definitely gonna work. And besides that, I believe that, I mean, I know a lot. I know a lot now about the game, and if we're speaking about ourselves, I mean, I have a lot of information in my head. I know the roles, what like the people should be do like in most of the rounds, like you know, when you're a player and you sometimes can remember like 10 rounds on each map. I'm here, I do remember 10 rounds for multiple people on several maps.
That's really good.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's useful.
Yeah, especially if they forget something, right? You can work with it like that. So on top of that, how are you working on these aspects of like you being a leader and you being a captain? How do you continue to improve? Because you're now going through multiple events as this.
Well, basically it began somewhere in April when we have had a no coach, and Sotfik was brought in and he was just chilling around. So this was like the space for me to take the lead, kinda. So currently, as we have seen it, this is kind of working for us.
Yep.
And currently we have both Halis and Sotfik on tournaments with us. And they do still give me a lot of space. And I can like make decisions. I can choose my preferences, how we want to play or how we want to begin the game, or how we're gonna do something at some point of the game.
A lot of insight from Magic's there on how the inner workings go on within Spirit. Rug, I want to see just what you make of the fact that he still has a lot of control on this despite the two-coach situation, and also that he maybe at times sounds like he needs to micromanage some of his players in order to remember what's going on.
It sounds like a dream, to be honest. Like an ideal that is humble, still has the support to have the creative freedom.
Yeah.
But, you know, following a main thread led out by the two coaches, I think being humble enough to also understand, you know, what can I take from them, what can I take from input from my teammates, but at the same time shape it into his own idea. And obviously the idea, when you go a little bit into detail, is not just don't go kill. There's a lot of layers to it, especially against like the other tier 1 teams. There's a lot of things you need to do on the spot and on the fly, which again just goes to question for me, like why did they remove him in the first place if he had this much, you know, glue, because he is a glue guy, not only just as the in-game leader now, but even when they removed him before, they were missing something, right? So like stand out like one of the best decisions Spirit have done in a long time.
He's developing, right, Pim?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, he passed the big in-game leading test at Cologne, the major, them showing up with no coach behind them, and them still playing a good amount of Counter-Strike. You know, you saw the adaptations in the middle of the game, you saw the body language, you saw when there was timeouts, he was taking charge of the team as well. So I bought into Magic's, you know, being developed as an in-game leader at a high level after watching him perform at Cologne, and who's to say he's not getting better from here.
Well, some good answers from Magic's in that interview, but we're going to get some great commentary from the one and only Anders and Henry C as we go into cash.
I knew Pim just couldn't let us have it, could he? James tries to give us a compliment, and Pim's there, making sounds, making things awkward.
It's because you beat him too much in Source. He's still bitter about that, I think.
Oh, we'll get into that later. We'll get him back, don't worry. Yeah, moving on to Cash, Anders.
Yes.
Looking at the stats for Spirit, it's not a map they seem very well versed in. They've played it 4 times and won a single time.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't know if you want to make any predictions about that, Henry, but if you did, you could go to Polymarket and check that out. Don't forget about it.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting map pick. I love the fact that they picked it up, DENDELE. I think the desk is right. They're the underdog. If they were going to win, then why not throw this map into the mix and shock everybody?
I love it. I want to see what happens here. I assume some of the younger players on Team Spirit probably haven't played a whole lot of Cash in their career.
That's a sobering thought, isn't it?
Yeah. So,
Here we go then. Whatever happens, you know it's going to be entertaining. Donk is firing on all cylinders. The master of middle and ancient, can he replicate that form here on Cash? I dare say he probably can. Looks like he'll be boosting up towards middle. Looking for any CTs, getting close and personal here.
Yeah, that's become kind of a big feature of the map as well. Seeing a push into A main. And, I mean, they love to push on Ancient, so why not continue it here, DENDELE? It kind of worked out well for them in a couple of rounds there. Got to be careful. Max Core, he might be able to find him. Oh, with a grenade in his hand, Tinia looking for a spot to set up a nade for, but interrupted in the middle of it. And that's kind of awkward, because I think that actually does signal where they were probably headed. Now, instead, just a shadow showing here. Gafolo's realizing, yeah, they are going to be coming for this B bomb side. The rotation's in already. Julie's in a good position. Magix is the next to go down. And finally, Donk activated to start the round with. They will get 1 kill in return.
Looking quite good here for the CTs. Team Spirit, surely nothing to say about this one, but Donk is given an opportunity. He capitalizes upon it. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2. The bomb's not even down, Anders. Feel that the CT's overcommitted to this one as Donk devours them, gets himself another dink. He's on for the ace. Of course he is, and it converts it. 4 versus 2, doesn't even lose a single point of health.
Yeah, you said it. They did overcommit to this one, and this was something that we were crediting them with so much on Ancient. They were really good at saying, who cares about the bomb plant, just win the round. And this time they felt like, you know what, we've got so many kills, it's fine.
They started feeding Donk. That's the last thing you want to do. He hadn't even planted yet. Make the plant. Then that's when you go for the swing, right? You're in a 4-on-2.
Yeah.
4 seconds to plant. When that player's planting, you can put a 4 versus 1 at that point.
Yeah.
And instead, they just overcooked it completely. And you've got Donk, an ace in the pistol round. That does not bode well whatsoever. He just got 25 frags on the first map.
Yeah, that is a really, really big issue.
Well, you don't love to see that. That one hurts. This is what we were talking about in the first map. Lots of winning positions, but unable to convert them.
Yeah, that you can add this one to the list.
Yeah.
Definitely a winning position.
Yeah, it's such a shame. Like, you got to sit back and admire what Donk did in the round, but like I said, I think they fed him.
Nice little kind of 4-man setup towards this A position, especially I think playing this forward position inside of A main, just because you might catch them off guard. They're going to grenade it here, but the whole point obviously is that if you kill one, maybe you don't check for the second player. But yeah, they're going to be careful. Tinia, this is where he got interrupted before. He's going to be allowed to set up the smoke this time towards that mid position.
Yeah, it looks like a B finish here. It is the 4 spy. The Mag 7 is out to play. Molotov gets things a little bit uncomfortable there for Koala. Good smoke, though. Repositions. Bear in mind, he's hoping to catch a T out of position, get a shell off, and see if he can find the man advantage here. Needs backup, though, quickly.
Tinia lurking in the middle as well. There's the Mag 7. Could have been a kill there. Probably should have been. But yeah, Tinia cleaning it up for the rest of it. Not too surprising, I suppose.
Well, 5-on-2. Tinia looking to farm some cash, and he'll certainly do that. 5 players looking very likely to survive this one. Did you notice how they swapped guns there? They gave Shiro the Mag 10, so he could potentially get that extra cash going to the next round. Unfortunately, he died.
Yeah, but those are the little details, you know? You might as well try to optimize. I like that. I'm very interested to see how Spirit are going to be playing, maybe especially later on the A-bomb side. I feel like right now a lot of teams are defaulting into the same kind of smoke walls between Forklift and that red container. And there's nothing really wrong with them. My only worry about those kind of smoke walls is the fact that sometimes they take a long time to land. Like, you're really telegraphing those A plays when you're setting up the smoke walls over there. I'm kind of curious if see Spirit have something else cooking for us, if they got some cool stuff. What's Shiro? Okay. Straight in the middle. Smoke was popping, I think, at the same time. That's a fast round, Henry.
It's a very fast round. It is an eco, but bear in mind, after winning the pistol on Ancient, it was the second round 4 spy that got DENDELE into this map, into this series. They were up 5-1. Not going to be finding that sort of success here. They'll be down 3-0 in what is considered a CT-sided map. For now, 5-on-2 again.
Yeah, especially early on in the first couple of weeks that I saw a lot of cash being played, a lot of teams were really struggling to get the T sides. Like, it was a really big problem.
because it's all about the mid control, right?
Yes.
And most teams can work out how to get the mid control. It's how you finish the round off.
Yeah.
How do you actually enter a bomb site? How do you execute on the sites once you have that mid control? How do you deny the CTs aggressing and backstabbing you? There's a lot of moving parts on Cash. But this is looking quite comfortable for Team Spirit. 3-0. It was Shiro to open things up with the nice AWP spawn, the same spawn as Zontix has got now. But the first real gun round, Anders. Max Core's got his AWP.
He was great. Him and Koala were kind of the two leading engines of the team on the first map of Ancient, so shout out to those guys. But yeah, I'm really interested. There's some cool CT aggression. I mean, apart from maybe pushing middle or doing the counter boost from the CT side, there's that squeak door over at the A bomb side as well, which can be a lot of fun to kind of see players or CTs pushing in there. For now, it's going to be a lot of mid attention and an early nade right in the face of Gafolo. But yeah, 3 CTs here, really cementing this point that you brought up about how important the mid control is.
Missing that second grenade could be costly. That might have netted at least like a retreat from the CTs.
They do it again.
Never missed one. I don't love to see that.
And they clearly something that they've been practicing, or just maybe not enough, but...
well, shouldn't be too much of a big deal, but certainly would have chipped away at them a bit more. Going to be boosting players up and towards middle. Ready to take these duels as Donk.
Surely you're Molotoving this sandbag's corner. I'm surprised that's one of the most thrown Molotovs. Okay, there we go. They did it in the end, but they did kind of expose themselves. There's already a smoke down because they saw that coming as well. Doc, he's aware they could be coming up on top here, and oh, it's nearly a 2-for-1, but none of them go down. Max Score instead is killed by Donk, but again, they get the trade on him. 40 seconds, and the bomb is leading towards that B bomb site. This could actually be a decent defense. They do have a player still in the back of B, and they've got 2 players near enough by to help out. I think Spirit might have a hard time actually getting onto this bomb site. There's a late flank from Magix, but I think it's going to be so late that the rest of them really have to win the fight at B for this to make a difference. 20 seconds now. Wait a minute, Magix, he's actually almost there. There we go, that's a long-range shot all the way from the A-bomb side. He's picked up 2, and now Koala dies, and the whole defense is just eviscerated here. Doc diving in, he's hoping that he can stop the bomb plant, but I think unfortunately it's too late. Oh, what a great timing for Magix. I thought it was going to be late.
It felt like there were so many opportunities there for the CTs. A little peeking towards the vents would have netted a couple of kills. It was awkward towards middle, but they were trading out the frags for the backstab from Magix, threading the needle. Dagger in the back, and a couple of kills found. 4-0 for Team Spirit now. DENDELE lose everyone. Looks like partial buy territory here. This series is slipping out of their grasp. First map of Ancient, they had a great start, but ultimately was quite convincing for Spirit in the end. So far, so good, though, for the favorites. Looking to book themselves a place in the upper brackets and come back and play against G2.
We're not the start that we were hoping for, but again, for DENDELE, I mean, as much as it is a bit of a surprise pick throwing it in here against Spirit, it's not like they have a ton of maps. I think they've got 5 maps played out of themselves, and they are playing up against a really fired up team. Donk, of course, starting this map with an ace in the pistol rounds. Already, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You don't want to be here. Round number 5. Again, even if the CTs will often throw a smoke to this position, some of these Ts, when they're boosted up, they'll actually try to blow open the smoke to catch you running close. Like, there's a whole meta that's developing there really early on in the lifetime of Cash, just to try and stop the CTs from getting too close to the vent. 3-man setup at the B-bomb site.
Lots of space found. Magix especially confirming the middle is clear.
Even a 4-man setup, sorry about that. It's a boost as well.
There is a boost. It's a cool idea.
You've got to try something here. It's not the best weaponry. Don't have a lot of utility. It's RDN playing that forklift position. Always annoying to clear, I feel like, when you're coming in from the T side.
A little bit of presence shown towards B. Flashbang courtesy of Shiro. Magix parked up by the Z halls as well. So can't imagine this one falling apart. Donk seems to agree. Opening kill, presumably the round as well. Bomb coming in. And like we said, Magic's waiting for those rotations towards Z.
What's your experience been like playing Cash so far, Henry? Is it making an appearance in your
Yeah, we try and force it every game, to be honest. Yeah, we like it a lot. And we're doing all the theory, all the executes, everything together. And it's always fun when a new map comes out and you can try and, like, not necessarily define the meta, but like try and find new ideas and interesting approaches.
Yeah, because it is in those early weeks where like a lot of it is suddenly like it's cemented early on, really.
Because people don't even know the grenades to kick things off in the first week or so.
I think that's true.
So a lot of cool stuff you can do, but definitely a fragger's map. You need to have your aim locked in for Cash. There's only so much you can do with the grenades. A couple of executes available on either side of the map, but ultimately it's always been a fragger's paradise. Changing up the pacing, being aggressive on the CT side.
I think it's got so many small details that make it a more interesting map. I think people sometimes make the mistake of thinking of it as like a simplistic or a basic map like that, but I think especially that vent and the fact that once you kind of commit to dropping down into checkered, you're really there, you know, unless you can counter boost out, but that's a whole nother set of problems. But I think that vent in the middle in itself it makes for such an interesting escape. I'm really glad that Cash is back. I hope people continue to play it and play it more, especially in these tournaments, so we can get to see it. 5-0 in favor of Spirit, so yeah, I mean, this is just going according to plan for them at the moment.
Let's see if Donk can nail these grenades this time. The thing is, he won't have the information they missed. That one's certainly connected, Anders.
Yeah.
No problem with that one. No problem at all.
That one goes a bit more shallow than the other one. I guess that's the purpose of being on the barrel. But yeah, this is one of the things I was wondering about. Do they have these late executes or mid-round executes? So yeah, this is a smoke wall. And like I said, I don't hate this, but the only problem is these are airborne for so long. Like you're really telegraphing we're showing up, we're coming, and but it's 15 seconds from when you throw them. Good Molotov out as well. There's Donk on the opening, but the return is even better. Max Core has picked up a couple as he gave over the AWP to RDN, who was low on health. So now Magic's stuck here and all the way dead. What a round from Max Core.
Very well handled, as you mentioned, slightly telegraphed there. The flashes were they were being pumped through, the flashes, but yeah, he managed to reposition, line them up, knock them down with that AWP.
I don't know if there's a different way to do it, but it's just they are flying so high in the sky. Like the CTs see them, and they still have time to swap around weapons and do like all these things inside of the bomb site. It's an interesting kind of wrinkle into that defense.
Well, it's the first round picked up at DENDELE. This time the scoreline 5-1 in favor of Spirit. They have plenty of cash, of course. Haven't suffered many casualties en route to this impressive scoreline. They have the Shira AWP. And Donk, of course, after posting 25 frags on the first map. 9-2 right now, but solid CT hold. Well read. No plant found. All right.
First sign of life here.
Need a lot more where that came from.
I think especially on the CT side here for DENDELE, I think if they could win the next 6 rounds, then...
I mean, yeah, that would be great. 7 right now?
Yeah.
You're right, Anders, that would be great. That would be perfect. But that requires every single round from here on out. A execution out of spawn.
Oh, Flash just to set it up here, but Max
big miss.
Not that affected by it. He did miss the shot nonetheless. You're absolutely right about that one, and he knows they could be right down in front. Incendiary to try and hold them back, but yeah, there's more grenades raining in on top of him. It's not easy to hold on. Doc walks into the shot and still leaves the AWP alone. Backup keeps showing up and he keeps getting knocked out. Max Core, he wishes he had another rifle with him, but finally he lets go of one there, but Magic's already on top of him. And now Koala, actually in a 1 versus 2, it's doable for a second there, but he is found by Shiro. And that's Spirit winning another round, kind of putting DENDELE back in an awkward position.
Yeah, I like that from Spirit. Change of the pace, execution out of spawn. Couple of set smokes there. You can see the flashbangs going over early as well to allow the first player at A main to Molotov towards the quad position. Once that Molotov's down, it alleviates a lot of pressure.
The flashbang that Magic throws is designed to flash people who are playing that NBK corner.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I think there are better flashes out there right now. FaZe, at the moment, throw a couple of them that flash more corners than just that one, because you can see that Max Core wasn't all that flashed. He was just on the other angle, and you can definitely do more than what Spirit were doing there. But that's one of those meta things that I think in a couple of months from now, that part of the game will be cemented a lot. And Like I said, I think FaZe, 3D Max, another team that actually throw pretty good flashbangs on the A-bomb side, but I have noticed a lot of teams, they're so focused on the NBK corner and nothing else, that's all they really flash.
Another chance to success here. Another buy available.
Oh.
Damn.
Caught in the air.
Yeah, what more do you need than that? They'll jump into your crosshair eventually. Shiro will devour the first player. It's a 5 versus 4. Spam attempt towards middle. No damage inflicted just yet. Shiro will hold the line. Full vision towards Z. And now, historically in Cash, you need to find some sort of reaction here. You need a bit of intel. You need to take some territory. You can't just sit back and get executed on and hope that they walk into your stack. We'll see what they come up with. Smokes down towards Z, highway.
To be fair, they might walk into their stack, but it is a huge risk, I agree, kind of waiting around for this to potentially happen. Gafolo announcing himself. That's actually a pretty decent jump. He knew that they could have been waiting for him on the other side with 30 seconds. Deep Molotov into checkered, and Gafolo is running for his life, trying to dodge this, but there's a lot of defense here, and I don't think they're going to check for checkered any longer. There's another player in there that could be bouncing out, so there's actually a great mind game right now. The fact that Gafolo ran makes it unlikely that anyone's going to be checking the back of this site, and they're not at the moment. 10 seconds on the clock. There's Koala getting one, and I don't even think they were ready. I think Sontix came in for the vent without even checking. He wasn't aware.
Yeah, really well held. A 5-on-4. They go with the gamble stack in towards B. And it certainly pays dividends for them. Second round found. Tactical timeout for Spirits.
That deep Koala position at the back of checkered, if nothing else, very often the T's will Molotov that because it takes such a long time to check it.
It's true.
But yeah, they had already seen one player run from there, so who cares? Okay. 6-2.
Needed that. Absolutely needed that.
Don't want to get too excited, but...
I mean, there's a chance now. This is the all-important round. You can break the bank of Team Spirit if you can pull this one off. They've gone all in again. They've got the AKs, the AWP. Speaking of AKs, 2 of those within the CT ranks now as well. That was the opening kill from Shiro. You thought that would be enough.
Yeah.
That's an advantage, but this is the moment. Overlooked in checkers. It was Shiro coming for the vents as well. Glock in hand.
Yeah, you're right.
So, all comes down to this.
Yeah, let's see what they could do. If they could pick this one up, then there is an opportunity. Smoke coming out. Magics, how aggressive? Well, we'll get the question answered right there. Super aggressive is the answer. Molotov to burn out the back. You've got to be careful. Some of those Molotovs actually don't clear the entire corner if you're a little bit careless, but I think this one was fine. Counter utility to try and put some pressure on Donk, but they've got that mid control. It's so dangerous when the T's get to this highway position. It can just completely wreck this A defense.
Especially if you're dropping this same highway smoke every single round like they have been. You've conditioned them to be aware of it, but first time we've seen T's try and enter the A site through highway. Couple of frags found for DENDELE. 5 versus 3. I guess you kind of have to go B now or save your weapons.
Yeah. They don't have a lot of money left in the bank on the Spirit side. And look at the push that's coming out here for Koala. Oh, did they see each other? I guess they did, but that's probably fine.
Well, we talked about DENDELE not converting these winning positions. I can't imagine a world where they lose this round now in a 5-on-3, but let's see what Donk has got up his sleeves here. Finding space and precision in towards that B bomb site. That's one hell of a shot to crack things open, and all of a sudden the round is turned on its head.
Don't do it, yeah, Gafolo. Just buy time. You still got the 4-on-3. Max scores kind of low. Oh, no! He's picked up another couple and he sprays down the last. It's another Donk ace!
I can't believe it. What a showing once again from Donk. A 5-on-3. I just said before, well, I can't imagine a world where they lose it unless Donk can do something about it. My God, did he ever deliver?
Yeah, Donk could imagine that world all day.
How many aces is he going to get in this series?
That's so absurd, isn't it?
It's such a disgusting sequence with the AK-47 as well. So confident, so crisp.
Oh, I feel so bad for DENDELE because they really have brought like a great game and a great passion, obviously, for this one. Like you can tell that they're not afraid, but well, maybe they should be.
Getting farmed by Donk, it does happen. Ace in the pistol. Ace in round number 9.
Why not? Why not? Yeah, there's no shame in it. I mean...
Dude, he doesn't seem human sometimes. Not many players are making that push towards CD spawn, let alone converting that many shots.
Oh, what a time to be alive and watching Counter-Strike with someone like Donk in the scene.
Okay, then. Well, that's certainly some cold water to the face of DENDELE. He said it was a must-win round. Thankfully, the resource is still there to cobble together somewhat of a buy with the FAMAS. M4s, and you can see concessions made, glass cannon AWP, and an opening kill this time, but Donk will be answering back quickly. Koala's been overlooked in towards Sunroom.
It's a really cool play. Like, that aggressive Sunroom push is nice. And you could do it on the T side as well if you can get there. Sometimes you'll catch the CTs pushing out. Donk is out of the round, and it's Tinir. 1 versus 4 back here. He does the bomb, but it's not going to help him all that much. Max score takes him out, so DENDELE recovering nicely from that previous round. Like, getting aced by Donk, but now coming in to pick up this one, denying the bomb plant. Leaving the money kind of weird on Spirit.
Very weird indeed. Last couple of rounds here. Looking to have a very strong first half. It's already looking pretty good. Potentially 9 available here for Spirit. Double AWP setup as well for DENDELE. Gonna be mixing things up a little bit here.
I like that.
But we have got a Tinir Mac 10. CEST will be going for a call out of spawn again, opposite the AK instead. Sells a util. Okay, maybe back to a default.
I guess the power of the double AWP on a map like this one is that you can leave one AWP in B, and it gives you so much pressure in middle.
It's a strong line to have, the AWP, for sure.
Let's see how this plays out. Tech9, Galil's, it definitely could be a bit of a faster round, but... yeah, let's see if DENDELE can pick up the last 2. Or if Spirit are really, like you said, 9 is available for them if they keep this up.
Right, back to the drawing board on that nade.
They got the right idea.
No, it's a great idea. No one's denying that. But I think we've missed 5 of them now.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on the score on this one. Not actually taking that forward position, or maybe they were, but they were smoked out of there with the AWP, so... that's obviously the only real downside, is if you have to retake with them, so you don't want to be pushed really far back on the AWPs. It's RDN playing secondary AWP now, pushing into main. I like this, but you got to be careful. Again, you can't scope around in there, and that'll give up a lot of the game if you start doing that. A minute on the clock, and the bomb is definitely gravitating towards the A side of the map. Oh, and it's Donk up against the AWP. He just clears it out. Gafolo is going to fall next. He wanted to take the fight to Donk. Shiro is there as the sidekick.
See ya. Oh, well, it was looking quite promising there until, of course, Donk just gets a drive-by on the AWP. And now we're in a 5-on-2 once again. Familiar feeling for DENDELE. They know the round's over. I don't think they'll be the ones winning a 5-on-2 here. They know where Koala is as well. The hunt has been called. They're going to try and take him down. Calling for that backup. It comes in the form of Tinir. Well, they know this is going to be the AWP. Won't be going for it, but can they find him on the map? Final round up next.
Yeah, they are searching for it. I think Magix is making sure that there's no way that anyone is kind of playing in the back here somewhere. I think Donk is on the hunt now. You can smell the weakness here. Wants to fight. He's not afraid of the incendiary or the AWP or anything else. And he gets the headshot, why not? 17-5. He's a bit of a demon, really.
It's unbelievable, really. Every single game. Every match you think, okay, he's going to have a few quiet ones here. He won't be able to carry this team. I mean, every single showing, but he just goes above and beyond.
It's so much so that if ever he has a quiet game, it is headline making. Like immediately everyone is like, oh my god, like this is it. Finally it happened.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. The auto shotgun is out. The MP9s are 5.7s. Magic's been very good at finding the space towards middle. That flashbang so potent. CTs can't answer back. Incendiary to flush out the sandbags. No one home. That grenade will land for sure.
Right around the corner we go.
It's going to get in towards Z. This is really nice.
They're going to be spotted? They were. It's actually not that bad. Tinir gets the kill on the Doc as well. Donk still alive, but only on 7 health here. And you can can see Koala there with the 5-7. Up with a catch to near. He's going to be able to do that. Is the backup going to be there? The auto shotgun's right on the other side, but they won't even need it. Koala fighting his way out. There's the auto shotty for an 8-4 first half finish.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly. On the opposite side of this erupting battlefield, our B anchor is as cool as a cucumber, having the time of his life with a spring in his step. Returning to the chaos, this perfectly executed attack has a problem. A noob. Fresh account and less than 20 hours played, duoing this season with a veteran. Blinded by one of their own, it seems as if their fate is sealed. The hunter is now the hunted. Revenge is a dish best served with a carambit. Huddled like penguins, their plan has failed. Now it's only a matter of time before they are spotted, and the round is over. Through all of this havoc and turmoil, our B anchor continues the kangaroo jump. Finally, after many hops, they hear a faint cry in the distance. He decides to abandon his post and regroup with the herd to claim what little glory may still be available. But he is not alone. The T's are nothing if not sneaky. This T's patience has been rewarded. The unfortunate anchor never stood a chance. And to make matters worse, the A attack was a ruse. Our A player's defense was a waste of time. The alarm sounded, the CTs must now migrate to the B site. This once stalking predator is now the prey. As a final solution, the CT has one last trick in its arsenal, the smoke diffuse. And as the famous saying goes to the native people of Mirage, pros do not fake.
It's Donk's world, we're just living in it. The young superstar posting 18 kills and 2 aces in the first half, Anders. He's on track to beat his record of the first map of 24 kills, maybe in the first couple of rounds here.
Yeah, the only way that could kind of fall apart for him is if they just win too fast for him to really get up to those kills. But yeah, what a ridiculous display of skill, and we expect really nothing less. Here we go, second half, second map. We're on Cash now. DENDELE versus Spirit, with the first map already going the way of Spirit. Yeah, he's already dinked him. He's already fighting.
He takes no damage, somehow at range, and now he's going to find multiple kills. So 2 will do, Anders, 2 will do. As we enter a 4-on-2. Looks like RDN should be able to get the frag here. Nope.
Oh, sniped away. Yeah, he had him at 4 health as well, but nice shot from Tenier. You can actually see the position for Donk was great. Like, they weren't expecting him to be right under the vents. It will be Spirit's pistol round regardless of Donk only, as it were, getting a double kill. And that'll put them at 9-4. So kind of, they're not really slowing down here, Spirit. It's a bit of a different affair in a strange way. We thought maybe this would be the map that had more surprises, maybe a little bit closer. But Ancient looked like DENDELE actually were fighting back a little bit harder than this one. Nice shot. No bomb plants. And a force-up in this one for DENDELE. They want to go for it.
Kind of need it. Desert Eagles. Mac 10 is not ideal. You're thinking of a set piece off the get-go here. Looks like that's what we'll get. The highway smoke being set up here. We saw this in the first half, but it's very passive from the CTs. Players towards heaven. Truck. Shiro sees a util coming in. Drops the HE. Should be ready for this.
Oh yeah, more than ready. Counter utility is going to be there as well. Vincere just looking right over. And even though that smoke is a bit elevated, you can see there is a gap that he can shoot through. Donk has found a kill in the meantime, but they will get rid of Tinir. Bomb plant's delayed. That's because the bomb is on the ground inside of the site there. Max Core catches a grenade with the pin already pulled, and Suntix will get the last one. So it's a pretty quick round there. The force-up not working out.
No, really didn't. No plants. Couple of kills, sure. Pick your poison now. Suppose you kind of have to take the eco, let it go to 11-4. Doesn't feel great on the T side of your map pick, but
it doesn't.
It's all you really can do. Couple of Deagles, couple of Tech 9s. You're hoping for CT over aggression here. Players forcing the issue. Standard util towards mid.
Right, there's nothing much that they need to do at this stage here. Spirit, they're going to be quite happy hanging out, waiting for anyone to show up. They got all the counter utility in the world. Flash on over. Couple of them to go, but unfortunately Shiro is so far away that he's just not really affected by those nades at all.
No, certainly not. Seem to be very aware of the position these last two players as well. Not giving anything away. Another clean sweep here. Donk is up to 22 frags. And it says it all, really. They've had some good rounds here, DENDELE. They've had some winning positions in the series, but ultimately outclassed by one of the world's best.
Like we said, there's really no shame in that, is there? But
I mean, yeah, this happens to a lot of top teams as well. Like, you can have all the best strategies in the world. You can have all the execution, all the nades, all the flashes, but if Donk is disrespecting your utility, pushing through and finding 3 or 4 kills every time, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, they don't have the solution at the moment.
So, smokes it towards B main and a B rush by the looks of things here.
It's going to be fast here, I think so. Why slow it down now? You're all 5 here. Towards Checkered we go. Suntix, I think, is already on the microphone calling it in, saying they are surely showing up, but he's not quite as ready as you'd want to see. Him and Magix, they both die. Only getting the 1 kill there on Doc, so that's actually pretty decent. And it looks like Spirit have kind of given up. They said, all right, that's fine. You can have the round then.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Let him have it. Good awareness there to check the close range proximity near those checkers rooms there. Zontix could have got multiple. It was Magic to set him up, got a kill through the smoke. He felt like he was good for 2 there, but great awareness. Gives DENDELE at least a 5th round here. As you mentioned, saving the guns, keeping that money strong, looking to close things out as soon as possible. Going to try and lock them in here. As they scramble over towards the sunroom, it's Donk who wants to have a look in here, see if he can add to his tally.
They're all going to be hiding in there. No reason to go anywhere. Donk doesn't want to risk it either, so handshake towards the end of the round. Oh, they did find Donk. He peeked into them right at the end.
He did. No damage inflicted, and Donk will have to rebuy in the following round, but the money's pretty strong. 11-5. Feels like a foregone conclusion they're getting the 2-0 here, but this is the moment I'm talking about. You think Magix should take a lot of aggro there. He might not be checking checkers, but
yeah, that's a good point.
They certainly did.
I would love to see what DENDELE kind of have planned for the T side, so I'm quietly excited that they're picking up some of these rounds, because otherwise they won't have enough time to really show us what it is. And like everybody else, I kind of want to learn if anyone has got anything exciting or interesting happening on a map like Cash early on here.
Spots 1.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Surely, with the Molotov on top as well. He does put out a bit of a smoke, I think, to just keep himself alive. Oh, wait a minute. Koala is in there. He's actually trying to see if he can relocate it. It's Suntix. Oh, Koala! That's a good bit of intuition for him. Taking down Magix in spite of the fact that they might have felt like he already escaped. And again, that's the B-bomb side over and done with.
Couldn't have played that any better if he tried. They knew they had a player down to 1 HP. That was Magix. Painted into a corner there. Double naded, Molotov. Smoke goes down. Koala makes his way through, gets a double kill. Really nice play from him. Most convincing round they've had so far here on Cash. And once again, we're here with the save. Got Max Core, though. In a prime position to go for a bit of a hunt here. Players on the other side towards A main.
Yeah.
There we go. Changing things up. In towards B this time. Spotting the weakness and capitalizing upon it.
Presumably, that can't be the entire game plan for the T side. It's just kind of hitting the B-bomb side over and over again. But, I mean, if you find a bit of weakness early on...
If it keeps working.
Yeah.
Just keep running.
You've got Magix and Sontics as well, which, you know, if the alternative is going mid or A and fighting Donk, Tanier, and Shiro, maybe you will say, actually, that feels pretty good. Like,
it's a good point. I think when the money gets better, like maybe just move Shiro over there with the AWP.
Right.
For a reason we discussed before. Set up that nice defensive line. Fend them off, and then you have a stronger middle and A sites. But we'll see what they want to purchase into this one. Shiro has got the AWP.
Okay, then.
So let's see whether they want to mix things up or just continue as they were. Like, sure, it was a nice play from Koala. I don't think it's a big deal, though. Magix just got caught out in towards checkers. Took a lot of damage. Here's the moment. Absolute pandemonium. Great awareness from Koala through the smoke on the second. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
You can see the frustration. I get it. I still would love to see more teams push that squeaked over on A. There are so many funny interactions that can happen if you do it successfully. It is a bit of a risk, of course. We'll see. Where are they going to be going? Okay, we will see the squeak push coming out this time. Yeah, I think this is worth trying a little bit more. And sometimes the Ts just are not going to be ready for it. Because you're busy throwing grenades and setting up all kinds of other things from out here. They are quietly checking, but let's see how committed he's going to be. You could see RDN not fully investing it into that peak.
I was going to say, just get out of there at this point. You've got a nice man advantage, and Tanier outstays his welcome. And down he goes, unfortunately. Really would have been such a nice little gambit, excursion, whatever you want to call it. Getting that opening kill, falling back, and just resetting the round. Stayed for that extra peak. And it brings DENDELE back into it.
Back at the B-bomb site. We do have Donk lurking over on this side now. They're sick of Donk not being activated in the rounds, so they put him over here, but the bomb is making its way up highway. Shiro is right behind them potentially with the AWP. Oh, that line is being held and he can't hit the shot. So now it's down to Magix, who has been waiting here the whole time. The door is still open. There's a whole mind game to be played there. He sees the shadow, yep. That's something that a lot of people, is a mistake that a lot of CTs make right now when they're holding at the back of the side. They don't realize that shadow is showing.
Yeah. Bomb will go down. Round not necessarily over. It's down to Koala here. And he can't deliver the goods, unfortunately. There it is. Series point for Team Spirit. Bomb planted. Money still strong for DENDELE, but 6 opportunities. And with AKs within their ranks, the AWP as well. 3 AKs now. I feel like it's going to be fine for Shiro and co.
I think for those aggressive pushes through the squeak door, there's a whole meta game to be played around whether or not you close the door behind you or not.
Sure.
Because it gives you, like, one, if they don't know that you've pushed and you close the door, then there's no evidence that you did it. But obviously, you keep it open, then they have to be worried about it if they're coming in from the highway or anywhere else from main, for instance. So probably in the future, that's where some interesting clutches will happen just based on the door being open or closed or not. It's kind of a freaky position there. But you can't blow it open like on Nuke, right? So it's not quite the same kind of feature. 12-6. Spirit, 1 round away. Donk stuck at 22. Was it 24 you said at the first map?
First map was 24 kills, yeah.
All right.
I mean, his performance in the first half, he did more than enough already.
It's pretty good.
2 aces, 18 kills. You just love to see that. In cruise control now. They're not making any silly mistakes as well. If they feel like a round is not possible anymore, they're saving their weapons. They're not overstepping the line. Keeping the finances strong. Looking at the big picture.
Double boost here. It's a nice idea, but you can also get grenaded with a single nade. Sometimes some really painful losses early on when that happens. Good smoke towards the middle. Repositioning his Shiro, but he can't really see the outline of anyone there. He's going to try and see if he can blow it open. Runs into it, but it's already a little bit too late. So not really the greatest execution on that HE, to be honest. Sub 50 seconds. And this mid control for DENDELE is huge. If they want to split up through highway, then this is the opportunity. Donk by the forklift. I think it's Koala that's lurking around in the middle, looking for an opening. We're going to see if Shiro is able to catch him or not. If he can't, then it's definitely on. Tenier is up on the railing above the forklift. It's a very annoying position to deal with, but Gafolo, he's more than done it. 3 headshots on the entry, leaving Sontix and Magix across the map, and I think already being flanked here. Sontix going to get shot in the back in a couple of seconds from now. Yeah, there we go. That's remarkable for Gafolo.
Got to see that from his POV. How he gets 3 coming out of A main, I'll never know, but we'll take it. 4 players survive. It's Magix to save the AK-47. Nice working towards A main there. Basic util and just hitting the shots upon entry.
That Tenier position on top of the railing, it's not even that it's necessarily a great position in isolation. It's just that it forces the T's to crouch right in main, and you just don't want to be standing still to take that fight if you're on the T side. That's also why it's surprising that they did so well getting through. Well, well done. Just
really well done.
5 more in a row, Henry, and we're good to go.
I mean, stranger things have happened. G2 pulled it off earlier. They got 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Against Aurora.
Well, like you said,
and they were 12-7 down as well.
GG How managed to defeat Spirit.
They did. Opening game. EWC, they certainly did. But there we have it. Nice work. DENDELE down but not out. I think whatever happens today, I think they've put on a decent showing, Anders. I think in terms of the teamwork, the preparation, individual skill, I think it's all there. I mean, this is a team that could cause an upset or two. But unfortunately, when Donk turns up in this sort of form, there's only so much you can do.
I mean, if they win all of the more winnable rounds that they didn't do in this particular game,
that's the only way you're going to potentially win a series against this level of opposition, right? You need to be converting those 2v1 advantages, those 4-on-3s. Too many clutches fell apart when they had the man advantage.
But the level of prep is definitely there.
Absolutely.
And the mental side of it too, right?
I think that's the headline of this whole series. This team can keep up. If they can convert the advantages they find, could be a scary team going forward.
Boosted the B bomb site pretty early on for Spirit, so if there would have been a fast play, they would have been more than ready for this one. Shiro way in the back here. Interesting position to play. He's going to see the utility coming down early. It's Donk with the headshot to try and defend it with. It might just be Shiro to take down Doc, and there's no real reason to re-peek any longer. The bomb is fully committed. It's actually on the site already. Donk, probably not necessary. He's going to go down, but Shiro is still back here, and Gafolo, it's another headshot to land, but he's very, very low on health here. And Koala, yeah, he has to do that. He has to play chest out on top of the railing now. The flick not connecting from Shiro. How does this happen? Spirits. It's a 5-on-3 that they might be giving up.
We were commending Spirit earlier, saying whenever they get these situations, they're being very passive, conservative, definitely trying to close things out there as quickly as possible. Too many isolated duels, 1v1s, when you had the bomb down in a really advantageous position. Magix, can he find another 2v1? Managed to pull one off on Ancient. Easy first kill, low HP on the last.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of utility as well. Gonna be an Incendiary on one side, HE on the other, and he finds Gafolo. Oh, that is such a gut-wrenching loss there. They were looking good for a second DENDELE, like they were gonna be able to win that 3v5, but instead it's Magix on the defuse, and it's a 13-7 victory for Spirit, taking the series 2-0.
Another world-class performance there from Donk. 24 kills on the first map. First half of Cash as well. Gets an ace in the pistol and manages to close things out in style as well. That's a great performance from Team Spirit. We'll throw it down to the desk.
The domination from Spirit continues. 2 aces within this Cash alone coming out from Donk. He is just a phenom. He can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and still somehow make it work. It's so precise, it's so clean. And even when they started on the T side, which was kind of unexpected for where most teams are starting on the CT side for this Cash.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree. I think it was good on Spirit to start on the T side and get to control the pace a little bit and get to control the game. And speaking of control, Donk did control that game from start to finish. I very much appreciate when Favorites gets the job done in a nice, convincing way. You can't put a finger on this performance for Team Spirit. They got exactly what they needed to do, and that is winning the game without breaking too much of a sweat. Sure, at moments in the game it was close, but overall a secure win.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I think the starting T side obviously helps that you don't get cheesed, you know, in terms of people throwing something at you that you haven't seen before, and like playing these like teams that are coming up into tier 1, tier 2, there will be a lot of these type of rounds. So yeah, getting this guy out to kill everyone on the T side before the opponent gets the chance, that's it helps.
I wish we had a camera on Donk right now. He's pointing at himself while looking at the clips going on. Donk, a fantastic performance here from you guys. I know it's only going up against DENDELE, but I wanted to do one thing to start off this little desk interview with you. We're going to show you your lovely Red Bull ace. You've got Red Bull on your jersey as well with the AK, and I want to just talk through this round a little bit with you, because if we start playing it over here, so initially you get in, you get this beautiful first kill. When you hit a shot like that, is it your brain just automatically, I'm going to hunt for the rest of the kills, I'm going to take more space away? Just tell me from your perspective how you think through a round like this.
I don't know.
You just feel confident?
No, it's just like 4v3 and like we have no utility at all. We have only 2 flashes left, and you know you gotta gamble a little bit, and so I went through the smoke, and basically that's it.
That's it. You're making the best of a bad situation with no utility and getting the job done.
Fair to say that you trust in your aim in a situation like this? You go for the duel and you just trust in your own ability to win it?
For sure.
Yeah? Isn't that a nice feeling? Because I feel like whenever I play the game or we play the game, like we want to trust in our own aim, but the fact of the matter is most of the time we lose the duel. We're not as consistent as you. It must give you a sense of confidence knowing that you're going to win most of those.
I think you just gotta believe in yourself, and basically that's it.
Okay, and maybe that's a me issue then. Yeah.
Skill issue. Yeah, like I wanted to talk to you about like Ancient. Like lately you've been so good on Ancient, and a lot of it is around you on middle. How much do you know, when you go out and take your fights, how much is intuition with the small adjustments, like strafing all the way to the box or stopping meanwhile? Is it just, you know, as it happens, or do you have a clear plan, like going out, what you want to do?
I have a clear plan.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like there is a few like combos that each side can do, so you're just playing against them and you're choosing what you want to do.
I used to have a player like called Stare, and he loved going out mid a little bit like you, and you guys have had your like fights in the middle throughout time. How much do you hate the run boost, and how easy do you actually think it is to kill?
I don't hate run boost because it's always 1 kill for 100%, and the rest is just this situation. I don't know.
Okay. Last question when it comes to Ancient. Like how do you normally play around the break in Red Room? Like what is your like go-to thing? Because I could see you doing the game, you went to the box, then you were listening, and you even waited for the extra break, and then you started like progressing. Like how do you normally handle it? Like what would your go-to be for any new player out there dealing with it in their own facets?
Yeah, so like basically you're throwing flashes and enemy is hearing it, so like they gotta wait 3-4 seconds to break the window, because like you're not getting out instantly. You should wait combos and stuff like that. And yeah, if I understand that I have good timing, that I can cross behind the box, I do it. If I don't, I just don't do it, basically.
Okay. Donk, it goes without saying that you're the best player in the world right now, so we don't really want to talk about you anymore, but more so Magix as an in-game leader within your team. When he came in first time around, he said he needed some time, get into the rhythm and everything. Now that you've had him now for almost half a year, do you also feel that he's getting better and better and more comfortable as an in-game leader?
Yeah, I think he just becoming more confident in his IGL skills, and we are giving him all the trust that we have and all freedom.
Yeah? Is there anything in particular you think changed from 6 months ago up until today? Like anything he worked on in particular, or is it just the whole package that is getting better?
I think the whole package, and we just maybe sacrifice sometimes our desires to help him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I also want to ask you around this cash, because you guys decided to start on the T side. A lot of teams are deciding to start on CT side. Why do you make that choice?
Who knows?
He's just going to hold the secrets for that one.
Yeah, because we're probably going to play it.
Okay. But people think you guys are weak on it, right, by looking at the stats. You've obviously made some improvements on it. What do you think of this map? I know you're not a fan of Anubis. You like Cash?
Yeah, and teams should know that we know that they see Cash as our weak map, so like we're gonna prepare it.
Yeah. Don't underestimate you guys on it. And your relationship with Anubis. I know you're not a fan of the map, but you guys still play it very well. Would you like to see the map still removed from map pool, maybe end of the season? Would that be the dream?
Keep it.
Keep it now?
Keep it.
Oh, because you're playing good on it?
Yeah.
So, let me get this right. If Donk doesn't like a map, you're just playing bad on the map?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
What about improving on the map like you did on Anubis?
Like, we were playing good at this map like the whole time, but I didn't like it.
But what is it is particular that you don't like? Because all you've said is that you don't like it. We don't know why.
I was thinking that it's too... There's a lot of details for city side, and it's quite random.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah?
That's why we also didn't play it, so...
There we go. There we go. And looking at the fact that you guys right now just won EWC, you had a great run there. I was talking about how group stage was a bit shaky, right? You could have been eliminated before. You had some struggle games, but you guys have grown each and every game. Does it feel like now you are fully warmed up into the season? Like you guys are back into official mode and you guys are playing as you want to play?
Yeah, I think I can agree with that we are in official mode now, but yeah, but we are not in our best shape, I would say, because we have some kind of fatigue, because it's our third event.
Yeah.
So like, we need to take a rest a little bit, and the format of this event is good for us, because there is 1 or 2 day offs between games, so it's amazing for us and our yeah.
Very positive. I like that. Donk, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to, lastly, is there anything you want to say to all the viewers out there, all the supporters?
See ya.
Aura, look at that Aura, see you. That's what we like. A big smile on his face. Thank you very much, Donk, for joining us on the desk. You know what? There's many people that can dream to be good at a game, but to be that good, that confident, that chill with it all as well. And look at this. We had a great Magic's interview. We got some insight from Donk on things as well. You know what? They seem to be very happy right now after this trophy win. Everything's changed.
I think that's the golden rule in Counter-Strike, and you can probably attest to that as well, Rocker. Winning solves all issues, you know. Whenever you have an issue, all you got to do is just winning, because then the mood is good, you know, within the camp. And sure thing, it does look like Spirit is ready to pounce on the opportunity right now. We know Vitality are playing this tournament with a stand-in. We saw Falcons not getting the job done at EWC. NAVI may be struggling a little bit. If there's one team right now who can claim the title as the best team in the world by winning this tournament, it would be Team Spirit, right? So maybe talking about the fatigue, it's good to have a couple of days off, but I think Spirit are motivated to claim that title as being the best team in the world again.
I think so as well. Like, I see a lot of similarities to back when they like dominated for half a season and won the major, right? Like, I think a lot of the things are going in the right direction, and the pieces are delivering in the positions. Like, as we talked about, like, it's not super like shiny and big performances out of the supporting cast, but they're getting the job done. And that means getting the job done, you have the big guy that just disrespects, walks through a smoke, kills the whole team, right? So a lot of times it's the small things that needs to click, and I think like the trajectory they're on right now, that they're like gonna be one of the favorites for the next tournaments to come.
And you know, one thing I want to look at when it comes to Donk is that so many people said when he did this interview after they won Vitality, and he said, I'm tired, right? They took it as like disrespectful or bad, but you got to remember, they can be tired when they did all of Blast Bounty Malta, straight into EWC, right? And EWC was a long tournament as well. Now they're coming straight into Blast Open Porto. It's travel days, it's practice days while you're in this situation as well. So for people who took that wrong, that like, oh, it's not fine what he said, it's not fine what he did. Look at that smile, look at him. Yeah, that's him. There we go, we got it in there. Thank you very much, production. That's when he was watching his clip and you guys couldn't see him at the time. But it's very valid for you to be tired, because they're also practicing going over these things at the same time. And also, when you're doing so much heavy lifting like him, I think I would be tired too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair argument, and you can definitely make that case, but the counter product to that will be that it's the same for everyone, you know, and you get to decide your own calendar. If you're Team Spirit, you get to decide whether or not you go to the tournaments. You don't have to. No one is forcing you. But naturally, with the VRS and the aspirations of being the best team in the world, you kind of feel you're forced to go into the tournament. So it's this constant balance of, as Donk said, you know, at a tournament like this, there's 1 or 2 days between the games. Even if they qualify for the playoffs straight away, they get a prolonged break as well. So again, if you get the job done, you also earn the right for a little extra, I guess, comfort time where you can relax a bit more, focus on practice, and maybe recharge a bit.
Yeah, like fatigue hits different when you're like hitting 48, 16 or whatever it was in the game. Like, I would say it's probably harder for the supporting cast having to die for him and then he goes out and kills them. But I completely understand. Like, it's how it is, you know. Like the whole VRS race, everyone wants to play everything. This is like fear of missing out, and answering with wins everywhere you go definitely helps.
I want to ask you a bit, Roger, while we got you here for that, right? Obviously, you were with Astralis when, at the beginning, you were not in the invite system, right? You guys were having to grind your way into it all. Did you notice that it was more tiring for your players? Did you see some of that fatigue happening?
Yeah, of course. Like, we come from an ecosystem where you know your calendar, like, at least 5-6 months into the future. And there's, like, not this, okay, if this doesn't work, we need to go here, and then we need to pinpoint here. Like, it's a lot more stressful in the current state of things, because you're always thinking of the worst case scenario. Like, you need to be planned, because if not, you have to read on Twitter, X, whatever, that you're missing out because of XYZ, you know. So you need to be on top of everything, and I think that's also why a lot of teams right now have a dedicated guy, you know, just to look into all these things, like what should we do, what shouldn't we do, when should we push the button, and all this.
Yeah, definitely very important right now in the current times of VRS. But we want to show you guys an updated bracket of where we've got after our opening 2 games. And guess what? So G2 won that game earlier today. They get the lucky pleasure of fighting Spirit in the next game. Do we think that there is a world where G2 can challenge this level of Spirit, Pimp?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Spirit are the favorites in the game without a doubt, and Spirit is on track to again, maybe claim the title as the best team in the world. But G2 is also a team that has a lot of pressure on them this part of the season. If they want to make a breakthrough, if they want to stop being just the team that is gatekeepers for the playoff, you know, 7th, 8th, 9th best in the world, getting a win versus Spirit and booking a spot into the playoff straight away would be a massive step in the right direction. So it's a competitive game, but Spirit being the favorites without a doubt.
I think it's going to be a fun veto. I think it can go a lot of different ways, depending on whether you want to bank on your own strength or you want to look for some weaknesses. And I think the two teams actually matches quite good up in that regard. So I'm excited to see like exactly how the veto is going to be, because I think G2 has some upset potential if they play smart.
And just really quick, because we got to go to a break. DENDELE, Aurora. Is Aurora in some trouble from what we've been able to see from DENDELE?
They shouldn't be, realistically. Again, it can be a game that has competitive elements to it, but I'd expect Aurora to get the job done. You know, there will be it wouldn't be a disaster, but it would be a warning signal for me if they're not able to progress from that lower bracket.
I think like if there are 2 teams that DENDELE matched really badly up against in this group, it's these 2 teams, because they're teams that don't play that gimmicky themselves, meaning they're leaning back a little bit, see what happens, pick up the free kills and the defaults, play very compact on the city side. So they're going to have a hell of a job in front of them tomorrow.
Well, Roger, I know it's only day 1 here, but I think you've done a fantastic job. It's very refreshing to have you on the desk with all of this. Pimp, you were once his student. How do you think he's doing? You know, you're the master of the desk in comparison.
You know what? I think I'm going to motivate him a little bit, saying he passed the test today, but there's plenty of room for improvement. But he's going to be around for a long time, right?
This sounds like something you've said to him before. And on that note, we're going to a break, because next up, NAVI are taking on M80, but we're leaving. We're going to go off and chill, watch the games from the comfort of our home, as you guys will be doing as well. We'll see you in a few.
I mean, the unforgettable names all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. And that was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server. Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m80, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
Welcome back to Blast Premier Open Porto. We are moving into our second half of day number 1 here, and the journey is just beginning for so many of these teams. But also my panel members, we do have Maui and Vu joining me, and it's been a couple of weeks since I've last seen you gentlemen. How have you guys been?
I've been terrible. The Counter-Strike going on has made me depressed. What? Spirit winning, no thank you.
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm joking. I can't. That was a joke for anyone out there who also watches other Valve games.
Yeah, I've basically just been watching, TI, I suppose. There was another event going on, but I think that one was actually more important. Also got engaged, so that's always a fun thing.
What? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it's big. Where it's story time for all, you, me, and now closest.
On stream.
Yeah?
My stream, personal stream, okay? Not for this one, okay? Too many good teams here we gotta talk about, of course.
Look, that's super valid, but it's crazy then what can happen in 3 weeks. A team that had made it to a grand final but didn't win finally wins a grand final. A couple of upsets happen along the way as well. So yeah, it is crazy what happens in the world of esports in just 3 weeks. But anything else you guys want to add when you look towards this, the fact that we still have so many more days, so many more teams to talk about what could potentially happen?
I mean, there's a lot of storylines coming into this one. Maui Snake getting engaged, not the biggest of the storylines. Much bigger is Vitality playing with JL. You've got Furia coming in, Falcons, questionable form after the major. A ton of storylines that I think are going to get solidified for the rest of the season starting here.
There's still a lot of tournaments to be played, but this is an event that has all of the elite teams, and so for a couple rosters that are looking back at what happened in Paris and probably with a more bittersweet taste in their mouths right now, this is a great opportunity for redemption.
Do you think Vitality with JL is going to place higher or lower than their EWC placement?
I think they're going to win the event. Once they get Messi back. Once they get Messi back, they will win.
You always bring these faces with you. They're absolutely master of it over that. What about yourself, Maui? High or lower?
Surely lower. What was it? What were they placing there? They semis? Quarters, actually.
Yeah.
Ooh, equal. Can we say equal?
No, you know what? The thing is, I'm pretty sure in the game of higher and lower, if you say lower and it's equal, you still win. If you say higher and it's equal, you still win. So benefit of the doubt here, if you're going equal, you can say whatever you want, but you guys can also have a fun game of higher and lower over on our Blast website. We got it here presented by IC Market. You want to guess if the case or the skin, whatever pops up on the right, is higher or lower than the market value of what we can see there.
Higher.
That's got to be higher. CS20 case,
higher.
I have too many of those, and they have run me dry. Okay,
I am
they sold me down the
100%
river.
sure that the Gamma 2 case is higher.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It
definitely
is.
is. Oh, this is Garbo.
Yeah,
this is
lower.
Garbon.
What, a 2020 RMR Legends?
Everybody bought these thinking they'd be something. Actually, the
Heroic
fact that,
is on this page, okay?
well, the fact that 100 Thieves and Navi are there actually might mean something, but no, still. RMR Legends was over-purchased.
Okay, we're going lower.
Yeah.
That is a significant. I mean, you don't even have to. Surely
Higher.
it's just straight up higher. You don't even have to think
Higher.
about 27 cents.
Give us a skin. Give us a skin production, okay? Higher,
Make
and then
it
show us a
happen.
skin.
Make it happen.
There we go, yeah.
No idea.
That's,
Crickets. Crickets from my analysts
going
as soon as
higher.
they get what they want.
I'm going higher.
Higher. I think
All
higher.
right.
Definitely going higher. Yeah,
Okay.
not by much, though.
2023 Paris.
Ooh, this is
lower.
Lower. These were also over-purchased.
I don't know, guys. The Greyhound Gaming sticker, I'm surprised that's not going for
Doesn't mean a lot to anybody outside of Australia, okay? Higher.
Higher?
We're taking higher.
Yeah.
Sure.
High.
Ooh, I'd say lower. I would say lower here.
I'm 100% sure, Maui, that this is lower.
Yeah, lower.
It's
lower.
lower.
Lower all day.
Easy.
Okay.
Easy.
Higher again.
Higher,
This is
easy.
what's
Higher, yeah.
going on.
Easy higher.
You put 4 stickers on this bad boy.
These have all been too easy.
Oh, I wonder.
I'm so curious about this one. Can't put my finger on this, but higher.
I think
I think production really
Lower.
wants us. Okay, with lower.
Best
Let's just
of
go
this
lower. Let's just rapid fire.
Lower,
Before,
lower,
wait.
lower.
You have to guess the one. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you have to guess the one after this before seeing
Lower.
it.
I've never seen this in
Actually-
my life, Maui Snake.
I didn't even know you could sell these, but lower. I've taken lower on this one. Okay.
Guys, this might never end.
Higher. That's definitely higher. That's one of the best
Tell us
MP9s.
how you know it's higher. Jawbreaker. I've had this skin. It's definitely
lower. If
It's
you have it,
definitely
it's lower. Yeah.
Oh my. Okay.
That's higher.
Okay.
That's for sure higher. That's a red skin. Wait, pause. Wait, we should say
Does this skin exist?
That I don't even know what this one
I've
is.
never
That's
seen
gotta be
this
lower.
before.
That's gotta be lower.
Lower.
It's not great. It's not great. Higher.
It's
Ooh,
higher.
that's close.
No,
though.
it is actually close. I
That
wanted
is close.
to buy some of these.
Yeah. Okay. Higher. That's higher.
I can afford this skin. It's got to be higher.
We're never even gonna have a death segment.
We're just
gonna keep doing this forever.
Lower.
This is lower. Yeah. This is
Higher.
higher.
We just had this one.
Lower.
That's lower. That's lower.
Higher.
That's definitely higher.
Higher.
No, that's
No,
lower.
no,
That is
no,
lower.
no.
Oh,
You
you
did
pre-fired.
really
You
well,
pre-fired.
though. I was
Pre-fired.
impressed. Even with the pre-firing, you had a pretty good success rate that
3
bit.
for 4? 3 for 4?
Not bad.
You
Not
did
bad.
really well. I did not think. What was the highest we'd previously gotten before? And I think it was like 9.
I think we had been nice enough to production to end our streak at 9 out of 10. This time it got away from us.
Oh, look, I'm super impressed you guys are able to do this. If anything, that's just a good omen for what is to come. Hopefully a game of back and forths, higher and lower here, is because we do have NAVI coming up against M80. How do you perceive your matchup against M80 going?
I think it's going to be interesting. I think that they also, had an early exit and they had, some time to prepare. They went back home, practiced. For us, we continued practicing in Paris. We flew straight to here and practiced here as well. So I think both teams are going to be ready. And I think that, both teams really want to show a better face here in Blast, since we both kind of managed to fail in AWC.
I think the last time we played them was in Blast London, and I think we did beat them. So we're obviously looking at that game with the same confidence, and we're excited for today.
Now, admittedly, that was a year ago. So how much has changed between then and now?
Obviously a lot. We don't we don't have Hex anymore. We have JBA now. They have I think they might even have the same roster, actually. Yeah. So a little bit different, obviously different map pool, different things like that. So we're just going to go into it kind of like with a new prospect of looking towards that match.
And at the risk of revealing too much, do you think the map pool favors you guys over NAVI?
I would say so. I don't think they probably expected the map that we picked. So we're confident going into that.
So then how would you rate your chances against M80 today?
I would rate pretty good. Yeah.
If you had to give it a number out of 10.
1 to 10? Yeah. 10. I think we can be definitely confident. Honestly, we have nothing to lose. We've beaten them at 1 year ago at Blast London. So we try to replicate this. And yeah, we just want to show up strong, get some nice headshots, play with a lot of confidence. And yeah, just want to have fun in the game and see where it takes us.
despite these teams having very different paths here to Porto, well, not yet in Porto, but at least to the start of this Blast event here, I would say they're on similar levels in what they have to prove and the way that they have to handle this matchup. Both of them talking about the confidence that they need to come in with, and I do like it, even if it was a little bit of a joke, Makaze saying, yeah, a 10 out of 10, that's what we would rate it right now, coming up against M80, because I think off of what happened in EWC, losing that early and losing to Legacy in the way that they did, it is only confidence right now that you can rest on because it's not your previous result.
I mean, you want this to be a 10 out of 10 for Makaze. Part of the reason they went out at EWC was Makaze having some rough games. This is the type of team, you look back to a NAVI with a JL, he was money in this matchup. In this sort of matchup, you knew he was always going to dominate a team like M80. Makaze's been a little bit less consistent in that regard.
Makaze's looking for a huge bounce back here at Porto because even though he was being billed up, and I was billing him up as the next big star for NAVI, unfortunately, he's going through the tribulations that you see of a blossoming new player where you may be a specialist more so than you are the complete real deal across all 7 maps in the pool. And I think that we're seeing some signs of that. The unfortunate thing is that he still didn't even do well on some of his hallmark maps at the World Cup recently in Paris. So there's a lot of questions right now I have for Makaze, and I want to see if he can actually just kind of right the ship.
Yeah, it's almost a similar sort of conversation, though, about M80, and they've brought it up, both of their players, when I spoke to them, is what happened a year ago at Blast London. They're saying, yeah, we won that one, and I'm all like, props to you guys, you did. But how do you transition from having won that a year ago, last year, into now with a slight different roster change for them, but ultimately similar sentiment?
I think you focus on the fact that a year ago, which is so recent in CS history, they were almost
constantly
the exact
referred
same
to.
team. You know, we talk about last year in CS as if it was yesterday. You come in and you think about, you meditate on that online victory, and you pretend that this is going to be exactly the same.
Unfortunately, one of the main reasons that they won last year in the run-up to London was the fact that they had Hexed. And obviously, Swisher mentioned the fact that that is a change that they have undergone. The unfortunate thing for me with M80 is that I do think that JBA is the better overall player than Hex, but Hex did bring something in terms of attitude, the communicative aspect that he was so vocal through some of the rounds. And JBA, even though if I had them both in the server in the exact same position, I said, who's going to get me more kills from that position? I'm taking JBA, but you lose some of the fire with Hex and some of his ability for just, I'd say, bringing mid-round ideas that I don't know if JBA is always there for.
So then are you sort of questioning how M80 are performing as a team overall, despite them still having that individual skill and prowess?
I'm questioning a lot of what's going on with M80.
Oh, okay.
I feel like this team has been sort of sputtering out for quite some time now. It's really been over 4 months since they've even beaten a European team in a best-of-3 series. And when I watch them play, they get close in some of these games, but then you see them just make I almost want to say characteristic North American mistakes where you don't clear one corner and it leads to a guy getting a multi-kill, or you rush too much in a little bit of a mid-round, or someone in a late round just fumbles this one extra, takes one step forward, whether that's lack of discipline or just thinking you could get a better fight than you do. And those little mistakes just lead to everything falling apart.
I'm not questioning their form now. I'm denying it. This is this is an M80 that they used to bring teams close, and they would pick up a map. You see them recently, they're not picking up maps at this point. They've been on a bit of a downturn. I think you're saying you think JBA is slightly better than Hex. I think when you look at the whole package, it's basically what you're saying. When you look at the whole package, I do think Hex gave them a little bit more. You also have Sin on a huge downswing this year.
Yeah.
This is an M80 that used to be a team you would really question. Maybe they can take a game off NAVI. At least you know it's going 3 maps. Here, I still see this potentially being a 2-0.
You're saying they're not really bringing teams close, though, and well, not taking maps up in best of threes, but there was, you know, they still had a close map up against G2, so I'm sort of wondering, are you putting that up to, oh, it's an anomaly, and I'm sort of not really
This is the liquid special. This is the liquid special. You bring a map close, you look amazing, but at some point you have to win. You have to win.
I also think that after that game versus G2, Saw's words were very telling, where he said, the score was close, but we were always in control of it. And usually coaches always have this mindset of, yes, it was close and we messed up on a lot of things and we could do so much better, but he was like, we were in, like, that seems like he felt the whole time that was a cosmetic comeback from M80 to even bring it to be as close as it was.
So would you put more stock in those words or the words of Lake where he's saying we are a team that is getting better, we're just not having those results yet?
I trust Saw more than Lake in 2026, okay?
Okay, but what about a year ago, which obviously we was talking about that we refer to so often?
A year ago, they were playing better. Even if
they were better last year.
They were today's scores. Yes. Okay. Even if it doesn't show today, a year ago they were playing. I mean, they've had some looking up. You know, they've been doing a little bit better recently. But at the same time, when you haven't won since April in a best-of-3 internationally, looking better is getting games close. You need to pick up maps. You need to pick up series.
Okay, well, I did speak to Sin because I had a similar sort of sentiment where I wanted to know where he felt about this, because it's easy for us to talk about, oh, maybe their season isn't the best, but it's also down to the players and what could potentially turn around and change for them. How do you feel about your season so far with getting to win those qualifiers, but then losing early in Blast Bounty as well as EWC?
Result-wise, I think we are definitely disappointed so far. We haven't got a win yet this season. But in the bigger picture, I think our practice has been great. We had some extended time in Europe after Blast Bounty. I think we had some signs of life at EWC. But yeah, nothing to like be proud of so far in terms of results. And yeah, we're looking to change it here right now in Blast in Copenhagen.
Do you think you guys are a team that just needed a little bit more time together to be able to start showing results, or it's just one of those things that you need to turn practice into results now?
I think it's about time that we start showing some good games again. We've shown it in the past, but I think consistency always one of our like issues. And I think, yeah, now we have like a new analyst also on our team, so I'm really happy to have him on board to support our coaching staff. And yeah, just looking forward again to more official games, playing the best teams in the world. And yeah, we got to seize this opportunity. Not many more Tier 1 events coming up in the next few months. So yeah.
Talk to me about an analyst joining. What does that look like? How easy or difficult is it to have someone like that join the team? And what do they offer to the team and also you as an individual?
We've been without, we've just been our coach Rory for the longest period of time. So now it's just another set of eyes watching our games, watching our scrims, and bringing in also new ideas from his old teams. So I think both the practice really helped a lot and the preparation for our games. He can take his time out of like the theory sessions and stuff, just to go one-on-one with our anchor or with me or with our AWPA and just like talk about little details that he noticed, and both be in like terms of our own game and the enemy preparation. So just another really helpful pair of eyes, yeah.
Really in-depth what Sin was giving me there about an analyst joining, because so often it feels like players play a little bit coy about, yeah, we have a new person joining us and they're helping out and alleviating a little bit of the pressure by having an extra set of eyes. But he really goes into talking about the one-on-ones and how beneficial that is. But my thing is, it's still great that you're practicing in that theory, and it gives me a little bit more confidence in what can happen to officials. But is it going to be enough? Is it still just that easy as you can practice it, but we can transition it into showing in official games?
No. It's not going to be enough, but it is nice to see, you know, he talked about we were so long with only our coach behind us. It is nice to see, get them an analyst, have someone else, a different set of eyes, take those one-on-ones, make the team better, put them on the right trajectory to improve off of this. Take a map. Maybe you can beat a NAVI. I think it's, even if they beat a NAVI, it's just a little while until they lose in this event. There's too many strong teams. I'd like to see them improving though over time, picking up maps consistently and finding a consistent basis to have hope for this team into the future.
One of the greatest strengths of Rory or Def as a coach is that he was very pragmatic, but that also sometimes led to it being simplistic. So having an analyst that can work a little more on the theory should spur M80 to have at least a couple new fresh ideas here and there.
Well, hopefully they have those fresh ideas, because coming up against NAVI, they spoke about it when we were listening in. Alex be saying there's been a lot of time for them to prep for their opponents here. They've known their first round matchups for a little bit, and with both of them having those earlier exits out of EWC than what we would expect, they've been able to focus very heavily on this. And so now it's a similar sort of question. What form are NAVI going to be coming into this one, and are they also going to have new ideas?
I mean, this is a NAVI. They had the time. Now they have the pressure on them. I think you look at EWC, we're expecting a better performance. confidence. You come into this one, and I think if you're Navi, you really need to perform here. You need to make a playoff run, a deep playoff run, to get the confidence back in your team. And this is a great stepping stone, I would say. You saw Makaze say his confidence is at a 10. I think Navi's confidence should be at least at a 9 as a team.
Even though Navi have a bit of a cloud over them because of the poor result in Paris, they're in a different stratosphere than M80. It's because their expectations are at the top of the mountain, getting to the summit once again, being the best team in the world, where M80, they haven't really even got off the starting block for the last 4 months. So even though the way we paint the pictures of both these teams seems to be that they're in a similar position, it's just because of M80's or Navi's expectation being sky high.
That is one of those things when you lift trophies during a season, people are going to expect that to be emulated very early on when it comes to a new season. And whilst they haven't necessarily reached that, I did talk to Makaze a little bit more about where their expectations are and how he is feeling as a player with that little bit of a disappointing result at EWC. How would you rate your form coming into this event off of the back of EWC?
I mean, in AWC, I wouldn't say that it was the best form that I know that I can play. I mean, in this event, like, to be honest, from the season that started, I'm playing a lot. Like, I'm fully focused for this season. I'm excited. I'm playing a lot, I'm grinding a lot, and I would say that I'm ready, but in AWC was not the best, so let's hope for better things here.
You're saying you're grinding a lot. Is that different than previous seasons?
I mean, the last season I was not playing, I would say more than this season. Like last season, probably I had like 60 hours, 70. Right now I'm having like 100, 110, so like it's like more than last season. But let's see, I don't know.
Are you finding time for anything else?
To be honest, I'm not going outside that much. So I'm just grinding, I'm just playing. I want like to win a lot because not the best start we did in AWC, so I kind of motivated right now to do better and better.
So then what has the last few days since that exit from EWC looked like for you personally?
I mean, it was not the best because we grinded a lot. We had a long boot camp. I was working a lot. And somehow AWC Legacy on AWC find some, I would say, some weak point to us, and they punish us, and it was feeling bad, to be honest. And we had only 1 day off, and we was working also in AWC, so no day off from back then. And we come here, practice again, and are ready for this tournament also, and let's hope for better results.
So you haven't even had one rest day?
We had only 1 day, like on Paris. Like we lost. Tomorrow we had day off, and after no more days. So we stayed, I think after loss we stayed 4 days. So that means only 1 day and 3 days practice, and that's it.
Did you do anything on your day off? Did you go outside finally?
No, I was sleeping in hotel, I think until like 2-3 p.m. And after 2-3 p.m. I went to play Face It all day, so I was even grinding on the day off.
Well, if that isn't dedication, then I don't know what is. He's talking about how he's almost doubled his amount of hours that he's putting in every week for it. He's talking about even on his day off that they had, he's still doing personal, individual performance growth there. And again, whether you have the opinion of maybe that's too much or that's what he needs, I'm just hoping it starts translating into the Makaze that we were seeing.
The question is waking up at 2 p.m. You know, Monacy would tell you that waking up at 10 a.m. or earlier. No, Makaze's been, he's struggled a little bit recently. He struggled especially at EWC. That's what I want to hear from a star player on this Navi roster. We need more consistency from Makaze. If they're going to win a tournament, it's going to be because him and Wonderful are the best players on that team, and maybe Bit chips in a little bit. But I think Makaze needs to be the best player on this Navi if they're going to win events.
He's going to be much better than he was in Paris. I have no doubt that the hours that he put in is going to net something great for them. I like that the way that Navi has indeed also shifted their veto to seemingly play a little bit more around him. That was kind of my big complaint with them as they finished out and bowed out of the Cologne Major a little too early, a little premature for my taste, was that they were just going with maybe too much anti-strat and counter picks. But now I feel like this season I've seen more where they're just picking to their strengths, which usually enables Makaze more.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up because we don't actually yet know our veto. And so we're going to play our veto out right now and see exactly what maps we're going to be having for this best of 3. Mao, you seem in the know of everything. What are you hoping Navi get for themselves to pinpoint where you're talking about of the strengths for Mikaze?
So they obviously faltered versus Legacy on Ancient before, but even if they go back to that, I wouldn't complain whatsoever. I'm curious about what they're going to do for M80. And okay, so Anubis Vu, I didn't know what they were going to be doing when they said that they were throwing a curveball to Navi.
Yeah, this is a curveball for absolutely everyone. I mean, this is Anubis that M80 haven't played too much. They haven't had tons of success on. And we were talking about Navi knew their matchup for a long time. They didn't know this was coming. They didn't know this was coming.
No, I mean, Navi haven't played Anubis this season yet. So they have not practiced it to the same extent that they have the other maps. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for Ancient to try to enable Mikaze, but I also think that Navi's system on Mirage it's really layered enough that it's probably going to be keeping M80 in the dark for most of those rounds.
Yeah, I think Mirage is just an obviously comfortable map for Navi, and then when you go for that, you know that Handshake, you're going to go for Inferno map 3. That's a map that you would have expected M80 to pick because it's the only map they can find consistency on. So as a map pool, I think M80 have to be really happy with this one.
Yeah, that's similar for you as well then, Mao. You're like, actually, M80 really did cook for this one.
Navi are the firm favorites in this series, but in terms of winning the veto, M80 did win it.
All right, I like that. You take the small advantages where you can get it because people aren't really sure where either of these teams are coming into this one, but it just means that we're going to have a lot of fun. So let's get into our first map with Scrawny and Launders.
Ooh, a lot of fun, guaranteed, Nat. We've got Navi now surpassed in the rankings by the Navi Junior squad, Mohan.
Yeah.
They've got a little bit of a reputation to make up for. And I think M80, who have had an absolute struggle versus European competition so far in 2026, are a perfect opponent for Navi to get back on track.
Yeah, damn near 5-1 here in favor of Navi, obviously, but we've got two teams that are kind of vulnerable right now. I mean, I think that we heard about Mikaze's interview. Both of them very self-aware about their form at the moment. I still have the echoes of the loss from M80. I think it was back at Cologne versus Legacy, that, you know, absolute collapse. That was just so painful to watch, where it feels like you could add in an analyst, you could try to beef up the strategies, but so much of the game is mental for M80. And I'm hoping that they overcome that a little bit because their last few series have not been good either.
Well, off to the races on Anubis. Fresh look for Navi on this map. We'll see what they've got ready for us. We'll see what M80 have ready for them. It'll be Sinna's first contact, supported by Lake's Berettas, and already two players middle as well. Or, excuse me, just the one. Gonna be a quick camera rotate as need be. Lake gets the blind side on Bit, just lets them rip, and catches Mikaze as well. So good value out of the Berettas, nothing out of Sin per se. And Slack's on the scene, as we said, early mid-rotate, ready to try to put this one in the bag. But it's man advantage earned by M80, a little slowdown for the moment, and that secondary B player went for the flank. So soon enough, Swisher, or excuse me, Jaba, is going to be looking to compromise this flank. He peeks in, and now that he's Gush down to 1 HP, still able to get away with one. I think in that position, you take it.
Oh, big time. I mean, there's a chance for Alexi, but it's a whole different round now because of that. He's looking to clear this. Be careful. But this does open up, I think in his mind, a plant straight up. That was the one CT holding the cross. He's got knife out, ready to put this bomb down. Don't let this one go, M80.
They'll link up. Alexi off position now. They're not wasting any time trying to move this one in. Two players out through the E-box. Good early damage onto Swisher. Slack 68 health. It's even here. Berettas get it, though. Alexi has his head popped, and we've got M80 on the defuse. Navi able to even fight out of long A. Feels like it gives that pistol a second life.
Yeah, it feels like Jaba, maybe he was worried about getting cleared and so went for the peek, but I feel like was just so lucky to get his one shot in to get a kill, because if not, clearly looks like they were about to actually let this one go. So first two kills from Lake make it feel like it's M80's round, but when Sin can't actually get a frag, when he stays alive for so long, it's all up in the air again. So they get away with that one just barely, but Alexi's already chuckling about it. I think he was just happy to get a plant.
Yeah, agreed. Planted 3 frags for Alexi at the end of that round. Ooh, B-Tram's in early. No M80 player has a 1-point rating against top 30 opponents this year.
That's
all tied at 0.99. Oh, we are right there on the brink, huh? It's been a rough year.
This year is It's almost next year.
JBA to open. Hanging around on jail. Pinch from both sides. Ooh. Deagle headshot comes out from Wonderful, simultaneous to the Galil kill. Fom is overwhelmed, and Navi's force buy is looking to tear through this B site. A pinch into B that collects kills with very little answer out of M80. So now Lake and Sin tasked to the 2v4, and they still have quite a bit to lose on this. All the nades on Lake in addition to that A1S. Yeah, this one's a safe call already, and so Navi, to hell with the pistol. Maybe that's why Alexi's laughing.
I was just thinking about that. It's like a certain amount of confidence that comes with laughing off of a loss, especially your first round of the event, you know, coming into it. You're like, I have so much confidence that that's just something small. And he's right, they bounce back, they get their kills. It wasn't because of him, but it was everybody else. Sin collects one in the end, but it won't be an upgrade for him to find. Once he got that gun to fly back to him.
Terrorists win.
He can hang on to that MP9 for posterity.
It's that Galil onto the platform kill, and Wonderful isolates the jail player. Obviously, at that point, Makaze opened door to come out through E-Box. So really props to the long players, catching 2 players exposed.
We got a full investment here for M80 behind this saved MP9 and M4, but it is just 4 MP9s now.
And down to the single smoke and flash. Active move by Lake. Best gun on the round here for M80. And then the MP9 comes through. Man, we are playing fisticuffs out of the gate so far these rounds. Aggression from the force buy. Both squads apply it. And now Makaze and Bit to try to claw this one back, but no bomb possession. So obviously Makaze 20 HP versus what's looking like 3 CTs nearby.
They're kind of holding off the cross, but Makaze's out wide. He's in an interesting spot. It feels like M80 have this in the bag, but it also felt like that on the pistol.
Makaze makes the first move in this duel, and Sin will win it, his second of the round. Love the aggression out of Lake to drop out through the window, gets the fight going. Just kind of the fire starter for the chaos, and the flames envelop Navi in this one. We'll see what Bit can do 1v4, 45 seconds.
That's a very nice play. I mean, you could see all of their nades getting thrown out so early, and you think, okay, well, they don't have a late round now, but they're going for it. Taking map control, finding all the duels. And now Bit's in trouble. He's so low. He's got this AK to save. No chance for him to win this round.
Yeah, that 90 damage puts the rest of this on ice. And that'll be M80 back to the advantage off a force buy of their own. One that was obviously just going to be about the gunfights. It screams duels when it's 4 MP9s around that M4. And Lake dropping out into the water, dies early, but Sin capitalizes with the double. It's that smoke push over the bridge that just catches Navi off guard. I think we're at an interesting point in Navi's history as a roster at the moment. Obviously has bigger accomplishments than Foot. And again, this whole talk about Foot x Navi Jr. moving forward as a core. I was trying to think to myself, when's the last time that an academy team surpassed the main team? And I just think back to like the Gambit youngsters.
And Mouse, yeah.
And Mouse, right, true.
Yeah.
Yep, NXT over, yep. So the 2 examples of it. In both those cases, the main team never actually recovered. Now, I wouldn't say that Foot have, again, greater accolades than this roster of Navi, obviously.
Well, Navi could always just buy him.
Sure, take him back. But in the last 3 months, and most particularly at the last event in EWC, obviously Foot making big waves as of late.
Yeah, totally. I mean, some of the older conversations about Navi were, when there weren't so many other stories happening, was, you know, they're super good, but how long can they stay afloat with the players they have? Like, but we've seen them already really achieve a lot, really improve. We've seen the teamwork actually put up some of their biggest wins. I think a lot of teams are scared about them still, but when the form drops a little bit, you know they don't have, like, you know, the players' vitality has, then you start to think of, again, you know, is it the quality of players they had? There was a quote from Blade where he said they were going to use, I think it was, I don't know if it was Cologne or if it was Budapest, but I think it was the last major, where he said, we're going to use this to test if we have the individuals to be able to win. And I feel like that's going to be a perpetual question for them.
This round with 3 rifles, we've got this slow mid play from Navi that works out into the temple entry. Again, still some limitation in the hardware. And you get those A players to try to move over now. M80 looking to envelop this push before it actually happens at 30 seconds. Navi decide to hit this pause button. And as they sit on that pause button, it has opened a door for M80 to put players in the right position. 2 elements of support meant for JBA, but he gets flashed out of the angle. The frag grenade opens the smoke to perfection. And oh, nice spam back out of Wonderful. Bit's gonna lay down that covering fire, opening the door for EMAT to try to push forward on the gun. He'll get damage from that Deagle. 2 low CTs, and now Wonderful quad kill as it is 3 rifles for Navi that slowly work their way through middle to take another round right back.
And he fell off a step to get that? I don't even know. What is that play? Man, that smoke does so much work here for Navi. They're so good at pausing in these situations. And as we can see from the fog of war for M80, they knew it was going to be this site. They just didn't know where anybody was. And Navi waited for the correct moment to attack, and as soon as they tried, I mean, there was so much spam back through that smoke that allowed them to soften everybody up and open up a clip for that for Wonderful, but well, Navi looked like they were in full control of that situation. Here we go, back and forth.
I thought the clock was going to cost them.
Did he say monkey? They're running a monkey strat?
Something about that.
All right. That was round 3.
I mean, the end of that round was pretty apish with the way they were just beating on one another. That Deagle damage out of EMAT gets it over the line. Sets Wonderful up to close. But the force buys just keep on coming.
This will definitely be the last temptation for them. The only way they buy again if they lose is if they, make it to 1v1. But that's quite a nice find for Makaze this early.
Yeah, look at this vacancy on the B-bomb site. Swisher with a nade in his hand.
Never expect that.
And that's the freebie. So into the save will go M80, surely.
Yeah, that's one of those sweet calls where you're like, Navi do play at the highest level when it comes to teamwork, and they can find a vulnerability as good as anybody. What's nice for M80 is just a one-player loss in a round like this, where they full invest. They didn't really think they were going to win. At least they get to keep these guns.
Yeah, you don't get awkwardly roped into that, like, maybe we can win this, lose 3 bodies sort of deal. Hell, they didn't even use their utility, except for the nades that Swisher's corpse dropped. And so Navi, the first of these teams to win consecutive rounds now, going up to the 3-2 lead.
As the desk put it, it's going to be more on Navi to prove that their Anubis is up to par, ready to play in an official like this. It's a great place for M80 to go to find a win versus a very strong team, like to at least do it from the veto. But I think they knew there was no promises no matter where they went.
Just looking to flex on the fringe. But obviously it's weird when you get a start to a game like this, you kind of get away from the game plan surely out of the gate. It's Wonderful's and Makaze's lowest rated map this year. Oh, okay.
Wonderful's highest, Makaze's lowest, yeah.
Both ends of the spectrum, the human experience. Opening move outside of the B sites, and it's a passive Navi answer, just tuck a player in.
We can remember some great rounds out of Wonderful. I was surprised to hear that out of Makaze, but it might be the perfect storm for them if they've got someone who loves the map plus someone who's been really grinding recently.
Yeah, Makaze saying he gets out of bed at 2:30 and plays Face It. Nat called that honing on his individual performance, I believe.
Yeah, no, it was Nat tried to, it made it sound like it was.
Put it nicely.
Yeah, very nicely.
Clean headshots out of the Navi squad. There's the answer. MP9 and M4 still that looming threat from the round prior, but you've got JBA down to 5 HP. Swisher looking the wrong direction as he anticipates some kind of a mid-play. Thought, what, maybe they had tucked back in? Not sure about that one.
Yeah.
A lot of moving parts. But that one, finally, a nice, smooth sailing moment for Navi to go up 4-2 to secure a bit more cash in their back pockets, but obviously opens the door for M80's real buy. We've got their actual 5v5 on rifles.
I feel like their loss of the clone just crushed them. You know, I think it was just such a tough one. They were, they were a round away from, you know, qualifying to the next stage. It was just, it was looking good, but they kind of lost in the worst way, where it was all mental. Seen lots of good things at M80. But definitely, this is one of their lowest points.
Catch Alexi B, just getting curious over the mid-bridge. Bit of utility usage from Navi, but no easy way to get that number back. They have already found value out of the duels straight into the B site. Go back to that round 2 force buy where they plucked one off the platform. JBA's gonna lock down E-Box. Bit comes wide with 50 health, serving up a distraction for Swisher and then taking his head off, opening this bomb site easy for the taking.
If they just do it in such an atypical way, it's not really an exact, but everybody is ready to go. It really just comes down to Bit, but they trust him. They play off him. They use a sound bait behind him.
His fight's not over, though. 2 players on the doorway, and he's ready for the duel. Famas up first. Quad kill here for Bit.
Goodness.
One-man army slams open the door on the B bomb site and then shuts it in M80's faces. No retake attempt even given as they get shut down before they're even able to exit through that E-box. So total control out of Bit. You want to talk about, you know, maybe questionable individuals at time for Navi? Not in this round. You've got a quad kill out of Wonderful, who was able to clean up all that EMA damage, and now we get Bit with nothing but headshots essentially here for Navi's 5th on this T side.
It's a highlight round of the match so far out of Bit. That was incredible rifling. It really did just come down to him. He was the one in E-Box alone, both taking the site and then defending it in the post plant. He played both of these players so well. Shoulder peaks are perfect. Knew exactly when to shoot, and of course his headshots. Oof, crazy. That's a bit crushing for the money here for M80. Flying through their timeouts here on CT side.
We should fake the liquid, and now you guys can decide. We need to be strong middle. I fake second timing water clear, or we got to be strong B. One of the two, okay? They've been doing nothing early. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're doing the same.
Scrambling to find the solution here as this T side starts to get away from M80.
Yeah, well, 2 of their wins are, you know, well, they won the pistol, they won that force buy round, so there were good ideas, moments like this. That would have spoiled everything. Well, instead, B bought another chance. Smoke will be troubling here for Navi. They'll be wondering how difficult is this round supposed to be. I like that they try to go fishing for what could be an easy site take. Just if we get a first pick, we can instantly go in, but they're still technically in a default entirely. Helps speed up their late round.
Oh, opens the door, though, to jump on Sin, who's going to survive that challenge. No, 5-7, 2 bullets. Oh. Shoulder and then the face. Alexi gets that rotation cut off through middle. So, you know, even going down a man, you've still got the pieces here to try to overwhelm this site. Sin just tucks into heaven. The smoke grenade opens the door for the camera crawl, but Alexi winds up getting that duel. Sin's killed Mikaze, a second off this pistol, and further damage even. Alexi, though, swarmed by everybody else out mid, and we go down to the clutch. It's JBA with hands on the AK.
Look who's got a chance.
Smoking to flash out, trying to frazzle that plant play. Wonderful ops to tuck down just underneath that ledge.
Smoke is so awkward for JBA.
Oh, and he loses the duel V. Wonderful.
That smoke
Alexi, yeah, opens it up, loses the gun, gives JBA a chance, and that smoke grenade really just cuts off his options, right?
It does, and it also opens up Wonderful's. He can potentially actually escape the site. Playing around it is pretty perfect, has a nice angle to fight there, so maybe took a bit of a weird bounce. It was an emergency situation, just had to come up with something, but well, they got close with these pistols. You can say that at least. Nearly worth the tack pause. Okay. He finds that one clean, but this is the site taken. However, it was the guy with the bomb who died. So they have to go back and get that. It's very uncomfortable to defend a site when you have to leave it at the same time. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Slacks lands the shot as needed. Dropping that bomb though. Still causing problems for Navi as Ima is able to get away with it. We're hoping that Wonderful, for Navi's sake, can maintain control, but awkward as he goes for the second scope. Ima's got to answer back, his teammate now left alone. And so getting into the bomb site is actually a disaster for Navi in the end. Big push by Lake across the bridge, goes unexpected by Navi. He cuts off the bomb carrier, and from there, things get awkward.
Yeah, it's great to have an aggressive move like that to kick off, and it does throw things into disarray. Even though Navi are still working on the site, they have to split up their time between delaying. They have to decide if they're going to throw all of their utility when they know they really have to wait now. And they start pushing aggressively back into spawn, which gets them the op kill on Mikaze. That's a great cleanup for Swisher. No aggressive moves this time around, it looks like. Could be a well-timed nade. A little shallow.
It's great for M80 to put up a third, but it's still difficult to see how they're going to find that repetition of success. It's a pistol win, a force buy victory, and then cutting off the bomb by Lake's aggressive move. Instead, they've had good ideas. They got to keep that flowing and try to find consistency still in what's left of this half. And there is nothing in middle to hold back this soon-to-be push out of Navi. And they very much announced their intention. Utility over top. Slacks just sends that one flashbang out. It starts to draw Swisher back.
Oh, that's dangerous.
And Mikaze gets that close-range headshot, starts to then just put the pedal to the floor very quickly. Again, showing intention, coming in through that temple with multiple bodies, but this is a very temporary piece of utility. And they know it. CT's trying to get off site, looking to pinch into the canal in the meantime. Bit knows that he is getting attack from both ends. He anticipates that long player. That's going to confirm the numbers. Swisher throws himself back through the flames to try to take a player off, but there's nothing that M80 can do to stop Navi from getting that bomb plant down.
Man, Navi pull off this strat again. It looks so good. The way that they just split the B site, and, you know, with that gap inside of middle, of course, you're going to go ahead and try to take it. It's a nice find for Navi. I feel like in terms of game plan, they are just finding the vulnerabilities. Sometimes they're getting so much space without having any targets, walking into sites in a number of rounds now. Like, it's looking like a very, very strong T side, which if they didn't play well, we go, oh yeah, well, they don't really play the map. But you're not really seeing that at all. I mean, if J-Butt had a smoke there, like you were saying,
you know, they could delay for 7 seconds, but with 26 seconds, Navi are in a fine place. They are fine to go at 8 seconds. So when they're that close to the site, he knows he wished he had a smoke so they could at least stay in the site to try to defend. When they had to push out of E-box, Bit is obviously thinking 2 steps ahead. He has a super tucked angle. I mean, how's Sin even supposed to be ready for this with the split that he just saw? Tricky team.
Yeah. And respect, because we haven't seen Navi on Anubis this season. They come out of the gate with clear intention. A lot of repetition towards this B site. Have successfully found it open at times. And they put themselves in a position to quickly overwhelm it again if they choose to, but there's really been no kind of urgency out of Navi. Like you said, happy to take it down to 10 seconds, happy to take it down to 30. So pieces in place early. But there's an op on this line right now. Slacks is ready for Mikaze, but he peels away just as Mikaze is about to take that challenge. And now it's fine for Mikaze. Worst case, you peek into a player with a nade out. Best case, you take that CT's head off. And the utility is going to draw Slacks' attention towards mid, so...
Well, I wonder if they're just going to try to copy and paste what they did. I mean, Alexi has all the space in front of him. Doesn't really know it yet. They have E-box, so they're ready to go B the normal way.
That's all the util left here for JBA. Teammate burning out. Yeah, Lake's not even given a chance to escape. Swisher goes for the Hail Mary spray, gets great value out of that one, but unfortunately for him, it's the only bit of output from the 3 players that were here inside this B site. Lake gets burnt to a crisp. Swisher gets his through the smoke. JBA on the fallback empty-handed, so just not nearly enough after Navi do a great job of working the body. That was utility out middle to get Slacks' attention.
They were looking for that
little
aggressive
A-long
move.
peek.
It feels like they're just, they're playing top tier CS right now. They used this round. It was so based on what they've seen before, where M80 have come out looking for an opening kill, and they said we'll dedicate a minute to it, watching it while also taking space safely, while readying a B split, which we know will be good. They knew the rotations for the players who were going to retake. Alexi was there to watch that. They had everything covered, and there was no B site hold whatsoever. The conditioning's been extremely good here for Navi.
It's tough to get one over Navi when they are so clearly on the same page today.
Said, I think they're going to push again.
And you can hear Slacks calling for an opening move as well. In between rounds just now, he goes for that bridge peek early, sees nothing, and it is Navi to once again try to stampede into this B site. JBA looking to hang on, at least gets a kill and all this damage onto Bit. We've got very quickly this movement over here from Slacks. Teammate right in front of him. Wonderful's gonna go for the safe plant on the plat side of site. Bit throwing his gun away, and that could make things awkward. But luckily here with utility in front of them, M80 still can't pounce just yet.
Alexi's cleared the flank 100%, so they're all focusing forward.
Wonderful given a line, concerned about that Temple player to emerge, but will clip Sin off the play. Now it's Slacks from long, last up, misses his chance at the trade on the other op, and Navi will keep this half incredibly clean. 9 on the T side of M80's pick.
We're at the ASUS ROG lab. It's Maui Snake and Vu, and we're gonna be looking at some clips of pro players from last events. And without the nameplates, we're gonna try to guess who created the highlight.
And this should be easy because we're looking at it in lightning fast refresh rate on pristine color from ASUS ROG.
We're gonna be keeping score, but once you make your guess, you are locked in.
We're keeping score. I thought this was just for science.
Science and fun. All right, let's roll the first clip. I can tell you that this one is FaZe from 2025.
Who has these gloves?
Yeah, so Weird skin combo.
Doesn't Brokey have... This is broken. It's broken. Lock it in. It's broken. It's like, they're gonna lose this map.
Yeah.
He thinks about going for the knife kill, he doesn't. He walks around a connector, and then he no-scopes someone, and everyone's like, Brokey's got it, and then he's right back to being a bum.
All right, this one is the Huns 2025.
I know who this is, I can't remember his name.
I thought it was Score maybe is the only name I can't remember right now.
I don't think there's a Score.
Okay,
I
yeah.
want someone else. Okay, if we can't remember the name, I'm gonna say that what happens next is he doesn't get a whole bunch of Deagle kills and makes one of the best clips of the year. I was watching this in my mind, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah. 9.
Next up, FURIA 2026.
Oh, this is Serato. This is gonna be the pistol ace where he flicks right.
Oh, this is such a sick clip.
It's one of the best highlights of the year. I think it's 4 kills.
Let's say 4. This is like the bounty, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's something like the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moose.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one's insane. Next clip is gonna be Vitality from 2026.
Yeah, this is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh,
this
yeah.
Is the Zaiwu flick.
Oh, the one he purposely looks into the wall when he peeks so that he can flick really hard right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
It
Zaiwu.
is Zaiwu. He's gonna do a gratuitous flick to the right. Yeah. This clip is Falcons 2025.
All right.
I'm taking Kyosuke. I think it's Kyosuke 5 kills.
Yeah, I'll give this Kyosuke 4.
The indecision in the action. Nico would have already thrown the nade, wouldn't have turned around.
Randomly swinging around shooting, that's Kyosuke in a nutshell.
Yeah, just looking for fights all the time. Well, GG, at least the highlights were incredibly clear thanks to this Asus ROG monitor.
I agree.
Feeling so far like a smooth day in the office here for the Navi squad. I mean, could almost do no wrong in the first half of Anubis. It was a pistol loss, a force buy loss, and 1 round after that. Everything else comes up Navi, so you'd think quick little pistol victory here, Mo, and we move this one onto Mirage.
They straight up made it look like their own map pick. I mean, that was how good that was out of Navi. It's very scary, actually, for an opening showing here in this first half. Now that it's over, I think M80 are left scratching their heads. You got a T-side to look forward to, but do they have the game plan?
Navi looking to pounce on the util usage. They know this is a fake. They've got the 5v3. They've confirmed the positions of the last 2 M80 players who at least open up the door for an A-site plant. So that's a little bit of extra money and a chance at a 2v3 close. Beretta's primed. And I like this angle, actually, for JBA. It gives you the cover of the tall box.
It was heard. They're really approaching this as safely as they can, I think. But yeah, definitely a good angle.
Ooh, he decides to push in. Teammate gets killed, and he can't deal with both. So instead of waiting for that one to kind of come to them, they get active, try to take the numbers down, and it will be Navi successful here in the CT pistol retake.
Boy, I mean, there's no slowing them down right now, it feels like. They'll have to come through with another force buy win.
I think after the shortcomings of EWC, Navi are, I mean, and you could say Cologne as well, you know, not meeting their expectations. This is a great first game at an event, I think, for a Navi squad that are looking to remind everybody that they are still cut from a different cloth.
Totally, because, you know, could have been the event that M80 finally pick it up this year, and you could have expected that versus a team like Navi, who are a little vulnerable, but no, not at all the case. They look as good as you need them to look right now.
Anubis vets. Despite not playing it this season, Navi have the most Anubises, Anubi, played at notable events this year.
Damn.
That's why it was so weird.
Not a very, having not played it recently.
When the desk brought that up, he said, oh, they haven't played it this season. I was like, but I can picture it. That's the first half of 25.
We are still early,
26.
I guess, so.
It is indeed 2026. And the Counter-Strike keeps on going. Maybe not for much longer on this map, though. Double digits secured. Single AK here for JBA. A whole wealth of utility, at least for M80. As they all wait outside of that A site, barring Lake, who starts to drop nades first. That's going to create a bit of uncertainty for Navi. But that forward push on the A site, you'd think, could still hold strong. We'll see if Emet comes up empty-handed, dodges the flash, tries to react, and goes down with nothing. Means Bits single kill, not really feeling like enough. That's going to put an M4 in Sin's hands as they're busy momentarily off the plant. But with Lake having joined forces here on this site, it does open the door for Navi to get close to this retake already.
Oh, they would love to have a smoke right now.
Boom, there it is.
Okay, and that might be the odds of the round gone.
And Lake, deep push around through CT spawn. Oh, is looking for a little bit more impact. Surely Navi they don't take another sniff at this, though. M80 set up for that full-blown execute, come through, and it's just not enough from the two Navi defenders in position. Both halves. Pistol is moot.
And Jabe has not had many notable rounds per se, but his this multi finally results in one. He's got a few of them. They just haven't been able to convert. We're yelling about it. We cut back to them a little late. You can always hear them screaming in the studio.
Through the walls.
In real life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, insider information. M80 excited about that one. There you go.
There it is. And that'll be, Navi casually using a timeout, which we don't even know the extent to which they need them and, what that means. This guy's definitely put together a strong game plan for them today. Felt weird calling Blade this guy.
Yeah,
this guy.
Usually we reserve this guy for the coaches we don't know.
Yeah.
New team on the
man
block.
Who needs no introduction.
He who shall not be named. Wow. A little lifeline for M80 in the force by success. But it is not Navi in tatters. Still two M4s on the field. Still enough utility to stave off what could have been an aggressive opening. But M80 aren't playing those aggressive games just yet.
And Jay will get that spot safely. Very hard to the CTs to, advance from this position, so we'll take that info and leave.
Whole lot of bodies here, though. Oh, flash.
Spotted.
I don't think it found its mark. M80 with good vision. Catch Makaze on the challenge. Now Wonderful knows damn well he's going to have his hands full. Alexi tucked into the E-box, chucking out flashes in case this is a pinch, but it's not the case. Long player at a distance. Temple guys pause. Maybe because they want that piece from Long, but it opens a door for Wonderful to cut you all down. Finally, this arrival out through Long. JBA gets into the party, but it's all short-lived. And Swisher's position, well known now to Navi. A bit of disjointedness here for M80's attack leads Swisher to the clutch. They swing in and trade. Navi makes sure that M80's wins remain nothing but one-offs.
That's brutal. It's kind of the same round Navi used against them, except M80 did it a little bit faster. Navi made it look easy to handle. And that was Makaze, even though he died, he got 4 confirmed, and they committed so quickly off of it. And Navi were in their highest alert positions, ready for this split to come in that direction. And I'm going to give some credit to Alexi. He peeks out of E-box, he throws a flash, he shoots 3 bullets out of his MP9. They don't even think another player's on the site. They think that they're all playing retake or that they're scared. Meanwhile, Wonderful's there on a really hard line, really good angle with a better gun than an MP9, and puts together a hold.
And just like that, Navi put M80 back to the hot seat. We're looking at a Scout, Tech 9s, single AK here for Lake. Nothing but one-off round wins for M80 and an aggressive move out of Navi to take over Canals instantly. Bottom of stairs smoked too. This is going to feel suffocating for M80, but this is the open avenue, or so it felt like. Alexi, quick to the kill, opens the door for Wonderful to come back in with that A1S, and then Alexi's going to make sure to keep the pressure on, dropping bomb in the process, and at this point, embarrassing M80. They find absolutely nothing in this force buy round. This is going to be them up against 8 map points, and the hands of Swisher already spotted, so he's a just sitting duck for this one. It is all 5 up for Navi, who can truly do no harm, or no wrong, rather.
They're doing a lot of harm right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bloodbath. Taking over Canals like that, I mean, that just screams the confidence Navi have earned at this point of map 1.
And again, you see some shades of Navi in what M80 try to do with when they try to walk in, but when they do it, it's harassment, you know? When Navi do it, it's flirting because they get away with it. They make it look so good. And they make M80 just look very readable, very simplistic, unfortunately. And here we go again because it was unspotted last round.
Just rinse and repeat, straight back at it, and Wonderful. Awkward with the flash, but he'll recover nicely alongside the assistance here of Mikaze. Navi are sending M80 spiraling into map 2. Never did they feel like they had a foot in the door. 4 one-off round wins, no consistency in victories throughout this map pick of M80, and it will be a tough go on Mirage if Navi are playing like this today.
Any questions or doubts people had about Navi coming into this one? Well, it feels like, at least for Anubis, they've been put to the side here, Vu.
You know, they said that Navi was going to be surprised by that map, and I think Navi was surprised by that map. It was surprisingly easy for Navi to absolutely mop the floor with M80.
That looked like Navi were preparing for that map for the last 3 weeks. Okay, I love the enthusiasm that Sin had with the veto and how they were so excited for the game, but none of that came to fruition.
I mean, that's an M80 that, honestly, it looked more like Navi picked that map. M80 was changing things up. They were playing very passive with Lake in middle. Their CT side, this is a map, confusingly, their CT side is their stronger side on this map. So you might even say, oh, they go in, they only get a few rounds in the second half. No, their CT is better than their T. This was purely a surprise pick, and we can see, as evidenced by the scoreline, this was just for the surprise factor, but Navi ready for it.
I mean, there was a stat that popped up there where it's like, despite not playing it this season, that Navi have the most amount of Anubis maps at notable events. So it's one of those things where it was surprising for this season, but if you factored in everything that had played out, should Navi have really been tested on this map? Should this really have been where M80 wanted to take it?
If you're M80, you just don't necessarily think you have a great angle into this game, regardless of that fact. I mean, yeah, if they went for, say, their normal early pick in something like an Inferno, you're probably still going to run into a very ferocious Navi on that one, regardless. So this was your one way that you thought maybe we could change things up, and it kind of shows the mentality of this M80 where you're relying on a map that you're also not playing, by the way, a map that they've only played versus an NA team once in the last few months to try to get a leg up in this series.
I mean, they did the right thing for the veto. They didn't pick Inferno, they let it be map 3 so that they could pick a map they thought they could do something on. Problem is, we're not even going to get to Inferno now, and if they had picked it, at least we could have said, oh, well, Inferno was really close. It was a 13-11. They had a really good game. No, they will not get to Inferno.
You're supposed to drip feed the viewers, Vu. You're supposed to say, yeah, Inferno could happen, and if it does, that's what we'll see.
No
but...
sugarcoating here. No sugarcoating.
I thought we were waiting until we actually got the Porto to take the sugarcoating off, but apparently day 1 is all it takes, a map 1 as well. But the earlier parts weren't necessarily bad for M80, right? It was this little bit of a give and take that we were hoping to see. Unfortunately, though, all it really takes, Vu, is one round, and and that unravels on itself.
Yes, the early rounds, as in the first 3 rounds, were quite good for M80, and then you get to round 4, and it's a force buy coming from Navi, and this is the classic, just play back, just play together as a team. So they're playing doubled up on A and tripled up on B, leaving mid completely open, which means Swisher, he gets swarmed by 3 players, he can get 1, that's fine, and then they have all the time in the world because the mid rotation is completely cut off, and you know, you do rely on Wonderful pulling off some heroics here a little bit, but at the same time, this is a force buy from Navi where you've given them way too much room. They weren't even in E-Box. They gave up the entire map. This is why I say to myself, this doesn't feel like a map M80 were prepared for outside of this surprise pick factor. That's a questionable, I would say, anti-force buy round.
If I have to play devil's advocate, I would think that you want to play towards the sights on a force buy because you don't usually see a team go through mid control when you have less nades. You usually kind of expect that because they have limited utility and limited weaponry, it's more likely to be a B pop or an A pop in that situation. So I'll give a little bit of credit to Navi there for even trying to fight through middle, which usually I think on force buys you see a lot more rarely.
Just have your CT player watching the push through.
They could have played it differently, that's for sure, though. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm glad that you guys are still willing to look at the small things here and there for M80 because they are going to have to come up against Navi for a map 2, right? This is a best of 3, and that is the joy of it, whether you want to be able to blindside from the veto or if there's different ways into this one. But at the end of the day, the form Navi coming into this best of 3 with was the question mark because we saw a big downtick in a lot of their star players. I know Makaze was a big point of conversation there, Vu, but is there someone else that you maybe think stood a little bit more above him? Were you happy with Makaze? Like, who in your mind was there for Navi?
I think Bit and Wonderful showed up. Makaze actually did show up near the end of the game, but if we're looking at who performed in the first half, Bit, Wonderful were electric in the first half. You had Wonderful. We already showed the 3K he had there through the smoke for the final kill. You had Bit finding openings left, right, and center. And we did have a stat pop up in the mid game that showed this is Wonderful's best map and Makaze's worst map this year. So you're not expecting necessarily too much coming out of Makaze, but he did perform in the second half as well.
You got the 2 guys that are really the marquee players for Navi, where all of these rumors are surrounding them of who they would want to swap out or who they would want to pick up. 2 guys whose names are practically untouchable for Navi, the organization, are their Ukrainians in Wonderful, in Bit. Not only because they're playing excellent CS, but also, of course, that they're from the country where the org is actually founded.
I don't care about their country of origin. I care about how many frags they can get when they stomp these North American posers.
Well, why would you have to call them NA posers if you don't care where they're from? If you're agnostic of that fact, then they should just be posers. Yeah, exactly.
You want to take it from the top, Vu?
Caught red-handed.
Run it back.
You got me. You got me. No, you got me. No.
All right. All right. Instead, I was going to ask, you're talking about worst maps, best maps. Is it just straightforward as looking at their rating on it over the amount of times that we've seen them play it, or is there a little bit more to that when you coin them with a good map?
I mean, there's always more to it. When you look at Wonderful, you look at Bit, the X factor they bring in, Bit on the lurks, on the aggression. He's really one of the best anchors in the world at the moment, even though you're looking at a Navi that's struggling. And you have Wonderful, who was questioned for how long? For a year plus. Should we get a better offer for Wonderful? They stuck by their boy, and he has been performing for them all year long.
I mean, I can't really argue with that fact. I mean, yeah, I think that Bit kind of gets thrown into the wash with how poor a lot of Navi's performances have been, but regardless of that fact, he has remained such an elite player, and I would say the same goes with Wonderful, that there's only maybe 4 names? 3 names? No, like 3 to 4 names that I can say above him. I had to start using my fingers there because it's a very short list, okay? It's less than I have fingers on my hand.
I should. Otherwise, you're going to have to start using other things to count with. But one thing you guys can count on is we'll be right back after this break with map number 2. I want to know more about how it's like being an NA player in an EU team, how you manage your time between events, how often you're going home, and sort of how hard is it to be able to get a routine going in Europe?
I mean, I would say it's practically impossible. I think last year I was home for maybe 1 month out of the entire year. And we spend a lot of time traveling between events, between Europe and NA. I think we just flew in 2 nights ago into Europe. And I think so far this year I've had 52 flights. And we're in August, so it's nearly impossible to kind of get any schedule going. And you just kind of have to work with the jet lag and such.
Well, here's to another 52, hopefully, yeah?
Yes.
Did you just spend a lot of your previous days staying in Paris from your early exit after EWC?
No, we flew back home. We flew back home, I think, for 5 nights, and then flew back to Europe.
What makes you decide to do that rather than staying in Europe or necessarily staying in Paris and trying to be together more as a team?
It's a mixture of kind of like funding. It's expensive to always be in Europe, right? And then also our Schengen days, that Americans can only spend 90 out of every 180 days in Europe. So we have to kind of prioritize that if we want to play like tier 2 events or boot camp and things like that.
So then how do scrims look like for you guys? Do you sort of have to tailor towards scrimming more NA teams? Do you feel like you found a strong European team to scrim against, or you're still, again, trying to find a routine with that?
I mean, when we were in NA, I think we scrimmed 2 days, and it was kind of pointless. The first day was pointless. The second day, we had like a better, I think, without a roof or something like that. So a little bit better scrims. But we've kind of prioritized when we're in NA that like watching demos and kind of just bringing things for when we're in Europe and practicing better teams. That's like what we've gotten the most out of.
And what would you say is your aspirations as a team on M80?
I mean, obviously we want to be making them every major and like push the events and push the runs, right? The first, I think, big LAN match we had was last London, and that was like the turning stone for I think almost all of us, and we're obviously all trying to be back there.
There's always so many more struggles than what we see on the surface when it comes to being a pro player, when it feels like, yeah, you're an NA team, but you're trying to compete and be more of a European team, right, because of the caliber of skill that we see. And to kind of hear that their best days, or the best use of their days in NA is watch demos and just prepare for when we're in Europe to be able to scrim teams, it's a little disheartening, and it does answer some questions, Vu, about what we do see for them when we do finally have M80 on LAN.
Hey, he did say that they had some productive scrims against without a roof. Some productive practice days against without a roof. I'm sure that'll prepare them for NAVI on Mirage.
They should just start scrimming Valorant teams. Okay, that's the only way to get good FPS practice in North America.
You have no abilities. We're not using any utility, nothing. We're just going straight up firepower.
Fortnite no builds scrims. That's the only way to make it work at this point.
I mean, it's kind of devastating, but it does also give me like a little bit of respect, right?
Yeah.
Because there is so much more dedication when it feels like you're handed significantly less than a team that gets that free stay, that you don't have to worry about their 90 every 180 days about being here, and they get that freedom of European teams, of European qualifiers, events, tournaments, and everything.
As much as we want to be realistic that this is a different tier of team they're playing against, there is some respect for M80. They bring in younger North American players, they show them the ropes, they give them a system, they play effective, solid Counter-Strike. It's just they don't have what it takes, in my mind, to beat a team like NAVI, and that comes down to many things, including not being able to practice the best opposition year-round.
Now, I can always trust in you guys, to be honest with me. Who's taking Mirage here? Who's taking map number 2?
NAVI.
Yeah?
Natus Vincere. Natus Vincere 13-6.
They're not even going to get
I love how Mel always takes it one more than what I asked.
They're not going to get 13 rounds in the entire series, M80.
That's kind of what... I'm right there with you.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. We'll see. They're on the same page as each other, but I'm always rooting for a little bit of an upset, a little bit of an underdog here as we head on over to Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah. I don't trust what Vu says anymore, because he said that back at the Bounty that Donk was going to have his best tournament run ever.
Yeah.
He didn't even win.
Yeah, well, you know, Vu sells that snake oil from time to time.
Yeah.
But he says it with conviction, so you can't help but believe him. The believers over on Polymarket have this one all Navi, Mo, 12-1.
Fair enough.
With the map in their back pocket, things starting to feel real good for Navi here at the start of Porto. You know, it's another stadium that awaits us, and it's one that maybe Navi are hoping to just kind of hit the ground full sprint. And with that first map in their back pocket, I would say they are on the brink of light speed. in this series. Our analyst desk not believing in M80 getting 13 rounds across the series.
It's hard to argue against after Anubis, because M80 picked it, and it didn't look like that. It didn't look like that at all. Navi were best in class in just about every criteria back on that last map. Things have to change quickly.
Opening duels here towards Underpass, so M80 ready for that challenge. Can they get out of here unscathed? No, it is Slacks to hit the ground, but still a 4v3 for M80 to open. Ema on the chase of one, but look where M80 is entirely on this A site.
Yeah, and it looks like Alexi's already thinking about that, seeing them escape back through Connector. So I know they closed off of Underpass, pushing through it. The CTs will have to respect this and re-expand.
They are. In through Palace goes Swisher to confirm. Nobody's setting up outside of A. It's a bit of a...
dangerous, though, because they haven't committed to B. The CTs still don't see anything. Emma's still waiting for pushes. And they're going to hear this. They're ready for a push, too.
Are they expecting mid? No, they
that
think they're
was
already on that B site. Oh, good trade back from Lake at least to recover an awkward spot. Man advantage still held on to by M80. Another push top mid. Another untradeable position. A late window peek comes through, confirms one of the two remaining defenders, and now Navi are just going to try to play numbers advantage over towards this A site. Will Swisher's early Palace push pay off?
This is interesting. They're actually splitting up through ramp and Palace with enough time to walk. It'll be Alexi walking, and Swisher spotted, so he's just got to hope that he can figure this out, because they're both coming for him.
That confirms the second. Swisher gets there in the end, and
nice shot.
Very quick to execute Bit. So good on Swisher, kind of senses danger, but yeah, he knows how close that one was with the sloppy shots to Alexi out the ramp. It is M80 with a pistol. For their sake, Mo, hopefully this time they converted.
Yeah. But yeah, no promises for sure. I guess the one thing is we saw Alexi plant on that first round of Anubis. That doesn't happen here because of Swisher. If he doesn't get that kill, that bomb is going down. But it still looked like they tried to find ways to lose. Yeah.
Which is always easier than finding ways to win.
Like if you're gonna go get info, be thorough.
Right.
I know if you're not going to, at least use the fact that you can be silent to your advantage.
Yeah, Navi just hitting that pause button really kind of had M80's head spinning. Opened a door for mistakes. You know, by really doing nothing, just pausing, letting M80 step into the trap. Now this round, like you said, without a bomb plant, yeah, you're not getting a full force buy in this one, so we're looking for the first converted pistol of the series.
They have a molly for underpass, but right now they're letting everybody up, and they get the deagle shot. Now Swisher has to kind of take it slow.
Yeah, takes damage in the process, will get back into the cover. They're still going to try to throw a body up, and Slacks is here to plug that gap. So Makaze dead, man advantage held by M80. JBA concerned about this eventual mid play, and if it was a split out through Palace, he'd have a real problem. But there is no looming threat from anything other than mid. And so what's left of this round should all come up M80. We'll see if a Hail Mary Deeg shot connects, or whether they rob away that M4. Still sitting in the window, but no sir, not gonna find it. Damage, still a possibility, denied. 4 up for M80 is a nice conversion. Trying to get some of that dust off from Anubis.
Yeah, big time. It is a good start. With the 2 rounds, the money saved. Everybody else will have a few dollars in reserves. And most importantly, no bomb plants there for Navi.
Intentions heard here with the steps from the SMG. Oh, just walked into it now. Walks straight into Makaze and gives over an opening kill.
Footsteps so much.
Yeah. Just handing information over on a silver platter.
It was pretty brutal. Listen to that interview though, and them talk about not being able to get scrim practice, not be able to be in Europe, and you know, that's a tale as old as time for North American teams and obviously just other regions in general. It doesn't make it any easier to stomach.
I mean, you look at the bigger North American orgs, Liquid having opened their headquarters in the Netherlands. You know, there was a lot of time where Liquid had just big stints here in EU. That old Complexity roster always on the run. Spam just doesn't connect, and it invites wonderful spray back through.
Great time for that.
It was a little late. Could still get in on the cat holds. Yeah, nice double kill out of Slacks in a messy back and forth. We go to the 2v2. Health advantage technically here for Navi. Time, though, starts to add a bit of pressure as the apartments remain smoked off. Makaze loud on the approach, opens the door for the MP9 to finish him off. Frag grenade, not quite. Down to a quarter, and Makaze's fine with that, and that leaves that 12 health Slacks in a difficult 1v2. Bomb's coming up from Catwalk. It's going to have to cross, but it's being held by Makaze. And so Makaze gets the coverage connected, and it is Navi to win out in what could have been an M80 round.
They thought they had that, but that setup was so good in the 2v1. I mean, Makaze was going to be able to cut the cross off no matter what. You're listening to the footsteps below. Sort of the opposite we saw to start this round off with Jaba running around an A-ramp and then pushing into his death. Navi used a lot of sound baits to get away with things, and this is just a great kill from Makaze, obviously.
Yeah, big Makaze impact in the later part of the round, so he can take a bow for that one. First round for Navi with his name on it. Economy immediately under question here for M80, but it does still feature the Slacks AWP. We got big firepower on one. M4 here pushing with the scout into the apartments, finds a vacancy on at least one half of the map. Makaze, though, slow trot back through underpass. We'll see what kind of contact he winds up finding, because Swisher's on the prowl.
They've been so good to not give away, opening kills randomly to any of the setups. M80 have had some success when they've gone really aggressive for those openers, but I don't think they feel they're in a position of strength at the moment. Slacks knows there's a lot of responsibility on him to put something here.
Smoked out, though. It's going to deny him his line as Lexi looks to extend into the B site. Scout with the target. Bit collects his. That is quick work of Lake. 25 to the clock. Slacks has given up that line on connector, and that is when Navi wind up walking forward. He at least gets Bit off of Palace, but now 3 players already ready. Slacks, good second kill on Ema, in fact, but it's the sheer numbers advantage for Navi that get that trade going, and on top of it, wonderful with a double kill in the middle of all that play. Leaves it here on Sin, the second real gun that M80 had, far removed over towards this B bomb site. So Navi, it's good that Bit gets that late kill, because you see it immediately take Slacks' attention off connector.
It's clinical here for Navi. I mean, it's a good fight for M80 to make it that close, and they had them come into the harder site, obviously, but just how they sort of shovel themselves into all these important positions, wait for the perfect moment. It feels like the trades are inevitable, even though there are a lot of CTs ready to fight. Slacks does his best to get the 2 kills that he can, having the best gun on the round, so that was his job mostly done, but not enough to win.
Terrorists win. Slacks even gets that kill because Bit gives him the duel. Gets this second one as well. It's good output from Slacks, but it's the space that Navi took while he was distracted that really let them follow through on A. Silver lining, Sin's M4 saved from the last round. It's all that M80 will have to work with to try to keep Navi away from the lead. What's it gonna do? Posts up on Crow's Nest. And it could be good for a kill.
This could get cleared, yeah.
Okay, USP top middle gets one. Hey, USP is with a second. Makaze draws the numbers back, but Sin's M4 still out here in the middle of all the action. Another USP dink.
Uh-oh, run from that.
I mean, they could win this round without that M4 at this rate.
Makaze's looking to cut him off. They got a full health player here to draw aggro.
There we go. Sin finally gets into the action a little bit late. Swisher still left here. No Kevlar, USP, and he finishes off the 10 health of Makaze.
He's getting chased down. Sin running in right behind Wonderful, who can try to get his bomb plant. He's looking to win the round, however.
Yeah, he knows the positions. Brother, get that plant. That's money made. Oh, he's done. Wonderful burned out, and so
wow.
M80, they may have entered that round with a single M4, but it's the USPs that set up the success.
You got to give them some credit. They always come through with ideas no matter what kind of guns they have.
No way.
They're just making seal noises now?
They were playing around with the defuse.
Oh.
Spraying M80 logos all over the A site. This is Lake to start it.
Damn. Oh, that's impressive.
And then finally, when the M4 gets into the action, it's that perfect trade, right? And all that earlier damage too. The Swisher kill towards the B site queued up with ease. Wonderful, so little health left to work with. Yeah, that's a lifeline moment for an M80 that's unfortunately not been in this series yet. For now, they'll maintain that lead. Navi's economy affords them a rebuy, and out towards top middle they'll go out of the gate. Lake takes a look into the palace. This is going to find Bit in a 1v2, but he has skipped through between them, and still JBA is able to answer quick. We've got a ramp challenge coming out from Wonderful. He hears his counterpart fire off from Ticket, so he will be on high alert that there is an op somewhere over towards this site, plus the 2 players that pushed into Palace. That's 3 confirmed on A.
There's a lot of pressure on this split already. Ooh, they'll just get by. Emma, lucky to not die.
Alexi from the steps finds a bit of positioning. I mean, this is Navi on the brink of the bomb site, but they know damn well that the CTs still have numbers here.
This is what they do, man. They seep into all these spots, and then the CTs are, you know, they know everybody's here, but they don't know where. The bomb going back through spawn is crazy. We've got a weird position now for Navi. They're getting real creative with this round. The two Ts are relatively safe right now. You can't really approach them.
Oh,
and they see them clearing a ramp. Oh, yeah, it's working out.
They know CTs are going to make a move, so now Alexi's going to just throw down a little bit more utility. Keep them here.
It's got to be Swisher, basically. It's got to catch this.
Serve up this distraction. Swisher winds up finding Alexi. Oh, Sin now dropped to the B site. Lake gets that trade back. Op shot's good from Wonderful. It's a low HP push through that bench if they opt to go through it. But the bomb is now just a bit more tentative. Wonderful doesn't sprint over to the B site. They could still bring this back. They have reopened the A site. Once stacked by 4 CTs, Navi playing with the clock, find just enough time and catch a kill into the Ticket. It is low health for the 2 remaining players, but even lower health here for JBA.
What an insane steal if JBA can't stop this. He's got a 1v2, 2 players low. He wants to give it a shot.
He's able to get up close onto the bomb. He could find one with a back turn to remember low health for all 3 players, but that attention turned back. Navi with a hell of a tug of war. And it's not the first time in this series we see Navi let M80 tie the noose themselves.
You never really see a round like that, just period. And we saw, you know, moment.
Oh,
my goodness.
Hey.
Whoa, those are new.
That's 610 hertz, buddy.
Well, not to worry, Bit. Your team put it together. That's insane. They got Connector, they got Jungle off of what was sort of an A split. That really was a committed A split. It wasn't a fake, and that's where you really saw Navi get creative. And then, obviously, winning duels is such a huge part of this. Winning out versus Swisher, having a trade from Wonderful off Cat, keeping that bomb allowed them to do something interesting in the mid-round. So while they were thinking, they were also fragging. And I think that was sort of their piece de resistance here so far this match. I mean, we saw a great round from Bit as an individual, but Navi, I mean, that kind of creativity, I think, is what makes them worth watching.
Yeah, just watch that Fritz will win the round, you know, in shot.
That connector player, jungle player had those lock-off positions. There was no way to rotate safely, but you have to make a move.
Also,
they saw them walk into the ramp.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was going to say. You know, Alexi holding on to that smoke until they see that movement too. Bro, hook, line, and sinker. And a tough pill to swallow for M80. Still a tied game, but the economy on the brink here for M80. It is paiN on the other side of this round loss if they can't maintain this A site with the MP9 and 5.7. Good double kill here for the SMG. JBA tries to keep the round alive, takes the AK, and sure enough, they find another in the hecticness of it all. You've got Alexi and Wonderful still here to play from the front of the A site. There is a bit of space to take over site itself, but they hit that pause button once again.
Bit of a pause, M80. You're going to start thinking about, oh no, did we forget about somebody? That's exactly what NAVI want. As they try to reapproach into A. Still rather be M80, 100% in this position, but they're getting close to a plant now.
And there will be
what Skinny wants.
No challenge from Ticket if Alexi attempts this plant. Do they want Wonderful to go further before the plant attempt is made? Because right now you've got M80 still playing in the dark.
It's dangerous. Let this op get far, but they should be able to trade him.
Oh, tag slightly. Both Navi players sitting on 70 HP. They're still worried about that Ticket peak. There's nobody there. It's the stairs duel that keeps on presenting itself. A second number finally confirmed here for Navi. That Opera is getting deeper and deeper into the Ticket, but now Alexi's sight's under question. He's gonna get gunned down. A trade back from Wonderful, sure, but
Careful.
10 seconds on this clock.
He's gonna come for this.
Flashes the Opera off the line, picks that bomb back up, gets his kill now, and a fake plant. No bite. He's got to go deep for the frag.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and the Battle of the Opera is picked up by Slacks as they had to go head-to-head.
Talk about hectic. It didn't end there. That was a crazy close to the round. And Wonderful, if he had planted the bomb, that would have been Slacks' worst nightmare. And Op in the 1v1 having to approach where it felt like they had control of the situation.
Counter-terrorists win. Well, M80, you're getting there.
Yeah, they're keeping a lead.
Yeah, some sketchy moments, but hey. It's the round count at the end of the map that matters.
Yeah, it's just that they haven't, you know, they're not winning a lot of rifle rounds. They won a force up, their pistol, their conversion. Same as Anubis.
Yeah, I was going to say, common tale so far this series. But this would be a great round to just kind of course correct for M80. Galil and upgraded pistols, all Navi have to bring to the table. So they're going to go numbers strong into the A split, met by a smoke on arrival. And a first shot not missed here by Slacks. Nothing they can do about stopping the T's from getting over to Tetris, so a little space given by M80 in anticipation of this pistol push. Oh, no way. Wonderful hits that deep shot. Good on JBA. Answers back with the M4. He's on 8 HP. He is now supplanted by another CT. A little bit of support here towards Ticket. And finally, some missed shots out of Wonderful. Opens the door for M80 to still come through majority alive on the retake and to go up 5-3 on the CT side.
I mean, it's nice to see them in a position to have an anti-eco to win. They go ahead, take it. They have 3 alive. They've got a 2-round lead. It's actually looking not too bad. Now it's just the point where you've got to prove you can win versus guns, but they won't even have to deal with that right now. That was an investment for Navi. They didn't have much to work with. Wonderful did make this scary for a second. So for a fun round here for NAVI. M80 just don't want to get deagled.
So far, it's looking good. 2 NAVI players down to 30 health. Now Mikaze on 15. Just such a golden ticket for M80 to also just keep 5 players
Another
up
nade
too.
over there.
Deal with it. Utility gets the job done. Little deagle boost into the window. We'll see what that could catch. Slacks won't give him a target and burns him down, almost damn near killing both.
Just get rid of him.
Yeah. You know, in a way, M80 know they have a huge advantage here, but God, they just want to get this round done with. It's always scary when things fall silent like that. No sweat for M80 as they go up 6-3 and keep 5 players alive this time.
That's all 6 rounds, Maui. How are NAVI just going to win out from here?
And Vu's prediction was less than 13 on the series. They're sitting at 10.
I mean, I didn't give a numbers prediction, but my expectations have already been surpassed.
Yeah.
So this is good. But again, they haven't actually won just their rifle versus rifle rounds they've got to this point somehow without him.
My expectations weren't that they'd win a round with USPs.
Yeah.
That one throws all predictions out the window. And there is still most certainly a world where NAVI could finish this half all tied up at 6 apiece. 3 rounds to play on the attack of their map pick. A map we know they love. Will NAVI shake up the game in what's left of their T side? M80's early moves out middle in anticipation of some kind of NAVI presence, but nobody here except Alexi chucking nades. And that frees up Sin to go add himself to the A site. Alexi's left Ema to deal with mid alone. And gives him a util to work with, but they boost as that smoke comes down. Good on Lake, getting active in the middle of this mid-round moment. NAVI now gonna have to go all in on the A site without their mid lurk.
M80 are really long grenades, though. I kind of fear that if they don't put together some kind of hole, the retake's gonna be super difficult, but there it is.
Yeah, that helps for the 5v3. JBA establishes. We do still have Bit out wide. They're hoping that somebody gets caught off by this position from Bit, but the ticket player just does not bite. One fake plant, there's Bit's duel. He will be dropped by Sin. Now down to the 2v5 and constant pressure out of M80. Wonderful 1v5 attempt denied. It is Sin with the wall bang out through ticket. His patience there set up nicely, gives him a triple kill on the round and keeps M80's CT side rolling. Most importantly, winning over gun rounds.
Yeah, it's a great moment here for M80. It's a full shutdown. It's on rifles. It's with an opening tactic. This is them at their best for sure, and it's NAVI who kind of look a little bit too simple. They kind of walk into these duels. They don't win them. They don't have the awareness to catch that boost in window, but that was tricky. Wouldn't expect them to. And this wins M80 the half.
NAVI hoping for one real round after this one, but yeah, a taste of their own medicine. Desert Eagle cracks open this A site, and Bit, who's definitely been frustrated from his approaches out of Palace, a couple of awkwardly lost duels. Oh, now Emek connects one with the Tech 9 headshot. Slacks has got bodies moving towards him. They want these upgrades, and he is not able to hang on to it. Well then.
After all that work.
Uh-huh. Not the round you'd want to lose.
They kind of left, you know, both A-Ramp and Palace open for walkouts while they were playing in the site with one guy. That Palace timing was there. You know, they knew that it was also an anti-eco, so So what could be one small mistake if it didn't compound with Ima's instant Tech 9 kill out of that connector smoke.
Yeah. And then also Ima working with the second player to make sure they can't retain that control.
It just kind of feels like Navi are going to win, though, when Bit gets his deagle kill. Like, it suddenly feels like even despite the guns, they just have the odds now. They have the control they need. They know how to go from there, and they do.
So hell of a way for Navi to, at the very least, squeeze a fourth out of the T side. And I don't think they'll be too upset about 5 terrorist round wins if they get this next one. You know that that USP round was a one-off, perhaps. That would have been a tied half otherwise, a save caused by it, etc. You know. I don't think it's Navi with head in hands just yet.
Yeah, they'll be extremely comfortable on CT side if they get 5 rounds here. So M80 have to try to stop that from happening.
There we go. Active move out of Slacks, who has now had an excellent half. Yeah. M4s aside, 13 and 7 at the very least. Alexi hears that stomp back through connector, so good disengage here for M80 as well. We've seen Navi find value with this A-site walkout, but that's unexpected, isn't it? JBA on the op, catches one. Cool to show a little depth here, right? Slacks, your regular opper, makes his move with the M4. And then JBA winds up being that second op as they, left one in spawn for themselves. Last round of the half, spend as much as you can. Now sitting on 2 ops in a 5v4. Spot the presence, deal a bit of damage. JBA tries to get out of there alive, but Alexi finds a kill back. Still man advantage M80.
Molly for jungle, so they can still scale on this if they want to, and it's the op just immediately rotating around, assuming I'm going to get blocked out. Should be the right move, but it'll also mean they have to retake, and they're out of utility for the most part. Besides this, maybe a very important piece. Oh,
but it gives Wonderful the kill, and now it's all in ticket here for M80. Lake getting the kill off of that play. Now Bit dead with just his one. It's going to be Alexi for the clutch. Now that bomb is planted so open.
They know he's super cool. Oh, what a shot out of Slacks.
Slacks, who goes from the opening rifle pickoff to the op swap and close. It will be indeed an 8-4 half for M80. We've still got 2.5 more days of action. But speak of action, off climb into catwalk. Zywoo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Navi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was a lone top mid, you've already got Navi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this Bit JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward ladder kill, and this A-site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Ema on a tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back into the action. Quad kill for Ema. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. csgo looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. csgo has got another. Kicks in into the kill feed. It's Bit from down beneath. Right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill. Makaze stays tucked in.
Here's a chance. They're under balcony. Zello's adding them up.
That's 2. Will Makaze go unnoticed? Because the Opera could serve up a perfect distraction. Bomb
can't get planted here now.
On the other side. Yeah. They've lost this guard. Makaze delivers. Oh. Wonderful goes down, but at least he opened the door for this.
From
Makaze
Ninja.
marauding inside of this A-site. Jame on the other side of it. 17 and 5 is Makaze. This guy is ascending to a whole new level.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Oh, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches them off guard and finishes Jane. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, Bits on the pistol, and it's enough for Navi to maintain control despite the cost and go up 3-0.
Donk plays behind the pole.
He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The offer missed the shot. Shiro's down.
Wow.
Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that.
Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round, but remember, Zontix gets active.
And also Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends, and the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got!
No!
The nade misses!
Oh, an ace!
Hell of a recovery from the M80 camp after that smashing on Anubis. They wind up finding rifle rounds finally in this series. An 8-4 CT side. I think that's a great place to find yourself up against Navi.
Totally. On Mirage, it's enough. It's it had a lot of good things about it, and especially towards the end, sort of just aged well. They had the opening kills that made them look in control of situations. It was less Navi toying with them, and you know, I was talking highly about the 4 rounds Navi got, but that's long in the rear view, honestly. And this little boost here that might have gotten them a kill.
3 members out through middle. Mikaze's got his hands full. Delivers 1. Wonderful and Alexi in with kills of their own, but still there's an answer back here from M80. They will get it to the 2v2. Market window smoked. All's good here for Sin.
This is so big.
He goes for the market play. Okay, he'll find that headshot. Now a clutch queued up for Bit.
Yeah. He's going to try to run at this. Well, no one's over towards market. Can he source the second guy?
There's no kid on the round here for Bit. Oh, gets insta-gushed. Down to 20 HP now. Not ideal. Tries to close that distance. Done.
Oh,
nice nade from Sin.
What a round.
Alley-oops himself. Goes for that market control as well. Like you said, what a round. He takes it over in the 2v2 and will give M80 a hell of a chance to close out this game in a very lopsided scoreline at this rate.
Yeah, now they kind of they have to close. Like if they lost the pistol, it'd be a 50-50. You know, and I wouldn't expect Navi to drop it because they have such a strong CT on Mirage, but now I think it's the expectations have totally flipped. M80 just have to convert another pistol.
And it's no force buy from Navi, so should go down smooth. All in A-site defense from these pistols. JBA a bit tentative because he's worried that maybe, just maybe, that ramp push could have occurred. He is very much on his own over towards this A half of the map. Everybody else for M80 just creeping out through mid.
Oh, they're gonna walk right into the trap. Navi have not moved the muscle. It doesn't seem like they want to.
No way. Desert Eagle kill starts it. USP up next. There's the recovery. M80. It seems like things will be fine, but you do still have this apartments play as Wonderful is given a chance at the headshot. P250 to the back end, covered off by Swisher. So props, M80. You've gotten through what was a scary situation momentarily.
Yeah, like you want to go and try to scout, maybe send someone towards B, walk someone into A. Instead, you full commit, but you have the guns to get away with it. They do convert that second pistol. All the ingredients are in for an upset. The first half they were looking for, the pistol rounds and anti-ecos.
Nice.
And if it's going to be a comeback for Navi, it's already going to be a long one. seem pretty ready for this. Okay.
Good smash, and the numbers strong. JBA in with the double MAC-10. Send him flying. Why not?
Love
Triple
it.
kill connected. Upgrade into the M4. Going for the quad on Murder Hole as he spots it. Okay, style points off the deke. Obviously, Alexi in a 1v5, not meant for this retake. That is going to be M80 very prepared for the all-in A hit. And
they really started with that
made.
4 USP round into this absolutely domineering performance now. Everything has flipped on its head since Anubis. And it feels like a matter of 15 minutes. Swisher said it was pointless when they played their scrims in North America. One day of scrims, they tried it, and it was just a waste of time. And I think kind of made it sound like they were almost going to risk getting worse if they continue to practice that way. So they said they'd bring demos and prep over to Europe and try to take advantage of the time that they have here.
It's a MAC-10 with Rory Antico, okay? I will give you...
Last chance, Navi. Same push here on the ramp. This time it's just bit. It goes a little bit better.
Oh, Blake just blasting through. Another one where Navi aren't going to find any footing in these wacky rounds.
Absolutely beat him up here on Mirage. And, I mean, it's still a 2v3. Just isn't great guns right now to work with.
Just finish this one off. Sure enough, utility clears out Mikaze.
It just looked like studs all of a sudden.
He goes down, and that'll be the 12th round secured. All it takes, a kill on Alexi. And then I'm going to paint a picture for you. M80 sitting on 8 map points here on Mirage versus Navi. This is their 17th map of Counter-Strike versus European teams since May 2026. Alexi dies. Okay, so 17th map since May of 2026 versus European teams. They have won 2 out of the previous 16 maps versus EU teams. That is how rough the second half of the year and just even the end of the last season it has been for M80. And so to have a victory now, again, the 3rd out of 17, to do it 13-4 over Navi on Mirage after getting your asses whooped on Anubis. It's an awesome turnaround for M80 in this series.
It's a strong 3rd. Absolutely.
Come on. A reason to get excited because it has been a drought of success versus this region for this M80 team. And I want you to remember all those numbers if Navi makes this comeback happen.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it is trying to close the game where we've been the most nervous about M80.
Yes, sir.
You know, you wouldn't think this would be the, highest pressure of the instances that have happened previously.
Alexi hasn't reached 10 frags in 5 straight Mirages.
Really?
But they're 4-1. Here's Lake with a chance at an opening kill. He's right about the position, but won't be able to mop up this first challenge. CT comes back at it, and that's going to give Emet something to think about as he's whittled down to 60 health.
I wonder if Alexi still likes Mirage. He used to be the guy playing Connector, as an IGL, which is really rare to see.
Wonderful, very quick to shut down that top middle play, but it is going to be M80 in the A site commitment, finding vacancy. Ooh.
Totally open.
Burning through the fire, though. No way. eMan just turns his back, never thinking that run's going to come through or relying on Bit to go for the cover, but Bit a couple of steps too late to the play. Flashbang finds all of M80. That makes it awkward for a moment. They will re-challenge down into the ticket booth. That's where Alexi is able to cut down JBA. And then Bit finding the headshot onto Swisher, slacks to the clutch. And the challenge right there, it's great damage into Bit, but it will be Bit to wind up with the triple. Maybe letting Ema die as that M80 player pushes into the jungle, but so be it. Navi, their first of 8 rounds needed.
Why are you characterizing like that they're going to come back?
Because M80 have only won 2 out of the 16 maps versus European opposition since May of 2026. So there's a chance. Oh, there's always a chance for NA to fumble. I mean, it's not NRG versus Big.
Yeah, it's not NRG versus Big. I mean, in the M80 game, to be clear, it wasn't like a massive comeback per se. It was all those rounds with Sin where he was so nervous. Yeah. On Inferno. I mean, don't need to. I won't bring it up again if they just win.
Sure.
I won't bring it up at all ever again. It's already been a while, to be honest.
What about overtime? If we get
and
there,
it was Sin and Cologne, so I get it. You know, extra pressure.
Of course.
So. If it goes to overtime, I'm going to bring it up, yeah.
All right, we'll save it for that then. First of 8 secured here by Nom.
Foreshadowing.
And also, it'll be relevant because Inferno's the 3rd map.
Oh, Inferno's the 3rd map. Okay. Let's just get there then.
Challenge from top mid opens the door for Sin. At least back into the even 4v4 for a second here. Bit eats the flash. And nobody pounces on him in that moment. One round, M80. That's all it's going to take. They split up into the 2-2.
Same as these last couple of rounds, late round A. Oh, nice shot out of Switch. This has got to be it.
Yes, sir. It's while Bit throws that smoke down to Palace, but they are happy to just charge through it. So that utility's objective gone. Wonderful, though. Still nice collection on Swisher. It's him smoked off now.
Oh, my goodness. What a risk.
Alexi's
they're not
behind
watching
him.
it, though.
Oh, no, and Ema gets that kill onto the jungle push. Wonderful's gone through the smoke. And then Wonderful collects inside of the site.
Oh, he got him all.
3vx from Navi. And that is just Wonderful, not even playing off the Alexi flash. He just crawls out through that smoke as Ema's given a gift. A player from M80 pushing through the jungle side smoke, shot in the back of the head.
They dedicated so much utility to obfuscating his vision. They smoked about in CT. They flashed him off. He dodged it. He turned back for a kill. They mollied him to delay him, and he still ended up coming through triple, finding 3 kills with his op. No support on these pushes whatsoever. And there's still a little bit of money here for M80, so they put together a very healthy looking buy. It's not got everything, but enough. Ooh.
He's still standing, though, and that means Alexi can just start dropping utility.
Yeah. Very close to getting that.
Would have been a great chance for M80 to close out had Late got a 5v4 off that Alexi contact. Now you've got Slax's op on the hunt.
They'd be almost positive now that the op isn't over there. They're looking for Wonderful top ticket.
But he doesn't step up to the plate. CT in front of the smoke, though, will. And that's going to cost Ema his life. Will it cost Navi this map?
Oh, he's going to get this for free. It's pushing through the connector smoke as well.
Oh, this is a weird one. Makaze Just waiting for that to fade, and if it does, it is Lake dead to right. Sin kills Bit in the meantime. Good trade back at least here, 4v1 now. And sure enough, M80, they'll give a couple moments over to NAVI to try to collect a bit of respect, but they'll close. Third map versus European opposition since May of this year. And that is after, again, the smashing that goes down on Anubis. So celebrate this one while you can. It is Inferno up next, where their Cologne run ended. M80 on a hope to recover this series.
Well, I have to say, Vu, incredibly disappointed in what you're telling me, and all of the viewers, the young impressionable viewers out there, that M80 wouldn't get more than 13 in this series.
I went into their green room and I left a note. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was unfamiliar with how good you were going to play in this game. I mean, they came in, they looked incredible from top to bottom. You can see 14 kills on their bottom fragger, 17 kills on Slacks with the op. Every round, they had a good idea of the way NAVI liked to play this map, and they just, from start to finish, looked like the better team. I mean, that's not just individuals fragging out. That was a very solid team performance from M80.
The understanding that you mentioned there and that they exemplified with being able to snip off one end of a pincer attack that Navi was trying to construct. And really, I feel like the only time Navi was getting some footing in this game was when they just themselves said, you know what, we're not really playing within our system anymore. We're just gonna, go guns a-blazing, eco rounds, just when individuals could pop off. And that is a very worrying sign for me if I think that Navi is gonna move forward in this tournament unscathed.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I've been concerned about with Navi for this season is their inability to adjust to plan B. You saw it when they lost to Legacy in Paris. You see it here. Plan A wasn't working, which was mostly just hit the A bomb site over and over. Plan B, where they can get the individuals involved, they can go a little more puggy. It took them a little too long before they actually turned that one up, and then you lose both pistols. You don't really have much of an opportunity to get back into it.
So you would say that the way that Navi played this Mirage was very identical to what was some of the downfalls at the previous tournament?
I think when they come into a team that's doing something a little different, you saw M80, they were doubling up in window. They had the boost in window a couple of times. They had their utility ready to block off the A hits that you saw Navi consistently going for. When they run into a team doing something a little different than they're expecting, they don't fall back into plan B nearly quickly enough, and that's why you saw for much of that T half, I mean, they were down 6-3 at some point. They eked out just at the end a couple of rounds where, I mean, this is a CT-sided map now, but Navi, one of their hallmarks is they're one of the only teams that have a good T side on Mirage. That's not what we really saw there.
I would still say that it's constructed with this kind of mindset that it's going to work versus most teams, but when you have these sort of just wrinkles in the game plan against them, then yeah, I would agree that you would want to see them just kind of take the reins off or unleash some of their players, and you just get that in so few doses. Like it's live by the sword and die by the sword of that Navi style.
Would you then say that this is one of those things that M80 could see that Navi struggled with it, and so they kept presenting those issues over and over again? Or it was still that little bit of, you have to have a 50-50 in terms of, yes, M80 were able to take a hold of that, but at the end of the day, it's ultimately Navi with the higher expectations and, the higher skill that let themselves fall short?
I want to give a lot of props to M80. I think, Navi, I think they could have made it closer. They could have gotten this to a 13-11, but this is an M80 team that came in, great game plan. They came in with great individual performances. None of their players were lacking in any way. This is an M80 playing at a level we haven't seen from them in a while. As much as Navi could have done better, I think they could have done better to make it a close game. If M80 is going to play like that, it's going to be an OT, or it's going to be a very close game, even if Navi play well.
And also, I think the variety of situations that M80 was prepared for was really impressive. First of all, their starters were good, but we have one round where you just show the precision with which they close a round. At the end of the half, they get a couple of great opening kills here, just kind of in a more standard setup. This is not one where I feel like the beginning was too crazy. You kind of have your con player in typical spots, but the way that they get back in the round, even after losing control of the A bomb site, just looked very polished. Off of an Anubis that sometimes the rounds would slip away from them, this was one where they're pressuring in the right ways. That Sin, he goes for this nade break right here, and even though he dies in the 3-on-3, you could see that the flash comes right after that. Even though he got caught in that 1v1 duel, the players are all on top of each other, and they're so ready to pounce on that whole crunch, which was supposed to be just kind of started from that nade break.
Yeah, I mean, you see that kill from Wonderful, and I'm thinking in my head, this is Navi. The individuals are going to close out this 3v3. They've got a player behind default. They've got Alexi B stairs. They're in position that they can get the aim duels, but you have M80. They're too close together. They're too effective with the utility, with the flash that takes out Wonderful for free, and they're too quick on the trading. That's what we need to see from M80. Really impressive from them as a game plan, and as a team.
Was there an individual on the side of M80 that really stood out that little bit more? Because you're praising everything they were able to do as a team, whether it's the mid-round calls for themselves, the way that they were able to set up. But was there someone that just stood that little bit above?
We do have Slack's highlights because he was playing pretty damn good. He was getting some openings. He was getting some, he was on the defense on the A site. Sometimes they didn't have the utility needed to push him off the angle. Slacks is a player that really struggles with the rifle. I think when he has the op in hand, he does a really great job. And we saw him with the op in hand so much of this half because of the beginning you saw M80 come out with.
Yeah, hey, he was able to hold his side of the map relatively effectively. I also feel like there's been this conversation for a while with M80 about, okay, should they maybe just go back to being American or anything? Is the German side actually providing anything enough to sort of retain them? Because, a part of the narrative coming into this and part of what Swisher talked to you about, Nat, in the pre-interview was how they're splitting their time between Europe and North America. Like, would they be getting better and more quality time in North America together if they just said, we're going to go away from Sin and Slacks, who at times have struggled? But I would say that Slacks is just a big difference maker for him, and the way that he was able to play on this map in particular was just so effective at understanding where the next fight is going to be coming from, and if he's unperturbed by a lack of utility or just that one kind of gamble peak that Navi make at the beginning of the rounds, he was hitting the shot really consistently.
I would almost argue that it's in reverse, that I think Slacks for a lot of this M80 team could have been on a better roster. I think he's been a really incredible team. He's kind of carried this team at times. He's had his problems. I think Sin has had, he was once upon a time a very strong IGL individual. He's struggled, but Slacks is a player that when the op gets in his hand, I think he's a lot more impressive than this M80 team have been showing, at least for the last few months.
Do you not also think, though, that what we heard earlier from Swisher, where he was talking about, actually we found that a lot of our best time used when we're in NA is looking at these demos, prepping certain rounds, ensuring that you have that counter strat in a way, because it feels like that's what you guys are talking about. That's what really lent them a heavy hand there, that even though they haven't necessarily put it into a practice, whether that's scrims or officials, that element of time has really lent them favor here.
They understood in this one, M80, how to not just get crunched on a bomb site. That's oftentimes the way that Navi want to just pick you apart with that kind of layered mid control. You're in the dark, whether it's going to be multiple guys in mid or multiple guys coming from A. And so the way that they were able to catch people like Ema, for example, towards middle, or at least stop what's kind of the pressure coming out of the ramp earlier on, or at least block it, those kind of moments were where the theory came to fruition, where they were actually able to show what all of that time spent in the server and not practicing without a roof and other similar levels of opposition in North America, how that could pay off for them.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to give some credit to what Lake said before, where he's saying, we didn't show it in the performance, but we were playing better. This is the type of thing. You can go in, you can theory all you want, but you have to be able to perform on the server. That takes a little time, that takes some practice, that takes some reps. They've had some reps, and now, I mean, they're showing it at least in one map at a time.
I would also even just say quickly, like the way that Navi play in particular is like so good to anti-strat. It's so much better to anti-strat them versus Spirit, because you can only do so much to counter-strat Donk, just shooting you incredibly well, whereas Navi, because of the structure, there's something to pick apart too.
I do like how weakly you're talking about it, by the way, Vu, where you're like, yeah, it was one map, and it's always a question that I like giving to you is that enough for you to give them a little extra rope, a little extra leeway, that even if a map 3 isn't as competitive, you're still really happy and you think that there is still more in the tank for them in another best of 3 or in another event?
As a North American, I am incredibly happy for my North American brothers to have performed well enough to not just have a close map, but to actually win a map. That's a great step one. I'd love for them to close out the series, and that would be very impressive. But picking up a map, I mean, that's something they've struggled with over the last 3, 4, 5 months. So even that is impressive.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily just a map win for them. It's also Navi's pick that they were able to get that win on one for themselves. And so the fact that we're even looking at a map 3, maybe a position not a lot of people thought that we would be at here, but we do get the pleasure of getting to see Inferno just after this break. Alexa, we really missed you guys in Navi at Blast Bounty a couple of weeks ago. I know you guys were focusing on EWC, doing a little bit of extra time boot camp, but has your mindset or viewpoint changed at all after the, a little bit of a disappointing result at EWC?
No, I wouldn't say anything changed. We understood that we, wasted a good chance to make a deep playoff run, but at the same time, we understand also that we have what it takes, and we just need to not let this defeat, define us. We still have a long season ahead of us, and we've done all the work that we need to do in order to win. We just need to show it. We need to be in better shape as individuals, and we need to also play more together as a unit.
Would you say the playing together has been your main focus? Because it's only been a couple of days since EWC ended.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you always try to tell yourself, and when we analyze, we always try to emphasize on the fact that when we lack trading or we're doing solo plays or whatever, that we can always rely on our strength, which is usually the team play. So yeah, there are a lot of minor details, but at the end of the day, Legacy just played a lot better than us on that deciding game, and we tried to take everything we could from that game.
I really applaud Alexi B and his candor there, talking about what happened at EWC, really giving props that at the end of the day, Legacy just played better than them, and that they weren't able to rest on what has always been for them throughout seasons, throughout iterations, strong team plays.
I mean, when you get beat with 13-9, 13-2. I don't think you can do anything but admit that they were the better team. And when you look at the way that went down, rounds started to break down for Navi. And then similar to what's happened when they've had JL or at the end of his tenure, it feels like the players didn't trust themselves. They were over swinging, over peaking, trying to make too much happen. And the concern would be here if they do the same thing. If the same thing happens, M80 finds some openings, they have a good player going on a run, and then Navi just crumble around them.
I'm sort of concerned here for M80 on the flip side, though, because obviously there is a big question regarding Navi crashing out in the round of 16 at their last tournament. But for M80, yeah, you got the one map, but I still haven't seen a whole series victory versus this level of opposition for over 4 months. I'm looking at Sin in particular, too, because he's a guy who I've really seen drop the ball when it comes to Inferno as an individual. Yes, he's the IGL, but you still have to play that CT side. I have seen disaster classes, and I'm putting it lightly on his side of things. So I really want him to just step up on some of those defenses.
Gosh, you win a map and it's still not even good enough for the panel.
Give me more.
You need more, and potentially more is going to come out on Inferno, because we could be seeing our first upset on day number 1 here of Blast Premier Open Porto.
You know, analysts, they speak in facts and certainties, and that's their job most of the time. And they do a good job of it, Mohan. But sometimes Counter-Strike is about something weird in the air. And we talked a lot about how M80 haven't beaten European competition, as now we have the percentages skewing to M80 ever so slightly. What's weird here is, I wonder when the last time Navi lost to a North American team. And the answer to that question is exactly 1 year ago, minus a day, Navi lost to M80.
That's the last time they've lost to a North American
they lost to a North American core was exactly, barring one day, a year ago to M80 at the Blast Open London 2025.
That's fun.
So, are we back in that weird world where M80 can do it again?
You can be S-Trams.
Okay. I'll take it.
Or just Strams.
As they flash into the setup, heavy setup here for M80 on Banana. 4 players ready to just swing wide and duel to the Mikaze kill. But you've got EMAT opening up the A site. That is everybody confirmed. Bomb can go running to the site. And if Wonderful had cut off the CTs, well, then Navi wouldn't have a problem. But very quickly, M80 on the heels of Navi, who will get the bomb plant down at the very least. EMAT tucks into the cubby. And he's going to let that Boiler player know. He then strikes Swisher down from behind, flash queued from the pit. Still, they didn't throw it. Alexi goes for the Incendiary instead.
Playing for time might not be that bad of an idea. CTs are going to have to start moving quick.
They've got a kit, they've got a smoke. They chucked out on top of the bomb. But he's exposed to the corner now. Another Hail Mary defuse attempt. JBA 3 kills onto the round. They're spamming him down and they'll execute. Bit gets there in the end. It is smirks on the side of Navi, but it got scarily close in the end.
Yeah, a bit rushy to get on the defuse maybe. Maybe they didn't know. They should have known that 2 were there, probably a crossfire. They were sure about Pit. Either way, that one small moment allowing Alexi to get his kill made that way easy for Bit to close out. And we had all the ingredients for an upset in that last map, winning with the 4 USPs, winning with winning both pistols, converting both pistols. Like, that's how you make maps like that happen. And then Navi didn't even make it close in the end. Like, they tried to get back into it. It was only really 1 or 2 good rounds overall. But that hasn't happened again, it feels like.
Thought like Lake was going to get away with more there. It was a lot of emphasis on him with the single M4 in the round. 5-7 up next here for Swisher. Disrespect from Navi on the utility, plus the Alexi jumping MAC-10 headshot. So that will put the fries in the bag. Navi 2-0 on Inferno.
What are you going to make of this series if it's stomped by Navi, stomped by M80, stomped by Navi? That's kind of just shaking what we had about Navi coming out of the first map. They look like, oh, this team's going to maybe win this event. And now they go into Mirage. It's like they can't even close their map pick that they're really good at. And they look not even close to their own level. But then conversely, like M80, how could you have predicted they'd be that good back on Mirage?
Out of nowhere. Yeah, I think, you know, a close here for Navi in the series right now on Inferno would just put my expectations kind of right back to where they were before the match started, which was Navi are going to have a solid event. I have them as a playoffs team, but at the same time, I wasn't super confident it would be maybe the easiest road to said playoffs.
Yeah, Navi are kind of just like in that weird space where they're not super relevant to tournament threats.
Yeah.
But they are, but we just don't know when.
And, I think they've got a decent group to get through, right? If you consider Spirit and Furia the favorites for this side of the tournament, then you would expect, what, Navi versus G2 in a lower final? Barring any other upsets.
That's not free. Yeah.
It's not free, but you'd expect them to win it. Well, would you? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
That's a good question. It's a fair question. Oh, yeah. Meant to be 3-0, but, you did save a couple toys. M80 to the 5v4. After that USP debacle back on Mirage, any round feels possible for M80 at the moment. That'll be Lake eating flashbangs as the open line into CT spawn.
CT smoke?
Oh, no way. JBA hits the deagle shot. Another challenge comes at him. It's a bit late, but they finally smoke it off. And it is going to give M80 a man advantage. And on top of that, you've got Sin already over into the banana control. Now, all that damage early onto Lake could still bode well to clearing out CT/Church. It's really this banana flank that's worrisome. So Alexi posturing up top, deep sight boxes. He falls back. Emet cleans up the 2 from the Church entrance. Here comes that banana retake, and they get it. On top of it, again, it is just whatever was left from the last round that M80 wind up winning with.
Last map, Makaze said, nice scream in chat. Well, obviously, M80 celebrate moments like that loudly, and they pull off another miracle round. With pistols, like very little to work with. Great deagle shot to start things off. And even though it was 2v4, it's 2v4 B-site Inferno with rifles looking at you. They didn't smoke CT spawn.
They didn't smoke CT spawn.
So
you're asking for trouble.
Ooh. Nice.
Lake's been running risky moves in these opening gambits, and this time eats a flash, finds Wonderful space. Puts his squad up 5v4 in the opening seconds.
Full passive over towards A site with Swisher having this much information. He's got to be very careful about spotting this way and reloading, honestly. He doesn't see it, but they're getting extremely close now. Yeah, oh my goodness, he's lucky to have gotten away.
Flash goes a bit deep, so Alexi's still happy to pounce, but he will cost himself his life. We get this coffin wrap around out of Lake. Ahead of the utility, and good for the mow down.
Nicely done, Lake.
Lake puts that bomb in the dirt. His triple kill secured, and a final chance out of Bit, now working with a quarter HP. He would love to get this money, but they actually frazzle him off of the plant. Now that plant no longer a guarantee. Down to 12 health. You'll go wide into the headshot. Nice pickup. Another bomb plant attempt. Don't tell me Bit wins this.
That's unreal. But surely, without another player pushing.
Nade on JBA as well. You'd think off of this next plant attempt, he throws that.
The smoke is still good.
No, he goes wide, so there's money made for Bit.
Okay.
And they'll find him. Yeah, smoke eventually fades. He's halfway through the 1v4 attempt, but we've got M80 tying the game up at 2 rounds apiece. Nice and early.
Watch them reforce, okay?
It's extremely good out of Lake. Swisher again, extremely lucky to be able to escape, get a kill as he fell back as well. But I think understood what sort of bet he made when he had heard them running. Turned around, knew he had support nearby. And so often you see teams rushing in that spot.
Harden, dark. Let's go! We can't play.
Nice!
First. Let's go!
Nice!
Fucking go. They're worse than us at Ecos. Let's fucking go.
That's great. Maybe provable, I don't know. It's a battle.
It's a battle, but I still think the worst instance is that USP round loss from Navi on Mirage. And we'll prove it here. All right, who's truly worse? As we get pistols sprinkled into this one for Navi. No Kevlar, little utility. Smoke here for Alexi. And bit picks up a Desert Eagle kill on top of now an AK-47 for his troubles, but Slacks is here, ready to go. And I want to say, despite some of M80's struggles on Inferno back at the Major, I feel like we've seen good things from Slacks, particularly on this map.
Yeah, Slacks is coming up.
Boy, Bit is going to put that AK to work. They won't grab that second gun, but it does queue up the mid flank in a moment. Slacks to the pistol, swings wide, Bit finds that second kill. Lake a little late to the party, but you've given Wonderful an op, and he pops up to kill Sin. Bomb on his back, halfway through the clutch. Lake already up close on the short side, and Wonderful scoped in on his arrival. Chance, who's worse at these anti-ecos? Desert Eagle back up, Lake goes high and makes sure that Navi don't get away with this robbery, but by God, was it ever.
It looked like for a second Lake didn't peek soon enough. He could have instantly traded inside of middle. That got very scary when Wonderful reached out for that op. A good attempt to steal one away, but maybe this proves it. M80 better at ecos.
By the skin of their teeth.
Anti-ecos.
I'm curious how JBA winds up giving away that AK to start, or the M4 rather, because Bit put that thing to work.
Scary, but fine. Still a decent amount of money, too.
M80 have been pretty feisty with these opening B moves. Ooh, JBA again, huh? Extends into the apartments, gets damage in on Emet. His position lets Navi know there's most likely a second player back here, and now Slacks confirms it, firing off the blind op shot, giving him a smoke to work with. But as he's on the retreat, we've got this quick move out of Navi. He is going to slam the short door shut on short, and then Bit returns back with a quick move out through the apps. No hesitation from Bit in this one.
They were so confident about exactly what was left on the A site. That was nice from Navi. Weren't scared of that smoke or anything. Meanwhile, you could see that M80 were scrambling just to try to get over here, and Slacks was doing an admirable job of trying to delay a little bit, but just the one kill between him and Jaba.
Production queuing up a clip for the replays. Somebody jumping the gun and shooting at shadows this round kind of opens the door for things to fall apart. I think that'd be JBA on the apartments approach, but we'll confirm it. Yeah. Still got away with what? 80 plus damage on Emet, but I think it really just kind of gives the indication of the setup over to Navi, and like you said, the confidence of them to jump in on that. I mean, you know Navi are well prepped. But yeah.
Whoa. That's rough. They both talking about HE's Blades of Genius.
Coaches, man. So utility using frag grenades. You know, they're not that good with guns. That's why they're coaches. But nades. So let's see what's in store for us, because it feels like somebody is going to get bombarded.
20 off the HE so far. Another 27 on the same guy. Here we go again. Lake. They wanted him with that another grenade, but it doesn't do anything. And this one just to hold them back a little bit, as NAVI are looking for a full court press on the A site. They have already made it into apartments. Actually, would be another decent time to go A. There's no rotation over. Careful with that peek.
Yeah, he's right there on the...
Oh my goodness.
Slacks blasted out of this one. Ema, great reaction. Knows there's a third piece and won't be able to body bag them all, but he's got bit to work off of, and they split through that A site smooth.
You know, you don't really have to spend too much time analyzing that. It's all about that Ferrari peek out of Ema. Your op has a perfect line. Ema has to hit a first bullet headshot.
And does.
It is, so...
And so he's off to the races, 8 and 5 with this double kill in round 7. That's going to put NAVI in the lead, 4-3 to the T side of the third map. And check this replay. Ema right in.
Oh my goodness.
And a nice adjustment, as unfortunately JBA once more goes down empty-handed on this A play. Gets his one.
Did they create that situation? It just looks such like he knew exactly how that op was going to be holding. They had push back both B and A, so with no response out of Slacks, I think they just read his position extremely well.
Maybe they might change out from B because they did 2 rounds. They did not ruin our movie stuff. No, they did BIG. They didn't know.
Ema damn near did that on his own. 2 kills plus 80-some damage on the third.
Yeah, let's play. Yeah, let's do it. I will give you...
They'd like to buy, and what's it look like? MP9 limitation here for JBA. That's it, really, and no op on Slacks, which is a shame with some of the shots he's hit.
I like buying. If you don't buy, you can't win.
In this series, I'd say differently. Nice grenade out of the gate there. Alexi and Makaze have to stomach that, and it is a pretty quick move into banana control.
Can't help but feel like NAVI are getting away with a bit too much in these early to mid-round situations. It's almost conjured up a spitting image of the last round with even less pressure. Like, let's say they were on B ready to attack B, would and maybe be in a good spot to even stop them.
Oh, JBA does it. Able to hang on to his one. Good utility out of Slacks as we get this NAVI smoke just outside of the library. JBA starts to move back off this upgrade, right, from MP9 to AK.
It is tricky because they have to go back and re-clear halls.
Oh, but he's going to walk into this op line. Wonderful. Misses. Wow. JBA should have been a dead man, and Sin on top of that takes up JBA's old position, because when you see him push off at the short, makes sense for Makaze to try to test that smoke. Now NAVI sent off to the save, so JBA, the hero of this one, kind of just enough to deter NAVI from the commitment.
Yeah, picked off bit, and he's been getting more and more aggressive out of halls. I think this is the round he wanted to explode out and be the first person to peek. That's a key target down. It wasn't a great looking map overall in that position for M80. It really came down to the individual maneuvers they delivered. NAVI go into another timeout. They obviously still have money to go into this. It's actually M80 who are without out and off this round. But I'll say M80 are playing with fire if they want to play this far back in all these positions. This could have been the free kill backwards, obviously. It's not Movember though, it's August.
Not only the first kill of the game, but his only kill of the game. Makaze usually kind of known to be an animal towards that banana side. But Lake has had his number in a few of these rounds. There really hasn't been that like ferocious approach from Navi towards banana that I feel like Makaze tends to thrive in. A lot of apartments approaches, a lot of A-site finishes. Banking on Bit's strong play so far. 50 seconds and all of Navi ready to test the bracket. Sin slides wide. Oh, great coverage here from Wonderful. Tough shot to hit under pressure like that.
And Imma and Lake didn't see each other, it looks like. It gives Lake a nice advantage, I'd say, staying up here. Oh, never mind.
Again, no way.
What a clear. I mean, Imma did not see him, right?
40 HP.
He like took a step out. Lake didn't even respond to it, and it didn't feel like they exchanged glances at all. That's just unreal out of him on these entries.
Yeah, he's had a couple of disgusting attacks into the A site. Whether that's over an Opper or in this case, a Rifler. And he was at a huge health disadvantage. But he tears Lake's head off, and it queues up the M80 save. Let's watch it back. Oh, the bullets. Yeah.
Oh, he did see bullets. Okay.
So he knows you're up there. We're certainly ready. All right, replay's got all the answers today.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Okay. Okay.
What, just today?
Production getting all excited.
Yeah, we played golf this morning, so we're all amped up.
Terrorists win.
So Navi with a 5-4 lead on the T side of this decider map.
No, they haven't done anything. They just kind of push off. They can drop off.
M80 able to prop up another gun round, luckily. And this time we get Slacks returning into the AWP. I wonder if we get that. Okay. We're just hanging out on the rooftops today, huh? It's a nice sunny day.
It's the last day of summer.
Is it?
Pretty much.
Ah, damn it. All right. Into seasonal depression. Here we go.
Made there, misses by a hair. This one only a little chip damage. It's been an eccentric T-half out of Navi, and I can understand why they keep going back to the well. They're getting a lot of space inside of halls. They're getting a lot of brackets control, but M80 have been handling the situation pretty well. Now this is one step beyond. There's only two here.
Another kill collected here by Slacks. He will not miss on Bit.
Clean.
Finally shutting him down without an entry. And JBA tucked into the site. Alexi gonna try to go for pit clearance first. And Slacks finds a kill through smoke. A triple op sequence so far. Oh, quad kill, as Slacks has done everything inside of the A site demanded of him. He goes above and beyond, punishing through that smoke.
Yes, go take this one.
He can walk into the ace.
Ah.
Gets taken down to 73, but at least confirms Makaze, who may just look for an exit here on 14 points of health. Lake tiptoes closer and ends what everybody else started. Hell of a play out of Slacks. I mean, there have been moments where they approach this site.
Kill, though. It was totally smoked out.
Yep.
Second one was great tracking, and it was just
the top of it.
This.
Nice. Ah, they popped it open.
Nice. Well
That'll
done.
do the trick. There's the baloney.
That's nuts. Excellent round, Slacks. Every balcony. Wow, Lake is way down there. And they've pushed out to Bell, so Lake can kind of sit pretty. This is the most sort of forward aggressive maneuver M80 have gotten so far.
Oh, it's going to work.
Ready for it, yeah.
Yeah, Lexi totally blindsided. Makaze unable to trade.
Super solid.
M80 trying to make a run for a 7-round CT side. Gonna have to hang on to this situation, and Lake departs. Now, side by side with Swisher, they will be content to sit here. Take another look. See if NAVI want to try to come through the edge of this smoke as we near the minute mark. And all of NAVI, what's left of it, does sit down here at the base of Banana. When's it get spotted?
There it is.
And Lake is out. They got to let this one go as well.
My goodness.
Yes, sir.
Are M80 going to win this series?
How many balconies you got, J-Raz? Bring us to the watermelon.
Did you guys know there's 2 in here?
No. That bowl can't fit 2 melons.
Gotcha.
Good one, Wanders. I was waiting in anticipation, to be honest. I
did get got, actually.
Yeah, I got gotten. Just like Navi did as M80 take over the lead. So trying to shut things down at the very end of this CT side. Hard-fought battle with how Ema and Bit were once upon a time finding entries. And that save is what nurtures this buy out of Navi that is still 2 Tech 9s into Galil as limitations.
I don't know how we've gone from map 1 to this, but I'm watching. I'm officially invested in the potential for an M80 upset here.
Still that daunting T side of Inferno lies ahead. Mischance confirms 2 CTs. Oh, Ema almost exposed to that, instead chipped down by a quarter. I feel like sometimes Sin gets frazzled in these high pressure moments, starts running around,
find out.
You know, makes too much noise, gives away a kill, dies empty-handed, etc.
Okay
Frag grenade out of the pit side. Sin dropped by Bit this time. Now pit players under question, and Lake, although he's still inside of the smoke, will this go unnoticed?
I mean, eventually gets cleared, so he's kind of got to make a move.
Yeah, Lexi holding on to it.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not falling for those gimmicks. And so props to Navi, able to just blow through the defense here on this A site, queue up a nice comfortable 5v2 close to tie up the 3rd map, and keep this game on a knife's edge. As both CTs confirmed, they've got nothing but a retake attempt ahead, and eating utility the entire time gives Navi that 6th. So much action over to this A site out of Navi. They ignore Banana throughout the T side, but they will now swap over. Can Navi stave off North America?
Donk comes in, just gonna get a couple of extra, padding up those stats further. 23 and counting before the 9D connects. Oh, it connects right. What? How's he done that? Masterful from the 9D. Donk's actually real, recognized real. He's like, okay.
Blitz is staying at the bench because he doesn't have a teammate just yet, and this is...
Oh my god! Zywoo is an animal with a shot like this.
It's another KW
He's not
play.
even on his screen.
Oh my god,
He didn't see anything. Tyloo, the bane of their existence regionally. Ooh. Jam Young taps into 3 and 4.
That's a clip, baby!
Unbelievable!
alive! On the trot, slain, step by step.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
They kept Hunter stepping in, the lights stand. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. Hooksy's got 2, but Hunter's not stopping.
That's the kind of spray where you're looking around, you're like, none of you saw that, but
No,
you all need to see the replay.
Yeah. Look at that cheeky smile at all.
He knows what he's done.
Full-blown exec over top. Serato trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay. Dude, he's had some...
Oh!
What are you doing? What are those shots?
Right here, right now on Mirage.
That's the shot heard around the world, baby. One bullet and a dream. Good night, Natus.
Instantaneously, this is what we were asking for before as well. Can they just keep it rolling forwards now? Starry's close by the cross. He gets flashed in. It's a great flash! Oh my God, Starry! A quad kill spray on a long.
You know, Donk right there on the doorway will jump onto this if he has to. Over top come the nades. Pushing through, it's good. That was weird. Both. Oh!
Shut up!
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from Zaiwu, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace in the pistol to open up this series.
Off with your head.
It's fine. I heard it. It's fine. Perfectly timed by Snacks, and he's going to try to push his luck, but Robs has got that cover. We hit 20 seconds. CT's in position.
Surely
the
not.
Keeps on coming, and it's going to fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shapes off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Beautiful! Shot up, and back-to-back instances of double-up kills out of Hypex.
That is a massive shot from Hypex.
Back at it with a 6-6 scoreline in front of us. Man, we just can't separate these teams, which is not something we say often when it comes to M80 versus European opposition. Been a hell of a drought for them, and yet here we are, almost on the year anniversary of their last victory over NAVI. Can they do it on the T side of Inferno? Big question for M80 tonight. Heavy utility for Navi's CT pistol. And a heavy presence for M80 creeping closer towards B, where Alexi is very much alone.
Even if you know they're going for the full retake setup, this is the right move to make if you're M80.
Ooh, interesting. Alexi with the smoke back sight, trying to create questions. Trying to cause confusion. Fast on the flank already. Tease will clear it out.
They won't. I mean, they're taking time to plant because of it, actually. Yep. Finally does go down.
That's a big brain move from Alexi, as we've already got players barreling up around through the banana retake. Kit is on Wonderful.
He's in the smoke. They're flanking behind him, but he knows it.
Here come the flashes as they take over CT spawn. Alexi's actually managed to get through the CT smoke, so they're already inside of the little pit. 3 players have crossed into the little pit. We've got the answers back from M80, though. It is all their frags. Shutting it down, keeping 4 people alive, and finding that lead once again.
Alexi did his job. He stayed alive. He delayed for a little bit of time. The rotations came in just in time to frag. Like you see, there's 5 alive at this point as they're trying to entry. They're almost scaling, but it's M80 who hit all their shots. And now they split pistols. Wait, did M80 win the first pistol on Inferno?
M80,
no. Or did
one first pistol on Anubis. No, they won the force 5 Anubis. It's been pretty back and forth. Navi won
the first pistol, yeah.
Mirage was M80 both pistols. And Anubis also split.
Wonderful's got a Nova.
Interesting. Bang for your buck with that bad boy. If they come through the apartments. 5-7, also viable, but dropped with nothing. There we go. Alexi into the action. But obviously with that kill over towards the B bomb site, it's going to be far more tempting for M80. All these numbers here. So long as they don't hesitate for no good reason. And they're in.
Very clean here for M80. Now this game gets really interesting.
There we go.
There's nothing about this series before it began where you'd be like, well, you know, M80 can win. That wasn't even really one of the story. It was like both teams are kind of vulnerable, but M80 are way worse right now in terms of what they've shown us. Like, and yet here we are, 8-6 in favor of M80 on map 3. And it's like at the end of map 1, we couldn't have been more sure that this was going to be a 2-0 smackdown.
You know, looking back at their Esports World Cup results, you know, maybe there was something that we kind of let go unnoticed. 11 rounds versus G2 in a best of 1. They play Aurora in a best of 3. 9 rounds both times. You know, they're kind of been right on the brink.
Sorry.
You know, 9 rounds both times.
9 rounds.
9 rounds both times.
We can't be doing that. 9 rounds.
Come on.
Is that close?
Hey, it's closer than a lot of their games prior to that.
We got 9 rounds.
They got 9 rounds, both of them.
So generous. That's so unbelievably generous. And I'll say for Navi, when they, you know, when they lost, like, it was just so clear that Legacy were incredible.
Right.
It was so not clear how good Navi were.
Whoa. You saw them, but you don't bag them. Alexi B trying to chuck out utility to get a little more out of this aggressive banana move he makes on a whim. That Mac 10, all he's got to work with from here on out. That, and no teammates either. This is all Alexi kind of puffing his chest, being a bigger threat than he really is. Damn near getting a second, but Lake will survive that spray down from the SMG. JBA on the other side of the map. This one made awkward by these balcony jiggles. He'll drop one player in the process, but overwhelmed. 3v3 and a health advantage actually here for Navi. Can't be losing rounds like this, M80. 5-7 denied, but another player on the brink of death.
And it's all good. They get the bomb planted. 6 HP between the two of those guys. But they're sitting pretty. Wonderful's coming in with a Nova on the retake. No, he's not. That would have been funny, though. But here's a Nova. He's coming in like Omar, okay?
Who's that?
Punish exits. You did or didn't watch The Wire?
I didn't watch that.
Oh, okay, okay. All good.
There we go, a little extra value, knowing damn well that M80 will save in the church. Guaranteed. Oh, nope, never mind. See ya.
Can't be a sin in the church, you know?
Oh, okay. Oh, smooth. Nice exit punish. M80 up 9-6. Okay, this T-side's getting real. Navi try to keep this one scary, but yeah. Alexi was trying to do everything he could solo towards that B site. But after 3 rounds in a row from M80 off of the pistol, yeah, where it belongs. Guns v guns for the first time in the second half.
Looked like they were about to let this one fly, but really interested still in taking Banana. Oh, this might be a little risky if they come through the smoke. Two spotting this. m80 up to the plate.
Oh, Swisher looked half-assed for a second, but he snaps back for the headshot. Alexi yet again serving up something, anything.
That's great.
Nothing
that is
for
great.
either defender here out of Navi. It will be M80 to double digits first. Thus far, a flawless T-side.
I mean, it's a full commitment. He's shooting to make sure that everyone's looking at the flashes, that he can shoot anybody who's standing in front of the smoke, that everybody's running in from behind him. Even if we had one kill come down there from Alexi, he was getting traded for sure. That's just where m80 had to get a multi-kill, or one kill, then Alexi gets a second, then he can get a third. But he's only got 2 in total this game. Oh, that gun's sticking out, but actually, I didn't see it.
I'm gonna let him go.
Josh, this round you can jump in boiler.
I would kind of understand if you started off a series badly and then, you know, got better into the next map and the third, and then really peaked in the third. But Navi are doing quite the opposite. Going from ultra impressive, I used the word masterclass for their T-side back on Anubis.
Use that word.
The creativity that they brought in, you know, one of the 4 T rounds they won on Mirage.
Oh,
there have been some top tier moments, which is insane because they're kind of just getting crushed now.
We're still waiting for them to do anything.
Yeah.
On this CT side.
I mean, this is bad. But on the other side of it, I love what we're seeing out of M80. They're committing to the game plan. They're trusting it. They're hitting their shots. They've been getting plenty of good map control here already on T side. And wonderful. Oh, he's in danger.
But he gets wind of Swisher. Tags him for a ton of damage.
Give up all of B control. An op in the back of the site. I mean, it invites an exec, but the problem is the T's don't have that many pieces of utility.
They'll just start to crawl back. 45 on that clock, and out goes the smoke grenades towards Arch side.
I mean, they're right. It is hard for Navi to rotate in this position.
CT's put a smoke of their own in front of the left side of brackets, but we get this heavy emphasis to come out through apartments. It could be the correct call here from Sin. Molotov lands in front of that pack. Short side held onto for a moment. It's going to be all about Bit.
Oh, yeah.
3 players go wide, and his support systems were already shut down. Through the flames go M80 on the chase to keep this T side flawless. And check it out as Navi tucktail off to the save yet again. This is M80 2 rounds from victory.
That one fits so nicely into the collection of calls we've got here on T side because it's a fake R trap into this T Halls attack just to get all the trades. They didn't really care what happened inside of middle as long as they got one of those 2 kills, and then they just were all in amazing spots where Navi still had no idea because they hadn't rotated an extra player over whether or not there was truly a threat to wrap the site. Totally outdone. Did he steal his 2K or something?
Oh, man. 11-6 M80 over Navi, a game that was neck and neck after the first half and has, again, yet to bear fruit for Navi's CT side.
And this has to be particularly frustrating for Navi because they've just talked about how much they've practiced and like having exactly one day off between EWC and now, and how much work they're putting in. Like, this one is supposed to be a walk in the park.
Oh, yeah.
To prepare for some of the harder competition that's here. They can't even get past phase 1.
You know, Navi should have been watching the likes of Spirit, G2, FURIA, the real opposition on this side of the event. You slam Anubis, your opponent's map pick. A map you haven't played this season. Not the worst. This wouldn't be Mikaze's worst map in a Navi jersey. He had a 1-kill map against Spirit at Cologne. Could be worse. I love silver linings. But man, this one stings. For a player who averages a 1.12 rating on Inferno in the last 6 months. Tough stuff for Mikaze, under pressure, empty-handed again. An M80 with a 5v4 for a 12th. On a 5-round streak as it stands, Alexi B remains in front of them. His support smoked off, but he'll put that barrel to the back of the head, double down as well. And yet still, M80 tried to trudge through. It opens the door for Emet to force the fight, to get the trade, and to steal the man advantage. But watch the response. It's JBA quick to make this move on Arch side, bomb in tow.
It's an ISO move here on Wonderful. He's got the op in pit. They didn't hear it over on B, so they're going to approach cautiously. Molly's coming down to the right spot.
Perfectly placed. Wonderful, forced to show his hand. Also now without vision of this bomb site.
Oh, and Jabe's going back up into library. This is going to be confusing. They walk out of this. He just has to maintain the awareness that he needs to come back and check this.
Oh, mid-player stomping around though. There's the trade back for JBA. Last position now known. Can he actually finish this 1v3? He knows this Opera's inside of the pit. He's going to try to get him off the crosshair. Forces a missed shot out of him. 25 seconds. Closes the distance. Goes up and over. And that's JBA in with a second. Now confirmed as he goes right back to this duel. He's got just enough time to play this.
Yeah, and he's playing KZ. He has to go back to A. Bomb.
Another option.
Not cut off on the cross.
Trying to dance with him. He will collect.
What a move.
1v3 from JBA to give M80 this still flawless T-side.
And this marks the first true disaster for Navi as they let this one go by.
JBA's
him getting back up into bracket, getting into library to sneak around at first, coming back to collect this kill, toying with Wonderful, baiting his op shots out, and not even going for the plant.
I mean, he was just flowing in that clutch.
That was
great. Style points for that one as he jumps around through the duels.
That one just might have sealed Navi's fate. I mean,
wow. Damage, though, out of the utility here. Navi going to try to put up a fight.
There's a third for Mikaze. I'm sure there's going to be a real correlation between his kills and rounds here. If they make any sort of comeback.
Navi faced an 8-round comeback back on Mirage and failed. 6 demanded of them as a response to this 6-round M80 streak. Get that damage on Slacks, chip away Lake, man advantage, and the boost to CT ledge. Alexi presses this M4 yet again into the smoke. Now he's already gotten value out of this position.
Played here a lot.
They're gonna come through ready for the trade. Mikaze still up on this ledge. Players crossing, but JBA reads it. Reacts fast enough.
Whoa, that's a big one, man. 3v3 retake now. This is for all the marbles.
Don't forget, this was the 5v4 advantage for Navi. They get the first kill of this round. They had damage even on Slacks, on Lake. Well, here they sit, primed for the retake. This is a Navi with a single flashbang, and it's queued up by Bit. Here we go. One attempt.
They can't.
And met by Util. Emet cut down after the 1 kill. Sin's got that trade back. Slacks cuts off the CT spawn, and Navi's hopes have dried up in front of them. M80 with a map 3 second half
flawless run. Damn near 1 year since they did this last. Such a dry spell of victories over European competition, but today it's different for NA.
And with the mental resilience of surviving what happened in map 1 into that JBA 1v3, the flawless comeback, an incredible moment here for M80, the team that we had no expectations for, especially not on day 1 with this matchup, and two teams who were vulnerable. It felt like it was going to be NAVI to walk away with this clean, but that was not the case. And now we have to wonder, how good are M80 going to be this week?
Yeah, there is definitely different expectations coming into this event for both of our teams, and it feels like somehow they both surpassed them, whether it's for the better or the worse there. It was an insane map number 3 that we got to watch here, Vu.
I did not doubt M80 for a second. The whole time, I want you to know, I thought that M80 were going to win the entire series long.
Now, I need to give context to everyone watching at home that can't see it right now. We do have Lake joining us at the desk. And so I feel like maybe Vu might be telling a little bit of a different tale. I don't know if you heard much of the panel between walking on and off stage.
No, not really. I mean,
that's for the better.
Yeah, it's for the better. No, I mean, I'm sure we got ripped into a little bit, but you know, put us in the D tier. Gotta win against the C, a B tier, you know. But that's all right.
Just know that was not our panel doing it. Obviously,
yeah, that was the morning
guys.
Okay,
no, it was not us, at all. So yeah.
I will say, okay. JBA, okay, I mean, I think man of the moment in terms of that clutch to finish things off, but hearkening even back to last year, I know it's a long time ago, but, you know, Hex was such a huge aspect for you guys in terms of just, I'd say, being vocal, bringing energy and everything like that. We can see JBA is a lot quieter, but he's sharp. So what do you have to say about him, though?
I mean, just insanely talented mechanically. Just got to get him, like, out of his shell a little bit, which is, I mean, as you can see, that's what's been done. I think, especially with this tournament right before it, just really focusing on like getting him in the game. Obviously, knowing that people are going to kind of game plan against, especially on like Mirage, we knew kind of game plan might be towards me and him. Like we've been struggling a little bit. So me and him just really had a good conversation. We're just like, hey, get you into the round. You're the side anchor. You're calling. Like this is all yours. And then that was a lot better for Mirage, and it felt like it got him into the game a lot better.
Okay, other thing that was brought up by Sin is you guys now have an analyst that's working with you guys. Was he helpful in preparing for NAVI in this matchup?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Luca's been a big help, Munster, but he's, I mean, nothing but good things to say about him. He's helped us a lot individually. He's making sure like comms have been good. We're a really hectic team in a lot of moments, you know, North American Counter-Strike, but just trying to keep us like grounded, keep the moments calm, keep the comms good. And also on the strat side, like, been amazing.
Coming into this, you had a lot of time to prepare for this matchup potentially. Like, how ready were you for all the plays that NAVI were going to throw at you? I mean, I remember a first half Inferno, you're boosted up on half wall, nade breaks, you're completely ready for Wonderful holding the smoke. How ready were you for everything they threw at you here?
Inferno was a little less prepped, to be honest. I mean, but the thing is, we had an inkling that we could have played it before in something else. Like, we could have played it against them, so we kind of knew how they played, kind of had already looked at it. Didn't really think it was like the greatest possibility, but still prepped it. But I mean, hey, first gun round works like that, I'll take it, you know.
Yeah, that was a great game coming out of you especially. I mean, how is the team performing? How are you feeling coming into this season? I mean, obviously at Paris you struggle a little bit. You have the quote, I didn't think we showed it, but we're looking. How's the team? Scrim's going well. Are you feeling really good coming into this?
I mean, we're not a scrim team. Like scrims would never really go well, but with Ethan, with Jaden, like scrims just never go well. We're more of a match team. This team's a little bit more quieter. So we had a conversation after the Paris. We were like, we need some vibes, guys. Vibes are a bit down. It kind of falls to like me, Mike, me, Fritz. Elias is like a really strong leader, but he's just not a big vibes guy. Like he makes jokes, it's funny, but in the moment we're all kind of serious. So just kind of focusing on that more. Kind of jester maxing is what we call it. But just trying to keep it unserious like we do in scrims, and it's felt a lot better so far.
How difficult is that then to not necessarily be a scrim team, because it feels like you have to take a lot of lessons per se from officials, and obviously you guys aren't always making deep runs in tournaments and sometimes inconsistent, so how does that affect you as a player and as the team together?
Honestly, it feels like hell. Like just constantly get beat down in scrims and then constantly get beat down in matches. This has been like the first time where we like feel good. It does feel like we are scrimming right now, which is nice. Like game plans are very good from Luca and Rory. But it feels a lot better. We're a lot more comfortable, I'd say. Anubis fell flat for us, of course. M80 in first games, it's usually the
the usual run of things. So we're like, oh, first map was shit, we were out of it. We were stagnant, didn't make decisions in the right timings. But the last 2 maps felt so much better.
Yeah. And I was talking to Swisher before this one as well, and he talked about that after EWC, you guys went back to NA, and you did, what, 2 days essentially of trying to scrim, but you felt that there was more time to be, like, useful time to be put towards demo. Was it Navi specifically? Was it yourself that you guys were looking at? Like, how do you split that up?
It was both. We were watching other teams trying to like iron out other maps that we haven't really played, for one. For two, watching Navi, trying to get as much prep in as we can, just try to like download as much information. Like Inferno especially, like we prepped that like 5 days ago. But like it felt super nice to play because we like had already went over it. And then Luca, at the end, we knew it was map 3, so we kind of just went over things, had a slight game plan, and then we already knew kind of how they played. But yeah, just tried to focus on ourselves in that little 5-day break.
Let me ask you one thing about prep. You know, we talk about the IGL having to spend more time on prep, the coach, the analyst. Do you watch demos of the players that you're going to play against directly, the head-to-head on a map, or how does that go to you? Or do they just kind of get the information and hand it to you?
No, I mean, we all always do our own prep. Like, we all have our individual matchups. We know, like, everybody has tendencies in the game for the most part. You got to figure out what those are. Like, we had rounds against that. We really prepped Anubis for our T side. Didn't get there. Had some nice rounds. And even in the game, like, I saw it was happening in real time. But yeah, you always want to prep against the person against and then make a game plan off that. If you want to add a round, just throw it in there if you notice something, and that's kind of how that works for us.
How about when you came up with that quote about you guys are playing well, but the results might not be showing it, even looking back at what you guys did at Paris, like the game versus Aurora, for example, scoreline actually was decently close, also versus G2, decently close. It's just you're not getting it over the line. But what felt different today about, because winning kind of dominantly actually on the couple maps that you guys took, how does that just feel like a completely different, I'm sure it's a different tone shift.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice. You can't really harp on a win, to be honest, especially when you've been trying to search and find one for so long, especially since adding JBA. I know people have been critical, but I have nothing but love for the kid. Like, I think he can do really good things on this team, and I think he is starting to show that. So, I mean, just overall, just like that momentum shift, hopefully is such a good thing in this tournament.
You guys went up against NAVI a year ago for Blast London, and you guys got the win over them there. And whilst a little bit has changed between then and now, or a lot of it, I guess, what is it about NAVI then that gives you the advantage? Like, you win against them last year, you win against them today, despite you being on that rocky trajectory right now.
I mean, I guess playing against them is always kind of nice. They're like not so much catch you off guard team. They're like a very structured team. So we play a lot better against teams like that versus like a team that's gonna just scrim the shit out of you, like a Asian team maybe, or like a South American team, like that's just gonna like run you down and just a textbook of strats. It's like really hard to play against that for us. But playing like a really structured EU team, it always feels nice, especially on a map like Mirage. It's just so simple. You kind of know what everything's going on. You know tendencies, timing. So it felt good for sure.
And with the way that the format is here for Blast Open, you guys are only one best of 3 away from being in the arena, from being to Porto. So I guess a two-parter question, does that factor in for you guys, knowing just how good this win against NAVI was? And the second part being, would you rather come up against paiN or FURIA for that?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I guess FURIA is kind of in their situation where it's a bit rocky, you know, Fallen retiring at the end of the year is kind of throwing them to a weird spot with Yekindar IGLing. And paiN, we beat them the last time we played them, but it's been a long time. So, I mean, honestly, kind of a mix-up. I'd be excited to play both.
Okay. And then, yeah, being so close, I guess that little bit towards an arena, are you trying just not to think about it?
I mean, honestly, it's just need points.
Okay.
Screw the arena. We need the points. I mean, any points we get here and in the future playing some lands is going to be a really big win for us. But, I mean, playing an arena, it was like one of the best moments of my life. So, you know, want to do it again, you know?
Yeah, I could imagine. And I do have one more question as well before then I let you go. You're talking about how you've had this matchup for a while, and even though Inferno was prepped only 5 days ago, now it's such a quick turnaround time between your next opponent. Do you think that that's still going to aid you guys, or you're a little bit worried that the prep time is shorter?
I mean, we get a day off, a day off. So I'm not really like worried about it. We're gonna chill today, and then tomorrow take a quick peek after whoever wins this game. Not really too worried about it. It's kind of the normal structure we're used to. You know, not really used to knowing who your matchup's going to be going into a long time. So honestly, it's the same.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well, like, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again for a banger series there. It was a lot of fun to not only get to talk to Lake there, hear a little bit more about his teammates, but just get to witness what they themselves have been alluding to and talking about, that things actually are going really well in the back end, and we know we're a team that can do it, but they get it done today against NAVI.
It's interesting to see that he was actually talking about getting owned in scrims all the time. We don't want to talk about scrims. We get owned, but we go into the officials. Also, we also get owned. We get owned in those too, but not today. Not today.
I'm really surprised that they were able to make NAVI look so pedestrian in this kind of victory. But I'm also thinking that there is some truth then behind what Lake said about the fact that the results may not show it, but they feel pretty good. And I would say that actually in the game versus Aurora, in theory, a lot of the rounds look really, really well polished. Even the mid-rounding from Sin looked pretty solid today too. But sometimes it just feels like when you're watching M80, you just know that the car crash is coming. You just don't know when it's gonna happen. And today, that just didn't happen. I'm like, that's what's kind of the most shocking aspect of their win over NAVI today for me.
They took a defensive driver course over the last week that we haven't seen them.
Eventually they're gonna miss a shot, they're gonna miss an angle, someone's gonna pop up, you're gonna have a Makaze just drop an ace and then another ace back to back. You know something's gonna go wrong. It just never did.
I mean, and look, it did look that way that you guys are talking about, because the rounds were back and forth. We ended halftime 6-6, and so you are just sort of waiting for that other shoe to drop. It's like, okay, you guys put up a great first half, but what's gonna happen when it comes to the second half of Inferno? But let's break down how close it was in that first half. Round number 8 was the one that we were looking towards, because it was very pivotal and still being able to end the half strongly.
Well, I would just say that the utility between Swisher and Lake was really solid in this one. I mean, they constantly kept NAVI off kilter. I mean, you see the early HE damage inflicting practically 100 DAR right there to Alexi and Makaze, and then they also just keep deploying the blocking utility repeatedly to the point where NAVI have to go for a rotation. And then now you get to see the individual ability from JBA, where he got the one kill with the MP9 there. He actually got another kill on the short side where he went for this wide swing against Wonderful. And in these little moments, you see just his kind of the conscious efforts that he makes in terms of when he's taking all of the fights consistently, and he kind of can set up and prime those sorts of just extremity fights. It gives you kind of, I guess, like Rop's energy, where it's just so much deliberation in how he wants to approach every consecutive engagement. I felt like we also saw that with the 1v3 that he had in this series, where he was just so aware of how he wants to take every fight. And that's what Lake means when he says mechanically talented. It's just that he's not just swinging into an angle and letting his aim try to correct a situation. Every fight is so deliberately set up.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at the start of that round, right, they were struggling on Banana, NAVI to get anything done, so they go back to A. And you talked in the pregame, Sin has had some very tough games. JBA has been struggling as a pit anchor at times on this map as well. But in this game, he had a clear idea of the way NAVI were going to play. NAVI getting rolled at Banana at times, had to go back to the A site, and he was there to lock it down time after time. And then on the T side, this was just such an insane clutch. This was just incredible. That was, I mean, even a moment where maybe NAVI can get something back for themselves. JBA shuts the door and locks it. No chance for NAVI.
I mean, everyone's sitting there holding their breath, being like, okay, we know he could do this on the side of JBA, but is he actually going to be able to do it? And every time there you get closer to an engagement, you're like, okay, surely it's not going to happen, but it really did. And that's what we're talking a little bit about NAVI, where it's the question mark of normally individuals still turn up for them. It didn't happen today, and we'll talk about NAVI in a little bit, because I still want to focus on M80 and what they were able to do for this win, because a round before that clutch, it wasn't a round that needed a clutch view, right? Round 18 for them was a little bit cleaner than that one.
Yeah, I think this comes down to the banana control again for M80. We don't see it here, but they had already pushed them back. So you have NAVI, they have to gamble, and then you have a solid setup here, pit and short. You're ready for the play, but then look at this peak. As he peeks out, there's 3 people on his screen. It was never a moment where M80 let it come down to the individuals from NAVI. And as much as I think Makaze ends this game with 3 kills, he could have done better, but so many of the deaths you see Makaze have and much of NAVI have, it's a round like that. You have 3 people on your screen. Getting 1 is impressive, and you can't get any.
The banana hits, as he was defending the B side also, were just swarms of people. So rarely was he able to get a fair fight, whether it's just great utility that pushes him back, or he's in the bomb site and they're just swarming him with great supporting flashes, mauling out every angle possible, smoking off all the choke points. M80 did a really great job on the site hits, and I'm glad they didn't really second guess themselves. Sometimes I think their games can get a little almost stringy because they're trying to think, okay, we're at the precipice of victory. We need to come up with this sort of great idea to get us over the line. But there it was just smack smack dab, just hit the bomb site. Once we get the map control, don't overthink things, guys. We're good on those side hits.
And I love it. M80 really kept calm, and you could feel the energy as well when we're here that they're talking about, where it's like we just need to be able to ensure that we're lifting each other up, that it isn't this, okay, we give away a round, we win a round. It is still just hitting that same consistency in how they play, but also how they're building each other up. And someone that you mentioned there, obviously I think a lot of people who are going to look at this and be like, it just wasn't really Navi's day. They're playing bad. Makaze not really showing up despite him talking about the extra hours he's putting in. But I like that you were saying it wasn't necessarily just him not showing up as an individual, but it was the way that M80 was able to shut him down too.
Well, it's something we talked about after Mirage, that the players sometimes should have the ability to break out of the system and show something a little different, where if you stay inside the system, then you are, as a Makaze, you don't always have the ability to activate. You don't always have the ability to find an aim duel, find a 1v1 where Makaze should be on a higher level than the M80 squad. Instead, he stays inside the system and he's just getting taken down time after time. Utility usage is beating him because M80 had such a good idea of how they were going to play the map, and then you never can actually exude your will or enforce your will on an opponent that you know you're better than individually.
I would say that this kind of is now, to me, a breaking point for Blade as a coach, where he has to recognize that his team is probably a little bit more skilled than he even gives it credit for, where you see on the rounds where they get to just kind of go all in on just some crazy individual plays, you know, Tech 9 pushes, individuals looking for deagle shots and stuff. They get a lot done on those kinds of rounds, but when they have the slow, layered, structured rounds, they're almost going toe-to-toe in a bad way versus M80. Like M80, even the way Lake talked about the fight and how he finds it so comfortable to play against Navi, that they are a layer, they're structured, they're a European team. He knows what to expect in those moments, and they're getting red now because they haven't really had that seismic change in terms of their structure that has kept people off kilter. I almost feel like they're making these incremental changes, like, yeah, this nade is 10% better, but I don't think Lake even cares that that smoke or flash is 10% better, because he still knows what the macro ideas behind what the play you're making is.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's going to win you rounds or lose you rounds when it comes to that macro, how you can pivot, how you can react to it here. And, well, M80, they really just had it for themselves here. They were able to come up against a structured Navi and dismantle what they had built for themselves over this season so far. And so we are going to be seeing Navi drop down to that lower bracket there, and M80 move on where they look towards either facing up against FURIA or paiN. But earlier in the day, we saw G2 win, we saw Spirit win. Feels like not really too unexpected, especially when you look at a 2-0 there.
Yeah, I mean, the earlier games today were maybe unexpected in the way they ended up. I think G2, map 2, they were down 11 or 12-7 or something, but the favorite did still win. This is the first upset on day one. I mean, on day one of the event, we've already seen a pretty big upset.
I would even say that it might be
the upset of the season.
Well, no.
Upset of the year.
Let's go.
Well, DENDELE beating Spirit would have been a bigger upset.
Sure.
But this one is also really big. I mean, the Aurora G2 one, if that one even happened there, then we would just be like, yeah, Aurora have the potential to do it. I didn't see in any world M80 winning that series. Like, that was one where I was just, I mean, Navi were supposed to be winning that game. That loss to send them to the lower bracket, like, you got to see a lower bracket from this team, because I feel like they're on their last legs.
If you want to know how big of an upset this was, just watch our pre-desk segment from the game.
Oh, I thought you were going to put it in like
map
F1
segment.
turns to me.
You know, this is an incredible upset.
It's huge.
Incredible.
It's big.
It's massive for themselves, and whether they're thinking about it or not, M80 are so close to being able to secure themselves a spot in Porto. But we're looking at who exactly they'll have to go up against after this break.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic NAVI rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With NAVI, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities, with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, Also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. As well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and kennyS, and so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the two AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. If I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry, I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this addition of the Twist lineup, where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis were showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
Zway's gonna be burned out. Do the library players swing to help him? ZywOo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Yeah. And that op is right in front of him if he ever wants to switch over. Ready for some kind of a peek. And with Short not being able to be pushed, they're gonna take a second here and throws Yellow over to this side. He gets behind the tall box, looking to cut down library. ZywOo 3 kills into this. No. 1 kill, 1v5, if he can, and he always can. The best, the absolute best.
Serato trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay, dude, he's had some.
Oh,
what are you doing?
We're going to be looking at our final series of the day in just a moment because there is a significantly more pressing question in which needs to be asked to my analysts. Who is going to win? Blast Open Porto.
Yes, Maui. Who's going to win Blast Open Porto?
That's true, actually. Whatever Boo says, I would do the opposite of it. Okay, you guys can head over to Polymarket because that is one of the questions in which we are posing to you guys right now. And I'm going to say it again. Whatever Boo says, go the opposite.
Well, the morning group said Spirit was the only S-tier team. So we're not going to listen to Pimp, but maybe I should listen to Rugga. Okay. And I'm going to triple down on Falcons. I'm going Falcons on this one.
Yeah.
It's time. It's time, okay?
I personally, this is going to be controversial. I think that Spirit are not that great. Navi's going to win. I think Navi is going to come back.
You're just trying to go when it's low?
No,
when it's that low?
No,
it's like their GG How moment. It's like they're...
Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to pull off the Spirit, lose map 1, and then come back strong. I agree with you. I think Falcons probably have the best chance. The Spirit are I might put Spirit as slightly favored over Falcons if we're talking odds, but we're looking at this one, 28% for Spirit, 18% for Falcons. I'm getting Falcons.
I'm taking Falcons too.
I really want to be controversial, but the more I think about it, the less I think I can.
Well, what is weird about this, I'm just going to point it out. Vitality with JL above Falcons is crazy to me. I don't, what are people reading? What are people seeing? I think there are too many.
Link it to him. Send it to him in his DMs, guys. He's asking.
JL's social media charisma has gone too far here. It doesn't make sense that they're above a major winning Falcon.
Maui,
that doesn't make sense.
Let me explain to you that this is Kerrigan's fault, okay? He's won with stand-ins too many times. People think it's possible. It's not.
It is possible.
No.
You can't argue that. It's just, is this iteration of Vitality with a stand-in able to do it and yada yada and so forth, and all those conversations about what has been such a crazy start already to the seasons, whether that's about who's won what events, but also how teams have looked for themselves coming into it. A lot of different mixed results, especially for the next two teams that we're going to be seeing. It's FURIA up against paiN.
Yeah, it's a Brazilian team, so I don't remember, but I think we lost to them the last time. I don't know, but we play against a lot. So we lost to Legacy as well, Brazilian team. So it's always a good match. So against Brazilians. So So let's see how it will be.
Do you feel more motivated when it's like another Brazilian, another South American team?
Yeah, I think so, because it's Brazilian, so I don't like to lose to another Brazilian team. So yeah, there's a motivation.
We like to play against them. They are a Brazilian team, so we know each other. So the map pool is similar also, and we haven't practiced a lot last couple weeks. So yeah, it's a team that we really like to face, and of course enjoy the game also. I mean, they are our friends, so yeah.
Do you prefer coming up against opponents with similar map pools, or do you actually like going up against opponents where it's very different?
No, similar for sure. Because if you have a similar, probably we're gonna play 3 maps that is comfortable to play. You know.
We are feeling so good. It's good to play against FURIA. Of course, they are a really good team. We know that, and it's good to play against Fallen. He's my idol, and yeah, we are very confident to play that match, and hope we can win.
Does it make you nervous almost to play against someone like Fallen, or does it give you a different sort of motivation to play better?
Didn't give to me nervousness or something like that. Just give me a lot of motivation, because he will retire in the end of the year, and it's very good to play against him in the same server, and yeah, it's good. I'm feeling really happy to play against him, and it's a really good vibes to play.
A lot of respect shown towards both of these teams, and definitely something that was strong amongst all of the players in which I spoke to was how happy they were to be coming up against a familiar opponent, even if maybe in the past they had been bested by them, been upset by them, either or. I do like that they're both looking towards this and saying, hey, maybe this time around it's really going to be in our favor.
Snow, you gotta drop the cute act, man. You just gotta drop it. It's enough. Enough's enough, man. 16 maps that he's played against FURIA, 0.86 individual rating. Enough gawking at the fact that he's your idol. I need some frags in the server before I see the stars in your eyes.
What I wanted to hear him say was, this is gonna be one of our last chances to play Fallen, and I'm gonna retire him. I'm gonna retire him in this game. That's what I wanted to hear.
I would have bought in on that. That I wanted to hear.
Let me just take my headset. Where is he? No, I'm just I'll be telling him that one, but I get it, right? You want to be able to show up, and I think there is that element, even if he's not necessarily willing to say it in those words, he really does want to show up and be like, I am better than you. Yes, you are a legend. Yes, you are my idol. But at the end of the day, there is a new generation coming in, because there has been a massive uptick for what we've been seeing. Sorry.
Achoo. Okay. Bless you.
Thank you. A massive uptick in South American Counter-Strike is where I was going with that one.
I think the new generation is going to be reminded why Fallen is so great. I think the new generation is going to be reminded why Moladoy, why K-Serato has been around at the top of this scene for so long. As much as paiN have a chance, they have some good players, this is a FURIA that's looking to be at the top of the world.
This is a FURIA team that should be competing for semifinals. I didn't say trophies, but for semifinals, okay? There's too many elite teams right now to see them constantly in the mix with the Vitalities and Falcons of the world, or Spirit, let have you. But I would say that paiN should be quick work for a team of this caliber. I still, even though they aren't lifting and hoisting the trophies, you have world elite players on the team. The ones you already named, Vu, come to mind immediately, but even the supporting cast is just so overqualified to be dispatching of a team like paiN, who's been through an incredibly strugglesome period ever since they picked up Safe.
I'm sure we're going to get into it eventually to talk about Big Uzer and how good of a caller he is, but it's always going to be couched in the idea that Fallen is one of the best callers of all time. And when you see FURIA have an edge individually, he can call circles around any team he faces, including, but not limited to, a paiN roster that's having their own individual struggles.
I mean, this is the really difficult conversation that you have to have about FURIA, about Fallen announcing his retirement, is that they are going through a tricky transition at the moment. And there is two sides to it. You either say, we push that to the side and we are just going to deal with losing Fallen when the season comes to an end, and we'll do everything else about it. Or you sort of look at what the trajectory is that they're currently taking, where you need to get what you can while he's still on the roster and try and make it so that when he leaves, it doesn't feel like this big void, this big hole that you need to fill in.
If I have a concern for Furia, that's one of my larger concerns, that it feels like they're between two camps. They're trying Yakindar IGLing on some maps, Fallen still calling some maps. He seems like he's testing the water, seeing if that's comfortable for him. We're not sure if it is or isn't. It feels like they're not certain if they just want to perform one last season, one last dance, let's make it happen here, or if they're trying to prepare for the future. And that could be where paiN maybe has a bit of an edge, where they're just focused on themselves this season.
This 1 foot in, 1 foot out approach of Fallen as the in-game leader.
Hokey-pokey.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not really a fan of the hokey pokey for who's calling on what map. Now Sid has talked to HLTV. They've talked about who's calling on what maps. We have this great graphic. Thank you, production, for whipping this one up just to see that, yeah, Yakindar is indeed calling on 3 of the maps here. On Anubis, Ancient, and Cash, it's him. Fallen on the other 4. And for my money, I think Fallen's the better caller, okay? He's the better mid-rounder overall. He's way more tenured. You are more than likely to see a dip in Yakindar's performance, which to me, that's one of the win conditions of Furia on any T side. I need Yakindar to be at least getting a handful of gun round entries per half, and if he's having to come up with ideas out of spawn of what to run, then I would expect that he's going to perform a little bit worse. And if I want the best chance for Furia to stack up trophies in this last dance for Fallen, I want to see him just all in as a caller and Yakindar all in as a fragger.
The thing is, when Yakindar has a good idea, Fallen lets him call it no matter what. I've seen him call maps on Inferno, they've talked about. They've seen him call maps on every map in the map pool. But when it comes down to who's a better caller, I 100% agree with you. I think Fallen has the mechanics of calling down. The pace changes you see when Fallen's calling, the change-ups where you make it impossible for the opponent to recover. You see that even in games they end up losing. Fallen is one of the best callers of all time, and Yakindar, maybe he could have it in the future. He doesn't have it currently.
I mean, there's a lot of discourse around this, and I can see even just here we're talking about it, and it does become one of those big conversations where you don't know where you want to fall. You want to be able to trust that the players and the team are following what they need, but I felt like it would have been a disservice if I didn't talk to Furia about it exactly. Uriel, I want to know a little bit more details about what it's like having Fallen be the shot caller for some maps, but having Yakindar step in and do the shot calling for another set of maps.
Actually, it has been good since we practice with Marix calling, because these new maps like Anubis, Ancient, he thinks better than Fallen, so Fallen sometimes don't think fast and he don't understand the map. So Marix is better in calling, and we're trying this, and Marix is doing good, so I think it's fine.
Do you think that that affects you at all as a player, having someone else shot calling, or it actually makes it easier to be able to focus on yourself?
No, I don't think so. Like, if you have a good prep and know what you need to do, like, it's fine, you know? So, actually, the team, all the team needs to know to do it, so I think it's fine.
There's a lot of conversation right now about how you've been relinquishing control over shot calling for a couple of maps and Yakindar's been stepping into it. Are you still there helping a lot, whether that's outside of the games, also inside the games when maybe you feel that he might be struggling, or are you fully hands off and just hoping that this is something he's going to be able to find out on himself?
Honestly, there isn't much space to help in comparison to how much he can help me on my style. I think he's straightforward on the things he wants to do on the server. So I'm always trying to fit in and make sure that I'm doing the correct things. And in general, the way he calls, I think is unbalanced compared to how much he can help me on my style, you know? But in the end, I'm there for whatever is needed, sometimes giving some inputs, sometimes giving bad inputs as well, which happens. But yeah, it's good to have him doing some maps, because it's one thing that can happen in the future, and also because there are certain maps right now in the pool where I feel like if you are the playmaker on the T side, you kind of can control more how the game is going to go, and you can just have a different point of view on how you're going to call, because you're the one doing the moves and you want shot calling as well.
Does that factor into your map pool at all then? And when we see vetoes come out from you guys, is that ever a conversation point or a talking point before you come up and do your vetoes?
No, I don't think we really choose according to who's going to be calling or not. That's not really a thing. But it's good that we have been able to increase our map pool now. I think we played now 3 or 4 Ancients, which we have not been playing in the past.
a very different perspective than what we have from the outside looking in, that Fallen is so tenured when it comes to shot calling, that we know that his shot calling is good because he's lifted trophies, he's been able to take other teams and other players to those trophies. But he's saying actually there is a lot more value to what Yakinder is doing, and sometimes my input isn't even good or valuable input.
I think he's being a little humble, a little too nice at times. I think Yakinder, when I see him call, I think he's got a point where he's talking. Sometimes the playmaker can have a better calling situation on certain maps. I think Anubis is a great one for that. Cash could be a very good one for that as well. The trouble is when you have to go to plan B, when you have to go to plan C, you don't have a great idea. That's where Fallen really shines. And that's where Yakinder has said in the past, he's not all that comfortable. There's not a lot of plaudits in being a good IGL, and he's not perfectly comfortable with that.
When FURIA were in their prime last year, what the recipe for success looked like was a great variety of openers, but like Vu said, with different tempo changes. And I feel like Fallen has just been a master of that for the last 5 or so years. Even if Fallen himself admits that maybe he's not feeling a map out, maybe he's not in tune with the meta, that doesn't really matter when you're just toying with your opponent. Every single game of Counter-Strike has its own localized meta based off of the tendencies of your team and your opponents. And that's where I feel like Fallen just reigns far above and supreme over someone like Yakinder, who, yeah, maybe Yakinder watches more games throughout the entirety of the circuit, but that doesn't necessarily equate to beating your opponent on any given day. And that's why versus any given opponent, and especially in a higher pressure game, I'm taking Fallen hands down.
Yeah, I mean, even in losses, if we're talking about watching games, that game against Foot, EWC, they lose it. He still called circles around that team the entirety of their T side. It was their CT side that struggled.
Well, then there's a big question about them and their internal workings, how it's going to play out when they play up against paiN very soon. But the other question we have, or we want to look towards, is the AWPers, right? That's another role that Fallen was relinquishing, where it was, we've seen him work together, be able to build someone up. Molodoy looking great for them, but how does he really compare to paiN's side of Safe?
I mean, he compares incredibly favorably. That's the stats would show. All good on one side and a little questionable on the other side at times. I mean, Safe has been around for quite a while, even though he feels like a rookie. He's 31 at this point. He's never really hit the stride that he did. You know, he was such an up-and-comer for a bit, but then he kind of fell off. And now in this paiN roster, I think he's really struggling to fill the shoes of NQZ, whereas Molodoy, he's done everything you could have hoped for when you picked him up onto the roster. He's been an incredible opper, if not perfectly consistent. He still can take over a game the way sometimes you saw Fallen do it way back in the day.
The funny thing about this is that paiN, or Safe, was the prospect when he was on paiN in his original stint with them. But then as soon as he joined FURIA the first time, which by the way, didn't have Fallen, then it was Art who was calling, he was completely neutered. That's when he just fell off a cliff because he just started to try to fit the system and try to be a support player. And I feel like, well, it's very clear that Safe has taken too many of those supportive tendencies into MIBR and now paiN again. And he's not necessarily activating himself. You look at those entry attempts and success rate, you're going to think this guy is like is a lurker or something. Those aren't really the numbers I want for my AWP player. And even though maybe now he has a more complete understanding of Counter-Strike, with the AWP in your hand, you are using the most expensive weapon in the game. You need to put kills on the board, and Safe has chosen flashbangs in opponents' faces over op shots in their faces. I want op shots. I want bullets, okay?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you have to stop playing the safe game, and you need to be able to take those risks for themselves. But do you see it on an upward trajectory? Do you see those bits being dismantled, or is it one of those things that feels so clearly ingrained in him, you're not really sure if even this roster is able to bring that back out?
There's been maps where sometimes Safe does decide to take over. I felt like Nuke was a map where I've seen a little bit more onus on his own, where he's just choosing a couple spots across the map. He's being more of a rotator, looking for that next duel to try to impose his AWP presence. But on other maps, sometimes I just get a little bit too much static opping from him.
One of the things that's interesting when you look at that opening duel percentage, if you actually separate it out, rifle and op, he's one of the few oppers. With the op in hand, I think he goes for a reasonable amount of opening duels, and paiN really call on him for that. There's some maps where it seems like if he doesn't find something for them, they really struggle. With the rifle, he is one of the most passive players in the pro scene with a rifle in hand. That's not what you usually see from oppers. He pulls out a rifle, he is going to be the utility boy. When he has the op in hand, I do think there is maybe some potential. They definitely do call on him to try and go for the opening plays. He just needs to hit hit the shots consistently.
Okay, consistency is definitely one of those things that we need to see from a lower ranking team, a team that doesn't have the odds in their favor for themselves. But paiN have been able to show up in ways that people don't really expect. I mean, only a couple weeks ago in Blast Bounty were we incredibly impressed what they were able to do for themselves and the run that they could make.
To be clear on the impressiveness of that run, we came into that questioning them quite heavily. So this is a paiN where, 6, 8, 12 months ago, we were looking at them as a really dangerous team to play against, especially with NQZ as their opper. They were a really tough team to play, but you see them recently, and they've really been on a huge downturn, maybe looking to turn that around as a team. I think they made strides at the Bounty, but they need to build on that here.
Last season, or last year that is, they were in fact, and famously, and why we had such high expectations for them, able to beat FURIA in the major playoffs back in Austin. But it has just been a completely different story as the players have come in and out, as the roles have shifted for paiN. They have struggled to find their stride because, in my eyes, I don't think that the new guys that they've really picked up have really hit the marks that they were looking for, or even that it bolstered the communication that they may have felt were lacking. Because reminder, they were playing with DGT, they were playing with David Deis, Chilean player, Argentinian player, and I thought David Deis, David Deis speaks Portuguese just fine. It was DGT that they were really looking for the replacement for. And yeah, his replacement, VSM, has not really lived up to the billing.
I mean, VSM is a player that he's been great online. It's actually one of the few players that I still see a massive difference between his LAN and online stats. He's really struggled with this team so far. He's had a bit of an uptick since the player break. I think he's actually looked a little better, but still, this is not the DGT, David Deis replacements that you need if you want paiN to be a team that knocks on the door of that top tier, that can make it to a quarterfinal. You still need to see more and more consistently from VSM to find the frags when he's in a lot of great positions to actually be set up and frag out himself.
To me, VSM's biggest issue is that versus local competition, he does these noob stompy moves where he takes a lot of risks, he takes fights on the extremities, he'll open himself up for the possibility of dying, and when he then plays against European opposition, or really just tier 1 or top 20 teams in the world, then those kinds of cheeky plays, which are fun in sort of puggier environments or versus worse teams, they just get completely snuffed out. The better players are just going to shoot you. They've seen these tricks before. They're not really surprised by him kind of getting tricky and making a funny play around a smoke grenade anymore.
Yeah, there's all those elements of it where you are hoping that it does work, right? If you're VSM, you're like, yeah, this is it, it's gonna work, I've seen it before, but then it just doesn't. There's a little bit of a dismantling that happens, and you can only try so many times before you realize that a different perspective needs to be taken here. But so many new things that we're talking about, I just want to see what is gonna play out between paiN and FURIA here, and with that, we need to know what our veto is. One of the questions I asked fallin in the interview was, with this change up of being able to relinquish control and fully give some of the maps calling towards Yakinda, would it influence, would it have a factor in what veto plays out?
Well, they definitely banned Yakinda call. So, but I mean, I think they're true. They're looking at the maps that they're strongest on. So you see them pick up Mirage. Is that paiN picking Mirage?
paiN picking Mirage.
That is
paiN picking Mirage. That was,
I didn't expect that.
Cash.
I didn't expect either of these, if I'm being real. These are both sub 10% pick rate maps for both of these teams. I don't think FURIA's picked Cash at all, actually, when given the option. paiN, they usually go for Nuke. I thought we were going to see that in the series, in fact. I think FURIA would be kind of foolish to let it through because paiN probably wanted to go for it. So that's where my prediction goes in the second phase of this veto.
They have to ban it.
They have to ban it. Then it'll go to Dust 2. This, to me, feels pretty FURIA favored because I feel like I don't know, maybe paiN are playing some kind of mind games here going for a Mirage because I just didn't see that coming.
Yeah, this just seems like this is FURIA's bread and butter. There's a reason they're an incredible team on this map. They're very solid on it. But forget Mirage. We have two teams on the server in a moment. They're going to go into Mirage. Neither of them have a single win on Cash. See, there's 0 wins between these two teams.
Stat changes today, bro.
That's a must win.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the silver lining that we're looking for, Vu, but I'm glad that we could get something positive out of this veto for you. And so for Mirage, the shock isn't more so that, oh, paiN can't play it. It's just that how proficient FURIA are on it.
Yeah, FURIA are incredibly scary when it comes to Mirage. They have suffered on the T side because this map has become incredibly CT-sided, but this is still a map where you see Yakindar have good games, you see Serato at times have great games, and you see Molidoy pop off on this map more than many other maps. This is a Furia map tried and tested. I'm interested to see what paiN might bring to the table, given they should have known this map was going to be open. They knew they were going to pick it.
I fully expect Furia to have a really solid CT half already to kick off that map, but even if they get into some sort of trouble like 7-5, but then they lose the pistol 7-7, they're on the T side. I've seen enough good stuff on their T side to make me believe they can still pull it off at the very end, because their sight hits are well polished. This is one of the maps where I still think their mid round can be really good when they have any semblance of mid control, so they can pivot really nicely.
Well, it feels like we've stumped you guys, well, maybe not stumped, but we've at least shell-shocked you with the veto, which means it's always a promising sign for a best of 3. And the fact that we get to start off with that Mirage, see what paiN Gaming are able to bring to the table for themselves. There is only one last thing left to do, and that's to head over to Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, Nat, and our resident experts. Mohan, we go into Mirage, where the desk seems pretty high on Furia, and like they put it, somebody's got to win cash for the first time between these two teams. The predictors over on Polymarket have Furia as the favorite, and I think that one's totally fair. paiN have had some struggles as of late, but I'll say this, Furia haven't won a series 2-0 in over 2 months.
That's just, yeah, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see today. And we watched that last series, we saw NAVI sort of come out really hot and then suddenly disappear. Furia sometimes just do that too. I mean, they can really destroy on a first map, totally vanish on another, and it's the perfect environment for it because paiN love taking your map pick.
That they do.
So we'll see which order that happens. I totally expect this to go to 3 maps. It could, but I also expect it to be 3 one-sided maps. I'm really seeing like a lot of parallels from the last series that could totally happen again. I think the fear for Furia is like they are a better team than paiN. They can, you know, go up against way better teams than paiN. They can beat paiN for sure. But when they aren't motivated or pushed to their limit, or in a playoff where they're about to get eliminated, you don't really see the best CS out of them.
Right. Yep.
They kind of come in with like a tired energy almost.
That's why Cologne, the major, felt like such an awesome anomaly for Furia because they hit the ground running there, right? They had stops. Yeah. And those blowout victories made us believe like Furia were potential contenders to win the entire major. We haven't gotten that version of them so far in this season. Like I said, no 2-0 victories in the last couple of months. They just got eliminated at EWC with losses by Foot and Legacy. Now we know the stocks of those two teams are on the rise, and paiN aren't in that caliber of opposition, right? They can punch upwards, but they're just not doing it as of late.
Their biggest edge is being Brazilian, I feel like, in this series.
That's a classic, and that is kind of one that we can't really quantify. So we'll see what paiN can do in the head-to-head. Always fun when we've got this many Brazilians in a server. Sprinkle in a Molidoy, put a Yakindar on top, and it's game on. paiN's pick.
Oh, didn't see that. But it's still searching. Did he see it? Never mind.
Oh, nice headshot for Yakindar to start. Kind of gets a little stuck up on Yuri for a second. Fallen with one. A lot of bodies here. Fallen swapping spots with Yuri as we get the pause button pressed from paiN.
That's terrifying. They've lost Palace control, and they just hear like 3 guys going up and down ladders running around Palace.
Yeah. Like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't open that door.
How do we clear this?
But they do leave safe, tucked in on ramp.
This is interesting because obviously the Palace push is possible, so Safe could assume it could get pushed, but Yakinder knows that too. And so the question is Safe going to be like, yeah, you know, this is likely, I'm going to go ahead and watch this flank, or...
He just like half considered it.
Yeah.
I saw his directional cone move to the Yakindar flank, who now starts stomping over towards the B site, so... they could still get cut off.
This is really weird because I think Yakinder's early enough on this flank that they could just totally miss each other if he doesn't hold it. And Safe is out on the site, which means that if Fallen rotates into like the back of default to hold an angle. Oh, he's gonna hear this now. Okay.
Yeah, Yakindar from top.
There's not enough time. Yeah.
He lets it know. They're gonna rotate back over again. They
did have ramp open. Yakinder was looking at the flank.
And for that reason, it feels like he's going to be extra cautious about this move over, so we wind up with a 4v3 if that bomb even goes down. 6 seconds, Yuri clips Biguzere's head, and paiN are left shattered. It is 3 quick headshots once that action finally gets back to play.
We were talking about that from the lens through the lens of FURIA, but honestly, that was getting a little bit weird from paiN. They were running so low on time. They really didn't have a great game plan to get that bomb planted. There are tons of gaps, but didn't it look like they were the ones trying to exploit them? It was more Yakinder getting the info that worked out. Maybe getting by right there and getting the trade on Yakinder could have allowed them to, but that in itself was a tall task. paiN with no plant come in with a force up.
That force has bomb walking out through middle to join up with the double underpass push. Pretty sharp looking FURIA when it came to the shots in the last round. They edge closer through connector. Quesarado is going to be the first one tested here, and he's playing in front of the utility, so that'll catch them off guard. Yeah, unfortunate that they get kind of awkwardly half flashed by themselves on that stairs flash. Now Yuri just easy hold off towards the palace, and this one winds up looking flawless. Just this safe positioning inside of the ladder room still to work with, and he's lucky if he gets a single kill.
Just like paiN with M80, they're sort of in the similar position. Like, they haven't been doing well.
Yeah, it's been tough.
And, you know, we've seen them in periods where they just don't do well. And you know, they come out of it usually for the big games and the big matchups like this FURIA one. In fact, I think the first time that we really ever saw paiN impress us was when they qualified for Lisbon. It was like back in 2022, eliminating FURIA. And that was sort of like, oh my goodness, FURIA bungled it. But we didn't realize paiN were actually up and coming and were going to be very good.
And then they were good for a little while, and they tapered off, and it came and went, and they changed different rosters.
They're all kind of like FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
They get motivated, and when they're not motivated, they're awful.
Sure.
And it requires something like a major, otherwise they just don't really show up.
But not
but
today's
you know
FaZe.
They can be good.
Today's FaZe feeling different.
Yeah. That's true. I meant Falcons.
Well, we'll see that opening game tomorrow. And there's also that version of paiN that winded up beating FURIA in the quarterfinals of the Blast Austin Major.
Yeah.
That was exciting. NQZ with probably his biggest career performance in terms of like important matchup and stage play. That is not that paiN anymore either. And it's not much of paiN in this one because it's just a couple P250s in the mix. Coming up mostly empty-handed. VSM with 1. An MP9 for his efforts, but no bomb possession. And it feels like so far we're par for the course, like you said. We could have a 3-map series, but it might be a series of blowout maps.
And it's a fun map pool for that. We got Mirage, Cash, Dust 2, all the brawly maps.
So far, rock solid stuff from FURIA as they convert this. Molodoy padding the stats with the quad kill that round. Tons of money. SMGs kind of passed around. We get into the first gun round of paiN's attempt tonight.
I really do want to like the signings. VSM and FURIA, I think they've shown us why, like, how they got a chance to play for this team, for sure. You know, combined with Biguzeere and what we've seen from him, it's like, there's so many great things about this team, actually, on paper. Ouch. That's a terrible way to start round 4. Unfortunately, Kinder finds that 30 bullet spray through the smoke. You will not have top boxes. You will not have a 5v4. And he's off to a 4-0 start.
4-0 just off of the smoke spam as well. Yeah. And then it falls quiet again as we get these pieces jostling around out of paiN, looking to bring that bomb some direction. Safe kind of moving it back and forth.
You got to keep the safe moving around, you know. when Omar's coming.
He gonna get you.
Yeah.
You mentioned these pieces on paiN, but we didn't talk about Safe. As a player who has a career rating of 1.11 on LAN, it's been a rough couple 3 months. Molidoy. No, you're right. Thruple 3. And a big threat inside of the B site, it seems, but no real support there for Molidoy. We get this recovery coming back. From a 3v5 to an equal state, Yakindar hot to the trot, though, catches Snow back by bench, then the Arch player punished. And despite their efforts to claw back into this round, it's down to 10 seconds. There's still a world where FURIA does this. 10 to the clock, trying to figure out positions. He knows where they're at. 5 seconds, the Cat player's never gonna peek, and he's missed his chance to plant. They will still survive it. It was fallen inside of the smoke in the middle of all that carnage. A way for paiN to maybe get back in, but FURIA still stopped them.
My favorite part was Yakinder, in terms of the micro, moving while shooting to get that spray looking like the hardest target ever. But he was so close range, it actually made sense to do it. I just loved how annoying it looked. Right here. He was literally strafing the entire time.
Just to hell with the inaccuracy. That was some creepy stuff from Fallen hiding in a smoke like that.
Yeah.
Let kind of Yakindar come out, take that bench duel as we saw to try to get things back. You know, I think for paiN there, you just hope that the silver lining is, guys, we almost fought back into a 3v5. But that's a very slim silver lining for a team that has mostly 0 or 1 kills across the board and Tech9s in this following round.
With Fallen passing the reins on slowly to Yakinder and Twist taking over on FaZe, there's going to be Liquid alumni who are going to be the great leaders of the future.
Wow.
Who would have thought?
Liquid alumni. Smokes over top. As these pistols will try to pounce at a sight. And it's space for the taking. We'll see if any kind of spams come through for good impact. Boosted player in Molidoy will kill FURIA. So down goes your Palace anchor. Now it's just the site being held onto here by paiN, and they're whittled down low. It's going to be a scramble for Yuri over towards Ticket.
Maybe nades, no.
Got 3 sets of eyes, 4 players in fact, coming for this Ticket retake, and those flashbangs found their intended targets to perfection.
3 flashes, yeah.
Molidoy's got him full white, and it's a full sweep. You can go ahead and take the bomb plant because FURIA didn't lose a body.
You know, somebody's dodging 2 flashes, nobody's dodging 3 flashes. No one's playing anti for 3 flashes, so that was really nicely done for FURIA.
Just a nice response to what was totally foregoing control of the bomb site.
Yes, and you see them all in jungle, but the plan is to retake through CT.
And number 3.
But you don't really need someone to be sitting back in CT to wait. You can all actually try to be active, like they have that boost going on in jungle. They have 2 people spamming. They got a kill because they had everybody there trying to get one, and then they went full commitment to the CT retake with all the utility and time they needed.
Feasting. Molidoy has a 1.62 CT rating on Mirage since the start of May. 1.02 kills per CT round in the last 9 maps.
It's like the fine print.
Ooh, Biguzero wins the duel, and we've got a rare treat. paiN, man advantage.
Oh, when Yuri got the kill just looking into the ramp. That's unfortunate for Snow. He starts off 0 and 6, actually. That kill going back. If you go 0 and 8, you can call that the Snowman.
Melting here on Mirage. Battle of the Oppers. Just sent that shot off, and Molidoy happy to look for the duel. Oh, thought he was going to catch Puri on the jump up, but good headshot.
Yeah, but this is a little bit awkward for paiN. They get spotted there, and There's still a deep smoke in halls. It's actually them who are using a little bit of info, and they're actually going back to A, which is kind of what I was worried about. They're going to come in with very little time. Getting ready up towards the halls. It's kind of like how many nades are you going to throw? A can be a hard site to take, but there's only one CT here for now.
Yuri just tucked in and locked in at 7
Time
seconds.
is
Bomb
crazy.
drop. No way. The clock is going to win Furia another round, assuming Molodoi doesn't get hunted, but that's fine. Player bottom mid is the closest to him.
Yeah, that was... So, like, Furia gets the kill in B-apps, but, dude, with the amount of time on the clock, you can't move the time. You can every other part of the game is really malleable, but that one's going to work against you. Going back to A it's having a 3-course meal when you only have time for a hoagie.
Right. Gobble down that glizzy.
Yeah.
Get back to work.
Swallow that dog and get out of there.
And instead, we've got a 6-0 Furia start. Got another opening kill momentarily. It's Molodoi fast on the response, safe whittled down to 50 health. You know, paiN are trying to go up against these early fights, but these mid-round moments costing them. VSM tries to get creepy with it, crawling up through Con. Yuri's M4 leaves a little to be desired, but Molodoi is still in the action here as csgo also gets tagged out. This is looking prime for paiN. Molodoi says to hell with it, I'm getting into the action.
Good move.
Finishes off VSM, tucks back into safety, dodges the op shot from the other end of things, and Furia kills csgo, the little that was left of him. It could still be the 2v3 for Furia.
Man, they're scared to come out of Palace with Molodoi still in CT spawn.
Plenty of time to work this one out as the bomb goes down. Front triple still smoked off. Fallen spray through. Doesn't quite connect lethally. And so safe, given a quarter health to potentially duel versus Molodoi.
He's smart to hold this because they have connector. The CTs have very few positions they can go to.
He knows there's one ramp. He knows they've fallen off site. And he takes safe out of this one. Opens a door for Fallen to try to get into the action. Fallen, who can offer a flashbang. He chucks that up and over. Molodoi now starting to make his move forward. But he's got to get a reload in the middle of all of this. Now Fallen tries to pick up contact and loses his head. And so Molodoi may be trying to hunt them down, but they play that clock finally to their advantage. And 7 rounds into this game, paiN will win their first.
Yeah, took a minute, but they got there. It's a good round out of paiN. And there were a lot of good moves in response out of Furia, so it's not as if they didn't play well to try to bring that close. Love watching the round from Molodoi's perspective. But they were kind of chewing through all of his teammates as he was putting in all that work in CT. paiN are one of those teams they don't mind playing from down. Start a lot of games off slowly.
Oh, fast move through that smoke. They're going to dive bomb. Oh, Fallen's ready, though, with Molodoi working alongside him. They'll cut it off for an early opening kill.
That's an awkward cancel. That was clearly a full attack.
I guess having Big Vincere in ladder room is something to play off of, and Safe is just going to hope that somebody oversteps from sight.
This is a moment that makes paiN who they are, where they play a little bit atypical. They don't need to go back and get top mid control and re-expand the proper way. They know where they can take risks sometimes. They skip a couple protocols, get up into connector, realize they've got to do something sneaky now.
Making it in a window, but you've got Yakindar over on ramp. Oh, bomb up close here on Ticket. Could catch Yuri off. They give him a smoke. If Yakindar comes back, that bomb planter's fully exposed, done for without the plants. It's gonna be a tough spot now from paiN. They're still spread across the map. They're down in a 3v5. Purio's gonna try to claw their way back into this off his one, but csgo tests the waters of Ticket up and over the booth. No coverage offered from that second piece, and Furia establish the 7-1.
Had to be the 7-1 in the Brazilian Derby.
Of course.
And they did have actually, I was saying they skipped a couple protocols, they had Big Vincere inside a ladder room as they were coming up out on a pass. So they had cover for it as well, but FURIA just ping-ponging off each other, playing so well.
Just weird for them to kind of rocket back to an A site where they had no control the whole round. Obviously, Yakindar and Ramp, that's the ace up their sleeve.
Yeah. It's a very read-based play style for sure out of paiN. Don't always have all the info. They have the confidence, though. I think where they take their big wins is because they just play with so much confidence. And in the pressure matches, that matters more than, you know, how exactly good your tactics and strategy are. But for FURIA, they do take a lot of pride in how much they innovate on different maps. And so I'm actually pretty excited to see the cash pick. So I was talking to Yakindar, and he was just saying, like, we've got a lot of nerds on our team. Like, in terms of people who find grenades all the time. Him being one of them.
Kindar feeling frisky, but there's a whole lot of firepower on the other side of that smoke. Tech9's plus the AK. He's going to go into it. 3 players here. Oh, toys with the corner. And it will be paiN to come out better for that duel.
Oh, that
never mind.
Good. Oh,
and a follow-up. VSM with the 1 rifle, now sitting on 16. What a flurry thrown out here by FURIA.
Dude.
I thought that was going to cost them until quesarado shows up.
2 nades as well. They just had a backup plan and then a backup plan.
Because if you're paiN here, you get that second kill, you're thinking, oh, 2 rifles, a chance. Oh, never mind. Well, at least that 1 nade's out. Nah, everybody ready to respond to that paiN presence. Oh, we said this could be a fast-moving action already into the 10th round of play.
Oh, man.
Molodoy. Easy pickup to VSM. This is another gun round approach here from paiN, but a 5v4 established early. And make it a 5v3. Just getting away with the robberies. Snow from the top of stairs able to answer to the headshot. We've got a potential crossfire plus the support inside a jungle. But fighting back into it was FURIA. Snow trying to set him up for the multi-frag. Great coverage offered by Fallen as they knew there was one tucked into Ticket, but the second piece, that support, unexpected. Snow with that 1 kill off the steps. He's got a minute to try to piece together this difficult 50 health 1v3. And as he fights the Ticket player, Jungle Guy chucks a nade out, softens him up, and gets that 9th FURIA round secured.
Masterclass. A CT side masterclass. It's been everything that's perfect about when FURIA are playing at their best, and we have seen them be very good recently, obviously. It's Molodoy at the top. It's where there's 1 CT, there's another, so many traded kills. There's been excellent utility so far. And this is like a round where paiN, like it might be a bit of desperation, but also let's just try to change up the tempo, and they go very fast. Every single test gets passed. There's someone covering everything. They're ready for the fast lurks, the rushes.
Oh. FURIA have gotten away with so much. You can just feel them kind of getting ready for another commitment. Oh, second window player backs up with nothing. Not a bad way to get into the 4v4 paiN. But still operating with this single FURIA rifle. Fallen, risky business getting up into the apps like this.
It's a pretty good move. He knows he got here early enough, they won't hear it.
Oh, and if they go down underpass and then he attacks them from the flank, imagine that.
It's like you kill time just by doing this, and then eventually Fallen.
If he starts moving now,
he's gonna flank, but not yet.
Okay.
So, awkwardly, they've pushed through A, so they're rotating everyone out, and they don't have vision on mid. So this is not looking like a great moment. And actually, it's because paiN decided to go through underpass that they have this opportunity. Oh my goodness.
That Snow's still alive at least. 3 players confirmed to be barreling through jungle. But we are yet again playing with that dangerous amount of time. 20 seconds on this clock. They've got no ramp control, no idea that Palace and A is actually clear. So you know there's still going to be some hesitation in paiN's minds, but they'll commit to the bomb plant, and it goes down uncontested.
It's a great spot Furia's in.
Safe
he relies on his teammates, and this connector smoke is up.
Yeah, Picuzera follows next. Furia has to activate only the one. And Snow, tagged by that Molodoi op shot as he ran through jungle, just queues up this Furia 10th round with ease. Well done.
It was looking like something interesting out of paiN. I mean, they did get away with pulling all of Furia's players over towards B.
Yep.
But at the same time, Furia had a plan for if they were wrong. They were ready to flank. They had pushed up into that spot that Fallen got into. There's like a certain moment where it can no longer be the B site take, no matter how much other info they have. And so they had CT players, they had connector covered, they had jungle ready, like they had layers. They were the onion, and now paiN are in tears.
Okay, Socrates. One final attempt. Not a bad first half of Counter-Strike out of a team that hasn't 2-0'd a series in over 2 months. This A site well supported in the face of an execute. Does Yekindar get away with this? There was a missed Molotov somewhere. I heard it pop. And Yekindar's gone, uncontested, loses Yuri, finds a headshot, but can't deal with Furia out through Palace. A chance to double their rounds with the final hurdle.
Get that bomb planted now.
Plant the damn bomb. Here comes Fallen, just throwing himself out through Ticket. Molodoi behind him. It's a Molodoi Queserado 2v4, and Queserado milking this for a little more. That's gonna flush you off of the bomb plant. Queserado loses his second duel.
Yeah,
and
wall
now
bag him.
Molodoi's done for. All right, a second round for paiN. A silver lining as the hopes of this map of Mirage remain thin.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots, another headshot, headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plants, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspots.co.com. Sign up now.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's gonna swing.
Okay! He knows. Apex, baby!
It's a fact! Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Merci, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you know you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
Not you, baby! Not you! You wish you would be here! Hear me? Even in the fucking train on pop, you shoot me!
Feeling like FURIA have paiN's number tonight. An absolute dismantling of a T side that only net paiN 2 rounds. Quick little pistol here, Mo, and I say we move this party onto cash, shall we?
Yeah, we knew this was possible. We're seeing it happen. It was still very impressive out of FURIA, and a little bit concerning for paiN, definitely. They got their salad tossed.
Hey, greens are good for you. We got a frag grenade for Big Uzero alongside that kit. But this Palace pop's gonna find an A site prime for the taking. Would have to be a nasty shot out of safe or snow from jungle. Smoke grenade to allow the connector exit with ease, and now that contact found inside of jungle. Still one player just tucked in here as Snow is hoping somebody will push forward and give him a back to shoot at. We got the bomb down in a moment, should be uncontested. Safe, yeah, pulls his own weight and Snow activates. Molodoy, the first multi-kill of the round. Queserado's got him covered over the shoulder, and it's those two that try to whittle through the numbers, but VSM's answer is big. He's down to 17 health, and Yuri to the 1v2 clutch. Tries to play the sound. Wow, he survives that. VSM 4 health, not meant long for this one. It is FURIA to a swift 11th round win.
Man, Yuri's had some heaters recently in rounds. That was just watching him play, like, I think he has it cleaned up. It's crazy they even figured out a way to deny that jungle push out in the first place. paiN looked like they had that one under control for a second, exactly where they wanted to retake from.
A friendly reminder, you can always live trade the game on Polymarket if you're into that kind of stuff. All that jazz and whatnot.
Salad and everything.
Mm-hmm. Settle down, Caesar. Thomas MP9 and Scout, best of luck, paiN. They know that losing that pistol feels like a death sentence. Desert Eagle not able to get what it wants. We've got a bit of damage for Fallen to have to stomach, but his troops just swoop straight past him and clear out everybody except Snow. Ooh, going for the bomb planter will kill Yakindar prior to the bomb going down. Now imagine if they had waited, and that could have maybe won the round, but we don't live in that world. We live in a world where FURIA are going to win Mirage.
Is this Mirage?
Yeah, believe your eyes.
Looks like DE-molish to me.
Whoa! Come get the smoke. Not even allowed to save the scout. 1 HP. And safe. Now a caged animal. Ah! Hey.
Oh, it worked.
That's one down. But no more for you. 10 map points on their opponent's pick of Mirage.
When you put it that way, it's all right.
But I mean, as the desk said, right, this is a veto that kind of favors FURIA. Maui Snake was happy with their odds on this one. It is still weird, of course, that we're going to cash a map that neither team has won in the last 3 months. But we are still early days. That's got to change tonight. And it is one of the 3 maps that Yakindar is calling entirely.
Why'd you say that like Cash has been in there for years?
You know, the last 3 months, even though Cash has been in it for what? 1? paiN with a little fight still. A couple of FAMAS frags. showing some resistance to the mid approach. Snow wants to get into the action, but bottled to the head. And another molly. Utility really suffocating paiN at the moment, stuck behind the smokes, the flames, and whatnot. And caught on the exit. Still good trade out from safe, trying to keep the hopes alive as csgo's gonna give them space, go quiet, back on Van. And I mean, Fallen can't do much here with bomb planted default, so he's gonna offer up a distraction, surely. And his position even catching them off guard now. Hate to break it to you, paiN. A team that tends to bring a fight. We know they've got that dog in them, but tonight, put on a leash. FURIA 13-2 on paiN's map pick with Cash waiting in the wings.
We were going to be returning back to the desk that quick. You guys definitely told me that it was a shock in the way that paiN picked this map for themselves, but at the end of the day, did you expect the 13-2?
This is the NAVI M80 we were promised. This is what I expected in Series 1. Series 2, I knew this was a good map for FURIA. I expected them to win it, but not in this fashion. 13-2 is crazy.
Hey, at least Snow got to play his
I was
hero.
about to say, is Maui just looking around to make sure Snow isn't still in the room? That was crazy.
Fallen said, I'm going to retire Snow.
Why is he stopping? Why is he stopping 14-5 against all these young guns, and he's going to stop playing? What does that mean about the young guns who can't even keep up with him?
Let's be honest, Maui, this was an anomaly. Fallen doesn't usually pull this off, not quite as often as, you know, maybe a Snow pulls off a great performance. Right, Maui?
Against teams that are not in the top 10, Fallen's all right. He can shoot.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True. No, I'm with you on that.
I don't know what narrative to believe right now. I feel like I'm getting jerked around at this point.
Listen, Fallen was great. He has his games. He shouldn't retire.
I'm firmly of the stance he shouldn't retire at the end of the year.
Just pull a psych. Psych. What? Yeah. Never meant to retire.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You bait people into thinking that you're retiring, and then you don't. You never get that luxury
you
again.
get best of both worlds.
It's
no,
like
you don't.
You get this. You get the tearful goodbye, and the, yeah, you're coming back.
That's what
baited.
That's what Miyazaki does with his films. That's why he just keeps making more films. We just think it's the last one, guys. This is the last one.
And then the next one is even better than the one
it's
before.
Just box office strategy, okay? That's why there's been so many Last Dances. We just keep on going.
How many Fallen jerseys have sold this season?
No, that's exactly it, yes. Makes even more sense now.
Look, I don't know whether I agree with you guys. I feel like maybe this is one of those performances that just keeps getting better because he's going to retire.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. He's great. He's great all the time. All right. He's been a great caller since forever. I've never doubted Fallen except for the entire time he was on Team Liquid.
That was a stint that needs to be forgotten. But I mean, this was just a great CT side from FURIA through and through. I mean, the paiN really couldn't find any footing whatsoever. I feel like there was no even individual who really bailed them out of bad situations either. Even on rounds that paiN felt like they should win, they still found ways to make it close. So there was a pretty drastic difference between both these teams in terms of quality.
Yeah, it wasn't even like, you know, you have FURIA just get all of the opening wins and they go 5v4 and they close out the 5v4. They're going 4v5, still closing it out as if it was a 5v4. At no point did it feel like paiN had any chance in that game.
Yeah, you got any rounds to show me then? You got any evidence to back up that claim?
We got the 1 of 3 rounds where it looked like paiN had a chance in that game. I said there was no moment. There was 3 moments. There was their 2 round wins and whatever this was, okay? Because csgo goes up aggressive, top mid. He ends up falling. They lose the player top mid several times. Then they go for, you know, paiN want to go for a B hit. They throw a fake A hit, but Fallen blocks at the exact right moment. That turns them around right into Yakindar, 4v3. Look at the time. They're trying to build pyramids, but there's not enough clay in about 2 seconds here when they go back to the A bomb site, and there's no time. Look at the time,
But look at
Maui.
the time.
Look at the time.
But look at the time.
What is this call?
Pyramids weren't made out of clay.
Don't tell James.
Don't tell James Bard off that. Do not tell James Bard off that. You can't do that, Molodoy. You can't do that. You can't be hiding a ladder.
I mean, you even have Safe go for the aggressive op play. He jumps across stairs. There's no time to plant the bomb.
They were getting on the bomb site with 6 seconds left. Like, everything had to go perfectly, and they weren't even all trying to guard the VIP onto the site. You know, President, get down! No, that didn't happen at all.
And the bomb carrier did your classic matchmaking. I'm going Tetris.
Yeah, I know. I gotta take space. I gotta take space right now. It's like, no, get that bomb planted.
Gee, what a round.
Foreign concept.
What a round.
Well, it's rough, right? Because there's not much more here that we can really build up for paiN. Because we thought, okay, if you're going to be picking Mirage, you're going to have the confidence to be picking it against FURIA. And then when you see the way that it plays out, you're losing hope by the round. And then the round you point out, you're kind of losing it even more. And so now it really does beg the question, what the fuck?
I think it begs the question. This could have been Nuke. You could have had Nuke.
Exactly. I was just thinking the whole time in my, prep for this game that it was going to be Nuke, and then I see Mirage, and I'm waiting, twiddling my thumbs, thinking, what am I going to see? All I saw was Biguzera's stock just drop off a cliff. Like all of the potential suitors for a buyout for him, they have exited the building faster than Odysseus coming back home. Okay, they're out of there, completely out of there. No more suitors.
Spoilers. Spoilers. I mean, that was what, run a default, get an entry, can't close the round, get entried, can't win the round, get entried, can't win. This was just an absolute shellacking, as some may put it, on this map. There was no chance for paiN. There's not all that much to analyze when you get destroyed that hard.
So I guess there's two questions. Well, there's two options, I should say. Sorry, one question, two options. Do you guys want to talk about cash, or do you guys want to just talk about something else?
So the Odyssey was a great movie.
We've done enough. Yeah, we've done enough.
You guys want to talk about the Odyssey? Block your ears if you don't want any spoilers for something that people definitely don't know the narrative of.
Like the sirens, right? No, okay. No, I didn't need 70mm to see how badly that game was played by paiN. Where else to go with it, really? I mean, I honestly, though, with FURIA, to their credit, they kept a lot of information throughout this game. Okay. There was a lot of pushes, I would say, especially towards the A bomb site. There was a lot of, I'd say, Yuri, Yekindar, they both were kind of feeling out ramp, feeling out Palace. Those kinds of moments, too, kind of help show the quality of FURIA, of how they brought some of those rounds back, where they were just in the driver's seat for so many of those moments. And that's just what you get when every time you've limit tested versus a team like paiN, you're never punished. And I feel like there was no sort of pressure on the extremities from paiN. Like the antics I usually get out of some of their players like VSM is that if you get a guy that's playing in Palace or on the side of the map or anything, at least he can kill an oncoming CT if they get a little frisky or aggressive. But there was just no response for those kinds of moments, and so FURIA just had free reign to get any sort of info they wanted on the map.
Yeah, and they had a really great idea of the timings that paiN was going to go for. I mean, the round 6 where they ran out the clock, that was partially based around, there was a fake A, the fake A, Fallen sees it, instantly blocks in apartments, and he's in the exact right spot. So you end up having paiN have to re-question, where are we going to go off of this? How are we going to pivot? So there is a lot positive about FURIA, but they were never tested. As you're saying, when they limit tested, they never found a response that said, hey, you can't go further, you can't be more aggressive, you can't do this more. This is just a great FURIA team on one of their home maps.
We've all been there, right, Boo? It's all good. The mute button's down there if you didn't know it. Look, I'm glad that we could see the silver lining for it as well. Everything that FURIA could do right for themselves. But then, do you feel like it's good enough that the doubts people have had about FURIA have been squashed? Or is it still that, yeah, right, because you're saying
paiN's not the level of opposition that FURIA is targeting when they're saying, we're going to try to have a deep run at this tournament.
Right.
paiN is supposed to be a stepping stone for them. It's nice to see them take care of business, as we've already seen some favorites falter or just have their hiccups, have their burps, have their, they stumble, they stutter, but...
You got any more synonyms to throw that way?
But FURIA, they had the cough button, okay? They covered all of it up.
Yeah, similar to NAVI M80, okay? Similar to NAVI M80. This was not a problem. This is not one where you're thinking, if paiN, if FURIA picked this one up, we think they're amazing. It's more like if paiN can get a map, then we're happy for paiN. FURIA just need to clock in, clock out. They're gonna win this one at the end.
Just put in a good shift.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys had that narrative for NAVI versus M80, and well, we saw how that best of 3 played out. So I feel like there is still some amount of fighting chance, not on Mirage by any means, but it is on a map number 2, which will be happening right after this break. paiN Gaming here. Mirage was a very heavy-handed FURIA win for themselves, despite it being paiN's pick, despite us having the hopes that there was a little bit more for themselves. But Cash is coming up, and that's the positive that we can look towards, right, Viv?
Yeah, both teams have no wins on this map, which means at least one of these teams will be their first-time champion. They will be the first time for them winning this map in the new version in CS2. You know, Fallen has a few maps played in the past, but this is, someone's gonna win. Someone's gotta win.
I mean, this is another opportunity for Snow to play one of his idols on a classic map. Just getting to relive the glory days. He's just going to be like flashbacks of LG, SK in the server, and he's just, at the end, again, stars in his eyes. Nothing
Win or
else.
lose, Snow was happy
Snow
to
will be a winner regardless of the outcome of this match.
Well, look, we were seeing it there. They've had a different number of attempts on it, right? For FURIA, it's only been the one attempt, one loss for themselves. On the side of paiN Gaming, though, 3. It's not like it's a large number, but that's 3 times you've been able to have a bit of practice on it. You're hopefully able to work on the kinks about it, and that you can have a good, clean Cash.
Nat, I'm gonna say the thing.
No.
I'm gonna say you learn more from a loss than you learn from a win.
This is true. This is true.
paiN has had many opportunities to learn on
That's
this
what
map.
I'm saying.
They haven't gotten better, though.
They did get worse.
Well, you didn't
their
have
worst
to
one.
say that.
Their worst one was their last one.
But you learn more from a more lopsided loss, which means they learned a lot from map 1.
I just want straightforward rounds from paiN. Okay, if you get some control on the map somewhere, I want to just see to just continue with whatever that plan is, okay? The mid-round, I don't know how, but Big Vincire's mid-rounding on that last one, abhorrent, and that's putting it lightly. I just want, if they're gonna take that mid-space away from FURIA, just go for a simple conversion, okay? The more thinking that happens for paiN, the more pain I feel thinking about watching them.
Okay, I don't know how to really pick that one up here, but I like that we could still look towards something great for either of these two teams. A big congratulations, because you're going to get your first win on Cash, but who exactly will it be? Scrawny?
But I can't win on Cash.
That's my Nat impression. Speechless.
I like your laugh.
After Maui puts it as abhorrent, which is, I mean, a horrible word to describe a team of Counter-Strike, but I mean, sometimes we fall into that realm, and
the mid-rounding,
our, you know, our predictors over on Polymarket skew this even further FURIA's way. And now we go into Cash, where, like Nat so aptly put it, someone's got to win, which also means somebody's going to lose again. One of these teams will be
Spain without the S.
Without a Cash victory again. So will it be FURIA? I mean, after the individual level of that Mirage map, you'd think they could carry that in. Let's find out, shall we? It's time for map 2.
All right, sounded like a Valorant ace.
That one was...
Let's see if there's cash in the safe.
Ooh, it's Molodoy first. Furia second.
Bomb is over here.
Yeah, makes a...
It's a ruse.
It's a little weird. That A pressure did draw paiN's attention.
No, it's a big kill out of Yakinder, huh?
Late smoke for the tree player, and Yakindar is able to cross yonder. Where's he gonna plant? Open back sight. Caserado tries to give cover, does so perfectly. Yakindar coming off of that bomb plant.
That was good.
The old rope-a-dope got him to go into the fight, and then FURIA happy to duel 3 players up as they pick up this pistol too.
Now they're starting to yell back. I want to know what FURIA have cooked up on this map, because it's new, and there's new interactions, and even if the map looks the same, you've got smokes, you've got new lineups, obviously, with opened up skyboxes. Like, it does introduce maybe a lot of creativity that you can pull off. And it's funny because it's like the FURIA brand, but it was because of art, I feel like. And maybe it was also that Yuri and Caserado contributed a lot to that. But since then, FURIA is still like that. But it's actually, I think, because of Fallen and Yakinder, and Yakinder said Molodoy is also like a pretty big nerd.
Yep.
And so on brand for them. That's cool these days.
It's cool, it is. You guys really want us to read that? Okay, that's his idol. Fallen has a higher rating against top 10 opponents this year, 0.92, than Snow, 0.81.
Damn.
Yeah, that is actually pretty damning for a guy like Snow, who's been hyped up by all of the Brazilian community for quite some time. Kindar in front of the smoke, off the flash, tries to get into the action, and they post up an angle to catch Vincere in the backdrop. They'll know damn well there's still this looming threat on site. Ooh. But just because you know it's there, doesn't mean you get to do something about it. Kindar are going to call from the sidelines, as Cash is one of the 3 maps he is now calling on full-time, both halves. Cash, Ancient, and Anubis.
Which is interesting, because Fallen has every right to call Cash.
Yep. I would argue Fallen has every right to call every map.
It was probably his choice to give over some of the maps.
It was. They did say that, you know, it was in the face of some of Fallen's struggles. And obviously Furia seeking new leadership at the end of the season. Furia gonna keep this round simple with a secondary Deagle kill. Unfortunately for him, everybody else on his team's gone down around him empty-handed. We get to the 6-second mark before bombs on site, but 6 is enough. And so post plants on.
Touch and go, but they were already at the doorway. They had everybody ready, and there was no CTs moving around the map to go for quick flanks. So VSM, I mean, he's got one main priority, and that's just scoop that gun up if it's still there.
Get that AK. But then again, it's the same thing that all 3 Furia players want.
Yep.
So he can scoop up a Galil instead, if he even wanted to chance it. We'll see if he tries to dive it after the explosion. Yeah, try to get it, try to get it, try to get it, try to get it. No, he will not, in fact, find it.
And Molodoy dies to the bomb.
Awkward. Still, AK Galil move forward via Furia. It was a good opening 5v4, but it was all Furia in terms of having hopes for paiN. Nice couple of Deagle shots. He was so stuck in this corner, though, nowhere to go.
Is there anyone who looks more comfortable than csgo in his
the way he
gaming position?
No, actually.
Yeah.
I would have said JDM once upon a time because of the lounge.
Yeah.
But I like that like wide wing csgo thing he's got going on.
Yeah.
It's a elbows up sort of deal.
He's taller than you think.
Me too, actually. I have to stand next to you all the time. People think I'm a small guy, but I'm actually...
I'm 6 foot.
I'm pretty massive. Oh.
Whoa.
That's fun.
Cool.
Oh. Dropping nades to try to get the hell out of here. Vincere down to 30 health. Again, remember, they were working with so little, so it should be Furia 3-0. VSM gonna make them work for it. They layer up 3 players thick just to get that bomb down.
Thought it was some cool waterfall smoke, but maybe it just missed to me.
You know, some discoveries are unintentional.
I'm looking for every bit of innovation you could bring to Cash.
Yeah. Kindar's gonna get USP blindsided, so there's a little Mac 10 for Vincire's efforts. But the 3-0 start regardless.
Yeah, let's look at this smoke again. This waterfall smoke that they've got. VSM.
Terrorists win. And we can play a game, intentional or accident.
Intentional or accident. And one Snapfly said that every single piece of utility you see getting thrown is on purpose. The only big problem with it is obviously those the mollies. And also, what do you get out of it?
That's why I was kind of surprised they didn't just play in the smoke when the molly came, but hey now. Tried to put himself on the plant to stop it. Okay, what's this? Let her rip. Nice and easy. In the middle.
Yeah, we're getting crafty. It's looking just like a way they can dress up this A-take a little differently. They got 3 guys on highway right now. They're throwing, they're just throwing all kinds of stuff at the moment. Like, you could never guess what's coming next.
VSM easy perch. A lot of bodies here on highway if you Kindar peeks this, including the op of safe that's now burning out. Oh, he's forced back. Oh,
he got him.
2 Molotovs gonna spell disaster there for
Highway to
safe.
hell.
Good pickup for Vincere, at least to retain some control of middle. It is a health advantage here for FURIA with bomb planted. Do paiN believe they can close this distance for the retake, though? They are still far off from the site itself. And Vincere just wants none of this. Off to the save with him. We'll see what FURIA can get done. Try to punish the Yuri exit. Be a nice chance for him to hang on to that M4, but feels like csgo, I thought he would cut him off, but he lets it go.
They were just like Muhammad Ali right there, just throwing like tons of feigns, you know what I mean? But they were just like abusing all the skyboxes. Like, okay, if we throw a smoke over here and you see it coming from the other side of the map, well, then you don't think it's this side, but it is going to be a little bit later after we throw some mid nades. Nobody's going to come over the boost. We're just going to hit a regular. All that's going to happen is we walk out of main, peak highway, and you're dead.
And here's a double Molotov for good measure.
Literally no smoke on the cross, nothing here. They're just, it's all just a, yeah, it's the highway to hell, we'll call it.
Surprised he didn't, I guess I mean, you're on fire. You're not looking at the ground, I guess. But it did feel like there was a pocket between those Molotovs to stay in.
Hot pocket.
Not everybody thinks straight when their body's on fire. Guns back in hand for paiN, and it's a 5v4 established from Snow. There's been a lot of presence here in middle to start these last couple of rounds from paiN. 3 players this time again. And that obviously quickly puts players on the A site. We've got 3 members of FURIA just swinging squeaky wide. VSM shuts it down alongside Snow. This is a better look at a paiN. 2v5 from the Fangs. As Yuri's on 100 health and csgo 13.
Why is he really trying to make a meal out of this? Surely this round is over. We do have Vincere and Snow somewhat low, and with FURIA getting that kill, it feels like the odds shoot down to 1% here for Yuri.
They've kind of lost track of him, but they're so ready to react. Yeah, he gives up the info with the drop, and it is a clean one here for paiN. Finally, you know, last map took, what, 7, 8 rounds to win their first? Well, 5 rounds into this CT side, and paiN are on the scoreboard. See, you're allowed to smash your own mouse because it's your belonging. It's punching monitors, though.
Yeah, don't do that.
We're going to find you.
We're going to find you or find you?
Both.
We know where you live.
Oh, you're going to catch him out on mid, trying to walk it up, and Snow under heat.
Can't see
Happy
a
to
damn
deliver.
thing.
It's 2 kills made easy as they attempt to challenge that mid opening. paiN to the 5v3.
It's really uncomfortable coming out of main right there, even with the flashes coming over, because there's nothing else to spam. So you know you're still in danger of getting shot, even if you've got them blind. But if you see an opportunity like that, you've got to go for the kills. So they double down, they lose on both accounts. Doubled up in the back of the site.
Flush him forward and mop it up. FURIA with the double kill. csgo 1v5 attempts. Odds? Unlikely. But he'll burn FURIA out of the site, stop him at 2.
22 seconds. I don't see a world in which He could even get a plant. I mean, they could just throw one body at this problem and see how scared they are.
Layered hold on the cross, made easy. Safe lands the shot, and paiN makes sure that this one round win isn't a singular round win. They go back to back as this CT side almost bottoms out the bank accounts of Furia. We'll see what they opt to do now that economy is limited.
We've definitely seen a few different types of game plans on Cash. Some of them very mid-centric on T side. Some of them really extremity focused. I feel like people are just trying to figure out what's the broken thing right now.
They decide to bring Yekindar in with a single AK.
Default spam there for Yekindar. No targets.
They show presence of a rifle at A while everybody else is silent.
He's a genius.
Does it have paiN second guessing what they're actually up against?
It is quite a journey this rifle's going on. And looks like they'll even take a peek in the middle.
I like that. AK shot at Squeaky. AK's shown itself on mid. And now you go 5 players hard into B.
Oh, you got to be careful with the smoke like that if you're not watching it. And you're just allowing the T's to get crowded towards it. Molly, did the Molly miss?
Yeah, I did. And it was destined for this exact position, it feels like. So AK in the middle of all that. They're still waiting for FURIA, who pops out, drops Yekindar, AKA the one AK. And the only thing to come of this approach is Quesarado catching a kill with the Glock. So unfortunate, because it felt like that Molotov was destined for back checkers.
The of the whole thing, really.
Yeah, it would have flushed him out. Could have dealt with that.
It's a gun. It's checkers control, obviously. It's a lot more pressure on the sight guy. Got to make sure those ones land. Not that they should have had any business winning that round, however.
For sure. And that AK buy last round leaves Yekindar limited in this one, so him and Molodoy still just sidearms. As paiN, on the brink of tying this game up, may have made a ton of money in surplus. Those were very clean conversion rounds. And now paiN's starting to feel a little frisky, getting up into A main early, taking control of one side of the map as FURIA very much head towards B site. Obviously, FURIA is going to be on high alert. This double op evolution as well for paiN could definitely catch FURIA off guard.
Set up a molly for him.
He pops it open, clips Yuri in the middle of the pack. Still players past him, and Yekindar gets that trade with the limited Tech 9. FURIA now knows that he is under pressure. He will be swarmed, so he tries to fight forward as that rotation comes back around towards the tree. He's gotten away with it. Pushes out through the checkers. Despite that smoke slipping away, he actively just cut off the bomb.
Yeah, that was mental. And it was his only option, really. He had to go for one more fight. Good for him that he secured it. No way. VSM holding down the backdoor exit. Be careful, because now it's winnable for FURIA.
Headshot player pushes, thinking they could take over site as they ran back for the bomb, leaves Safe in a 1v2.
There goes Yekindar, and now Safe has to calculate his options. Dealing with this threat's the easiest way to make this a quick 1v1.
Molodoy obviously has made noise, so Safe knows he's got this fight queued up.
Oh no.
It's a battle of the pistols that just buys Yekindar more and more time.
Okay.
It's not pretty, but it is Safe to now realize he has to sprint to the opposite side of this map.
These are the fun ones. You got an open plant. They know you could be anywhere. You can go anywhere. Sometimes the funniest thing you can do is just go to the most standard position ever. And I actually like this. He's reading that the rotation is going to come from CTs on the part of main that you wouldn't be in a position where this wasn't clear.
And bomb is planted in a part of quad site that, you know, could opt to be highway. But obviously Safe went and, and he doesn't even wait. He just goes for it as Safe stomps his way through. Yekindar with the around the world clutch. Takes that bomb back and sprints for the hills. Okay.
That's tough because it was a little bit of a strugglesome spray from within the B site. We see what happens when one player goes down, the other one can get swarmed. The upgrades that came through. all came crashing down on paiN. That was one to make it 4-4 and tie up.
And the 2 players left in that 2vx for FURIA were the 2 that entered the round with pistols. And we're still working with pistols.
True.
Just a little extra salt in the wound. Great reaction from Yukinder there.
It really was the VSM holding the flank, essentially. That's what it all crumbled down to.
Really love that proactive move for Yukinder in the 1v1. You hear him kind of desperately running around in sight. You know exactly where he's at. You get the jump on him. Ooh, that's fun. VSM playing tucked behind the door as Vincere takes the boost. But not the boost to challenge over middle. The boost that waits for FURIA's approach.
I want to say this never works. Because you're leaving the door open, plus this can get cleared. Now you have this huge gap in a player that's not watching anything.
Yukinder knows he's ahead of the smokes.
Yeah.
Highway player, blindsided. Oh, he wants more.
Oh, the Opper. Yeah, take the Opper.
How does he get both? That's what he wants. He wants to get close enough to react. He hears that spray as well out middle. Oh, he plays it to perfection.
And they know someone was...
Still worried about it, clearly. VSM thinking about coming back to site. It's going to be smoked off. He gets lucky with the timing. A good amount of damage there for Molodoy, but still on 50 health himself. And that's just Yukinder slipping the net.
Yeah. I mean, he also played off the fact that there was like this threat of a squeaky push, which was supposed to dissuade FURIA.
Yeah.
But they had already halfway pushed up and cleared everything out. Even if someone was in there, if they weren't watching anything, that was like open lines for Yukinder. So...
just a lot of small moments that I feel like really fueled Yukinder's confidence to get the most from that. He sees the utility get thrown over red box. Then he pushes out, finds the mid play, doesn't shoot, hears Snow spam. You know the moment he hears Snow spamming, he's like, oh, I've got this.
That was nice.
And sure enough, even adding
Yukinder.
a third to the tally. So very much Yukinder-focused round on, again, a map that he's calling both halves.
Seaside, 11-5 now as well.
Yep. So putting himself in the middle of the action has paid off, as FURIA will at the very least have 6 rounds at the end of this T-side. Oh, the gun pops through.
Does it? Or was that?
It was because of the POV.
Yeah.
Because the camera flew one side of the door.
It used to, for sure, all the time.
Yep, absolutely.
It can on rare occasions still.
The old Vertigo tarps.
Yeah. And also straight up, just the cash door and.
It's a shame that that boost from Vincere last round didn't get any action. We didn't see FURIA walk out mid at all. Curious to see if they try to utilize that one again, but this time it's Snow to go one corner deeper, pushed into mid garage. He is stuck in this fight, so he will run for it. And good job, because there were bodies on the other side if FURIA really wanted to hunt him down. Perfect util to dismantle Snow's forward position. Oh, fallen. Okay, and the Yuri nade to finish off Snow before he can even get a fair duel.
Are they going to be ready for anyone coming out of Squeaky? I mean, VSM starting to peel back towards B because that is really the thing that's been threatened the most with the Vent Molly and Fallen coming out mid.
And Yuri
they're biting on this.
Yuri will commit to the cause, get dropped in the process. That's when now FURIA decide, yeah, we're not going to go any closer. And that'll put the bomb down most certainly. Still a little timid that somebody could be nearby, but Molodoy will plant this bomb uninterrupted. Now it's not planted for Fallen, who's late coming out through main.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal. But paiN taking a little bit of time to get organized.
They're just rotating back through the dark. No certainty as to whether there's still somebody out middle.
That almost kills him.
Safe does start to retake out through highway. Missed chance for Molodoy that would have been a great way to shut down paiN's hopes. He'll finish VSM and then miss no further shot after even hitting the legs there of Safe. He's gonna run him down with the Glock and quesoRado robs it. That's a 7th for FURIA as they play that B fake, and it's really Yuri that makes it the most convincing. Putting that pressure out through B main, had all of paiN running to the wrong side of the map.
Maui called Vincere's mid-round calling abhorrent. They're also getting circles called around them again here on Cash. I want to give FURIA credit at least that they're creating these rotations, but
yeah,
a full abandonment of the A site, no bomb spotted.
It's one thing to get out called by Fallen, but you're getting out called by Yakindar. I jest. He's evolving. Molodoy flashed.
Whoa, didn't even shoot at him.
Pistols try to pounce on him. They're gonna quickly slice through middle. I love how active Yakindar's been when he feels like he's got an advantage. He's just, feels like he's had such a good read on their positionings, which is really what you want from somebody who's as explosive, as aggressive, and currently calling. I mean,
he's a modern day Vincere.
Yep. Yep. Just doing it with the AK and doing it real well. Absolutely mopping up these frags. On for the anti-eco ace.
Oh, what a half so far out of Yakindar.
Yeah. And it's fun because
it's great that he's calling around himself, which is the style.
Yep.
And that's actually working out beautifully. He's getting information. He's taking first duels. He's lurking aggressively.
I think it's also cool that we know that FURIA are actively trying to find a replacement for Fallen. That at the moment, Yakindar is the front runner as far as players on the team. This is one of the 3 maps he's now permanently calling both halves on, and it's their pick. An unexpected pick as well, since they've never won this map. It actually kind of feels like they're giving him a chance tonight to, you know, level up or to prove that he's got it. And it's really nice to see that not only do the calls look good, but individually he's at the center of a lot of these individual moments. And it's an ace. Yakindar is gonna mow them all down with ease. And high praise for somebody filling big shoes with Fallen's soon-to-be departure.
He's like Kendall from Succession, except he actually does get the job.
And yeah, okay, it may just be versus pistols, but these shots are slick. And the half now damning. Double up set up again for paiN. We saw this rounds ago. Almost bear fruit, if not for the Yakindar clutch. 5v4 earned off the M4, however. Snow's got himself a double kill. Props for that. Yakindar is in the process, though, of clawing this round back.
What's happening? No way you could save this situation.
I mean, they got
2 on 3 now, though.
But they smoke themselves off. This opens a world where quesoRado can just pick that bomb up. Yakindar's fallen out of the vent. He's got an op. If this misses, well, FURIA could have been in trouble. But instead, he lands the shot. And we'll see what quesoRado can do versus 3. Bomb's grabbed.
It's like he knows exactly where this one CT is. He finally finds him. That's Snow down.
And knows that FURIA would have rocked the boat back towards the B site.
Look how scared they are. They've seen everything go wrong in these situations. One site to the other. quesoRado hasn't moved a muscle, and they've run a marathon. Funnily enough, they abandoned, you know, the first option, which is the B site. It's possible they live to regret it. Yep, quesoRado smoked it out originally, now waits it out, and there will be no bouncer here. He'll be able to walk in entirely, and FURIA should be, at this point, working on getting back to B, right? Surely.
I think he's going to take the vent route. quesoRado will plant safe because he knows he could just be swarmed from anywhere. No choice but to stick this, and now suddenly you've got him in a winnable 1v2. Flash to try to reposition.
Oh boy.
Feels ominous that there's somebody nearby. He hears that second player drop out of the vent, so he knows there's at least somebody in checkers. Still concerned about the second player's approach. Now they're both stomping. He's got all the info, has to hit the shot.
He was showing himself.
And that's where it's asked a little too much of him. So VSM cleans up as FURIA goes 12 kills on the half. And this shutdown of csGo's clutch attempt gives paiN a 4th round. But rock solid stuff from FURIA, as it is Yakindar so far the star of the show. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Xerxin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must
right
have
there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his 2nd of this half alone.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. csGo has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but csGo's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers what his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what FURIA are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
FURIA stacked those rounds. m80 uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA. Outer, they write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Matt.
No, they are trading him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go, what, up above?
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor. A white-hot half out of Yakindar here on Cash. Goes 4-1 in opening duels, 5 multi-frags, a clutch, 18 kills, and 163 ADR. All in one half as the full-time in-game leader on Cash. So props to Yakindar. Again, we were looking for an evolution in FURIA's Cash, considering this is their map pick and not a map that they have proven success with. And I would say as far as the T side goes,
oh yeah,
they did it. Can they keep this game clean? That's our next question. Feels like everybody's ready for this csGo push. Little jiggle gives him a target. Oh, and nobody catches him on the fallback. Yikes.
Not killing him is crazy right there. csGo gets away with 15 HP. Full structure of the CT side is identical to what it was. And paiN were waiting for this.
Yeah.
They blew time off the clock just hoping to get this one kill.
3 players there, what felt like ready and aware that csGo is going to make that opening move.
Oh man, he's just too nice right now.
Damn, Big Vincere. Splattered on the boost over mid. Now they have forfeited a lot of control of this A site, so we'll see if paiN can at least get a plant down. We're looking for silver linings and a hope that maybe a force buy could break through. think they'll take early AKs even at this rate. So sure, no contest offered by FURIA. They will be content to make this retake happen. Remember, Yuri's got that incendiary. That could most certainly flush out your quad setup. And Safe is currently tucked back there, no smoke. But he's gonna go for forklift instead, which also finds a target. VSM flushed into the sight of 4 CTs. Safe will be given Sanctuary temporarily, trying to offer up a distraction for Snow to come kill, and he goes down with nothing. It is all Safe, and he gets stabbed. Molodoy rips him with the Talon, and that is a 9-4 FURIA lead, a pistol advantage in the second half, and even extra money there for Molodoy.
It's just the signal of intent. We will win. This is you're just in the way. I'm jumping in to knife you. This round is over, but not just the round, the series. Oh, yeah. That's what it feels like in that moment. paiN get absolutely styled on.
And it's a round 2 off out of Molodoy, obviously. Puts that money to work. And paiN's plant puts them into the force buy. So a couple of MAC-10s, Desert Eagles, and an aggressive move to open out towards middle, where FURIA right now have 2 players, but it's csgo and Yakindar who tries to challenge out through Z. And the spray's a little squirrely. Finally, Yakindar's aim betrays him. Vincere collects one with his MAC-10 and a re-aggression out of Fallen. Can you believe it?
It's 13 health.
And an MP9. And still, he just doesn't want them to get away. And Snow's only got 10 health too, with a second CT here to clear him.
He's still peeking, and they're still hiding.
Fallen's gonna let Yuri take up cleanup duty. They know you're back here, Snow. Hate to break it to you, you're done. But as bomb goes down, it's just Desert Eagles left here for VSM and Safe.
A lot has gone wrong for FURIA to get to this point. Oh, and it can get even worse.
There goes your op, Molodoy. Irretrievable for what's left of paiN. It's a kit on Yuri. It's a distraction offered by Fallen off of this. Oh, come on, VSM. He's stuck back here and dead to Yuri.
Boy. Is there a kit? Yep. Yuri's got one.
All the while, walking it up through highway, Yuri here with a triple kill, a key piece to the recovery, but I would say even though he only got 1 frag, that's Fallen. Making sure they're not allowed to run away from middle, making sure that Snow is stuck in the corner to get Yuri's rotate open.
It's also that he has that Z rotation, and so there's no way to get back up highway, get back into the A site. But he doesn't blink. He's ready to push. He knows his teammate is there. He's got good awareness of the rotations, and they do have Snow pinned in that position. But yeah, they're really quick to figure out the correct move and do it together.
3v5 recovery for FURIA to secure a 10-4 lead. FURIA fact number 1, Black Panthers are carnivores, but sometimes seek out plants to eat for medicinal and healing purposes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's fun.
They're a bunch of doctors, too. I love that. If you're curious about the level of domination that we're witnessing, we're going into actual Panther facts. Just tamp down.
I've never seen B-Trams have to pull out Wikipedia. But I'm glad he did.
They're scared. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They want to win, but they don't know how. FURIA, though, they're moving around. They're thinking.
I mean, Flash finds it. Oh, come on.
Boy, that took a long time.
Whew. Snow gets there.
That was a meal.
Z player peeks and gets held back.
But hey, that's a kill.
They hear all this movement. csgo, easy pickup. Vincere.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, you got
That is
slammed.
insane that he goes for that.
He hears all those footsteps on the approach. Magazine's almost dry. Support player is dead, but luckily there's another one out from Vents. Third piece in Yakindar. csgo, beautiful vent spam.
It's spamming before they come out, knowing that he's getting flanked from all these different positions.
Yeah.
That's just an executive choice. Like, he knows if he risks his ammo there, it doesn't hit anything, they jump out after him and he's dead. But so much confidence right now. Overflowing on FURIA.
very curious to hear from paiN after this match to see if whether they could have ever expected this game to go cash.
And had to have.
You think?
Considered
Furia?
it, yeah. I mean, it would have been like the Anubis.
Furia with a 0 win rate have played it once and picked it.
Yeah, because we're still in this period where if you're the better team most of the time, yeah, you're not going to pick the new map. Zershan just talked about that at EWC. It's a risk, but it's also cash. Like, it's not like Anubis is coming into the map pool for the first time, and it's oh man, one boost could just win a whole game, right? It's not like overpass or something. So, you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna see some. We've seen some stuff here on cash, but not that much. You know,
it's not biome.
Yeah.
Oh. Fallen with the cleanup towards the ace. Oh, he's not ready. Furia just swings that door. Perfect moment to strike on top of that mid calamity. So we have got a man advantage and maybe a little runway here for paiN. Yes, sir. T-side starts to find a bit of success. Question remains, is it too little too late?
Can we get a paiN fact, B-Trams?
Pain is transmitted by neurotransmitters located under the flesh of all fleshy beings.
What about mental pain?
It's all up here.
It's all up here. It's all made up. paiN, they're not even really losing this game. It's all up there. They just need to change their mind.
Manifest destiny, some would say.
Yeah. Let's give winning the power of thought.
Furia slips the net after falling, gets that nice 2K mow down. They're just not ready for the squeaky slide out. And curiously, this leaves Furia with limitations. So is the door ajar for paiN in this second half? You got to clean up an MP9 and a 5-7 here for Fallen. Sure, there's an op out there on the field. Yeah, Yukindar's 21-9.
Didn't know they dropped off, but still got away with this. They've been all eating these highway flashes. One way to avoid that is going out really wide. Risky stuff here from both of these squads. Nope.
Yes, not this time, Snow. Hate to break it to you. Yukindar looking a bit sharper. And it's Snow who is untradeable, really drawn in. Op now on this peak, though. If Yukindar oversteps, yeah, that lands, but Yukindar survives the shot and will happily disengage.
It's like, look how much time he's even killed just having them participate in this game. That doesn't really matter to him. He's got his duel out of it. He's got away.
He's going to just
reroute. He's
flanking
mid.
Yeah, he's going to go right back to it, but a Molotov meets him. But still, yeah, it's a great point. Down to 40 seconds, and all you have is safe with an angle into the A site. You don't actually have control of the map.
Eventually, they can't even watch C if he wants to flank.
Fallen is going to try to serve up a distraction. Oh, and Yukindar peeks right into the upper. To hell with that damage found by Safe. That's going to put Furia's approach in question. He's concerned that he's going to get flanked. We hit 20 seconds. They still don't know about quesarado. And so he stops the bomb in all of this process, and it is Furia right back to winning ways with 5 players still standing.
You know, we did have Donk, but this is up there with one of the best cash performances that we've seen. It's been a great map out of Yukinder. And especially considering the responsibility. But I'm loving all the first contact that he's been taking. Whoa.
Okay.
That was crazy with Lil to grab that so easily. But, you know, I think Maui was onto something. Like, we really haven't seen anything interesting coming out of paiN. They'd never suspect a third guy. Molodoy.
And what do you got to lose? An op?
And they're all rotating A?
Yeah.
If they win this way, it just goes to show you paiN have not worked the map at all. They haven't gotten any information. They haven't really done anything except for wait.
Yeah. Ooh. Look at that, a little AK for Yuri's efforts.
They are literally just going to eventually come A. Okay. And Molodoy gets a kill. Okay.
And they're still going to wind up running into what is a very stacked site. Easy one for Quesarado, although VSM answers through the doorway. Yuri from the cover of Forklift versus now a 20 health VSM. Misses his chance to strike him out of this. They're trying to emerge around that smoke, and luckily for paiN, that smoke makes an awkward moment here for Molodoy. Yuri looking to close in the 1v2. They were adamant about hitting this A site. That's why things winded up being so costly. Yuri looking to win the game off a 3v5. And this 1v2.
Ooh, they move up into close positions. That doesn't get cleared properly.
I mean, damn, bro. We are playing with dangerous amounts of time at this point. That clock at 10 seconds now. Oh, he gets his kill. He's got to clear these corners. And Vincere point blank puts Yuri to rest.
Somehow
Would have.
Just the fact that that round even got close is
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. That was a 5v3 from the get-go with all 5 paiN players on 100 health.
Didn't go for a scout, didn't go for their flash peek to clear something out. Just got, and these kills were just handed to paiN too. I mean, they didn't have to do much. Love the sunroom boost. It's dangerous to do this boost when someone could walk out in through B main, but they see the setup smoke outside the site, but it does let you know there are some nades that get thrown on the B attack, like the backside mollies and stuff that aren't going to be set up. So it's good information to have.
Oh, blasted.
Shrewd.
It's cool to see that Snow's finding a few of these moments through middle, but we hit that 45-second mark. The highway player's been found out, fully exposed to the SMG. Did he see the guy on boost?
And I mean, Fallen faked the drop down, but they're still going to clear it, right? Uh-oh.
No, they're not. Oh, yeah, they will, but they try to, and Molodoy right there to take the legs from out beneath them. Another highway player spotted safe, trying to tap his way out. Will collect that second frag. They're trying to get the guy off boost, but he fights on, and Snow's triple kill all in vain. A great night for FURIA as they dispatch of paiN with ease. Their first 2-0 victory in more than 2 months of Counter-Strike. We have seen this team claw, fight their way to victory, but tonight they smash their opponents out of the server, and unfortunately for the all-Brazilian paiN, there is nothing too proud of tonight.
It was a tough watch for all the paiN fans out there. We thought maybe there was a little bit more in the tank for Cash, and honestly, there was. But that's if you're comparing it to a Mirage in which they got 13 and 2'd, and so it feels like there's still hope out them, Boo, just not in this best of 3.
I wouldn't call it a tough watch. I might say that was painful to watch if you're a paiN fan. Ha, ha, ha. I was the first person to come up with this one. Nobody's ever made that. Nobody's ever made that reference before.
Nope, not at all.
No, it was pretty demonstrative, honestly. I feel like that we'll let the rest of the segment do the talking on.
Yeah,
now
he's speechless because an absolute legend has started standing next to him. Yakinda's joining us here. Bro, what was going on? You got somewhere to be? You really hate the evening games, huh?
No, I don't know. Just, one of those games where it just happens itself.
You say it just happens, but it feels like you don't just happen upon a 13 and 2 in Mirage.
Well, you know, I was talking, I was doing an interview before this event started that after EWC we felt angry. Angry at ourselves because there was many moments for us to actually advance to the grand finals in that game against Foot, and many of those situations it was, of course, their brilliance in terms of how they played, but also our mistakes that kind of didn't allow us to close that game. And the interviewer was like, well, do you think it's a good thing that you're angry or not? And 6-7, by the way. Yeah, but, sorry. No, but, and I was saying we will see this event, and I guess the angriness actually helped.
So it's a good motivator, I suppose.
Well, right now, yeah.
I mean, does that actually play a factor? Like sometimes, for example, let's talk about maybe even going all the way back, like a honeymoon period when you're trying to learn with a team and everybody's just kind of looking for ways to build upon what you guys are starting there versus now anger. I feel like it's a completely different stage of the team. You guys have won trophies in the past. Now you have set that expectation for yourself, unable to recapture it. And now it's just, are you just sick of not reaching that goal anymore?
Well, the thing is, there's different emotions that could be happening, right? One of those is we are playing bad, we're making bad placements, and it is just not working. Or the other one is what is happening to us is like Valve took out Train, Valve took out Overpass, and now we're figuring out our map. Fallen is retiring at the end of the year, and there's many things that are just not in our control that we have to deal with and figure out. Till this day. Of course, you saw us playing probably Ancient before and whatever, so manipulating the map a little bit, trying to understand our identity, because at some point when you lose such a strong pick as Overpass, well, you have to create something new.
And that would factor into the cash pick today. Are you guys, you know, I know it's a tournament that you are obviously taking very seriously, but there's an element of trying it out because you haven't been picking it in the past, right?
So for EWC, we had a thing like we didn't want to show cash because maybe it's going to help us later on or whatever. But in practice, the cash felt so good for us that if we are not trying to show cash, we're also losing a possible good pick that we trust on and are confident on. Practice is practice, but you need experience in officials to actually be able to take it out in the best of 3, you know.
So talking about the narrative around your team, a lot of people have talked about IGLing, so I had a question in regards to an interview you did during EWC. You mentioned after your game against Aurora, rather, sounded like you were kind of done on calling, like you weren't into it, you were kind of like depressed, you didn't want to do it anymore. You said you had a lot of respect for people at IGL. What's the actual story there with the IGLing situation?
Well, the thing is I still call 3 maps right now, and maybe with some time, like the thing is, in my career, in my future, I would want to become an IGL. But I would also want to become an IGL when I would understand that I'm not capable to keep up with the role players anymore. Right now in my career, I do feel that I'm still in my prime in terms of like decision making. Maybe I'm not the same like Chris 2021, Yukinder or whatever, but at the same time, in terms of my decision making and the ways I can help the team as a role player, right now are like I value a lot. And because of that, against that Aurora game specifically that you mentioned, I also felt that my my mind kind of was I was only thinking about the macro, and at some point you just can't aim anymore.
So do you find that you feel like you're a really good caller when this is often for secondary callers? You feel the game, you're doing really well, and all of the calls just come to you, right?
Yeah, that's the easiest. Yeah, of course, that's the easiest part. If it's rolling, it's rolling, you know.
So how about for explaining for the people at home, why can't you just do both? Why can't you just frag at a high level while calling at a high level? Like, what's the barrier to completing that as a player?
Well, I feel like the biggest difference is that when you are an IGL, you see the timings very well in terms of when people have to do something. If you have to be also the person who is trying to takes map control or has to be in this position for a specific timing because of your idea that you have in your head, it's going to be overwhelming and it's going to be hard to focus on the crosshair because you also need to control people around you. The easiest way right now, in my opinion, is being an IGL that sets up other players for success. So, for example, if you want to be like, I don't know, B-split on Inferno, for example, then you are going to be the guys who's early supporting Banana and then supporting the players on mid so they can get into the CT control. And that is the hardest part where you get so comfortable with doing that at some point you just you're playing a kind of no action game, because you're throwing flashes, throwing supportive utility, and then you end up in a situation like 2v2, and then you're like, okay, now I need to focus.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do that. It is very hard to do that.
What would you chalk it up to for players like yourself in this map in particular on Cash, where you popped off, or I would even think of someone like Exertion right now who's fragging at a really high level while calling for Mouse. How come people are able to have really good fragging when they first start calling, but then it always trails off?
Well, I think it also depends against what oppositions you have games against, and also what situation is happening. For example, the toughest individual games I had was where you can't score a round. You have to think and think and think how to score a round. You're losing 0-7, and then you just feel that, like, okay, you start thinking even more, and sacrificing even more and even more. Those are the hardest games. This game like Cash, where you're under control and everything is flowing, when you have history of the game, when you have confident players because of the previous map, it's a completely different IGLing. And I'm certain that even like of course Zershin is doing good. I'm watching a lot of Mouse and learning a lot from them. But as soon as the game is going to be hard, it's completely natural for a person who's responsible for navigating his team to drop in performance and to prioritize sacrificing and helping his team rather than gaining the space for himself.
One question about your T-sides in general, rather than the IGLing. It seems like the meta in the pro scene is switched. It's very heavily CT-sided. I was looking at you guys. You're one of 3 teams that have a above 50% win rate on T-side. You know, what plays into that?
Well, I do agree that the meta right now is very CT-sided. On some certain maps, it's going into like absurd. For example, Inferno, Mirage, Nuke. There's many maps that are super CT-sided. I think the Anubis one is kind of evening the stats a little bit out. Like those are fake stats. It could be even higher. Yep. But I think it's a hard topic in terms of, I feel like every team has a specific style. And there are teams that we in our T side always try to innovate and be different from, with having a different approach from what we had like the previous game or 2 games before. And I feel like that's the only way to actually on those heavily CT-sided map to actually succeed. But sometimes you know, in our schedule, you don't have time to practice the new things or practice these new ideas, and then sometimes it's gonna bite you in the ass, and you're gonna be losing the half 11-0 or whatever. But yeah, I do agree, CT-sided very heavily right now.
Is there a concern? Because every time we speak to you guys on FURIA, you're always talking about, you know, it's Fallen's last season. You want to be able to lift as many trophies as you possibly can. And the dream scenario is you come in, you're able to shot call on a couple maps, Fallen's still able to do that, and you guys go in and win tournaments. But is there a concern that you're almost sacrificing a little bit of success to try and future-proof FURIA for when Fallen does retire?
Well, the thing is, it's a hard question. In terms of, we are never gonna know what was the right call, and we agreed as a team to go into this direction, to try me calling, to understand how we can move forward, because to do B you have to do A before, you know, and that was a logical next step for us. And yeah, I mean, until Fallen retires, we are treating ourselves as a family, as a team, and we are only focusing on that and not even thinking about the future.
One quick question about the Ancient pick. You know, how does that one come about? Do you have a team meeting and you're like, guys, we gotta figure out this map, or is it like you consistently once in a while you go, hey, why don't we go check out Ancient and see how it goes again? Like, how does that happen?
Well, we've practiced Ancient specifically for teams against that ban Ancient, so we are not losing our best map for no reason last season and the season before. But it comes back to the thing about what I said about Overpass. After Overpass got removed, our map pool got a lot weaker, and we had to experiment. We had to gamble something. We had to try out new things, and we tried out Ancient, and Ancient felt a lot more consistent in terms of synergy and how good we are on the map. And EWC for us was a great event in terms of to kind of actually feel it out because of the bracket. Aurora doesn't play Ancient, maybe they have played with the new lineup, but we knew we can play Ancient. G2 has a very low percentage win rate on Ancient, and it was a comfortable map against them. And then Foot was the real big test for us because they're actually very good on this map, and we were very close to win that map, so it's very good early signs.
So if paiN banned anything other than Ancient, were you guys going to pick it?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I guess one last thing, I guess, for me is just for Molodoy's journey so far. I mean, So when you first worked with him, obviously he was not as comfortable in speaking in English, working with an international team. How much better is he today versus the beginning of it all?
It's a completely different person. In terms of Daniel has developed insane team qualities that before it was like well, you take a face-it player and put him in a team environment, and also a player who doesn't speak English, right? So now he's communicating very well, and he also kind of understood what role he is playing. That he is the operator. He's going to be deciding many of these plays, and I think he's very lucky to play with an IGL who is very open in terms of like what decisions are going to happen in the round. So, for example, if Daniel learned to kind of navigate the team by certain openings or what he wants to do, and kind of express his feeling to the captain, and I feel like that's a very good quality for his future, and right now as well. And of course, yeah, he shoots hard. What can you say? What can you do?
Awesome. Well, Yukinda, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. And congratulations again on the win today, a 2-0 up against paiN there. But I'll let you go. I'll let you have your rest day before we get to see you again. You guys will be going up against M80. Yeah, I did not misspeak there. They will be going up against M80 to try and secure themselves a slot in Porto, playing in that arena. And honestly, I don't think we could have gotten anything more out of Yukinda, considering they come in, they mollywop paiN Gaming in the nicest way that I could possibly say it, and yet it feels like we've walked away with more information than you walked into with FURIA.
Yeah, very informative from Yukinda. I was really interested in what he had to say about IGLing. I think the game against Aurora he had in Paris was one of his worst individual games I've seen from him ever. So I think he was just depressed after that one. I kind of questioned, is he just giving up? The idea is that he's not sure he wants to become a full IGL, and he indicates exactly why. It's very tough when you don't have a read on the game, and it's tough to stay individually focused, individually sharp, despite what we just saw in Cash. It's tough to stay that way.
I also love that he admits the fact that they were just so angry after what happened in Paris, because so many teams seem like they take that and they use it in so many different forms. Like NAVI, seems like their frustration just sinks them lower and lower, whereas FURIA are able to harness that energy, and then they just come out and completely demolish paiN in the very next game. That to me speaks to the different qualities that we have in both of these teams, and hopefully says something about the trajectory they're headed in for the rest of the season, and especially this tournament.
It feels like more of a motivator than success is spite, and that's exactly what FURIA ended up coming here with. They wanted to make sure that people knew what they were doing was the correct decision, that there was so much more than what happened in Paris for themselves there. But it's been such a fun day for day number 1 here for Blast Premier Open Porto. Having a look back as to the 4 series that we got to see, obviously we ended with FURIA and paiN here, but we started off with Aurora up against G2, which ended up resulting in G2 getting a 2-0, and it was a massive comeback on that second map.
Yeah, I mean, this is a G2 that we probably expected them to win this one. It wouldn't have been a massive surprise if Aurora picked it up. I'm more surprised. I would have expected Aurora to pick up a map at least and make it a little more competitive, but this is still an Aurora team. We're looking to them for the future.
Wrinkle, he is indeed a problem, okay? The way that he played on Anubis was simply fantastic. The way that he willed them back into that comeback, the FAMAS ace that he got, the op kills on the entries, all of that. Exceptional stuff from the new gun.
Yeah, and then Spirit up against DENDELE. Again, we talked about it. If it had have been a different result, it would have been one of the biggest upsets. But for Spirit, despite it only being a couple of days since they lifted the trophy, nothing changed for them. They come in a 2-0. 8-13, 7-13. What more can you really say?
When I looked at this one, Donk had 130 ADR, and I think by the end, did he have like a 2.0 rating or something?
A little higher, a little higher.
I think...
Pump that up.
You could do better.
Yeah, 2.2 or something. When Donk kind of just clocks in, he knows against this style of team, this level of team, you know Donk is just going to pop off.
Well, we did get one upset today. It was M80 being able to beat NAVI 2-1. They're getting a win on both Mirage and Inferno, map number 2 and 3.
I don't know how much longer this NAVI roster can last in this form, because what they showed on maps 2 and 3 were nothing even remotely close to the level they showed last season. This is supposed to be a bounce back tournament for them, but M80, you can tip your hat to them. They had some well-prepared rounds. They had a great understanding of how NAVI wanted to carry out their plans.
M80 played very well. M80 had really good ideas of how NAVI were going to play. The concerning part is in the interview afterwards, Lake says, you know, we know how this team's going to play. We find them fairly... This is something people say about Spirit.
Yeah.
We know how they're going to play. That's easier to play against than a Legacy or a Foot where they can come at you in a different way. That is concerning, especially after 13-6ing them twice. That's not the type... If NAVI's going to lose at least 13-11, getting into OT, come on.
It's funny that you mentioned both Legacy and Foot, because we will be seeing them playing tomorrow. We're going to have a look at our schedule so you guys know exactly who's playing and when. Our day number 2 schedule is looking like this. I think the first matchup, very interesting, as Vitality going to be playing with a substitute for themselves. 9Z up against Mouse, Foot and Legacy going up against each other. So both those teams you mentioned, Vu, and you're ending off with Lin Vision up against Falcons.
Very interesting in the middle. 9Z could retire another Mao's IGL.
Okay, yeah, good one.
That is the loss that sent Shuhei out the door, I think, isn't it? Or was it?
No,
was
I think
Brolin?
it was Brolin.
It sent Brolin out the door.
It hurt Brolin. It hurt Brolin. But
yeah.
no, the Foot Legacy one, 2 teams that both had semi-final or better finishes at their last event. I'm just ready for that last one. Okay, people don't think it's coming, but Lin Vision. They might get 10 rounds in that series. They might.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering how you're going to set this one up. I thought there was a little bit of like...
Little bait and switch, okay.
We said that about M80.
That's true.
And these are equally differential. You know, the differential between Falcons and a Lin Vision, similar to
honestly,
Navi and
I think it was Lin Vision that took a map off of Falcons at Austin. I think it was, and Gum actually said that all he needed to do was study them for a couple hours, then he took a nap. So that's how they beat him on Nuke back at Austin, and that's what got them out in stage 2, Falcons. So, hey, there's something to that one, some history.
Well, look, save all those exciting stories, all those narratives for tomorrow, because you guys are going to tune in from start to finish. It is going to be banger after banger after banger after banger. So we're going to close out day number 1, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2.